Our story kicks off with Kwon Yong-jin, who just accidentally bumped into a girl at school, and now she's obsessively chasing him down, demanding he become her boyfriend. Everywhere he goes, she follows, stuck to him like glue. When bullies try to jump him, she doesn't hesitate to step in and put them in their place. And knowing he's struggling financially, she wordlessly whips out her phone and offers him 100 grand. She's the classic, rich, beautiful girl, and he's the lucky student, a dream scenario for most guys. But Kwon Yong-jin is a serious dude, handsome, but not easily bought. When her confession gets rejected, Lee Hee-soo's face turns cold as she reveals a shocking truth. He's about to die. Turns out, earlier that day, both of them had accidentally dropped a death card. And trust me, this is where a cute rom-com takes a hard turn into pure horror. The card he chose predicted that today was his last day, so since he's dying anyway, why not just give his body to her? As she says this, her eyes suddenly glow a demonic red. Hee-soo immediately grabs his arm, pulling him violently towards her. His arm is squeezed so tight he thinks it'll break as he looks down in horror at a puddle on the ground. In the reflection below, countless demonic hands are clawing at his arm. Because at that moment, Hee-soo has transformed into a giant female demon, staring at him with pure, ravenous hunger. One minute he's being asked to dinner, the next he's about to become dinner. Whoever said she was harmless definitely needs to answer for this right now. Our boy panics, using every ounce of strength to rip his arm away before making a run for it. The demon gives chase, its body massive and heavy, and then it slips on a banana peel and faceplants. The plot armor is working overtime here. Seizing the opportunity, Kwon Yong-jin escapes into a narrow alley between two buildings. Behind him, the demon can only roar in absolute fury. He sees the light at the end of the tunnel, just a few steps from freedom, when suddenly, the sound of something being torn apart echoes through the night. Without him even realizing it, she'd already snatched one of his arms clean off. The demon itself pauses for a second, staring in surprise at the arm it's now holding. An absolute fury builds inside her, seeing the body she was meant to possess now ruined. Her red eyes blaze as she lets out a scream that rips through the darkness. "My new body!" Kwon Yong-jin lies on the ground, his own body growing weaker by the second. The demon closes in, its voice as sharp as daggers. "If I can't have this body, then I'll just have to eat you alive." With that, the demon roars, opening its massive, fang-filled mouth to take a bite. But just as Kwon Yong-jin closes his eyes, accepting his fate, the sound of paws splashing across the wet ground rings out. It's the white dog he rescued earlier today. So let's rewind a bit, because what happened this morning is the key to everything. While taking out the trash, Kwon Yong-jin saw a stray dog desperately digging for food. Seeing it gnawing on some leftover that had probably gone bad ages ago, he felt a little sick. He tossed his trash bag and started to walk away. But for some reason, he looked back at the dog eating so eagerly. A moment later, he walked into a convenience store and bought a sausage. He returned and held the sausage out in front of the dog, calling to it. It looked up at him for a second before grabbing the sausage and devouring it. Kwon Yong-jin gently pet its head. "Eat up. No more digging in the trash, okay?" Then he stood up and left, leaving the dazed dog behind. It ate about half the sausage before stopping. It just looked up, watching his retreating figure with silent gratitude. When the sun set and he returned home, he saw the dog was still waiting there and thought, "That's the dog from this morning. Why is it still here?" In the end, he decided to ignore it and went inside. A few minutes later, the first drops of rain began to fall. The rain grew heavier, but the image of the little white dog huddled by the trash cans haunted him. Unable to bear it, Kwon Yong-jin finally ran back outside and brought the dog in. He carefully dried its fur, and as soon as it was free, the dog shook itself, spraying water all over him. It looked up at him as if asking for permission, then launched itself onto his bed and curled up in delight. Kwon Yong-jin let out a helpless laugh. "You're just going to take over my house, huh?" He got it a bowl of water and a few sausages, but noticed it was still lying down. "Not eating? I guess you don't like it." The moment he said that, it scrambled over, dunked its head in the bowl and drank greedily. After finishing, the little dog came closer, sniffed his leg, and hesitantly placed a paw on him. Seeing Kwon Yong-jin didn't object, it grew bolder. R1. Arlie Arberse. Arlie Ar to his lap and curling up. He just stared at the tiny creature making itself at home. Give him an inch, and they'll take a mile. Back in the present, just as Kwon Yong-jin is about to get eaten, the white dog launches itself at the demon. The demon is still dazed, not understanding what's happening, when a flash of white light slices through the air. The demon's limbs are instantly severed into pieces, causing it to scream in absolute agony. In a cloud of white smoke, the dog transforms into a tall man holding a massive, sharp sword. Kwon Yong-jin's eyes widen, vaguely seeing someone standing protectively in front of him. It's a young man with long hair and a gold earring. He turns to the barely conscious Kwon Yong-jin and says, "Happy birthday, my nephew." Before he passes out, those are the last words he hears as the man's hand reaches toward him, slowly filling his entire vision. Time passes. When Kwon Yong-jin opens his eyes again, everything is still a blur. Gradually, the light and images come back into focus. He realizes he's in his bed, drenched in sweat as if he'd just taken a bath. So hot, he breathes out, raising a hand to wipe his face. The sticky feeling of his own hand surprises him. Whoa, that's a lot of sweat. Kwon Yong-jin scrambles for his phone. The screen lights up with a flood of unread messages, the most recent from Songgon reading, "Are you dead yet? What?" He bolts upright, panicked. "What time is it?" Kwon Yong-jin rushes to grab some clothes to change. Damn it, when did I even fall asleep last night? Suddenly, he freezes. Memories from the previous night flood back like a tidal wave. He quickly raises his arm. It's still there. He tries clenching his fist, then opening it. It's perfectly normal. A wave of relief washes over him, immediately followed by overwhelming confusion. What in the world actually happened? He remembers the girl, and a name flashes in his mind. That's right, Lee Hee-soo. Suddenly, a call from his homeroom teacher yanks him back to reality. At the schoolyard, a janitor is complaining to himself, "Why does this stupid vending machine keep getting unplugged? I wonder what kid keeps messing with it." Meanwhile, Kwon Yong-jin is sprinting to school. Panting, he wonders, will Lee Hee-soo even be at school? He enters the campus, wipes the sweat from his forehead, and lets out a sigh. Everything looks so peaceful under the clear blue sky. He sneaks down the hallway, eyes darting around, searching. Up ahead, he overhears two of Hee-soo's friends talking to each other. "Hey, has Lee Hee-soo been acting kinda weird lately?" "I'm not sure." "Oh, but I really need her to do a tarot reading for me today." Kwon Yong-jin carefully peeks into the classroom and freezes. Hee-soo is laughing and chatting cheerfully with her friends. What the? She looks completely normal. He hesitates. Should I just ask her directly about what happened yesterday? Just then, his two best friends pop up right behind him. And you and I both know what's coming next, a whole lot of questions and zero easy answers. Showing up at lunchtime? Only a loser like you would do that. Hey, why didn't you read our messages? We were worried for nothing. He probably came to school just to find his girlfriend, see? What a total loser. Trust me, this is where our main character's day gets incredibly weird. No, that's not it, Kwon Yong-jin stammers, trying to defend himself. He trails off as he locks eyes with Hee-soo from inside the classroom, a single, frozen moment between them. Not at how? His friend presses. When Kwon Yong-jin stays silent, the teasing starts right back up. This jerk probably faked going home to sneak out on a date. Instead of answering, Kwon Yong-jin suddenly ducks down, hiding below the windowsill. What are you doing? One of them asks. The other two just burst out laughing. Whoa, one look is all it takes to get you this flustered? I'm not jealous, for real. Kwon Yong-jin's face darkens with panic. He crawls along the floor, desperately trying to stay out of sight. So pathetic, one of them mutters. For the rest of the afternoon, Kwon Yong-jin is completely unable to focus. He just can't remember. He was positive he'd been seriously hurt. Looking down at his perfectly healed hands, a massive question spins in his mind. What happened after that? How did I even make it home? The image of that demon mask flashes in his mind, haunting him. What the hell was going on? If only it had all been a bad dream. He quickly checks his phone and there it is, the one piece of proof that last night was all too real. A transfer notification for 100,000 won from Lee Hee-soo, with a note saying if it's not accepted in 3 days, the transaction is automatically cancelled. What is this money for? Kwon Yong-jin mutters. He hesitates, debating whether to ask her, but then firmly shoves the phone back in his pocket. Whatever, as long as she's okay, that's all that matters. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, his homeroom teacher asks with concern, Kwon Yong-jin, are you sure nothing's wrong? Yes, ma'am, I just overslept. She sighs. Have you eaten yet? Yes, I have. All right. If you're fine, then head to class. Finish up and go home early. Kwon Yong-jin nods and steps out, closing the door behind him. He walks slowly down the hallway, glancing at his phone's clock. It's already 2 p.m. He's missed almost every single class today. As he steps into the schoolyard, completely absorbed in his phone, a head suddenly pops right in front of his face. Hey! Ah! Kwon Yong-jin leaps back, his heart pounding out of his chest. Hisu quickly explains, "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I heard you were in the teacher's office, so I came here to wait. Geez, just go to class already. Is stalking people your hobby or something?" Kwon Yong-jin asks, still shaken. "Can you try acting normal for once?" "I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable," Hisu stammers, "and about what happened yesterday." Hearing that, Kwon Yong-jin instinctively scans the area. The schoolyard is dead empty, not a soul in sight. "Damn it, there's no one here." "Hey," he says firmly, "let's go talk somewhere with more people. It's not that I'm scared, it's just a precaution in case you suddenly attack me again." "It wasn't me. I was possessed by a ghost," Hisu blurts out. "What?" Kwon Yong-jin raises an eyebrow, his face radiating pure skepticism. "It's a long story. First, I'm sorry for hurting you." As Hisu tries her best to explain, Kwon Yong-jin's gaze suddenly freezes. Something is horribly wrong. He points to a green object nearby, cutting her off with a cold tone. "What is that, and why is it there?" "Huh?" Hisu turns, completely confused. "It's the statue that's supposed to be at the main school gate. That wasn't there a second ago," Kwon Yong-jin says, his voice shaking, and here's where it all goes sideways. The statue slowly begins to rise. "Oh crap." They both whisper at the same time. In the next instant, it breaks into a full sprint right towards them. "Run!" Hisu screams, and they both turn and bolt for their lives. Kwon Yong-jin yells in terror as the giant statue closes the distance right behind them. He manages to shout, "Hey, this is you again, isn't it?" "No, it's not me," Hisu frantically denies. "What do you mean it's not you? You did the exact same thing to me yesterday." "Kwon Yong-jin, I can explain. It really wasn't me. It was a ghost named Song Ah-hee." Seeing the statue gaining on them, Kwon Yong-jin snaps, "Shut up and run faster. It's too fast. We're going to get caught." Just then, Kwon Yong-jin spots a cart filled with basketballs. Without a second thought, he grabs the handle, spins around, and shoves the cart with all his strength toward the charging statue. "Kwon Yong-jin," Hisu yells in surprise. The cart topples over, sending dozens of basketballs spilling across the ground, rolling right into the statue's path. They think this will stop it, or at least slow it down. But it uses the ground as a springboard, launching itself into the air and gracefully leaping over the entire mess before landing perfectly. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. So much for that plan. "No way," Kwon Yong-jin gasps, then quickly changes direction, dragging Hisu with him. As she runs, Hisu digs into her bag, pulling out a small pouch of black beans. She grabs a handful, hurls it at the statue's face, and yells, "Go away!" But that trick seems completely useless. The statue just swats them away. The entire handful of beans flies right back, and a few smack Hisu in the face, making her cry out in pain. "What are you doing?" "You moron!" Kwon Yong-jin yells, pulling her along. Suddenly, he spots an open iron gate just ahead. He shoves Hisu through it forcefully. "Get out now!" The second they're both through, Kwon Yong-jin slams the heavy gate shut, just as the statue crashes against it. They lean against the fence, gasping for air, their hearts hammering like drums. The statue stops, silently observing them for a moment, before turning around and walking back into the schoolyard. Seeing it leave, they're both flooded with relief. Is it gone? Did it finally give up? Kwon Yong-jin sighs, finally feeling safe, but suddenly, Hisu starts stammering, pointing back towards the school. "Kwon Yong-jin, look!" Kwon Yong-jin follows her gaze and freezes solid. The statue has returned, and this time, it's holding the school's flagpole ripped straight from its base. They stare at each other in utter horror. It's planning to use the flagpole to vault over the fence. Is it insane? Kwon Yong-jin panics, his eyes darting around for any escape. He spots a large dumpster nearby. On the other side of the fence, the statue plants the flagpole into the ground. It swings its body up, building momentum. It's actually pole vaulting over the fence. Hisu is frozen in place, completely stunned. Just in time, Kwon Yong-jin screams her name. "Hey, Lee Hisu, move!" Startled, she scrambles backward as Kwon Yong-jin stares intently at the incoming statue. It lands like a pro athlete, but instead of a cushioned mat, its landing pad is the metal dumpster. The impact sends trash flying everywhere and flips the entire container upside down. The statue goes sprawling into a pile of disgusting, smelly garbage, forcing both of them to pinch their noses. But to their absolute horror, it staggers back to its feet, its eyes like daggers locked squarely on Kwon Yong-jin. "Let's go!" But in a flash, the statue is already in front of them, blocking their path, moving too fast for either of them to react. Its eyes are burning with pure, murderous intent. It lunges forward, grabs Kwon Yong-jin by the throat, and lifts him clean off the ground. And trust me, you are not going to want to miss what happens next. Kwon Yong-jin, Hisu can only scream helplessly. The statue glares at him with absolute hatred. With just a little more force, his neck is going to snap. Stop! Hisu screams in terror as she watches Kwon Yong-jin start to suffocate. She quickly pulls a string of brown prayer beads from inside her shirt and shouts, "Hey!" The statue, radiating deadly energy, shifts its gaze to her. Hisu immediately throws the prayer beads straight at its face. The rope snaps instantly, and the beads explode right in the statue's face. It screams in agony, letting go of Kwon Yong-jin and collapsing backward. He hits the ground with a thud. "Kwon Yong-jin, are you okay?" Hisu rushes to his side, terrified. "Not good," he replies, his face pale. The two of them turn and run for it. Behind them, the stone statue begins to lumber back to its feet. Later, at the school's Jiok platform, Kwon Yong-jin fiddles with a lighter and complains. "Hey, if you had something like that, you should have used it sooner." He turns to see smoke rising from where Hisu is. "Are you smoking?" "No, it's incense. What are you doing?" Kwon Yong-jin is confused. "Just a simple protective ritual," she explains, pulling out her supplies. "Are you pulling all that out of your uniform?" he asks, surprised. Hisu takes a few colorful ribbons, tears one off, and ties it to his wrist. "This should hold for a while," she instructs. "Don't take it off until midnight." Kwon Yong-jin grimaces at the butterfly bow Hisu just tied on him. His face darkens. "You're really weird, you know that? I know you're suspicious, but I honestly haven't done anything," Hisu says, scratching her head. "Can we talk at school?" "No," he answers flatly, before pausing for a moment. "Okay, let's say you were possessed yesterday and today was just a coincidence. So what? The truth is, ever since I got involved with you, only bizarre things have happened to me." Hearing this, Hisu falls silent, a flash of hurt on her face. "But, Kwon Yong-jin, it's not my fault. I appreciate you saving me," he cuts her off. "But none of this would have happened if you weren't here in the first place. Let's stop pretending we're close." With that, he turns and walks away, leaving her alone on the empty street as the sun sets. Arriving home, Kwon Yong-jin stops while punching in his door code. He glances down at the colorful bow on his wrist, Hisu's warning echoing in his head. "Don't take it off until midnight." "What other tricks are you planning?" he scoffs, ripping the ribbon off. He throws it straight into the trash can and steps inside. The room is pitch black. He reaches for the light switch. The moment the lights flick on, Kwon Yong-jin jumps back, terrified. The white dog is sitting right on his bed. He stumbles backward before remembering its existence. The small dog approaches him. You've been here the whole time?" Kwon Yong-jin stammers. It just sits obediently in front of him. "You must be starving," he says, scratching his head before placing a plate of sausages on the floor. The dog walks over and looks at the sausages with total disdain. Meanwhile, Kwon Yong-jin lies on his bed, scrolling through his phone. Now, pay attention, this is where things get truly bizarre. As he's focused, a voice suddenly rings out. "This stuff again?" But the room is empty, except for him and the dog. "Bring me some decent food." Kwon Yong-jin's eyes fly wide open in shock. He whips his head around to look at the dog. It's still sitting there, calm as ever. He stares at it, and it just stares right back. The mysterious voice echoes in his ears again. "Seriously? This again? Bring me something tastier." He looks around his small room, bewildered, then back at his phone screen, feeling more and more lost. The voice speaks again, this time seeming to talk to itself. "Ah, whatever. I'm starving. I'll just eat this for now." On his phone screen is an ad for a pet food store. Kwon Yong-jin figures he'll just buy some proper food for it. But as he scrolls, the mysterious voice continues. "After you finish eating, bring the good food home." Kwon Yong-jin scrambles up, his eyes darting around the room. A deep, calm voice speaks, seemingly coming from the dog sitting nearby. "What are you looking for?" Startled, Kwon Yong-jin throws open the window to check outside, muttering, "Where is that voice coming from?" The voice speaks again, clearer this time. "Did you just hear me?" Kwon Yong-jin snaps his head back around, his sleep-deprived eyes locking onto the empty space in his room. "Over here," it says. He freezes, a cold sweat breaking out, and then he sees it. The little dog is baring its teeth, looking like it's grinning at him. Kwon Yong-jin faces it, silent and motionless for a few seconds. He slowly sits down, picks up the dog to inspect it closely, and begins to poke and prod every inch of its body. He turns it over, flips it around, examining it so thoroughly the dog starts to get annoyed. It snaps, snarling, "Hey, how rude!" The bark right in his face makes Kwon Yong-jin jump. He quickly puts the dog down and backs away, keeping a safe distance to observe it. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, a talking dog. This story just went completely off the rails. Staring at the harmless-looking creature, he thinks to himself, oh, this dog can talk. Everything is spiraling beyond his imagination. His head is spinning. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, the dog says, you're in shock, right? Can't believe what's happening? I've been here all day, but you're only just now hearing my voice. As it speaks, it uses its spiritual power on a nearby cabinet. With a series of clicks, the doors fly open, and a pile of clothes and socks comes flying right at Kwon Yong-jin's face. He annoyedly pulls a tattered shirt off his head, disgusted. Ugh, throw this trash away, he mutters. But in that exact moment, he notices something. The shirt is missing a sleeve. Remember now? What happened yesterday? The horrifying memory floods back the female demon, the chase, and the feeling of his arm being crushed. His last memory is its gaping mouth about to swallow him whole. A sharp, phantom pain shoots through his mind. Kwon Yong-jin quickly grabs his shoulder, checking if his left arm is still there. It's still here. He's completely lost between memory and reality. What the hell are you talking about? You're wondering why, aren't you? As if reading his mind, the dog, Jin, continues. Who do you think I am? To be able to stop that demon and even talk to you. Seeing Kwon Yong-jin's utter confusion, it says, hearing this for the first time must be overwhelming, huh? Too much strange information is hitting him at once. Who am I, and where is this? Jin offers some advice. Call your person in charge here, huh? Kwon Yong-jin doesn't understand. The one who gave birth to you and protects you. I need to know about your family. Before it even finishes, Kwon Yong-jin replies, his voice devoid of emotion. I don't have one. The dog hears this, looks around the house, and asks again, surprised. What? You don't have parents? He steps off the bed, answering curtly, I already told you. What about another guardian? There's no one. Watching him casually grab a drink of water, Jin sighs in frustration. What a hassle. But it also thinks to itself, so this kid has been living a tough life. It seems I didn't choose wrong. Meanwhile, Kwon Yong-jin is thinking to himself, what is this insane situation? I can't even remember last night clearly, and now this. Jin looks at his back and calls out resentfully, hey, I saved your life. Aren't you going to say thank you? Kwon Yong-jin turns his head and gives it a contemptuous sneer. You saved me? A puppy is stronger than that monster? Does that make you a monster too? Hearing this, Jin gets so angry it starts panting. It declares coldly, you dare call me a monster? I am your family's ancestor. And trust me, on that bombshell, you and I are going to have to see what happens next. Ancestor? Yong-jin stares dumbfounded at the dog in front of him, muttering in confusion. Wait, a dog is a person's ancestor? So, was I a dog before this? You idiot! Jin snaps, practically fuming. I am not a dog. Yong-jin just asks innocently. Then what are you? Jin looks like he's about to lose his mind. I'm just inhabiting this body. To you, I look like a dog, but that's not what I really am. Ah, Yong-jin says with a sigh of relief. So you're possessing a dog. You could say that, the little dog nods smugly, but then Yong-jin hits him with a stone-cold fact. Well, then you're still a dog, aren't you? I already told you I'm not, Jin growls, trying to explain. But if you don't have a suitable human body, you're a dog for now. I said I'm not. Okay. Yong-jin nods, pretending to understand. So you're the ghost of my ancestor possessing a dog. Jin grumbles, a little annoyed by the description, but he has to admit it's got a point. Well, calling me a ghost is technically correct. Yong-jin cuts straight to the chase. So, what do you want from me? He throws out a few tired guesses. A memorial service? I don't have money for that stuff. Hearing this, the dog just silently turns his back. Yong-jin mutters under his breath, if you need so many offerings, why not find a richer descendant? At that moment, Jin's expression darkens. The little dog doesn't answer, instead circling Yong-jin's leg, sniffing constantly, pacing back and forth like he's searching for something. Fearing the worst, Yong-jin points a finger. Hey, what are you doing? If you need to go somewhere else. Misunderstood, Jin slowly stops. He immediately switches to his most pathetic look, pouring his heart out. This poor family. There's no one left. What? Yong-jin feels a pang of shock. You mean, there are no other descendants? I'm the only one? Jin lowers his head and replies sadly, that's right. Then he turns back. From now on, let's help each other. So you're planning on staying here? Yong-jin asks with a sigh. Jin squints, looking helpless. Where else can I go? Yong-jin finally snaps. What are you talking about? If you're so tough, go sleep outside. With that, he grabs the edge of his blanket and flings Jin onto the floor. The little dog lands with a thud, whining in pain. You ungrateful brat. Yeah, keep talking out there, Yong-jin shoots back. I have school to go to. I can't afford to raise you. But even as he says it, he picks up his phone and starts searching for wheat-based dog food. He even adds a sarcastic jab. An ancestor like you demanding fancy food? I'd have to sell the house. Yong-jin's logic is so sound that even an angry Jin has to just shut up. But suddenly, the little dog's ears perk up. He turns towards the window, having heard a strange noise. Sensing danger, he leaps up, barking loudly. Woof! Yong-jin, who was glued to his phone, jumps in surprise. What's going on? Turning his head, he sees Jin jumping around weirdly. What's with the sudden act? There's something outside, Jin whispers, his ears still focused. What? Yong-jin sits bolt upright, a look of alarm on his face. The dog stares intently at the window, his voice dead serious. And here is where things get really bad. You dragged something back here with you. The stone statue that chased him earlier is now slowly advancing down the alley, its heavy footsteps booming. What nonsense are you talking about? There's no one there, Yong-jin says in disbelief, quickly dismissing it. We need to go. Now. Jin leaps forward, grabbing onto his head and urging him on. Go where? Yong-jin asks, wincing in pain. Outside. Yong-jin freezes completely. What? Stay still, Jin suddenly commands. He reluctantly stays silent for a few seconds to listen. The result? Nothing unusual. He quickly grabs Jin, pulling him off his head. Get off my head. Just as he finishes speaking, a terrifying, earth-shaking sound rocks the entire room. The rumbling echoes again, and the cold sweat pouring down his back confirms this is no illusion. Jin grabs a handful of hair and yanks Yong-jin's head up, the pain making him cry out. Outside the window, the streetlights flicker, and the main door remains shut. With Jin on his shoulders, Yong-jin cautiously checks his surroundings. Suddenly, the dog uses his front paws to yank his head hard to the right, and there, Yong-jin freezes in pure shock at the sight before him. Outside the glass door, half of the school statue's form is standing there, monstrously huge. Every step it takes creates a world-shaking tremor, and it stops right in front of his house. The statue. Why is it here? Yong-jin whispers in terror, hiding behind the stairs. You know that thing? It's the statue from school. Why did it turn into a monster? Jin peeks over his shoulder and warns him, that's no ordinary monster. It's an evil spirit. An evil spirit? They look like this? Yong-jin stares at the creature. That's right, Jin says, placing a paw on his face. Where there are evil spirits, there are also good spirits. Each has its own form, and there are many such things in this country. Just accept it as a fact. Meanwhile, the evil spirit places its stone hand on the glass, slowly lowering its head to peer inside. You mean it came here because of me too? Yong-jin asks. Apparently having found its target, the evil spirit slowly curls its lips into a horrifying grin. Exactly, Jin replies, neither of them taking their eyes off it. But why is it following you? Evil spirits are aggressive, but they don't just follow people for no reason. Yong-jin remembers pushing it into a trash cart. He thinks for a second, then closes his eyes and admits, it's probably because I picked a fight with it first. At that exact moment, Jin shouts a warning. It's coming in, crash! The evil spirit unleashes a thunderous punch on the door, shattering the frame and sending glass flying everywhere. The terrifying force knocks Jin off Yong-jin, while the shockwave sends Yong-jin tumbling backward. It seems that while it may be an evil spirit, its intelligence isn't exactly high. Its own momentum sends it stumbling headfirst into the house. Looking at the wreckage, Yong-jin cries out, "It's destroying my home!" "Forget the house. Run!" Jin screams, rushing toward him. The evil spirit glares at them both, its murderous aura overwhelming. Yong-jin is paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, Jin dashes forward. "You run first. Ancestor, what are you planning to do?" Yong-jin asks, confused by his actions. "Just do as I say," Jin yells, glancing back with an order. The evil spirit has already recovered and is chasing Yong-jin, forcing him to turn and run for his life. When he looks back, he sees the tiny dog standing his ground, fearlessly facing the colossal monster head-on. And trust me, you and I are about to witness true courage. Is that really my family's ancestor? Jin radiates authority, staring down the evil spirit and roaring, "You bastard!" The broken shards at his feet begin to vibrate with an unseen energy. His power explodes, pink lightning crackling around him as he makes a powerful declaration. "You dare touch my descendant?" The little dog opens its mouth wide, preparing to unleash a devastating technique. Woof, 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 woof. The evil spirit just stands there, staring at the pathetic display. It simply raises a hand and swats Jin, sending him flying several meters. The dog tumbles a few times before hitting the pavement, then scrambles back to his feet and bolts after Yong-jin, leaving the evil spirit momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Yong-jin calls out while running, "Hey, you're running too?" The slightly awkward question leaves Jin at a loss for words. "What did you think I was? I just figured you could hold it off for about 10 seconds, Yong-jin replies casually. But this is strange. How did you manage to save me yesterday? A liar? What do you get from mocking me? Alright, stick with me, because we're about to watch a simple chase go completely off the rails. It dives down from above, snatching Yong-jin. He's terrified. Damn it, it got me. But suddenly, his jacket rips clean off, and he plummets back down to the ground. The spirit holds the jacket, frozen for a second, then gleefully puts it on, zips it up, and smiles with satisfaction. Quick, get up! Yong-jin scrambles to his feet as the spirit, looking bizarre in his coat, gets into a runner's starting stance. Seeing this, the two are terrified all over again and just bolt. Right as the spirit is about to give chase, a voice suddenly rings out. Come here. Glowing characters appear in midair as Hisu, megaphone in hand, blasts a sound that attacks the spirit's mind, making it writhe in agony. Yong-jin stares in shock. Hisu stands her ground, completely fearless, clutching a phone that's blasting exorcism chants through the speaker. Lee Hisu? Incredible timing. The 8-hour chanting video on her phone is still playing, and the sound makes the spirit's body immediately burst into flames. Is it scared now? Yong-jin asks, his voice trembling. He watches the fire consume the monster, then suddenly gasps. Hisu keeps her eyes locked on the blaze. Suddenly, Yong-jin freezes. Something feels wrong. Did we win? Just as he speaks, a perfectly unharmed hand and foot step out of the flames. The spirit resisted the power of the Holy Scriptures. It rises, looking even more terrifying than before. Hisu stumbles back in shock. Impossible, her chance had no effect. In a flash, the spirit appears right in front of her, swinging a fist. Look out! Yong-jin dives forward, shoving Hisu aside to help her dodge. The powerful shove sends them both tumbling to the ground, with Yong-jin groaning in pain. A horrified Hisu looks back to see the spirit raise its foot and bring it down on the speaker. With a thunderous stomp, the megaphone shatters and the concrete cracks. The spirit then picks up a broken piece of pavement, spins, and hurls it straight at them. Be careful! Shards of concrete rain down on Hisu, scraping her legs. Yong-jin throws his arms up to shield them but still gets hit by larger chunks of rock. After the dust settles from the impact, they're both on the ground as Yong-jin struggles to sit up. He tries to call out to the motionless Hisu. Lee Hisu! The spirit emerges from the blast, but a strange sound from Hisu's direction catches his eye. She's trying to light a bundle of incense. Hey, we have to run! Yong-jin shouts. Please! Hisu begs weakly, still stubbornly trying to light it. He's about to yell again when he stops cold, his eyes widening in pure terror. The spirit is standing right over Hisu, lifting a car, ready to slam it down. An image of his pet dog, Jin, flashes in his mind, the one who promised to protect him. Yong-jin desperately scrambles up and sprints towards Hisu. Then help me! He lets out one last scream and leaps forward to shield Hisu, fully prepared to die. But instead of pain, his foot steps into an empty void. He's surrounded by a completely unfamiliar landscape. The space begins to shift, leaving Yong-jin utterly bewildered. What the hell is this? The sky before him turns murky. Where is everyone? A sense of unease creeps in, and he instinctively shouts, Lee Hisu, Ancestor! Suddenly, a pair of feet appears behind him, and a calm, warm voice speaks up. Now hold on, because you and I are about to meet the source of his true power. Hearing that familiar voice, Yong-jin freezes. He whips around, shocked, and calls out the name, Jin. A man in black robes emerges from the white mist. His appearance is mysterious, especially his glowing yellow pupils shining in the dark. Who are you? What's with the outfit? Yong-jin asks, baffled. Who else would it be? The man replies calmly. Yong-jin is taken aback. Don't you recognize my voice, my descendant? The man smirks as his face flickers, shifting between his human form and the face of the dog, Jin. Yong-jin finally starts to understand who this is. He mutters, Ancestor. That's right, the man confirms, stepping right up behind him. I am your ancestor. The sudden closeness sends a shiver down Yong-jin's spine. The man gently takes his hand and begins to explain. In the beginning, there were 12 gods. and I am the god who rules over dragons. A warm surge of power flows from the man's hand into Yong-jin's body, causing his palm to glow brightly. An earth-shattering energy explodes from it. In that instant, he returns to reality. The words still echo in his ears. I will lend you my power. Without a moment's hesitation, he uses the newfound energy, summoning a weapon to fight the spirit. Hisu witnesses the scene, unable to believe her eyes. Yong-jin lets out a roar, his eyes blazing with fire, and charges straight at the evil spirit. The Ancestor's power forms a gigantic blade that slices the car in half with ease. A terrifying explosion erupts. He seizes the opportunity while the spirit is still stunned. He rushes forward, landing a sharp slash on its ugly body. The momentum makes him stumble and fall. What the hell was that? I really just sliced a car in two, he says with difficulty. What are you doing? Jin, back in his dog form, yells furiously. Get up before it minces you. Yong-jin scrambles to his feet, grabs the sword, and grinds his teeth, muttering, Damn, this thing is heavy. Suddenly, he's startled to see the gash on the spirit's body has already healed. It's growling in fury, its blood-red eyes locked on him as it charges. It swings its elbow, landing a devastating blow. He had no time to defend. The sword flies from his hand, and his entire body is sent hurtling into a nearby pile of scrap metal. As he stumbles up, the spirit is already standing over him. It lets out a roar and lunges, making him go pale with fear. Jin suddenly leaps at the spirit's face, shouting, Run, now, hurry. Of the 36 stratagems, running is the best one. Yong-jin immediately turns and flees. Why are you running, you idiot? Jin is absolutely livid, screaming at him. You handle it, he shouts back. Seeing its prey about to escape, the spirit grabs Jin, tosses him aside, and leaps forward, catching up to Yong-jin in the blink of an eye. Use the sword, Jin yells from where he landed. Yong-jin grits his teeth, spins around, and tightens his grip on the blade. He suddenly swings it in a wide horizontal slash. The spirit is forced to duck to avoid the attack. Seizing that moment, he pours all his strength into the next slash. Yong-jin, you can do it! I'm right here! Hisu suddenly screams, cheering him on. As if gaining a second wind, Yong-jin starts swinging wildly, and even the spirit seems wary of his attacks. Out of nowhere, the sword slips from his hand and flies off, slicing through flowers before disappearing. And just like that, you and I are watching Yong-jin run for his life again, with the evil spirit glued to his back. The sky fills with a cascade of falling flower petals, but suddenly, the evil spirit freezes. A bad feeling washes over it as it cautiously glances up. Now, this is where it gets interesting. As it runs through this beautiful rain of flowers, a single petal brushes its eye, and a memory floods back. We're pulled into a room where dim light casts two shadows on the wall, an athlete and a man in a hard hat. Two artisans are carving a human head out of iron, the loud buzzing of a saw filling the air. A photo of the athlete appears, and soon after, the life-size statue is finished, causing a huge stir. People are amazed, saying it looks exactly like him. Even television reporters show up to film the piece. The statue depicts a legendary track and field athlete, the #1 pride of Korea. The show's host studies it for a moment, then asks, but why is he bald? A cherry blossom petal drifts by, obscuring the memory of its most glorious days. Tour groups flocked to see it, children played around it, and beautiful girls posed for pictures right beside it. Standing under the brilliant sun, it proudly listens as a girl exclaims, "Oh my God, he's taking a picture in front of his own statue." A man in a baseball cap is posing in the exact same starting stance as the statue. A middle-aged woman approaches the man, her voice full of admiration. "Our son is a huge track and field fan. He admires you so much. Thank you for being such an inspiration. We loved your memoir." Though on a high pedestal, the statue heard every word, and it began to silently weep. Time passes. A thick rope wraps around its shoulders, and a crane lifts it away. From then on, it was left alone, standing silently in the cold, biting rain. Rain streaks down its face, just like tears of sorrow and loneliness. Snapping out of the memory, the evil spirit quietly watches Yong-jin, who is still running for his absolute life. Unexpectedly, its steps begin to slow. At that exact moment, Yong-jin trips, falling face first onto the cold ground. He scrambles to look back, then screams in pure terror. The spirit rushes forward, and Yong-jin freezes. He watches as it runs straight past him, toward an old marathon banner. It strikes a pose, arms spread wide in a gesture of victory. Imaginary flower petals flutter down as it crashes right through the iron finish line, soaking in the glory of coming in first place. The sound of a roaring crowd echoes in its mind. It proudly bites a gold medal, imagining the praise from that woman long ago and signing autographs for everyone. It had become a celebrity, an idol loved by children everywhere. The spirit keeps running towards the petals, forever chasing that glorious victory inside its own illusion. Meanwhile, Yong-jin and Jin just stare, completely dumbfounded. Lee Hisu is right there with them, a giant question mark practically floating over her head. Suddenly, a flash of light streaks across the sky, and the evil spirit vanishes, leaving the three of them stunned. What the hell was that? Jin narrows his eyes, thinking for a moment before saying gruffly, "It seems it achieved its goal and passed on. Why so suddenly?" Young-jin wonders. "Okay, let's break this down for a second. Like I said," the dog explains, "these spirits aren't dangerous, as long as you follow their rules." "What rules?" "It depends on each spirit's purpose for existing," Jin says slowly. "That's why I asked why it was angry. It was definitely your fault." "Are you kidding me?" Young-jin shoots back. Soon after, night falls on the city. Young-jin is back in his room, wincing as he checks the wound on his hand. He grimaces and asks Jin, "Is my paint chipped or something?" "You don't have to worry," the dog reassures him, then turns to Hisu, who's sitting quietly in the corner. "Young lady, are you all right?" Hisu just scratches her arm, hesitating to answer. Then, out of nowhere, she bows her head and yells, "Thank you." Yongjin just stares, while her face turns bright red with embarrassment and gratitude. "You're Yongjin's ancestor, aren't you?" Late that night, at the marathon's finish line, the broken iron barrier glows with a strange light and completely repairs itself. A car split in two floats into the air, its pieces perfectly reassembling. A shop's shattered window becomes whole again, and a broken branch magically reconnects to its tree. Under a streetlight, the figures of three children appear: two boys and a girl. They walk arm in arm, laughing happily, before vanishing into the night. In a small room somewhere, an ancient sword rests on display. Back with the group, Hisu hesitates, then dares to ask again, "Sir, are you Young-jin's ancestor?" Jin freezes for a few seconds, then raises an eyebrow. "So you can see me," the little dog says, curious. "Are you a shaman?" The girl quickly shakes her head. "No, I'm not a shaman," she replies quietly. "I'm a shaman's daughter." "Ha ha ha," Jin laughs. "A shaman's daughter, you say?" Remembering how Jin saved her, Hisu speaks with immense gratitude. "You rescued me from that monster before, but I passed out right after." She smiles bashfully. "I never got the chance to thank you properly. Thank you so much." "Hey!" Youngjin suddenly interrupts, staring at Hisu in total disbelief. You can hear this dog talking?" "Yep," she nods honestly. Hearing this, Young-jin lets out a huge sigh of relief. "So I'm not schizophrenic after all." Hisu looks at him and can't help but laugh. "Schizophrenic? Seriously?" At that moment, Jin smiles and asks her, "So how did you know I was this kid's ancestor?" Well, Hisu looks at the dog and the boy in front of her, then imagines a human version of Jin and compares him to young Jin. Then she says honestly, "Because you two look exactly alike." "What?" Young Jin can't accept this. Blushing, she explains quietly, "Young Jin, you don't see it?" "See what?" he asks, frowning. "Your ancestor's appearance." Jin suddenly turns to Young Jin. "You mean you can't see my super handsome true form?" Ha! The little dog is incredibly confident in his own good looks. He smugly adds, "It's only natural for women to get shy around my beauty." Young Jin scoffs in disgust. He grabs a mirror and shoves it in Jin's face. "Yeah, you're a real looker. That's it." The boy and the dog immediately start fighting. In the middle of the chaos, Hisu pulls out her phone. "Youngjin, look!" The moment he glances over, she snaps a picture. And trust me, you're gonna love this. A filter of a rabbit munching a carrot appears right where Jin is floating. "What is that?" Youngjin yells, staring intently at the phone. "Oh my god, how are you doing that?" He refuses to believe his eyes, telling himself it's just an app glitch. Hisu turns to Jin. "Ancestor, could you move closer to Youngjin?" Instantly, an ugly crying filter pops up right next to Youngjin's face, followed immediately by a mask filter in the exact same spot. Still in disbelief, he waves his hand through the space around him to check if Jin is really there. Jin just raises an eyebrow, completely unbothered. The night deepens, streetlights flicker on, and the clock strikes 9:05 p.m. "But still, aren't you going home?" Youngjin finally asks. "It's already 9 o'clock. Hisu flinches, stammering for a moment before giving up. Finally, she whispers, "I can't go back." Youngjin takes a sip of water, staring at her intently. "Why?" he asks. "Now hold on, Because here's the part you and I really need to hear. My mother, Hisu says, she's possessed, just like me. She's powerful enough to summon an evil spirit with ease. Hearing this, Yong-jin's eyes fly wide open. If I go home in this state, her voice trembles with fear and sorrow. My mother will forcibly possess me again and then come after you, just like that other spirit did. Why would your mom come for me? He asks, genuinely curious. Because she wants your body, she replies bluntly. Even his aunt is stunned. Why my body? Yong-jin frowns. Hisu turns sharply, her gaze piercing right through him. Because you are a spirit vessel. She stands, grabs a bowl, and fills it with water, holding it up to his face as her own reflection looks back. This is a normal person, she says slowly, then decisively dumps the water out. She holds up the empty bowl. And this is you. She explains with grave seriousness. In the future, more and more spirits will want to possess this empty vessel. Yong-jin can only swallow hard. I didn't know how to explain it before, so I said nothing. The thing those spirits want is you, she says, looking him dead in the eye. What the hell? Yong-jin grimaces, completely lost. You didn't know? Jin, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjects. Stick with me here, because this is the exact moment the entire story flips on its head. Let me be blunt. All this weird stuff keeps happening because of you. After hearing that, Yong-jin's face goes pale as he remembers the harsh words he threw at Hisu. What did you do this time? All this strange stuff started happening when I got involved with you. If it wasn't for you, this wouldn't have happened. Back then, she kept trying to explain, no, it's not me, but he wouldn't listen. Yong-jin's face darkens with regret. Nothing happened before your birthday. Hisu's voice suddenly rings in his ear. After that, she falls silent too. Suddenly, she approaches Jin, quietly kneels down, and speaks with deep respect. Sir, she pleads with all her heart, please help me. Jin looks at her for a moment, then raises an eyebrow. You said your mother is a shaman. Does she worship demons as if they were gods? The question makes Hisu jolt. She doesn't know what she's doing, Hisu explains frantically. My mother. She wasn't famous for fortune-telling before, but she always prayed with everything she had. An image of a woman sitting in a forest appears as she tells her story. Until one day, she came back saying she had received a god. After that, her once quiet shrine became so famous, people had to book appointments a year out. She remembers that moment, hiding behind a door, curiously peeking at all the customers coming for a reading. But that thing didn't seem like a god at all. Her voice cracks, thinking of the horrifying smile on the demon standing behind her mother. As a child, she'd naively asked, Mom, is the spirit you worship really a god? Instantly, a vicious slap sent her flying to the ground. She clutched her face in pain as her mother screamed, How dare you speak ill of a god? Her mother's terrifying face from that day still haunts her. It is an evil spirit. Jin's voice cuts through her flashback. Hisu bites her lip. She continues in a low voice. From that day on, I tried to escape the spirit possessing my mother, but it was useless. In the end, Jin nods, understanding. She became a spirit shaman. I see. No wonder the usual rituals had no effect. By this point, Yong-jin has already climbed into bed, playing on his phone, acting completely uninterested. I will help you, Jin suddenly says, making Hisu look up, unable to believe her ears. And just like that, a glimmer of hope. I know what you're thinking finally, a real ally for our girl. He smiles and explains, You risked your life to save Yong-jin. You deserve my help. He turns to Yong-jin. It's the right thing to do, isn't it? Yong-jin is just baffled. Why me all of a sudden? I have to help too? Meanwhile, Hitsu is already bowing repeatedly, crying out with pure joy. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Despite Yong-jin clutching his head in protest, Jin just smiles, satisfied. It's late. Let's go to sleep. The girl obediently nods, grabs a roll of toilet paper for a pillow, and lies down. Hey, 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 Yong-jin shouts. What do you think you're doing? Huh? Getting ready for sleep, she replies casually. Why are you sleeping here? I told you I can't go home. Then go to a friend's house. I don't have any friends, she shakes her head sadly. Yong-jin pauses. What about that girl with the bun? Isn't she your friend? She's friends with the evil spirit, not me. Come on, just pretend to be close for a little while, Yong-jin says, burying his face in his hands in total defeat. Yong-jin, she pleads in a small voice. Please just listen to me. What is it? Please let me sleep at your place. No, he replies, cold as ice. I'll just sleep, I promise. What the hell, don't you get it? He finally snaps. Fine, sleep. What else were you going to do? Jin leans over from the bed with a cheeky grin. Want to sleep in the same bed? He winks at Yong-jin. Well, I'm heading out. What the hell are you talking about? Yong-jin screams, his face beet red as the old man leaves the room. Yong-jin, Hisu says apologetically, I'm sorry, but can I borrow a pair of shorts? Any old ones will do. Yong-jin's face is a total blank. That night, the small house goes dark. Hisu lies still, her eyes closed, but her face suddenly pales. In her dream, a hand grabs her own, and a blade presses close. Mom, I'm sorry, she begs in terror. Her mother stands outside the door, her gaze freezing cold. Mom. The door slams shut as a twisted, horrifying smile spreads across her mother's face. Mom, I know I was wrong, she screams, frantically pounding on the door. Let me in. Inside the room, a blood-stained shirt lies beside a mysterious box covered in talismans. She gasps for air, completely exhausted. I'm so scared. Hisu huddles in a corner when suddenly, a ghost with bulging eyes leaps right in front of her. Hello, Hisu. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Mom, she whimpers in her nightmare, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Jin immediately goes to her side, lies down next to her, and helps calm her until she drifts into a peaceful sleep. Elsewhere, under lights gleaming on a row of Buddha statues, a woman sits before an altar. Her fingers tap a steady rhythm on a table covered in white rice. It's Hisu's mother. She glances down with cold eyes, then suddenly slams her palm down, sending rice scattering everywhere. Lee Hisu, you wretched little brat. She roars in fury, her eyes glowing a ghostly white. Where in the world did you go? And that's where we leave it. She grinds her teeth while the spirits of children crawl all over her. When she returns, her voice echoes with pure terror. I will stuff her head into this very jar. The next morning, Yong-jin is curled up in bed looking completely wrecked. Trust me, you can tell he didn't sleep a wink as his face is pale and his eyes have dark circles. He grabs his phone to check it. It's 8:46 a.m. He drags himself out of bed, heading for the bathroom door. He scratches his head and lets out a huge yawn, his face still drowsy and completely out of it. Suddenly, his eyes land on Hisu, brushing her teeth like she owns the place. They both freeze, staring at each other wide-eyed. A second later, she screams and slams the door shut. Yong-jin is left standing outside, his mouth hanging open in pure shock, as the white dog Jin trots over from behind and starts teasing him. Good morning, Yong-jin. So awake this morning, a big change from last night, huh? A little later, in the sunlit apartment, Hisu sits on the bed watching Yong-jin struggle with a giant trash bag. So, where are you going? She asks. The fridge is empty, he replies bluntly, without turning around. He flashes back to Jin complaining about the cereal on the table. What is this slop? Are you going to go buy some decent food for me or not? My ancestor is a bit picky, Yong-jin explains reluctantly, then adds something that surprises Hisu. You're a guest too, so I should probably get you something. Hurry up, Jin whines, rolling on the bed. I barely ate anything. Remember to buy more beef. Yong-jin lets out a sigh, completely fed up. I'll go with you, Hisu says, standing up with a bright smile. Fine, he replies, exhausted. A moment later, they're at the garbage area. As Yong-jin sets the bag down, Hisu suddenly praises him. You're still a student, but you seem so mature, like a grown-up. She smiles, looking at him with an admiring gaze. It's just my circumstances, he answers modestly. They walk in silence, and Yong-jin feels a bit awkward and flustered by the compliment. He sneaks a look at her. Hisu is as radiant and bright as always. She smiles warmly, looking up at the sky and sighs. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? He suddenly remembers the harsh words he threw at her and is overwhelmed with guilt. If I'd never met you, none of this would have happened. Her shocked and sad face from that moment flashes back in his mind. He blames himself. It's all my fault. Lost in his thoughts, his pace slows. Suddenly, he musters up all his courage and calls out her name. Hisu turns around. He mumbles, only managing a single word. Seeing him hesitate, she waits patiently. But then, Yong-jin just groans, grabs his head, and collapses into a tired crouch, leaving her completely bewildered. He keeps his head down, unable to face Hisu, but his voice is incredibly sincere. I am sorry. For what? The girl asks, puzzled and leaning over. I said some harsh things to you. It was all my fault. It takes Hisu a moment to understand, and she's too surprised to say anything. Yong-jin keeps his head down, mumbling. Even so, you still helped me so much. His hands start to sweat. Now pay attention because this moment is huge. His voice trembles slightly. Thank you. He's actually blushing bright red as he forces himself to be sincere. Whatever happens in the future, I will. You really are more mature than most people, Hisu suddenly cuts in, leaning down to look him straight in the eyes. Huh? He jolts upright, startled. Don't even worry about that, she says. I don't mind at all. Hisu crosses her arms, giving him a bright, reassuring smile. Besides, it was partly my fault too. You got hurt because of me, right? So, we're good? Yong-jin gets flustered and can't find an answer, quickly turning his face away. Okay, I get it. He lets out a silent sigh of relief. Come on, let's hurry and buy our stuff. Later, they're in a nearby supermarket. Hisu tosses a huge bag of candy into the cart, but Yong-jin stops her. Hey, why are you buying this? He asks in confusion, his hand still on the candy bag. It's for when you get hungry, she explains. Okay, thank you, he replies, defeated. Are you buying anything else? She asks innocently. That's it for now, he mutters. Besides, I'm almost out of money. Why? Hisu doesn't understand. Just buy it, I'll pay. What? Why would you pay for it? She pulls out a credit card with a sly grin. Don't worry, it's Song-jin's. It has nearly 10 million won on it. He's rendered completely speechless. Think of it as my commission fee, she says quickly. After buying their things, they walk out of the supermarket. Hisu is happily munching on her candy. Meanwhile, Yong-jin is loaded down with a huge bag of groceries, thinking to himself, this is the first time I've ever bought so much. By the way, you're a pretty good cook, she suddenly remembers, praising him. It's just average, he replies. Hisu ignores his deadpan expression and continues excitedly, with all these ingredients, we're going to have an amazing meal. Suddenly, Yong-jin's eyes go wide, he's spotted something. Right in front of him, Gion is walking closer and closer, his face buried in his phone. Red alert sirens are blaring in his head. Why isn't he here yet? Gion looks up, frowning in confusion. Then he suddenly calls out, Ah! In front of him now is only Hisu, standing there awkwardly with her bag of candy. Gion recognizes her as Yong-jin's rumored girlfriend. Hi, she says with a flustered but bright smile. Hey, he replies politely. Not far away, Yong-jin is bent over, gasping for breath in the middle of the road. Seriously, why is Gion here of all places? He thinks, exhausted. He looks up at the sky and groans, oh, for heaven's sake. That guy is definitely going to gossip. He anxiously checks his phone. It's 10:58 a.m., and the group chat is exploding with messages. I'm talking to Yong-jin's girlfriend right now. She's super cute. Nice one, Yong-jin. Just you wait, Gion. You're dead next time I see you. After reading through the annoying messages, he sighs. This is exhausting. Yong-jin pockets his phone and continues walking home. But just when you think it's over, a massive, grotesque black shadow starts closing in on his lonely figure from behind. Yong-jin is completely oblivious, his eyes still glued to his phone screen. A huge, dark hand reaches out, about to grab him when, wham! A soccer ball flies out of nowhere and smacks him right in the head. The impact not only hurts like hell, but also makes the black shadow vanish in an instant. The ball bounces off and rolls down the sidewalk. Yong-jin angrily rubs his head and spins around, yelling, what the hell? Right behind him is a strange kid with black hair, a bizarrely calm face, and dark circles like he hasn't slept in a year. The kid even has a few smaller children with him. Yong-jin, still rubbing his head, confronts him. Did you throw that? This kid is definitely not normal. He just stares at him and says, you should be more careful. What? Yong-jin is completely baffled and retorts angrily. I'm the one who should be saying that. You need to watch where you're going. The little kids suddenly swarm around him, grabbing his arm and lecturing him. Mister, you have to watch where you're going. Yeah, it's dangerous. We were just worried about you. Yong-jin is left completely dumbfounded, wondering why he's the one getting scolded by a bunch of kids with chubby cheeks. They wave goodbye, not forgetting to remind him. Remember to be more careful from now on. Defeated, he just has to reply, okay, thanks. Watching the kids skip away, you and I are left with one thought. Those kids are seriously weird. But the older kid with the dark circled eyes just stands there, staring at him with an unreadable expression, before finally turning and calmly walking away. Yeonji watches him go, wondering what that was all about. Meanwhile, near the supermarket, Hisu is wandering alone with a bag of candy, looking for him. Did he go on ahead? She wonders, pulling out her phone to call. And that's when a massive, terrifying shadow with a deformed foot looms up right behind her. A moment later, both Hisu and the shadow are gone, leaving only the bag of candy on the lonely sidewalk. Back at the apartment, Jin is sleeping soundly until the sound of the door wakes him with a jolt. Oh, you're back, he says, still drooling a little, groggily asking, wait, why are you alone? Seeing Yeonji's silence, Jin gets a little worried. He jumps off the bed, his eyes narrowed. Where's the girl? Yeonji, busy putting away groceries, just casually replies, she'll probably be back soon. 15 minutes pass, and now Yeonji is getting worried. He calls her again and again, but all he hears is the endless ringing on the other end. Finally, the call goes to voicemail. Did something happen? He wonders anxiously. Even Jin's cute puppy face turns dead serious. Unable to wait any longer, Yeonji bolts out the door, still trying to call her. He frantically looks around, and then in the distance he sees Hisu's silhouette slowly approaching. He immediately sprints towards her. Hey, Hisu, where have you been? She doesn't answer, just suddenly calls his name, Yeonji. Then she flashes a bizarre smile and asks, where did you go earlier? I went ahead, he stammers, scratching his head. I was worried Jian would see us. Hisu asks, who's Jian? He explains, the guy with the glasses. Ah, she says, before letting out another creepy smile. You mean the bug? No, he's just a friend, Yeonji quickly explains. He just likes to joke around. It's only now that Yeonji finally feels that something is deeply wrong. He looks up, for the first time truly looking at her face since she appeared. Hisu looks completely different, radiating a dark, unsettling aura. Her eyes are black and soulless, paired with that twisted smile. His gaze drops to the shirt on her chest. Yeonji's expression changes instantly. He realizes something but still steps closer, asking, your face, what's wrong with it? You and I both knew something was off, right? Well, get ready for the reveal. Her eyes flash a blood red, and a bone-chilling wind whips past, carrying her horrifying laughter. The disguise shatters. The lower half of the imposter's face and neck crack into grotesque red pieces, revealing its true form, an old man with white hair and a beard, dressed in tattered, ancient robes. He flourishes a piece of cloth, grinning ear to ear with terrifyingly sharp eyes, and introduces himself. I am the bogeyman. Yeonji is still frozen in shock, staring blankly, when Jin lets out a piercing scream. But it's already too late. Jin watches helplessly as Yeonji vanishes right before his eyes, leaving behind nothing but a pile of unsettling, smoldering ash. In silence, Jin stares at the smoke, his face grim. The little dog moves forward, sniffing desperately, trying to find any last trace. Suddenly, a cackling laugh echoes from behind him. Well, that's a nice trick, the voice says. Jin immediately tenses up, glancing back to see a figure in black, no taller than a first grader. What's with the dog act? The figure taunts. It's the same boy with the dark circled eyes who saved Yeonji before. You're a confident one, Jin says. The boy with the haunting eyes stares back. It's been a while, he says, his sharp gaze cutting right through the disguise as he calls out the dog's true name, Blood Demon, Bingtus. Jin is stunned. This person is clearly connected to the demon world, and his power is no joke. He looks at the boy's tiny frame and asks suspiciously, you, what's with that body? The strange boy smirks, but his eyes are filled with contempt. I can't tell if you're asking a real question or just trying to mock me. Jin genuinely has no idea what's going on, just scratching his furry dog face in confusion. How did you break the seal? The boy demands. I don't know, Jin replies calmly, shaking his head with a slight smirk. Maybe you have a traitor in your ranks, or perhaps a demon god wanted to bother me. The boy gets a little irritated. Without another word, he pulls a paper fan from a strange box on his back. The fan radiates with electricity and a bizarre green aura. A small whirlwind shoots towards Jin as a blue and red robe materializes around the boy. The attack creates a powerful gust of wind, nearly blowing Jin's small body away. The sparks transform into huge, sharp spears, rushing towards him. Instantly, Jin shifts back to his human form, ready to defend himself. But before he can do anything, the barrage of wind spears freezes in midair, all aimed directly at his neck. The fan in the boy's hand continues to pulse with immense energy, his robe erupting in ethereal flames. I can tear you to shreds and seal you all over again, anytime I want. The other little figures around them are no pushovers either. White magical energy radiates from their bodies as their armor sprouts hundreds of sharp spikes, all pointing straight at Jin's face. I'm more than enough to handle this, the boy says. Let me ask you this, Jin says calmly, not a hint of fear in his voice. He easily transforms back into a dog, dodging the spike trap. My body. You guys did something to it, didn't you? The boy is silent for a moment, then smiles strangely. He snaps his fan shut, tapping it against his palm. The swirling vortex behind him shatters into nothing. He puts the fan away, and the strange robe disappears. Taking a box lid from one of his followers, he replies, Why don't you go ask an angel? He turns to leave, but adds, this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this, myself. Why did you seal me? Jin suddenly asks, making the little minions whip their heads back in surprise. Were you afraid of me? His question makes the boy freeze. He turns his head back, frowning slightly, his lips moving as if to speak, but in the end, he just stays silent. After a long pause, he finally mutters one word, fool. The boy's figure vanishes in a puff of white smoke, not even waiting for his underlings. Who are you calling a fool? Jin grumbles. A gentleman like me will let it slide this time. It's only then that Jin remembers the important thing. Ah, this isn't the time. He puts his nose back to the ground and continues sniffing, ignoring the playful calls of puppy, puppy. Jin looks up and jolts back. A child's face with bright, innocent eyes is right in front of his. A drooling mouth is just inches away, still muttering, puppy. A whole group of kids has surrounded him, their eyes sparkling with delight. Are you looking for the guy in black with the messy hair? One asks. We can find him for you. Meanwhile, another kid is fascinated, gently pulling on Jin's ear and cheering. It feels just like a rabbit's ear. The kids insist they know where the man is. The scene shifts to a damp, filthy room filled with a steady scraping sound. The ceiling is plastered with countless talismans. A rough hand is continuously sharpening a gleaming knife, humming a creepy tune. The noise wakes Yonji, who groggily opens his eyes. Be a good boy. Have a snack. His eyes focus on the terrifying figure of the old man squatting on the floor. What is this? Where am I? Yonji looks around in horror, only now realizing he's tied up tightly in a pile of ragged straw. The chanting grows louder, a haunting song weaving through the air. Crybabies, tigers, naughty kids all go into the pot. The man tilts his head, revealing cruel eyes on his wrinkled face. Yong-jin's eyes widen in horror. He recognizes the old man who was disguised as Hisu earlier, and a chilling fear drains the color from his face. He struggles, trying to break free from the straw binding him. Yong-jin, a weak voice calls, making him freeze. Looking over, he sees Hisu tied up just like him, her face red from crying. Wait, does that mean she's also? Suddenly, a pile of white salt spills onto the floor right in front of Yong-jin. The old man keeps singing, not noticing. Perfect for pickling, Hisu says, surprisingly calm. We're about to be turned into pickles. I've heard this song 4 times already. Pickles? The word sends a jolt of terror through Yong-jin. A moment later, he feels the salt beginning to melt all over his body. The old man stops singing and coughs. Yong-jin looks down in a daze, his body drenched in salt water. But the most horrifying part? He's completely naked. Ah, he moans weakly, burying his face in my clothes. Where are my clothes? He whispers to Hisu. Hey, did you see everything? I didn't see anything, she replies. Hisu quickly looks away, her own face flushed. You better not look at me either. Just then, the old man stops sharpening his knife, stands up, and his footsteps begin to shuffle closer. Yong-jin doesn't dare lift his head, sweat pouring down his back. Hisu also keeps her face to the floor, holding her breath and listening. The footsteps stop. The silence is terrifying. Is he gone? Yong-jin wonders, then dares to sneak a peek. An ancient, grotesque face with a savage grin slams right into his vision. And here is where things get truly twisted. Awake now? The old man chuckles. Yong-jin freezes, able to do nothing but stare as the man's neck suddenly stretches out, placing his head on the floor to look him right in the eyes. Huh? Yong-jin asks, completely lost. Why am I the bad kid? Hisu, who's suddenly stopped crying, turns and protests too. That's right, we're good kids. And good kids are supposed to get rice cakes. Her fear instantly morphs into outrage. So give us our rice cakes. Hey, don't provoke him, Yong-jin whispers frantically. The old man just sneers back, asking, and how exactly will you prove you're good kids? Well, how are you going to prove we're bad ones? Yong-jin snaps back, tense. Are you dutiful children? Prove it. What? Yong-jin flinches. He's got nothing for this. I don't have parents. Hearing that, the old man's eyes practically bulge out of his head as he screeches, You disrespectful brat. How dare you disrespect your parents? Yong-jin and Hisu jump back in terror. The creature raises its knife, pointing it straight at Yong-jin with a triumphant grin. Perfect. You'll make an excellent pickle. Yong-jin collapses, all the fight gone out of him. No, that's not it. Hisu quickly cries out. Yong-jin really doesn't have parents. The boogeyman doesn't care at all, laughing as he says, Then you're a disrespectful child too. Hisu pipes up. Wait, it seems like the only crime here is being disrespectful. He turns his focus back to Yong-jin. Disrespecting your parents is the same as killing them. It's the ultimate sin. The old man raises his gleaming knife, ready to strike down. In this life or death moment, Yong-jin calmly says, "They passed away." The old creature freezes, his screams dying in his throat. Then he whips around, pointing straight at Hisu. "Then you must be the disrespectful child." Both kids are completely baffled. What is even happening anymore? Yong-jin thinks, fed up. The old man begins to describe an image of a young woman praying at an altar. "Oh great boogeyman, my daughter is disobedient and wicked. Please, take her away." Signed, Hisu's mother. "Your mother begs me every single night to take a naughty girl like you away," he says. Hisu is stunned, her face falling in disbelief as she stammers, That was my mom." Now watch this. A loud noise suddenly echoes from outside, the sharp clang of a bell cutting their conversation short. The creature falls silent, giving the door a thoughtful look, before heading toward it, but not before warning them, "Be good, and wait right here." His figure disappears behind the door. As the loud noises fade, the door slams shut. Yong-jin and Hisu stare at each other, feeling a sliver of relief. He groans, trying to sit up, but the ragged cloth they're wearing is tangled and uncomfortable. Hisu tries to shake the salt out of her hair. "This is our shrine," she suddenly realizes. "What? What's wrong? You came here too, right?" "So what now?" Yong-jin demands. She just waves her hand, as if telling him to just pull out the vegetables. "I left the vegetables at home, and I forgot my other stuff too," he replies, totally defeated. Hisu blinks innocently, spreading her hands in a cute gesture. "Can't you just do this and make them appear?" "It worked before," she says. "What?" Yong-jin is stunned. In this tense situation, they're still chatting like this? "You think this is a comic book?" Yong-jin has had enough. "If we can't do that, then sorry, we need to get out of here first," he says. Going through that door means running right back into that old man. "Yong-jin!" Hisu suddenly calls out. She's already on her feet, pointing to another door behind them. They decide to use that exit, the salt crunching under their every step. The moment they step outside, Yong-jin's eyes widen in amazement. He looks all around, from the ornate floor tiles to walls covered in complex religious carvings. He stares, dumbfounded, at a giant Buddha statue, then at the massive swords plunged into the ground around it. What in the world is this place, he wonders. "Yong-jin," Hisu calls out, having found a wardrobe behind them. "Hey, let's wear these for now. It's too embarrassing to go outside like this." They take off the ragged, salt-covered cloths, their backs turned to each other. "Don't you dare look. You neither." In separate corners, they silently change into the temple's robes. Yong-jin puts on a white outfit with a simple rope belt, its hem sometimes flying up to reveal his thigh. He shyly pulls it down, flustered. "Where are my clothes? How am I supposed to go out dressed like this?" Hisu, now in a yellow robe, just laughs. "I'll pay for the taxi. That's not the point." She points to a massive, magnificent door ahead. "The courtyard is just through there, right?" Yong-jin is staring blankly when he suddenly spots something. Now, here's where it gets intense. He frowns, sweat beading on his forehead as his expression turns serious. "Hey. Beyond that grand door stands a tall silhouette. I think someone's there," he says. They both fall silent, staring intently toward the door. The figure is getting much closer. The door slowly opens, and people in red tops and purple pants begin filing in. Tense and terrified, Yong-jin and Hisu quickly duck into a small cabinet in the corner. Outside, the sun is nearly gone, and darkness is creeping in. The temple grounds are silent, with only the moonlight casting the shadow of a lonely tree. After hiding for a while without hearing anything, he wonders, why is it so quiet? Yong-jin risks it, reaching a hand toward the door to peek outside. The second he opens a tiny crack, a face is pressed against it. Its eyes are wide open, staring right into his with a horrifying, chilling grin. Yong-jin is completely stunned. But then, with a strange calm, he quickly slams the cabinet door shut. He presses his hands against the doors, trying to hold them shut. He turns to Hisu with a grave look. "We're screwed." She's terrified, but it's useless. The door on her side is easily pried open. A massive figure appears, its head hidden by the cabinet frame, making it even more terrifying. Suddenly, Hisu freezes as if she recognizes them. She backs away, calling out to Yong-jin's shock. "Mom?" And here's where this story turns into an absolute nightmare. A hand reaches in, grabs her head, and brutally yanks her out. Hisu screams in agony. "Lee Hisu!" Yong-jin screams in horror, powerless to do anything. The woman drags her out and shoves her onto the cold, hard floor. Hisu trembles, not daring to look up as a cold voice asks, "You're home? Why didn't you say so?" The dark figure slowly comes into view. Hisu. She calls her daughter's name with zero warmth. I was so worried. She stares down for a moment before her sharp gaze shifts to the cabinet, landing on Yong-jin's terrified face. She smirks, as if asking, You brought a friend home too? Yong-jin tries to break the suffocating tension, awkwardly crawling out and trying his best to look calm. He stands up, quickly dusting off his clothes. Something urgent came up at my place. I think I should get going. The woman just stands there, silent, that same unsettling smile on her face. Next time, Yong-jin adds, trying to cut through the terrifying silence, I'll come play again. At that moment, Hisu's face is pure desperation. She looks up at him, utterly bewildered. Yong-jin grows more tense, turning to her and blurting out a lie. Hey, Lee Hisu, I don't know the way back. Can you walk me home? The woman says nothing, just keeps that bone-chilling smile. Yong-jin quickly grabs Hisu's hand, and they awkwardly turn to make a run for it. Suddenly, the woman purses her lips and makes a strange humming sound, exactly like before. That sound freezes him solid. And don't blink, because what happens next is pure nightmare fuel. She turns, her voice eerily calm. When you meet a friend's parents, you're supposed to greet them, right? A chilling sensation runs down his spine. Yong-jin dazedly looks down at his feet. A severed, blackened, and disgusting hand is clamped tightly around his ankle. Right after, dozens of other hands burst up from the floorboards, grabbing onto him tightly. Countless dried, corpse-like faces with hollow eyes scream in silent despair, desperately clinging to his body. Hisu's mother finally reveals her true form. Her eyes glow with a sharp light, her voice as cold as ice. Humph. You weren't taught any manners, were you? Darkness rushes forward, engulfing Yong-jin along with the swarm of ghostly hands. He freezes, completely and utterly stunned. Yong-jin, she calls his name, her eyes fixed on him. Children who aren't taught properly need a lesson. The ghouls lunge forward, knocking both him and Hisu to the ground. No need to turn around, Hisu's mother says with a triumphant smile. Either way, you're not getting out of here. Just then, a mysterious voice echoes from the doorway. What do you think you're doing? It's the boogeyman, stepping inside, clad in a tattered suit. Hisu's mother glances at him. Honey, if you're finished, you can go. The ghouls clinging to Yong-jin suddenly tighten their grip. The boogeyman narrows his eyes, silent for a moment. As if reading his mind, the woman replies, Yes, it's him. Is that so? The boogeyman says coldly. Yong-jin and Hisu look at him with a tiny flicker of hope. Okay, I know what you're thinking, a hero has arrived, right? But what he says next makes both their faces go pale. These kids are good kids, he declares, but you are a terrible mother. He points straight at her face, his voice sharp. A terrible shaman also needs to be punished. She just scoffs. Has this old man lost his mind? What? Do you know why you're trapped here? She asks. Let me tell you. She flicks a finger and a white silk ribbon flies out, aiming for the boogeyman. He swings his sword and cuts it, but the ribbon instantly wraps tightly around his hand and then his entire body. Hisu and Yong-jin can only watch the scene in horror. Bound by the silk, the boogeyman shrinks in an instant. She points a finger, sealing him inside a porcelain jar. With a snap, a talisman seals the opening. You got out and you still don't know your place, she says coldly. What good are you if you can't even recognize your own master? Yong-jin eyes her cautiously. The woman turns back, smiling at him. Are you kids done eating? She suddenly asks. The ghouls clinging to them abruptly let go. Immediately, Yong-jin feels his head spin. His limbs feel heavy, completely drained of strength. He stumbles and falls, his hands shaking uncontrollably. What's wrong? Her voice is ice cold. Didn't you say you wanted to go home? Yong-jin is horrified. His body won't move, completely paralyzed. Yong-jin, Hisu whispers beside him. Look over there. In the distance, the ghouls are gathering, giggling amongst themselves. I think we've been tricked, she says. Suddenly, an invisible force shoves Yong-jin, sending him crashing to the floor. Go on. Hisu's mother's voice rings out, now as cruel as a demon's. You're not going anywhere. Mom, Hisu says in a terrified whisper, squeezing her eyes shut, her face pale. Please, Mom, stop. Mother? The woman glares straight at her. You know full well I'm not your mother. What are you trying to pull? She warns. Stay quiet and stand still before I lock you up with them. Then she turns back to Yong-jin, smiling victoriously. Now, it's your turn. Just then, another voice calls from outside. Goddess, are you in there? Interrupted. Hisu's mother shoots Yong-jin an angry glare before turning to leave, slamming the door shut behind her. The scenery abruptly changes. They're back in the original room. Yong-jin is still dazed. We're back again? He sighs, getting up. Your mom is seriously scary. That's not my mom, Hisu whispers. I know, Yong-jin replies. I was just, I'm sure she's normally very kind. My mom is very gentle and kind, she says. She's never even said a harsh word to anyone. She falls silent, lost in thought, memories of her sweet mother clashing with the brutal reality of possession. Yong-jin, she calls out suddenly. What is it? I'm sorry, Hisu says abruptly. You're in danger again because of me. Yong-jin rolls his eyes, annoyed. Are you kidding me? In your eyes, I must seem so selfish and annoying, right? She says, her voice trembling, tears welling up. No, he replies, then adds. But you are getting on my nerves right now. I'm so sorry, she bursts into tears, sobbing. Hisu's crying is giving him a headache. Stop crying and stop apologizing. He sighs. I think we're screwed. And you and I both know he's probably right. Hearing this, Hisu breaks down completely. It's hopeless. She's apologizing, blaming herself for everything. I'm sorry I asked for your help. You must be so scared. But then, she chokes out the real reason for her terror. If they do nothing, her mom is done for. She saw it with her own eyes. Her mother's skin is rotting away. Hisu flashes back to that horrifying day, hiding in a corner, watching in terror as her mom's flesh literally decayed. The demon wearing her body had said it itself. This vessel won't last much longer. Why are you only telling me this now? Yong-jin demands. I didn't want to be a burden to you, she whispers. You're already a burden. What's the difference? He snaps back. Hisu turns away, whimpering. That was before the evil spirit possessed her. What if? What if it's already too late? Yong-jin cuts her off. Hey, stop with the negativity, and stop apologizing. The air goes silent again, and this is where things get interesting. Maybe there are conditions for possession, Yong-jin suddenly says, breaking the quiet. Conditions? If the body rots, it has to find a new one to possess, he explains. But it didn't possess you, even after it was driven out. Hearing that, Hisu's eyes fly open in realization. Yong-jin keeps piecing it together. A normal human body would die if occupied for too long. It needs another vessel. I think it even said so. That's it, it was planning to possess you. Does your family have a spiritual lineage too? Hisu asks, seemingly out of nowhere. Why would your ancestor come to help you personally? My family, Yong-jin admits, has been shamans for generations. Are you kidding me? She asks. I'm not. Suddenly, he feels something, a flicker of movement in his finger. Hey, Yong-jin says, his face lighting up. I can move a little bit. You try it too, he urges. Hisu tries, straining to move, but she's still completely paralyzed while Yong-jin is already able to wave his hand around. Still, nothing for me. I'm free. Yong-jin suddenly sits bolt upright, overjoyed. Hey, Lee Hisu, grab my shoulder, he commands. Okay, she says, obediently grabbing onto him. Yong-jin rocks back and forth, building momentum. 1, 2, 3. He gives a mighty pull, but it's no use. All he accomplishes is yanking his own shirt down. This is so annoying, he grumbles. You can move now too. Stop faking it and get up. I'm not faking it, Hisu protests, hurt. Yong-jin sighs as he pulls his shirt back up. Just then, a voice rings out from the door. Honeymooning? When did Jin get here? Seeing the dog, Hisu's face absolutely lights up. Ancestor, she cries. Huh? Yong-jin says, stunned. But behind Jin are others the same kids who were messing with him earlier. Hey mister, you're not wearing clothes. OMG, what a perv. One of them is carrying a massive sword, swinging it around effortlessly with a bright smile. This is yours. Yong-jin's jaw drops, unable to believe his eyes. His gaze is locked on the blade as he slowly reaches for it, but the second his fingers touch the hilt, the impossibly heavy sword clatters straight to the floor. His hand has absolutely no strength. A sharp pain shoots from his swollen red hand up his arm, and Yong-jin lets out a small yelp. The kids burst out laughing at him. What kind of comedy act is this? Wow, he's so weak he can't even lift it. One mocks. Seriously weak. Hey, what is this place anyway? Another kid asks, making Yong-jin look around in surprise. Okay, I know what you're thinking. A bunch of spirit kids just showed up. And yeah, things here are definitely strange. Seeing Hisu still on the floor, a little girl with pigtails crouches beside her. Miss, are you a shaman's descendant? Yes, Hisu answers quietly. Then are you good at magic? The girl's eyes sparkle. Do you want me to help you up? Without another word, Hisu immediately sits up on her own. A little later, the group arrives at another location. Whoa, this must be a shrine! Two of the kids shout in excitement. It's huge, Yong-jin warns them. Hey, You guys probably shouldn't go in there. Well, now I'm the oldest one here, right? Hisu says, putting her hands on her hips with a big grin. That's right, you're our leader now. The children all cheer in agreement. Lee Hisu, are you okay? Yonjin asks, completely bewildered by her sudden change in behavior. They are the spirits of children, a voice says beside him. Yonjin turns to see Jin explaining. Those kids can't control their own bodies, so they've possessed other children to move around. I don't really get it, but do you know them? They are spirits from heaven. There's no need to be on guard around them. So they aren't human, Yunjin thinks to himself, watching them. Meanwhile, Hisu is already having the time of her life playing with the kids. Where's the candy? Where is it? I call the chocolate flavor. Yunjin just watches them, exasperated. No need to be on guard, sure. But could they please be a little quieter? In another room, Hisu's mother pushes a brown jar across a table. Place this jar by the girl's bed when she sleeps. She instructs a haggard-looking woman who has a child's spirit clinging to her. But whatever you do not look inside. Thank you, shaman, the woman says, gratefully taking it. The shaman closes her eyes, half covering her face with a bamboo fan, and blows out a stream of hazy red energy. The spirit on the woman's shoulder senses it and instantly vanishes. I don't know why, but I feel so much better after talking to you, the woman says in amazement, a relieved smile finally appearing on her pale face. My body feels lighter, too. I'm using my own energy to suppress that evil thing, so don't let your guard down, the shaman says, lowering her fan. If this doesn't work, we'll have to perform a purification ritual. Yes, ma'am. So, how much will it be? The shaman smiles faintly. Just take it, I'm trying to save you. Why would I take your money? The woman is stunned, so moved it's like she's seeing a living saint. Just leave 10,000 won as an offering, the shaman adds softly. Yes, of course. Thank you so much. As the woman bows gratefully and leaves, the smile on the shaman's face turns sinister, her eyes glinting with malice. You'll have to come back for that ritual anyway, she thinks. She muses to herself. Ah, but the next time you come, I might not be here. What? Why not? Instead, a young boy will be sitting here, she says, an image of Yonjin flashing in her mind. From now on, you can talk to him. I've already told him about your case. But what about you, shaman? I'll be going to the mountains to meditate for a while, she says with a smile, but her eyes hide something dark. Don't worry. The boy may be young, but his spiritual power is immense. You can treat him just like you treat me. She gives a meaningful smile. He serves the same god as I do. Suddenly, a loud noise from outside grabs her attention, startling the client. Is someone out there? It's nothing, the shaman says calmly, taking a sip of tea. I have a cat. It's probably just chasing a mouse. Outside the room, a sword has fallen to the ground. What are you doing? One of the kids scolds another, always breaking things. We can just clean it up. Meanwhile, Hisu wanders over to a corner of the room. Huh? What's this? It's a brown jar. Curious, she reaches out to open the lid. Why would there be a jar in a temple? Hey, don't touch that. Jin whirls around and yells, Get back now. Another kid screams. And trust me, you and I are about to find out why. Hisu stumbles back in shock, her hand accidentally knocking the lid off another jar sitting nearby. A huge explosion erupts, sending Hisu flying backward. One of the kids uses his power to try and catch her, but the impact throws them both to the ground. Hisu, the boy shouts in panic. Hisu grits her teeth, pain etched on her face as she pushes herself up. What just happened? Yongjin rushes toward her, screaming, Hisu, get back! Hisu turns around and freezes. And this is where things get truly twisted. Hovering right behind her is a faceless spirit with mangled, deformed fingers. Pure horror drains the color from her face, her eyes going blank as her mind completely shuts down. Yongjin grips his sword, lets out a roar, and hurls it with all his strength, straight at the spirit. The blade phases right through it, embedding itself in the wall behind. The demon vanishes into thin air, and the kids nearby erupt in cheers. Yongjin gasps for breath, when suddenly a cold voice cuts through the air. Well now, that was a little much. Yongjin freezes solid. Hisu's mother steps out. You're all being far too noisy. The children turn to stare at her. She looks to Yongjin, her voice dark and ominous. Yongjin, are you all recovered? He doesn't respond, just standing there as a sickening laughter begins to echo. He stares at Hisu's mother in sheer terror. She's grinning like a monster, her eyes glowing with a brilliant crimson light. You really do have a perfect body. Yongjin and Hisu watch, horrified, as she slowly closes in. You should have stayed hidden. You shouldn't have interfered with my affairs. You idiot. Yongjin's face is deathly pale. He clenches his jaw, unable to say a word. She takes a drag from her pipe and exhales a cloud of sinister red smoke, which the child's spirits instantly inhale. They rise in unison, moving like soulless puppets on a string. Are you going to play with these evil spirits again? A voice challenges. A clear voice rings out, catching her attention. The child with prayer beads stands before the other spirits, glowing with a soft blue light. I won't let that happen. You've done a very terrible thing, haven't you? Hisu's mother scoffs, her face filled with contempt. A shaman doing this? The child in red clothing speaks up. It's always the shamans with the strongest spiritual power who do the most evil things, the child in blue explains. The boy's eyes flare as he angrily confronts her. Where are these children's fingers? She says nothing, just purses her lips with disdain. Just then, another voice cries out. Shaman, a girl holding a jar stammers. What is this? Her face is pale and covered in sweat, her terrified eyes locked on something else. Yong-jin follows her gaze, his own fear rising. Their eyes meet for a split second. The jar in the girl's hand suddenly cracks, and a bizarre red light flashes from the fracture. You think that was it? Not even close. The jar shatters, and an orb-like entity escapes, morphing into a monstrous spirit. It opens its massive maw and lunges for Yong-jin as he throws his hands up in panic. That body is mine, the spirit shrieks, ready to swallow him whole. But in that instant, it explodes, collapsing in front of Yong-jin. A cold voice echoes, How dare you? Hisu's mother clenches her fist, her eyes filled with scorn. How could it possibly belong to you? Her blazing red eyes radiate absolute ownership. He belongs to me. Yong-jin stares, horrified by the scene. A giant black circle materializes in front of Hisu's mother. Tch! She clicks her tongue, glancing at the girl lying motionless on the floor. One down. Suddenly, the sound of chanting fills the air. Startled, she whips around to see the children with their hands clasped, chanting non-stop. They have her completely surrounded. So many little tricks, she sneers, pulling the ornate pin from her hair. Such petty little games. She takes the pin and slices it across her finger, drawing blood. The drops hit the ground, spreading like red snakes before forming two crimson words. Deep grudge. This level of resentment, the boy gasps, staring at the raw evil energy. Her face is now utterly demonic, a wicked smile stretching from ear to ear. It won't be that easy, she thinks, remembering enraged protesters and mountains of built-up hatred. This curse will spread across the entire world. She closes in on the boy, leaning down. Why believe in all that divine nonsense, she whispers. You asked where the hands were, right? She opens her mouth impossibly wide. Inside, instead of a tongue and teeth, are countless squirming children's fingers. All right, I gotta warn you, this next part is pure nightmare fuel. The boy sees the horrific sight and lets out a blood-curdling scream. His cry of utter despair seems to delight her. She throws her head back and laughs as a red aura pours from her body, attracting countless demons and ghouls like a magnet. The little girl takes a closer look at the crowd and reels back in shock. Brother, these kids. Before she can finish her sentence, fear paralyzes her. She sees the horde of mindless monsters rushing right for them, dark figures charging with mouths wide open. Meanwhile, Hisu's mother is absorbing a strange energy into her body. The girl dashes out to block something, but with a sickening thud, she collapses to the ground. The boy beside her rushes over in a panic. But then, he realizes the horrifying truth. Their bodies. Have they all been possessed by demons? He looks at the twisted ghouls, his heart aching. They can't grow up, they can't be human, and they'll never see their parents again. The girl's eyes fill with tears. What do we do? They're suffering so much, the girl cries out desperately. Everyone, wake up! Let's go see our mothers. The woman just smirks. What is this pathetic little show? She ignores them, continuing to absorb the dark energy. The ghosts go berserk, swarming the little girl. Seeing this, the boy trembles with fury, his eyes filled with pure hatred as he glares at the woman. You think you'll get away with this? Suddenly, an unseen hand slams his head into the ground. Even through the pain, he manages to glare up and threaten her. When my brother gets here, you're dead. She merely glances down and smiles, her voice dripping with mockery. Go on then. Call him. Call anyone you want. I'll just send all of you to the other side at once. As she speaks, an invisible hand grips his head, slowly squeezing his vision shut. Through a tiny sliver of sight, he sees her turn away, her eyes cold and triumphant. Now that no one is in my way, shall we continue? After this, I will become a god. No, even greater than a god. Yong-jin glares at her with seething hatred, while Hisu watches, her eyes wide with fear. He grits his teeth, totally helpless. As she reaches a hand toward Yong-jin's head, something flashes past, shocking her. She stumbles back. It's a dagger, thrown with so much force it's now buried deep in the wall behind her. Before she can even process it, a mocking voice rings out. A god? And even greater than a god? And just when you think it's all over, the cavalry arrives. How ridiculous. Since when does a creature like you dare speak the name of a god? The speaker is Jin, appearing as a dog but radiating an overwhelming sharp aura. The woman stares in shock, clutching her now bleeding wrist. A dog? She mutters, watching the animal stand unfazed inside her magic circle. To still be standing. This is no ordinary dog. Jin smirks. It seems you can't see my true form. Your spiritual sight must be fading, mustn't it? Suspicious, she demands. Just what the hell are you? From the dog's paws, a small light glows, then erupts, enveloping him completely. When it fades, Jin stands in his true godly form, arms crossed with an air of pure arrogance. A god? It had to be. Both Yong-jin and Hisu are absolutely floored. Hisu's mother is stunned, unable to believe the sight before her eyes. For the two terrified kids, Jin's arrival is their final lifeline, but Hisu's mother just grinds her teeth, eyes wide with rage. A god, you say? Jin's face remains a cold, emotionless mask. Now do you see my true form? After a moment of shock, she smirks, still sure of her victory, and lets out a demonic laugh. Well, well, a handsome god from the celestial palace. Jin just gives a slight, dismissive smile. They face off, neither one willing to back down an inch. Keep that form, she continues, if you don't want to die in a dog's body. She squints, judging his robes, guessing he must be some kind of war god. Yong-jin is totally confused. What? Why is the ancestor just standing there? Jin calmly watches her ramble on, but then his gaze suddenly flicks over toward Yong-jin. From Jin's point of view, the boy is sitting weakly on the ground, surrounded by a swirling red aura. Seeing his distraction, Hisu's mother snaps. Where are you looking? Don't even think about trying any tricks. It's useless. Jin replies, I was just a bit hesitant, since you're currently in a human body. Yong-jin senses Jin has a plan. Is the ancestor going to do something to me in this state? Pushing aside the questions, the woman begins her chant with a wicked grin. Okay, you're not going to want to miss this. If you claim to be a god, she sneers, let's see you block a sorcerer's attack. With that, she unleashes a terrifying blast of power straight at Jin. Ancestor! Yong-jin screams in pure terror. With a single move, she sends Jin flying. Is that all you've got? She mocks. And you call yourself a god? Nothing but an empty vessel making a lot of noise, she thinks triumphantly, her eyes glowing with a deadly red light. If you were a real god, casting me out of this body would be a simple matter. Jin remains silent and still, taking the humiliation. Has this so-called god been degraded into a stray dog? She scoffs. Yong-jin is in complete disbelief, his mouth hanging open, speechless. He actually dared to pretend he was a god? Abruptly, her gaze shifts back to Yong-jin, making his face drain of all color. Yong-jin, is this all your pathetic crew has to offer? Her eyes gleam, her smile growing ecstatic. In that case, be a good boy and hand that body over to me. He lowers his head in fear. I'll be merciful and spare your friends. The more you fight, the worse this gets for all of you. The massive hand of Hisu's mother reaches for Yong-jin. No, she grabs his collar, yanking him toward her. You don't get a choice, she growls. Terrified, Yong-jin still tries to act tough. Oh yeah? What if I bite my tongue and end it right here? Before he can finish, Hisu's mother cuts him off. Go on, do it. I'll snatch your body before you're even dead, she says, her expression growing more and more thrilled. I am far more powerful now than ever before. Suddenly, a weak voice cuts in. Annoyed, Hisu's mother glances over. A small but determined hand is clutching the hem of her dress. It's Hisu, lying sprawled on the ground, completely drained of strength, but her hand is still gripping her mother's clothes. Don't do it, Leah, she says, trembling. Yong-jin looks on, worried. Please, get out of my mom's body, Hisu pleads, tears streaming down her face. Then her tone suddenly shifts to a command. Get out of there right now. The spirit's eyes don't waver. But when she hears the girl's shaky voice call out Mom, she seems to lose control for a split second, then viciously kicks the little girl away. It happens so fast, Yong-jin is frozen solid. Did you think I wouldn't kill you? That's the only reason you're still alive. She wearily touches her forehead, looking down at the motionless Hisu. You were simply still useful to me, that's all. She begins another chant in front of the horrified Yong-jin. Don't worry, I'll send your precious mother to join you soon enough. Seeing Hisu in mortal danger, Yong-jin screams in desperation, lunging forward to protect her. The little girl just offers a gentle smile, like a final goodbye. "I'm sorry," she mouths. Yong-jin freezes, watching her shut her eyes tight, accepting her death. "Hey!" he roars, charging forward in a hopeless rush. And let me tell you, this next moment changes everything. The spell suddenly vanishes just before it hits her. Then, a soft, childish voice calls out, "Mom!" The scene abruptly shifts, flashing back to the past. A younger Hisu is holding a string of beads. "This is a bracelet made from Bodhi tree seeds," her mother explains affectionately. "They're very popular right now. You should try one on." Hisu looks at the oversized bracelet on her wrist. "How can I wear this? It's so big and old-fashioned. It will protect you from evil," her mother replies. Hearing the word evil, the little girl falters. "Is it about that again?" she asks, looking down to hide her sad eyes. "I don't like it. The kids always tease me for being a shaman's daughter, and now this too," she continues with her heartbreaking words, ignoring her mother's pained expression. "And stop putting charms in my bag. Last time I took a book out, they fell all over the classroom floor. It's because I worry about you. If I get bullied because of you, will you take responsibility for it?" the girl shouts, unable to hold back any longer. "The other kids don't need this stuff, and they're living just fine. Why do we have to live like this?" she asks, quickly wiping her tears. "I hate it so much." "What about this charm?" her mother asks, holding her arms open wide. "I told you I hate charms," Hisu protests. Her mother smiles. "This is my charm. No matter where my daughter is, if you just call out, 'Mom,' I will come running and hold you in my arms." This charm is incredibly sacred. With that, she pulls her little girl into a tight hug. The scene fades, lingering on a photograph of the two of them in that cherished moment. We cut back to the present. The attack has stopped. Tears are streaming down the mother's face. Hisu looks up, sensing that something is different. The mother seems to have regained a part of her consciousness. She calls out to her daughter, "Run, my child." Both Yong-jin and Hisu are stunned. "Mom!" Hisu cries out with joy. But her mother suddenly changes direction. Realizing something is wrong, the girl yells, "Mom!" Her mother ignores her, decisively pulling a large knife that was stuck in the wall. She grips the knife tightly in her hand. "Mom, what are you doing?" Hisu asks in desperation. The mother doesn't answer. She just raises the knife high, its sharp point aimed directly at herself. "No, what are you doing?" Realizing her mother's intention, Hisu can only beg helplessly. "Don't do it." She doesn't listen, only says her daughter's name fondly. "Hisu, my daughter." Hearing that voice, Hisu freezes completely. "Mom?" Witnessing the horrific scene, Jin and Yongjin are stunned, silent. The light seems to fade entirely from Hisu's eyes. She lunges forward to catch her mother's collapsing body, screaming in utter despair. "You and I just witnessed something truly heartbreaking." "Mom! Mom!" But there's no reply. "Why?" "Mom! Look at me!" An image of Hisu, with her bright, happy smile, flashes through Yongjin's mind. "It's okay, you're definitely going to help me. Please, Mom! Mom!" Hisu cries, clinging to her mother in desperation. And just like that, Yongjin is plunged back into his own dark memories. Voices dripping with blame echo in his ears. "Yongjin, this is all your fault. Give me your body." He covers his face as visions of countless people screaming and pointing at him flash before his eyes. "You shouldn't even exist. You're the one who killed your parents, you monster." From the wound on Hisu's mother, a demonic spirit claws its way out. And I know what you're thinking. Can it get any worse? Oh, yeah, it can. This thing furiously snarls, "You wretched girl, how dare you?" Seeing it, Hisu's fear turns to pure hatred. The spirit chants and curses, then raises its bladed weapon. "Die!" Hisu quickly throws herself over her mother to protect her, but suddenly, the weapon is ripped from the demon's hand, sent flying before slamming deep into the ground. "What?" It shrieks, spinning around confused. The one holding its weapon is just a boy, but the power rolling off him is anything but ordinary. His eyes are filled with pure killing intent. It's Yongjin. The blade scrapes across the floor with a piercing shriek. "What the hell is this?" The evil spirit just sneers, a grin stretching from ear to ear. "So you're all not afraid to die? Got some real guts, huh?" The moment the words leave its mouth, Yongjin vanishes. The spirit is still glancing around in confusion when he reappears right behind it. A blade comes slashing down. It manages to dodge, but the prayer beads around its neck are sliced right through. "Damn it!" The spirit hisses, backing away as the beads scatter. "What is happening? How is my spell broken?" They're just a bunch of pathetic humans. It opens its mouth and exhales a thick cloud of white smoke. Nearby, corpses open their mouths, absorbing the smoke before transforming into thick vines that wrap tightly around the children. The spirit's broken arm is then swarmed by corpses, forming a brand new limb. It grabs a spear. "You bastard!" Yong-jin charges, swinging his sword down, but the spirit quickly parries the blow with its spear. "All right, let's watch how our boy flips the script." Their weapons clash, but Yong-jin easily parries. Then, one clean slice cuts the spear completely in half, leaving the spirit stunned. Yong-jin gives it no time to recover. He leaps forward and drives his blade straight through its hand. The spirit howls in pure agony. It rips its hand free, flipping back to create distance and landing on a high pedestal. "Who are you?" it roars. "You were just coughing up blood from my curse. You're just a lowly human." Yong-jin just laughs. Laughs, gripping his sword tight. Our hero charges straight at the evil spirit. The spirit is caught off guard, but its eyes lock onto a sealed jar nearby. Without hesitation, it hurls the jar directly at Yong-jin. "Here, catch," it sneers, a wicked grin on its face. Acting on reflex, Yong-jin slices the jar open and a swarm of bizarre black insects immediately pours out, engulfing him. "You fool," the evil spirit cackles, launching a brutal kick that sends him flying. To stop himself, Yong-jin slams his blade into the ground, looking up with pure hatred in his eyes. Now pay attention, because this is where things get nasty. The evil spirit laughs mockingly. "That's no ordinary demon," it sneers. "It's born from an ancient poison curse. You can't handle it, kid." The giant monster has a centipede's body and a demon's face. So grotesque it terrifies the children. "So gross. What is that thing?" Yong-jin stands firm, facing it down. He appears calm, but he knows his wounds are worse than he thought. The spirit thinks, "I need a human form," its eyes landing on the unconscious woman. "Guess I'll borrow this body." It grabs the woman by her neck. "I don't really like this, but you wouldn't dare attack one of your own kind, would you?" The spirit breathes white smoke into the woman, which she instantly absorbs. Suddenly, a deafening crash shatters a nearby wall, and the startled spirit whips around. An impossible sight greets its eyes with just one hand. Yong-jin has sliced the centipede monster clean in two. He turns, and a cold chill runs down the spirit's spine, slashing that curse in a single blow. And then, it just bursts out laughing, a twisted, distorted smile on its face. Unbelievably stupid. A slash like that won't kill it. Right on cue, the cells inside the centipede stir. You only made it multiply. From the two severed pieces, two new monsters form, roaring in unison. "Hey," the spirit commands, "don't kill the kid, just capture him. I need that body to become a god." But all the spirit hears are the pathetic screams of its monsters. It spins around in shock. Both centipedes have completely stopped moving. And you and I both know this is insane. Yong-jin did this alone. The spirit's jaw drops. He turns to face it, slowly licking his lips. The creature falls back, scrambling away in terror. No way. Does he eat demons too? Hisu's mother's soul watches, speechless as Yong-jin advances. Jin, in his puppy form, senses something is deeply wrong and runs toward him. "Hey!" With sharp, glowing red pupils, Yong-jin turns and swings his sword. Clang! The blade slams into the floor, stone fragments flying past Jin, missing him by mere millimeters. He then turns away, leaving Jin wide-eyed in horror. The demoness sees him coming for her and panics, terrified by the thick black smoke now swirling around him. What is he? He's not human anymore. As the thought crosses her mind, she scrambles for the door. "This is too dangerous. I have to escape." The door is blasted to pieces, allowing the demoness to escape, her face twisted in pain. But Yong-jin is already there, delivering a powerful kick right to her back. He lands, planting one foot directly on the demoness and smashing her face into the ground. A long gash is carved into the stone. Her entire face is buried in dust, pinned by Yong-jin's foot, which feels impossibly heavy. As his sword rises, she panics and flees the moment he lifts his foot. Seeing his prey try to run, he kicks her back to the ground. Yong-jin's expression is utterly indifferent, like he's looking at an insect. Flashes of memory return to her, a figure falling, cursed by the world. The memories drive her mad. A nightmare of a girl on a funeral pyre fills her with unending resentment. "But I am a god." The sounds of wailing, crying, and crackling fire echo in her ears, her last memory a warped smile in a sea of flames. The scene shifts again. A clear sky, a gentle breeze. Offerings are piled like mountains, money, white rice, fruit, and even a whole roasted pig. The villagers bow their heads reverently, offering solemn prayers. Before them, the village shaman performs the ritual with a fan and a bell. When the ceremony ends, the shaman smiles. The gods have heard our prayers. Tomorrow, it will rain. But the next day, the sun is as scorching as ever. The shaman's hands begin to tremble. Why? She asks herself 1,000 times in her heart, why didn't the sky bring rain? In a rage, she kicks the offering table. Damn it, how did it come to this? Sweat pours down her face. I can't feel anything anymore. My power is gone. No one will respect me now. The villagers have all left. Staring at the altar she's maintained for years, a terrifying thought creeps into the sorceress's mind. What if there are no gods? The ridiculous idea leaves her stunned. That's right, from the very beginning, it was all just her own talent. Whispers pull her back to reality as the remaining villagers see her, then flee in fear. Feeling completely ostracized, the sorceress's mood sours even more. In a rundown tavern, rumors are spreading faster than the booze. Hey, what's the deal with that sorceress? Heard she was punished by the gods and lost all her power, one man slurs. Is that so? I also heard she destroyed her own shrine. What a fraud. I never trusted her anyway. They have no idea the sorceress is standing right behind them, catching every single word. Hey, her ice-cold voice makes a drunk choke on his drink. A great plague is coming to this village. You must perform a ritual to the gods if you hope to survive. But times have changed, and the villagers just look at her with contempt. A ritual? What are you talking about? We're out of rice. What do we have to offer? Or are you telling us to go steal from someone else? Another man chimes in. Come on, a man slurs. At least she's praying for the village. Praying for what? She has no power left. She's just trying to trick us. Everyone shoos her away. Pathetic. A woman like you, why should we believe a single word you say? A plague? What nonsense. All lies. Get out of our sight, you crazy old hag. The sorceress's voice drops low. How dare you? The jeering crowd suddenly goes silent, frozen by her murderous glare. You dare look down on a sorceress like me? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? With that, she lets out a chilling, maniacal laugh. The crowd is provoked. A bearded man points right in her face. You hag. You say you were chosen by the gods? None of your recent spells have worked. It's all just lies. We're about to die from a plague and you're still running your mouth. The sorceress says nothing, just gives him a look like a predator locking onto its prey. And here's where things take a dark, dark turn. Oh heavens, Mr. Kim is gone, the neighborhood ladies whisper. The moment the sorceress left, our village fell into trouble. Mr. Kim mocked her before, said he didn't believe in the gods, and now his whole family is dead from sickness. His wife and kids are bedridden too. Hiding behind a nearby wall, the sorceress listens, a satisfied smile spreading across her lips. She knows it won't be long before they come begging for her to return. The gods truly cannot be trifled with. It's because Mr. Kim kept saying the sorceress lost her power that this happened. I heard the family next door is holding a ritual to ward off curses, too. They did so many evil things and couldn't even have children. Now they're finally turning to the gods. Feeling pleased, the sorceress quietly exhales a stream of dark energy. From the fresh corpses, countless invisible hungry ghosts crawl out, obediently climbing onto her. At the same time she departs, leaving behind a crowd being consumed by fear. Now, we can only rely on her. Hey, Mother Dong-yi, watch your daughter carefully. Times are chaotic. Don't let her play outside at night. After that incident, wealth and fame returned to her. In the middle of a soul-cleansing ritual, the woman flashes a smug smile. Some time passes. Late one night, a desperate cry echoes through the village. Dong-yi, my child. The mother sobs, tears streaming down her face. The villagers listening in are terrified. What's wrong? My daughter is missing. I told you not to let her go out at night. A ghost must have taken her. Don't say such things. She probably just got lost. Everyone, please help me look for her. Under the bright full moon, in a dark and gloomy corner, a skinny little girl lies curled up on the cold ground. She shivers, clutching her stomach, her body nothing but skin and bones. The sorceress smiles and calls out, "Come now, my child." She sits down, offering a fragrant piece of cake, her voice full of dark charm. Are you hungry? The little girl's eyes light up with a desperate craving. Too weak to even speak, she just lets out a small sound, trying to reach her bony hand toward the cake. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, this gets way more twisted. Go on, eat, the sorceress says cheerfully. But then, from her sleeve, she pulls out a massive knife. The blade gleams as she swings it up and chops straight down. Her target? That outstretched hand. After the deed is done, the sorceress covers a nearby jar with a lid and walks away. She has no idea that from a distance, another little girl with a freckled face witnessed everything. The girl stands behind a door, her face pale with horror. The sorceress returns to her room, looking around. Dong-yi, where did you go? Wandering around at night without telling me. You'll get snatched by a ghost, she mutters. In the corner of the house, inside a large jar, Dong-yi holds her breath in terror. The next morning, the sorceress holds another ceremony. Dong-yi's mother stands in the crowd, her eyes red from crying, silently praying for her daughter. Suddenly, she's startled. Dong-yi is climbing out of the jar, frantically running towards her. Seeing her child, the mother bursts with happiness. The little girl hugs her mom, then trembles as she points at the one behind it all. The entire crowd is stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Exposed, the sorceress's face turns dark. In the flickering torchlight, a horrified man collapses to the ground. His trembling hand points at a bamboo tube. From inside, a severed finger bone falls out. The child's parents let out a gut-wrenching scream. The sorceress is quickly tied up amidst a storm of curses. "Give me back my child, you evil demon," she just scoffs. Regretting it now, are we? What? The sorceress lays it all bare. This is what you all wanted. When you needed to use me, you said nothing. But the moment it affects you, you start screaming. Your children died because of your own bottomless greed. Those words leave the villagers reeling. You blind fools will pay the price, she hisses through clenched teeth. The villagers can't take it anymore. A barrage of spit and curses rains down on her. You psycho, aren't you afraid of the gods' punishment? The sorceress's smile twists grotesquely. The gods? Why would I be afraid of them? If the gods really existed, I wouldn't have lived to see this day. In the crowd, a woman snatches a torch and madly rushes forward, throwing it directly at the sorceress. Die! The grieving mother's curse rings out. The flames catch the straw and wood, slowly crawling up her body, but the hag remains calm. Even if the holy spirits appeared, they couldn't do anything to me. The villagers stare dumbfounded as she's burned alive. The sorceress's mouth stretches into a horrifying grin. Even if I'm here, all of you will have to die. Her voice mixes with the flames. I am the god of resentment, the god of greed. All of you are nourishing my power. And that's where we leave it. You and I just saw a villain truly born. Her body turns to ash, but a terrifying sound echoes out. I will be the embodiment of the god. Just then, on the ground, two red points of light connect, forming a magic circle that traps Yong-jin and the female demon. The moment it appears, countless jars begin to tremble and then explode in unison, unleashing swarms of red, snake-like energy. Resentful spirits swarm the demoness, feeding her their energy until she is reborn from the embers. Now, it's time to punish you all. Her eyes flare like headlights as she lunges at Yong-jin. Countless tendrils lash out at him relentlessly, but Yong-jin dodges every single one with ease. I'll kill every last one of you. The demoness shrieks as the flames of resentment around her body burn even hotter. The kids and Hisu watch in terror. Big brother, be careful. Oh no, one child whispers, watching Yong-jin block the attack. He thinks to himself, right now, he looks even scarier than the demon. On Yong-jin's face is a truly villainous smile. He effortlessly lifts his blade, shocking the demoness. The weapon moves like the wind, gliding through her and severing every single tendril around her body into pieces. But the demoness doesn't fall. From her severed limbs, new snakes begin to sprout. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashes a storm of red threads. Die! Yong-jin leaps high into the air, slicing through several threads as the demoness watches in horror. From above, he swings again as the black smoke around him forms a layer of dragon scales. One of his eyes suddenly turns pure white. Encircling him is the massive aura of a black dragon. Even Old Man Jin, in his dog form, is left completely speechless. Yong-jin raises his blade, the dragon mirroring his movement. The demoness unleashes her swarms of snakes again. What is he planning to do? Jin panics, seeing the two forces about to clash. In the distance, a folding fan snaps open. Instantly, Yong-jin and the demoness freeze, as if paralyzed. Windbreak, a clear voice rings out. A massive whirlwind tears through the air, ripping the two fighters apart. It shatters the demoness, who fades with a faint whisper, before blasting Yong-jin away as well. The fan snaps shut. The storm vanishes. Yong-jin looks up, completely baffled. And that's where we leave it, as the owner of the fan speaks a single name, Hangyuk. A frosty chill erupts from the fan, coiling around Yong-jin and trapping him in a cage of ice. The stranger raises the fan, forming a seal. Yong-jin's hand finally releases the knife as his consciousness snaps back into place. The one who intervened, the earthly branch's celestial child, and trust me, this character changes the entire game, a god from the heavens with world-weary eyes who's been silent this whole time. The little kids rush over, cheering for him. The demon woman, though blasted away, desperately drags her broken body forward. Seeing her clinging to life like this terrifies the children. What is that? So gross. The celestial child just glances over coldly. You! What are you? The demon woman whispers, her arm like a dry twig reaching for him. That power. How can you wield the authority of the mountain god? The boy looks at her like she's an absolute idiot and spits out a few incredibly arrogant words. Because I am a god. What? The celestial child continues slowly, an earthly branch god. His entire being radiates a divine arrogance that floors the demon woman. A god? Her worn-down fangs chatter as she drools. A real god? The children's clear eyes watch nervously as tears begin to stream from the demon woman's empty sockets. She drags her twisted feet forward, step by step, clutching the hem of the god's robe. Why? Her voice is thick with pure resentment. Why didn't you listen to my prayers? Why didn't you? She relives the most desperate moment of her life. When I needed you most, where were you? If you had appeared sooner, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Why did you let me die? What kind of god abandons his own believer? The celestial being looks at her like she's telling a joke, flicking her filthy hand away and brushing off his robes. Prayers? He scoffs. Look at yourself. You undoubtedly only prayed for your own filthy, selfish gains. No god would ever listen to prayers like that. Just as he finishes, tiny demons crawl from her sleeves, devouring her remaining life force. You were blinded by greed, forgot your duty, and committed the 10 evils. He coldly lists her crimes. No! The demon woman screams. What's there to cry about? He sneers. Don't you see the souls of those who died unjustly at your hands? They started it, she tries to argue. The celestial child falls silent, the air turning ice cold. And you and I are about to witness just how cruel a god's judgment can be. I sentence you to hell. The fan in his hand snaps open. A crescent moon seal appears on his forehead, and a black vortex erupts, sucking the demon woman in. No, you can't. She trembles. Save me. I can't die like this, she begs. His eyes are cold, watching her like a cat toying with a mouse. Please, save me. It's over. The black vortex rushes forward, shredding the demon woman to pieces. And just like that, she is gone. The kids look at their brother with pure admiration. What about the human? The celestial child asks. Ah, the human, one kid exclaims in alarm. He got stabbed. The evening sun paints the sky red as the celestial child approaches Hisu and her mother. Seeing a stranger, a frightened Hisu clings tightly to her mom. Still breathing, he murmurs. He opens his fan, the symbol on it changing. A flower blooms above Hisu's head. With a flick of the fan, countless petals envelop her mother, healing her arm and stitching up the deep stab wound. Color slowly returns to her face. Hisu stares, mesmerized by the impossibly beautiful sight. The celestial child closes his fan, and the flowers vanish, leaving a soft light around the mother. Mom? Hisu gently shakes her. She's just sleeping, don't worry. He reassures her. Hisu looks at her mother anxiously. A gentle smile, just like before, has returned to her lips. Fresh tears well up in Hisu's eyes. How is this possible? We're so glad, a little girl says happily. Our big brother is a great god from the heavens, the kids boast proudly. Of the 12 earthly branch gods, he's the very first. This stuff is easy for him. Hisu is stunned, quickly bowing her head. Thank you, my lord. The celestial child covers his mouth and coughs, hiding the red bloodstain spreading on his sleeve. No need for thanks, he says. But could you do me a favor? His hand, gripping the fan, is trembling. He's used far too much power today. He waves his fan, sweeping away the demons surrounding 2 other people, and the glass trapping them shatters. When that sorcerer wakes up, have him collect these children's fingers and perform a purification ritual. Now, let's get back to Yong-jin, who's about to wake up to a whole new world of problems. The celestial child stands in the unnerving twilight, watching him float in the mist with an amused glint in his eye. Hey, he calls out, startling the puppy form, Jin, let's go. The celestial being walks over to Yong-jin, raises his fan, and taps him lightly on the head. Yong-jin's eyes slowly flutter open, waking from his coma. He stares blankly at the total stranger standing before him. Not only that, but he's surrounded by a thick, binding smoke, making him even more confused. What is this? He struggles, but the smoke holds firm until it suddenly vanishes. Yong-jin loses his balance and thuds to the ground. He quickly sits up and looks around in shock. The entire area is devastated. Total confusion is written all over his face. What the hell is going on? Where am I? Then something clicks. The image of Hisu's mom falling. Hisu sobs. He immediately whips his head around, searching. Hisu! And just then, Hisu appears. She stares at him, then slaps both hands on his cheeks to make sure she isn't dreaming. Are you okay? She stammers. Yongjin's face turns bright red. I'm fine. What about you? Seeing her friend was finally awake, Hisu bursts into tears of relief. Thank goodness. I'm so sorry, Yongjin. This is all my fault. It's not your fault, he says, confused. What about your mom? Is she okay? Yeah, Hisu smiles. Thanks to the little god and the great god, all her injuries are healed. She's resting right now. Yongjin's confusion only grows. Just then, Jin in his dog form walks up. Are you sober yet, Ancestor? Yongjin stammers, scratching his head. What in the world did I miss? I'll tell you when we get home, Jin replies, but another voice cuts in. Is that so? A young boy in traditional clothes looks at Jin with a friendly smile. You seem curious too. How are you going to explain this? The entire group stares at the boy, stunned. Hisu is the one to break the silence. Let me introduce you. This is the great god from the heavens. The great god? Yong-jin looks at her, then over at Jin, who's glaring at the boy with a what are you looking at expression. Yong-jin and the great god lock eyes in a silent showdown. Suddenly, Yong-jin points behind the boy and shouts, Hey, there's a ball flying this way. This childish trick makes the great god absolutely livid. Kids gather around him. Brother, are you okay? The great god shoots a furious glare at Yong-jin's group. Let's go! White smoke envelops him and the children. They smile and wave goodbye. Let's go, bye-bye, see you later. What the hell was that? Yong-jin gawks at the sudden teleportation. Are they your friends? Hisu asks, full of admiration. Okay, even you and I have to admit, Yong-jin's connections are getting seriously weird. Suddenly, a warm voice calls out, Hisu? She quickly turns to see her mother standing in the doorway. Mom, she cries out, running to embrace her. Watching this heartwarming reunion, Yong-jin can't help but smile. Hiding behind the door, the boogeyman silently sheds a tear. He doesn't step inside, just watches from a distance before turning away. He stumbles off, humming softly. Baby cries, I won't take. Good baby. Have some cake. His voice fades, and where he stood, a handful of candy rests carefully on a piece of cloth. The sun finally sets. A notification lights up a phone screen. Your order has been delivered, it reads, along with a picture. A message from 8 hours ago? Yong-jin mutters, seeing the huge bags at his door. Oh man. He checks the items inside. It's all ruined. Are you some kind of official here, kid? Collecting tributes from the people? Jin stands beside him, his eyes full of judgment. Hisu bought this for me. It was just delivered. Yong-jin snaps back. What are you even thinking? What official? Jin glares at him. Are you shouting at your great-great-grandfather? Yong-jin completely ignores him and punches in the code to his house. How dare you speak to me like that? Being ignored makes Jin even angrier. I can overlook other things, but not your tone. Then you can just starve, Yong-jin retorts, carrying the bags inside. You disrespectful brat, Jin yells after him. Hurry up and get in, and make sure you close the door. Yong-jin cuts him off, picking up the sword he left outside as he walks in. I'm hungry. Get dinner ready. Now, Jin announces coolly as he enters, then turns and walks away, leaving Yong-jin holding everything. Wash your feet first. Yong-jin reminds him while pulling out his phone. He has a text from Hisu. Yong-jin, thank you, and I'm so sorry. If you're ever in trouble, I promise I'll be the first one there to help you, followed by a sticker of a muscular duck and another of a waving duck. Yong-jin replies to the message, then takes the bags to prepare dinner. Over on her end, Hisu's phone dings. It's just a short reply. It's nothing, but it's enough to make her smile brightly. Back at Yong-jin's, dinner is ready and Jin is eating like a man starved. So, let's get this straight. While you were out cold, that young shaman kid destroyed the monster and then healed Hisu's mom, right? Yong-jin hums in agreement while deboning a fish. That's right. Jin confirms between chews. Damn, I missed all the good parts, Yong-jin says, then glances at his ancestor who's busy devouring meat. Is he an ancestor god like you? He is not your ancestor. They fall back into silence as they eat, and Yong-jin starts feeling bitter. Where was my ancestor then? I was on the verge of death and he was nowhere in sight. You should have been the one to save me. If it weren't for that kid, I'd be dead by now. Each of his silent accusations is like a needle stabbing at his ancestor's conscience. Hit right where it hurts. Jin falls silent, the piece of meat in his mouth dropping onto his plate. It's not that I didn't want to save you, Jin explains, every word heavy with regret. It's that I couldn't. Yong-jin remembers the sword on Jin's back when he was in human form. Huh? So the sword on your back is just for decoration? Just for show, Jin answers nonchalantly. I've lost all my power. That statement makes Yong-jin stop everything. He calmly analyzes the situation. Is it because of that time you saved me from that other god? Jin seems a little surprised he knew. A few seconds later, he replies, yes, that incident is the root cause of everything. That night, you actually died. The horrific memory flashes back, along with a warm light that had radiated from Yong-jin's chest. I used every last bit of my power, Jin continues, and this divine jade. The jade hanging from his hip glows brilliantly, then slowly gets stained black. To bring you back from the realm of the dead, your special healing ability, that's my power, transferred to you. Yong-jin is stunned. What are you talking about? I already told you, Jin says, his face dead serious. From now on, you have to help me get my power back. High above on a skyscraper, a figure holding a bow silently watches from a distance. It's a girl with dangerous, piercing red eyes. She stands under the moonlight, staring off into the distance, then vanishes in a flash without a trace. A new day begins. Yong-jin is putting on his uniform when he suddenly clutches his arm in pain. His arms and legs won't stop shaking. Why does my arm hurt so much? And my legs, too. Am I really this worn out from just a little bit of running? Hey, kid, Jin speaks up from his dog form. Do you have something like a chronicle? He pauses, searching for the right words. You know, books that record the changes of the world in chronological order. You say that as if I wouldn't know what that is, Yong-jin says, losing his patience. I'm just surprised you actually have one, Jin remarks, looking amazed, asking a question, and then acting surprised by the answer. Hilarious, Yong-jin grumbles, tossing a book onto the bed. It's a history textbook I never threw away. What's this? Jin asks, curious. A history textbook, Yong-jin replies, then heads for the door. I'm off to school. All right, be careful. On the way, Yong-jin fiddles with his phone. Jin's words from last night keep replaying in his mind. Your abnormal recovery ability is also my power, transferred to you. If that's true, then shouldn't I be stronger now? And that's the question you and I both want answered. Let's start with this. Why can't our hero's stamina improve at all? That way, the demons won't target you anymore. Jin's words are baffling, but they also bring a weird sense of relief. Lost in thought, he bumps right into a statue. He flashes back to what happened last time, a cold shiver running down his spine as he quickly dodges away. Just then, a walkie-talkie-like device on the chest of a freckled kid up ahead starts beeping loudly. All 5 colored lights flash at once, but Yong-jin doesn't notice and keeps on walking. The kid's earpiece buzzes with an alert. Boring battle has concluded. He looks down, confused, as the device returns to normal. The two pass each other while the freckled boy adjusts his glasses. Down the hall, that same freckled kid ducks behind a corner. He raises a device with a 3-eyed logo and starts recording the hallway. Now, this kid might look like a creep, but this is actually a homemade ghost detector, its screen analyzing everyone in the lens. The work seems serious, but his sneaky stance is giving off major pervert vibes. Suddenly, a hand snatches the machine right out of his grip. A girl with a ponytail holds it up, inspecting it. Hey, what are you filming with this? You better not be taking secret pictures. Another girl with short hair scolds him. Overwhelmed, he quickly explains, No, I'm not filming you guys. Then who are you filming? This is a ghost detector. It's a soul-sensing application. What kind of nonsense is that? The ponytail girl snaps. You pointed the camera right at us. Where's the album? I wasn't recording. I was just looking. Just then, a new voice calls out as a handsome student throws his arm around the freckled kid's shoulder. Yo, Ji-gwon, what are you doing? Hunting ghosts again? The kid named Ji-gwon flinches, but his friend immediately turns to explain things to the two girls. Sorry about that. This guy is just obsessed with ghosts. He was checking to see if our school is haunted. The girls immediately soften up for the hot guy. Oh, is that it? Another hand snatches Ji-gwon's device. He's been like this since middle school. He lacks a bit of empathy, so just bear with him. We'll take care of him. I don't lack empathy, Ji-gwon stubbornly insists. Do Ki-hong tries to reason with him? Ji-hoon? Why let them misunderstand you? Stop filming. You've got plenty of other toys. Their friend Jia holds up a phone, showing it to the two girls. Hey, Check out his album, it's nothing but selfies, you see? Oh my god, don't look at that, Ji-gwon yells, trapped and helpless. This psycho. He's even trying to strike cool poses, ha ha. Finally, Do Ki-hong has to step in and end the public shaming. We are truly sorry. The two girls give a quick nod and head on their way. The second they're gone, Jia's cold expression returns as she crosses her arms and scolds Ji-gwon. You need to cut it out. Who walks around with a camera these days? Are you trying to get beaten up? You should have let me explain, he shoots back. Explain what? She scoffs. You were about to get dragged to the dean's office. Seeing the tension rising, Do Ki-hong steps in. Jia, can you stop cursing? This is seriously annoying and I'm not cursing. Do Ki-hong turns to Ji-gwon. But Ji-gwon, why are you on this floor? You didn't even put your books away. What do you think? He answers bluntly. Do Ki-hong's face turns pale. Don't tell me. Something happened again, did it? Hey, Jia interrupts. Do Ki-hong, stop listening to him. The more you humor him, the more he'll keep this up. When have I ever faked it? Ji-gwon retorts, offended. They're all standing in the 12th grade hallway. Remember our field trip? You didn't think that was weird? Do Ki-hong argues. Ji-gwon's recorder actually caught a ghost's voice, and the radio kept repeating, "This is fun, let's play together." Jia gives him a look like he's a complete idiot. Dude, it's an electronic device. It was probably just signal interference. That's it. Interference. Ji-gwon suddenly realizes something, making his friends stare. Okay, I know what you're thinking, but his logic is surprisingly on point. Ghosts are made from a powerful energy field. If a being like that is nearby, electronic signals get disrupted. Lights flicker, sensors malfunction. It creates waves that make devices act up. He finishes, then looks at Jia with admiration. Wow, Jia, I didn't know you knew so much about spirits. Maybe you have the makings of a ghost hunter? If you want, I'll even take you as my apprentice. Jia's face twitches uncontrollably. As if ghosts are real, you moron. Have you ever even seen one? Of course I have, Ji-gwon deadpans. I'm looking at your face right now. Damn it! Jia finally snaps, lunging at him, but Do Ki-hong quickly holds her back. This little Jia stomps her foot in pure frustration. I want to hit you so bad, I just want to hit you. Just then, the device in Ji-gwon's hand lights up again. The target has been identified. It's inside classroom 12-3. Is there really a ghost in there? Even Ji-gwon is shocked. Whoa, in this classroom? Keep your voice down, Jia warns, just as the classroom door swings open. Should we check it out? Ji-gwon whispers. I'll ask for their permission. Having Do Ki-hong around really is convenient. Just then, two girls walk out from the class. Oh, hey, Do Ki-hong, who's this? Ah, just a friend from middle school, Do Ki-hong says, slinging an arm around Ji-gwon as an introduction. Ji-gwon gets straight to the point. Can we come into your classroom for a minute? Sure, go ahead, the short-haired girl nods. But the long-haired girl asks, what is this thing? And reaches to press a button. Sorry, don't touch that. Ji-gwon quickly swats her hand away. If you touch it with hands full of that much negative energy, you'll break it. What's with this guy? Is he crazy? The whole class flocks around to see the school's most popular student. Meanwhile, Yong-jin is staring at his phone, baffled by a message from Hisu. Yong-jin, can you come to the science lab right now? I have something for you. I can't give it to you directly. The others will get the wrong idea. Can it wait until after school? He texts back. Where are you going? Yong-jin sighs, giving up and standing. Hey, where are you off to, Yong-jin? Just going to the restroom. As he says this, Yong-jin looks up from his phone and freezes. The back door is completely blocked by a crowd of popular kids. Being an introvert, just telling them to move feels exhausting. The moment Yong-jin and Do Ki-hong make eye contact, Do Ki-hong immediately disperses the crowd. Hey, guys, stop blocking the door. Get inside. One of the friends laughs. You actually believe that stupid stuff? So what if I do? Do Ki-hong retorts, then turns to Yong-jin with an apologetic look. Sorry about that. Good grief, Yong-jin thinks to himself. One glance from him parts the crowd like the sea. He's like a god. Another student agrees. Yong-jin really is number one. Yong-jin steps out of the classroom, and here it is, the moment everything connects. A deafening alarm blares. The screen on Ji-gwon's device flashes a critical red warning as the number skyrockets to 9.89. His phone also starts spamming terrifying notifications. Death. Destruction. What is that thing? Do Ki-hong's face turns deathly pale. What's wrong with that device? Isn't it supposed to talk to ghosts? I think I just found the cause of all the weird things in your class. Meanwhile, the cause himself, Yong-jin, is completely oblivious. All right, you and I are about to watch a normal school day get really weird. really fast. My mom made this, Haisu says cheerfully, holding out a beaded bracelet. She wants you to have one too. Yong-jin is speechless. You called me all the way out here for this? He notices a matching one on her wrist. Just tell her I said thanks, he says, quickly shoving the bracelet into his pocket. Sensing his reluctance, Haisu gets annoyed. You're not going to wear it? Yong-jin looks away, flustered. Well, if we both wear this, people might think it's a couple's item. Haisu can't believe this guy's logic. Yong-jin, it's a beaded bracelet. Do you think no one else on the planet wears these? You're the only one who'd call it a couple's thing. When Yong-jin's for be silent, she presses on. Just put it on. My mom made it because she was worried about you. It's fine, really, Yong-jin replies. Those ghosts won't dare touch me again. My ancestor said so. Haisu is taken aback. For real? Yeah, he said he transferred his power to me or something. Yong-jin falters. He remembers Jin's actual words. You should have died that day. If he told her the whole truth, she'd just end up in tears again. So he holds back the darker half of the story. Forget it, basically it just means I heal a lot faster now. Oh, so it's your ancestor's power, Haisu nods, accepting it. That explains it. You seemed so different back then. Different? How? You were an incredible fighter. You had a sword and you were flying all over the place. Me? Fighting? Yong-jin is shocked. When? You don't remember at all? At the shrine in my house? Hearing the word shrine, something inside him just snaps, and his hand shoots forward almost on its own. The phone in Yong-jin's hand clatters to the floor as his other hand powerfully clamps over Haisu's mouth. The unconscious act jolts Yong-jin back to his senses. A sudden silence fills the room. Yong-jin, what's wrong? Haisu asks, totally confused as he yanks his hand away. Yong-jin's face is pale. He stares at his own hand in disbelief. Sorry, that wasn't me. Then, from the doorway, a mechanical voice says one word. Death. Both of them whip their heads around to see a boy named Ji-gwon scratching his head. Sorry. Your story was just so interesting, I couldn't help but overhear. Hi, I'm Gong Ji-gwon, a ghost hunter. He introduces himself matter-of-factly. Yong-jin and Haisu just look at each other, wondering what is with the people at this school. Ji-gwon extends a hand. Pleasure to meet you, Lee Haisu. You know who I am? Haisu asks, surprised. I also know your mom's a shaman. What? How do you? Who doesn't know your mom's a shaman? Yong-jin mutters quietly. Oh yeah, right, I forgot, Haisu says, suddenly remembering. I know all the ghost stories and the history of this school, Ji-gwon continues. It's why I came here. Have you two heard the legend of the walking statue? Nope, no idea. Me neither. All the upperclassmen know about it, Ji-gwon scoffs. The statue at Sampo High runs at night. Anyone who sees it run gets forced into a race. If you don't race properly or break the rules, it hits you with that flag on its back. Wait, then we almost died, Haisu whispers. Yong-jin can only nod. From what I've gathered, this seems to be a poltergeist phenomenon, Ji-gwon says, sounding like a professor. The school's flag keeps getting pulled up with no wind. It's happened 4 times since school started. Haisu and Yong-jin listen in dead silence as Ji-gwon leans in, his eyes locked on them. Recently, an incident occurred that proves the legend is real. I saw something very strange. He begins to tell his story. I was coming out of the bathroom. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but it felt so real. Now, pay close attention, because what he saw next changes everything. The image of the two of them being chased by that statue is still burned into his memory. A boy was being chased by the stone statue, and right behind him was a girl with a ponytail. Each word makes Yong-jin and Haisu jump. Haisu even subconsciously yanks out her hair tie. What's even crazier is that the next morning, the statue was perfectly intact. But, Ji-gwon says, dragging out the word mysteriously, the energy inside it was completely gone. Beads of sweat start to form on their foreheads as he pulls out a strange device. This statue always used to register a 5 on the energy scale. But since that day, it can't even hit level 1. In short, something was ripped out of that statue. Ji-gwon stares straight at Yong-jin, done playing games. So I'll just ask you directly. You two were there with the statue, weren't you? No way, they both shout at the same time. It was definitely you. Ji-gwon says it with 100% certainty. How can you be so sure? Normally when I say that, people call me crazy or just ignore me, he calmly explains. But you two denied it instantly, which only proves my theory is correct. He holds up his scanner. This measures magnetic fields. Ghosts exist as energy, and this thing picks it up. Yong-jin has heard enough. Has any of this been scientifically proven? He demands. Ji-gwon moves the scanner closer. The second it touches Yong-jin, the device flares to life, its meter rocketing straight to level 5. meaning whatever was in that statue is now inside of you, right? I know, it sounds crazy, but this is the proof. Yong-jin shoves the scanner away. I asked if science has proven any of this. Of course, if it was just this one device, I wouldn't be so pushy, Ji-gwon says calmly, pulling out even more equipment. But all of my gear is going crazy. They won't stop beeping. A chorus of shrill alarms fills the room. So, how are you going to explain this? Ji-gwon smirks. What is there to explain? Yong-jin snaps back. That's just your own crazy theory. What are you, some kind of ghost hunter? What's that? Yong-jin sneers. Someone who hunts and collects the souls of ghosts. What? The more he listens, the more lost Yong-jin gets. I don't care what you say. I don't believe you, he says, shutting it down. The statue has nothing to do with us. With that, he turns to leave. Come on, Lee Haisu, let's go. Why do you guys keep lying? Ji-gwon sighs, exasperated. All right, fine. I really didn't want to use this. A distorted audio clip makes Yong-jin freeze in his tracks. Ji-gwon is playing a video on his phone. Phone cameras are almost as good as professional ones these days, he says, casually zooming in on the footage. You're not ready for this. He's got them on camera, clear as day. We're busted, Yong-jin thinks. I'm not a bad guy. You don't have to hide anything, Ji-gwon says. Saying that just makes you sound even shadier, Haisu retorts. What do you want? Yong-jin asks bluntly. I need your help with something, Ji-gwon says with an awkward smile. Do you two know about the haunted antique shop? Meanwhile, Do-kyung is walking down the hallway when someone calls his name. Hey, Do-kyung. He turns around and a shy-looking classmate holds out a small wooden box. This is for you, the boy stammers. What's this? Do-kyung asks, happily taking it. Open it, it's a gift. Wow, this is the first time a guy has ever given me a present, Do-kyung exclaims, excitedly lifting the lid of the box. Thanks, but what class are you in? Hearing this, the other guy's voice trembles. You don't remember me? No way, you hypocrite. And with that, he storms off in a rage, leaving our main character totally confused about what just happened. Just then, a weird light glows from a box nearby. Inside is a paper doll covered in Chinese writing, along with a single die. Suddenly, the doll bursts into flames, and strange black smoke pours out of the box. A new day kicks off with clear blue skies and fluffy white clouds. Back in class, while everyone else is paying attention, Eon-jin is still fighting off sleep. What chapter are we on? He props up his chin and lets out a massive yawn that brings tears to his eyes. Man, why am I so wiped? He forces his eyes open. He spots something under his desk. It's his phone, lit up with a message from someone named Ghost Hunter. Below it are 3 messages sent in a row at 9:11 a.m. Ghost Hunter, Eon Jin Sama. Ghost Hunter, my number is 010XXXXXXXXX. Ghost Hunter, this is Ji-gwon. What the heck? He's stunned. He texts back, how did you get my number? The reply is almost instant. Ji-gwon, Lee Hisu gave it to me. Eon-jin gets pissed. Huh? Ji-gwon, just this once. The haunted antique shop. Won't you come with me? Eon-jin. No, Eon-jin. You two can go by yourselves. Ji-gwon, Lee Hisu said she'll go if you go. Eon-jin clenches his fist, annoyed. All of a sudden, a voice booms from right over his head. Hey! He jumps, looking up to see the teacher holding the attendance book, frowning. Whose empty desk is that? Eon-jin glances over at the empty seat next to him. Ah, that's Jo Kyu-hyung, sir, a voice calls out. The class starts whispering. He was here. Maybe he's in the bathroom. Just then, the classroom door is shoved open. Everyone's head snaps toward the student standing in the doorway. Whoa, that scared me. He's here. Sir, Jo Kyu-hyung has arrived, but Kyu-hyung doesn't move to come inside. The teacher asks, Jo Kyu-hyung, where have you been? The entire class goes dead silent, waiting for his answer. Ah, my apologies, sir, Kyu-hyung says with a grin, not looking sorry at all. A classmate calls out, Hey Jo, your seat's over here. Kyu-hyung's eyes flicker toward the person who called out. Then his gaze slides over to Eon-jin. Now, you and I both know something's off here, he smirks, turns to the board, and starts spinning a die in his hand. Min-jun and another friend block Jo Kyu-hyung's path. Where were you so long? You almost missed roll call. Were you really in the bathroom? Kyu-hyung says nothing, just raises his fist at them. Huh? Min-jun hesitates, then makes a fist too. What's this? Rock, paper, scissors? Kyu-hyung props a leg on a desk. 1 round, 10,000 won. I don't have any money, says Min-jun. Then pay with your body. Min-jun strokes his chin, thinking. 10,000 won? He makes a quick decision. Okay, you're on. Rock, paper, scissors. Yes, Min-jun throws rock, while Kyu-hyung throws scissors. Haha, a real man always goes with rock. Min-jun laughs, totally hyped. But then he freezes. He sees Kyu-hyung pull out a 10,000 won bill. For real? Min-jun takes the cash, his jaw on the floor. Seriously? Of course, Kyu-hyung replies casually. You earned it. Whoa, thanks a lot, man. Min-jun cheers. Want to go again? Kyu-hyung asks with a friendly smile. Hell yeah. Min-jun agrees without a moment's hesitation. Kyu-hyung smirks. 50,000 won this time. What? 50,000? You can tell you're a rich kid, Min-jun jokes, rolling his wrists. This guy plays for keeps. Rock, paper, scissors? This time, Kyu-hyung plays paper. Ah, crap. Min-jun laughs. But before he can even finish the sentence, Kyu-hyung lands a brutal punch that sends Min-jun flying to the floor. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Did that really just happen? Oh, it did. Jo Kyu-hyung just stands there, laughing his head off. He points at Min-jun's crumpled body. A man's gotta take risks. What are you gonna achieve by crying to daddy all day? Hey, are you okay? A friend runs over, shaking Min-jun anxiously. I think he's unconscious. We need to get the nurse. What's wrong with everyone? Kyu-hyung asks, looking around cluelessly as everyone glares at him. It's not a big deal. He walks over and grabs Min-jun's arm. This guy won 10,000 won. You all saw it, so what's the issue? He laughs, trying to pry the bill from Min-jun's clenched fist. Damn, this guy's got a death grip on the money. Hey, Kyu-hyung, that's going too far, another friend protests. Kyu-hyung's face darkens. Too far? Should I have just pretended to lose? I already gave him the 10,000 won. Besides, I already said he'd have to pay with his body. Hearing his calm, almost casual tone, the class is in total disbelief. Ah, Kyu-hyung says, like he just remembered something. He gets right in the face of the kid who spoke up. You agreed to it too, didn't you? The kid starts trembling in fear. Huh? Kyu-hyung's gaze turns ice cold. He stands up straight, swearing under his breath. Ah, damn it. He shoves his hands in his pockets and storms right out of the room. Only when he's completely gone does everyone dare to rush over to Min-jun. What was that? Dude, are you all right? What the hell did I just see? The student next to Yeon-jin pushes up his glasses. That looked like a scene from a school violence movie. A chubby kid chimes in. I think it's more like an isekai. It's not actually Kyu-hyung. Some villain from another world possessed his body. Yeon-jin just furrows his brow, silently lost in his own thoughts. A little later, two girls start whispering. Did you see him this morning? What's up with Kyu-hyung? That's the first time I've ever heard him swear. The other girl, holding a mirror, glances his way. He's a totally different person. So scary, I thought he was some kind of gangster. I heard he's taking acting classes. The girl with the ponytail tries to explain. He's probably getting ready for a casting call, but does he really need to practice like that at school? Her friend complains, watching Kyu-hyung pretend to smoke a lollipop stick. Oh, he must have landed a delinquent role. The whole class is buzzing. What is he holding? No way. Hey, Kyu-hyung, the kid with the mushroom haircut says nervously. You can't smoke in here, the teacher's about to come. Kyu-hyung couldn't care less. What? Speak up, I can't hear you. His tone is so menacing the other kid flinches from the pressure. I said speak up. Kyu-hyung suddenly roars in his face. The whole class jumps. What now? Is he freaking out again? Then, just as suddenly, he gently pats the kid's arm and his voice softens. Just kidding. Scared ya, huh? He holds up the lollipop stick. You think this is a cigarette? But still, the teacher's coming. Wanna bet? Kyu-hyung cuts him off with a smirk, his voice dropping low. I bet the teacher walks in the second the bell rings. 10,000 won. Mushroom Head is shaking like a leaf. Ooh, I bet she won't. 10,000 won. No cash? Then pay with your body, Kyu-hyung says with a wicked grin. And trust me, you can guess where this is going if this kid loses. Mushroom Head is sweating bullets. Why are you shaking so much? Kyu-hyung taunts. All right. You and I are about to watch things get complicated fast. Hey, Do-gyung, a voice calls. It's Jia, and she is not happy. He just raises an eyebrow as she grabs his hand, pulling him out. Out in the hall, he forcefully yanks his hand free. What is your problem? Jia asks, completely stunned. Did you really just fight someone? And what's this? You hate smoking. But Do-gyung ignores her, casually tossing a die. Hey, are you even listening? Jia yells, losing her patience. He stops, clutching the die. Odds or evens. What? Is this some kind of joke? Odds or evens, he repeats with a smirk. Come on, pick one. Jia hesitates, but answers, odds. Du Gyung's smirk widens as he opens his hand. Wrong. Then he suddenly grabs her face, pulling her in close with a wicked look in his eyes. Then I guess you'll have to pay with your body. He yanks her forward until they're touching. Startled, her eyes go wide in disbelief. Then whack! A sharp slap echoes across his face. You're insane. With that, Jia storms off, leaving Du Gyung rubbing his cheek. From a hidden corner, a chubby student watches the whole thing, smirking as he grips a talisman. Later, on a seemingly normal day, Ji-gun walks down the hall and unlocks his phone. A message pops up. Yongjin-sama, if you ignore me, I'm posting that blurred photo on the paranormal forum. Yongjin's reply is blunt. Just shut up. Ji-gun texts back. Come on, Yongjin, just one time. It's my dying wish. He then looks up at the sign for class 12-3. Did you really think I couldn't find you in here? Ji-gun enters the classroom. Pardon the intrusion. Yongjin? The device on him immediately starts buzzing. Ji-gun grins. Looks like you're close. He activates his Yongjin finder and gets to work. He excitedly sweeps the room with his device. Yongjin, hiding is useless. And this is where it gets crazy. A hand suddenly smacks the detector, sending it flying. Du Gyung is standing right there. Ji-gun freezes, breaking into a cold sweat. He smells cigarettes. Du Gyung slowly bends down and picks up the device. It immediately starts vibrating like crazy, and all of Ji-gun's other gadgets go haywire. Whoa, why did everything just break? He panics. Hey, could you get your classmate Yongjin for me? Meanwhile, Yongjin opens his phone to a flood of messages on the Ghost Talk app. Save me. Please. Death. Back in the classroom, Du Gyung violently smashes the detector on the ground, shattering it. You looking for a death wish? Du Gyung growls, grabbing Ji-gun. When you bump into someone, you're supposed to apologize. Seeing his terrifying expression, Ji-gun starts to shake. Right, I'm sorry. A die flies into the air. Du Gyung catches it, claps once, and holds out two closed fists. With a demonic look, he asks, which hand? A curse, Hisu says, staring at a tarot card. She turns to Yongjin, her voice filled with fear. Your classmate, Du Gyung. He's been possessed. Annoyed, Yongjin just taps on his phone, barely acknowledging her. Hey, Dragonjin, Hisu exclaims, standing up. Your name sounds like dragon. You don't have to explain, he mutters. Why should I get involved? You have to save your friend. And you and I are probably thinking the same thing. Friend? We're not even close. You're sure he's possessed because of one card? He seemed totally normal this morning. He's probably just a jerk. Yongjin gets up to leave. This has nothing to do with me. I'm out. At that, Hisu's face falls. And stop calling me that, Yongjin adds. But what if he's a good person? Hisu says, looking sadly out the window. He's probably suffering. Just like I was when I got possessed. Du Gyung and I went to middle school together. A new voice cuts in. It's Ji-gun, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere, so I can guarantee he's a good guy. Never hurt a fly, wouldn't even swear at someone. He's like a character straight out of a comic book. See? The poor guy is suffering. Hisu quickly agrees. He wouldn't even make a bet with anyone. Ji-gun continues, but Hisu just stares at his swollen cheek. What happened to your face? Yongjin asks. A ghost punched me. Seeing where this was going, Yongjin says, I'm not going. Ji-gun looks down, then meets Yongjin's eyes. I won't bother you about the antique shop again, and I'm sorry for what I did earlier. You said like when you were possessed, didn't you? His tone suddenly gets serious. The exorcism was successful, which is why you're still here, right? And if you're not ghost hunters, then you two must have solved that bronze statue incident. Right? Not this again, Yongjin snaps. We had nothing to do with that. Before he finishes, Hisu gasps. Yongjin, look. Her phone shows a notification. Gong Ji-gun transferred 50,000 won. Here's the deposit. What now? Yongjin sighs, annoyed. I'll send the rest if you agree, Ji-gun pleads. Please, help me. He bows low. Please, save Du Gyung. Yongjin flashes back to the image of Du Gyung smacking Ji-gun, the alarms blaring, and that chilling, low voice he used. But still, his answer is a flat no. He walks past Ji-gun without a second glance. You can help him yourself. Hisu, I'm leaving. Yongjin, Hisu calls, rushing after him. She shoots Ji-gun a pitying look before hurrying away, leaving him all alone as their footsteps fade. Walking away, Yongjin thinks to himself, what kind of mess are they trying to drag me into this time? Painful memories resurface. All he wants is a normal life. A voice from the past echoes in his mind. The person you were died that day. No, Yongjin thinks. From now on, my safety comes first. I'm staying out of everything. Lost in his thoughts, he bumps right into Do-gyung. Do-gyung, he thinks. A friend beside him nudges him. See, I told you the girls were looking for you. Heh. Yong-jin glances over. Maybe this side of you suits you better. It looks like they'll just pass by. But then Yong-jin's hand darts out, stopping Do-gyung in his tracks. As if with a mind of its own, his hand grabs Do-gyung's collar, shocking his friend. But here's the thing, Yong-jin looks just as stunned as everyone else. Meanwhile, Hisu is rushing down the hall looking for him. Young, she calls out, but freezes mid-name. She sees Yong-jin grabbing Do-gyung by the collar. She ducks behind a wall, covering her mouth to stay quiet. He talks a big game about not getting involved, but he's still helping people. He's as kind as ever. Do-gyung's friend snaps, "What do you think you're doing?" Then Yong-jin does something absolutely bizarre. "Trust me, you and I are not ready for this." He punches his own hand. I'm sorry, he says, trembling, sweat beading on his face. "It wasn't me." Jio-cheon bursts out laughing at that. "Your hand is clearly right there. How can you say it wasn't you?" That's right," Yong-jin stammers. Hearing this, Jio-cheon gets angry. He rips off his tie and pulls out a die. He tosses it into the air, snatches it, and holds both fists out to Yong-jin with a smirk. "Which hand?" Jio-kyung and his friend are cracking up, while Hisu watches anxiously from behind a nearby wall. Yong-jin is horrified. He feels his left hand start to move again on its own. It slowly rises, terrifying him. "My hand is moving by itself again." The hand automatically points to Jio-kyung's left palm. Jio-kyung pauses for a moment, then opens his hand. The die is sitting right there, correct. He walks over, places a hand on Kwon Yong-jin's shoulder, and leans in. "You should be careful with that hand of yours, friend. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. This is where it gets really weird." A short distance away, Jio-kyung looks back at him with a puzzled expression. Back in class, Kwon Yong-jin can't stop staring at his hand. Suddenly, it raises up on its own again. What the heck? The hand clenches into a fist and shoots straight for his face. Before he can even process it, it punches him right in the jaw. A classmate in glasses walks by, asking curiously, "What are you doing? Trying something new?" Kwon Yong-jin has to use his right hand to pin his left one down, trying to stop it from going wild. "Getting ready for the talent show?" the friend jokes. Suddenly, the left hand jerks violently. "Hey, help me hold my hand down," Kwon Yong-jin yells. His friend immediately grabs one, but it's his right hand. "No, the left one, not the right one," Kwon Yong-jin shouts. His left hand is going completely haywire, like it's trying to punch someone. "Hey, Kwon Yong-jin," his friend groans. "Do I really have to be a part of this boring scene? This is just gross." Kwon Yong-jin struggles with all his might to hold his left hand still, and finally, it stops moving. He lets out a sigh of relief. "It's over," says another friend, turning from his game. "Hey, Kwon Yong-jin," he asks seriously, "could it be that you have alien hand syndrome? The hell is that?" Kwon Yong-jin wonders. The moment he's out of class, he's online, looking up this bizarre condition. As he reads the symptoms, a chill runs down his spine. "Oh God," he thinks, "this is exactly like me. Could it be a brain problem? I have been hitting my head a lot lately. Maybe that's why I feel so out of it. Or is this a symptom of something more serious?" Lost in thought, he doesn't notice a figure approaching from behind. A hand suddenly raises up, but faster than thought, Kwon Yong-jin's left arm shoots up on its own, blocking the attack. It's Suho, who looks surprised by the reflex. "Whoa," Suho smirks. "Getting punched so much your body just reacts on its own now? What is it now?" Kwon Yong-jin thinks, exhausted. "It's not like that," Kwon Yong-jin tries to explain. "My hand is." But Suho just cuts him off, not even bothering to listen. Whatever. "Hey, is that Jio-cheon guy in your class?" Suho demands, grabbing him. "Tell him to give me back my vape." "Your what?" "An e-cigarette, you idiot," Suho snaps. "If it's yours, why don't you go ask him yourself?" Kwon Yong-jin argues back. "Why are you telling me to do it? It's a pain." "You coming all the way here is an even bigger pain," Kwon Yong-jin retorts. "You had to walk through the entire 11th grade wing." Suho's face twists in anger, his eyes turning menacing. "I told you not to piss me off. I'm telling you." Kwon Yong-jin doesn't even finish his sentence before his left hand twitches and jerks on its own again. Panicked, he grabs it with his right hand to hold it down. "All right, fine, I'll go get it for you," he says quickly. "See? That wasn't so hard," Suho says, satisfied, patting him on the shoulder. "I'm going," Kwon Yong-jin says, squeezing past him. "Look at him scurry away," Suho sneers behind his back. Down the hall, Ji-hoon is holding a strange device with colorful spinners to measure temperature. Suddenly, the green spinner lights up. He immediately points the device in that direction, and the screen, which was showing 90 degrees, plummets to -1. That's weird, he mutters. How can it be -1 degree over there? Meanwhile, Kwon Yong-jin enters the classroom and his heart pounds when he sees Jo Cheung sitting at the back. He just stands there, staring, trying to psych himself up. Just pretend you don't know anything so you don't start a fight. Why are you sneaking around back there? Jo Kyung's voice makes Kwon Yong-jin jump. Trying for another bet? No, Kwon Yong-jin says, startled. Suho told me to get back something you borrowed from him. Borrowed? Jo Cheung laughs, reaching under his desk. He lost the bet and got beaten, so now he wants it back? He didn't say anything about that, Kwon Yong-jin says, looking away. Suddenly, Jo Cheung leans his head back, stares straight at him, and grins. You want to take his beating for him? Like hell I would. Kwon Yong-jin snaps back. I don't have time for that. Jo Cheung seems surprised by the response. Then just keep it, Kwon Yong-jin says, annoyed, turning to leave. Ah, Jo Cheung suddenly says, you were the guy from earlier, weren't you? I'll give it to you, he says as Kwon Yong-jin turns back. Yeah, but... He pulls out a die again, tossing it and catching it in his palm. If you guess correctly, Jo Cheung gives a terrifying smile. Odds or evens? The whole class starts whispering. Kwon Yong-jin is terrified. Huh? No, that's okay. Come on, we've already started. Hurry up! Jo Cheung pressures him. What do I even get out of this? Just do it now! Jo Cheung roars, getting right in his face. Forced into it, Kwon Yong-jin mutters, evens. Jo Cheung just chuckles. 1, 2, 3. He slowly opens his hand. The die shows a single dot. Looks like it's odd, huh? Jo Cheung sneers, raising his fist. Kwon Yong-jin flinches, and the whole class holds its breath in fear. Now pay attention, because this is where everything changes. Just as Jo Cheung's fist is about to come crashing down, Kwon Yong-jin's left hand moves on its own. It flies up, blocks Jo Cheung's arm, and violently shoves it aside. At the same time, his fingers deliver a powerful flick to Jo Cheung's forehead. Thwack! Jo Cheung is sent flying backward, his back slamming into the bulletin board. He collapses to the floor as the entire class stares in absolute shock. It all happened so fast that even Kwon Yong-jin has no idea what he just did. What? What just flew out of there? Jo Cheung's hand, propped on the floor, twitches slightly. Kwon Yong-jin startles, his face pale. Jo Cheung staggers to his feet, one hand covering most of his face, hiding his expression from everyone. In the tense atmosphere, Kwon Yong-jin awkwardly tries to explain. This was my left hand's fault. He immediately realizes his mistake. Why did I just say it was my left hand? Blaming it on a parasitic left hand now? A soft voice mocks. Still trying to act? Another one jeers. Wow, and here I thought you were some kind of hidden master. A girl with her hair in rollers standing nearby is completely lost. Wait, what's a parasite? Kwon Yong-jin is sweating buckets, stammering, unable to form a coherent sentence. Well. Yong-jin nervously eyes the kid with the glasses, explaining that he was just asked to play the role of his rival. A rival? The kid with glasses is totally lost. What's going on? Are they rehearsing a play? But stick with me here. Yong-jin's awkward but surprisingly plausible excuse actually convinces the entire class. Oh, right. Do-gyung is going to be an actor. Aha! That makes perfect sense. Everyone buys it, but Yong-jin is still completely rattled. Maybe it's just Do-gyung's usual vibe, he thinks, trying to just let it slide. Just then, the kid with glasses walks over, clearly annoyed. Hey, you should have given us a heads up. You scared the life out of me. Do-gyung stands there, listening to everyone buzz about him. Wow, Do-gyung is incredible. He really gets into any role he plays. Wait, so were you and Minjun acting too? Man, you really sold that beating. Do-gyung just scoffs, then lets out a little chuckle while muttering, Yong-jin. Oh, Yong-jin. Hearing the way Do-gyung says his name, Yong-jin tenses right back up. Do-gyung snaps his fingers, his face twisting into an expression that is nothing short of demonic as he says, how very interesting. Yong-jin breaks out in a cold sweat, thinking, I'm so dead. At that same moment, Hee-soo is walking past the classroom when she happens to overhear their whispers. Were Yong-jin and Do-gyung friends before this? They've never said a word to each other. She freezes, her face a mixture of pure unease and shock as she slowly puts the pieces together. Elsewhere, Ji-hoon is opening a strange old box he found, examining the bizarre characters inside. What is this box? It's radiating dark energy. And what is this? Oracle bone script? His eyes shift to the lid, and he's stunned to see another, equally strange symbol underneath. A powerful sense of familiarity urges him to compare it with something he saw on his phone. On the screen is an anonymous post asking, "Has anyone ever seen this freaky ghost talisman? And you and I both know where this is headed." A thought sparks in Ji-hoon's mind. But why is it here? As he's racking his brain, a familiar voice calls out, "Hey!" Ji-hoon whips around. It's Ji-ha, her face still etched with worry. She opens an app called Ghost Talk on her phone, revealing a series of frantic messages. "Stop. Help me. Save me. Death. Destruction. I don't know if you'll believe this," she says, her voice trembling. "But right now, Do-kyung is a ghost. His real soul is probably somewhere nearby." Ji-hoon doesn't even seem surprised. He calmly fiddles with his phone and says, "When he hit me, I heard a voice coming from inside that box. How does it work?" she asks. It pieces together audio frequencies from the radio, allowing Ghost to send messages. "So what did Do-kyung say?" Ji-hoon repeats his friend's words. "Ji-hoon, I'm sorry, that was it." As the words leave his lips, he watches Ji-ha burst into tears, which fall onto his phone's screen. "Hey, are you for real?" Ji-hoon can hardly believe it. "Go away," Ji-ha snaps, wiping away her tears. Ji-hoon immediately stops teasing her and just sits down beside her. "You told me before that thing was just a toy." But it sounded just like Do-kyung. Remembering the possessed look on her friend's face, Ji-ha can't shake her doubts. A complete 180 personality change. Maybe he has some kind of head injury? But she answers her own question. "This impossible situation is happening right in front of me. I guess I have to believe it." The image of Do-kyung's gleaming eyes and malicious smile flashes in her mind, making her shudder. Those eyes, they didn't look human. It was terrifying. "Do-kyung must be so scared right now," she says worriedly. "He was always such a coward. What do we do now?" Her voice fills with helplessness. "Why did this suddenly happen?" Ji-hoon sighs. "You already know, don't you? Before first period, Do-kyung was normal. Something must have happened right after it ended." "No way." "Something must have," Ji-ha says, unwilling to believe it. Ji-hoon just shrugs. "I've found the cause, and the one responsible for this is still in the school." Hearing this, Jia stops crying, her eyes wide with shock. "Really? You said there was something shady going on at this school. Is this it?" "No," Ji-hoon replies while digging through his bag. "And get this," he pulls out the old box. "But I've already collected the evidence." He points to a symbol inside the box. "Without this, none of this makes any sense." "What is that?" Jia asks curiously. "I'll summon it and show you myself." "But what is it?" Jia presses, getting agitated. But Ji-hoon is completely lost in his own world. "You insolent demon," he mutters, his eyes locked on the box. "I, the exorcist shaman, will make my official debut today." The sunset paints the street in gold as Yong-jin walks hesitantly, his gaze occasionally dropping to his own fist. He's still hung up on that finger snap from earlier. Did I really use some kind of power? Suddenly, Do-kyung appears from out of nowhere, throwing an arm around his shoulder. "Hey, Yong-jin." The sudden move scares Yong-jin half to death. "Where you going?" "Hang out with me," Do-kyung says, flashing a wide grin. I have to get home." Yong-jin stammers, his voice tight with tension. "Then let's go play at your place," Do-kyung insists, not letting up. Yong-jin quickly ducks out of his grasp. "My house has a really vicious dog." But he only makes it a few steps before Do-kyung grabs his wrist, yanking him back. "Hey, just play with me for a little while," he demands. In that exact moment, the beaded bracelet on Yong-jin's wrist suddenly erupts in a blinding flash of light. "Ah!" Do-kyung is thrown backward, crying out as he stumbles, unable to keep his balance. He stares in horror at everything around him, especially his own hand, which is flickering strangely. What is this? Even Yong-jin himself is shocked by how effective the bracelet really is. "Whoa, this thing is the real deal!" Taking his chance, he waves his arm toward Do-kyung to ward him off, and it actually works. Do-kyung doesn't dare get any closer. He just stands there, seething as he watches Yong-jin disappear down the street. He clicks his tongue in pure frustration. How much longer until my power is fully restored? Later that night, Yong-jin stares at the dog reading a book like a person and asks hesitantly, "You mean, my brain isn't damaged, this is because of your power?" The dog just lets out a little ha-ha. "You crushed all my peanuts," Yong-jin threatens, his eyes narrowing. "Peanuts?" That gets the dog to finally look up. "Well, hurry and get them out so we can eat." But because of this left hand, everyone at school, he raises his fist, which is trembling with frustration. "I already told you. the old dog replies. The power I transferred to you saved you. Thanks to it, demons won't target you anymore. Not target me? Are you kidding? Yong-jin raises an eyebrow. This power of yours picked a fight with them. It even controlled my own hand to hit myself. That arm is no longer yours, the dog explains with a sigh. What do you mean it's not my arm? Then whose is it? The dog looks up, about to reveal a horrifying truth. Your real hand was severed by that puppet demon. And hold on tight, because you and I can see Yong-jin's entire world absolutely shattering. Let me put it this way so you can understand. And trust me, what this kid says next flips the entire story on its head. Your left hand, he says, emphasizing every word, is the last remnant of my power. Hearing the words Black Dragon and last remnant of power, Kwon Yong-jin is completely stunned. Outside, the afternoon sun casts a red glow over everything. A message notification appears on a phone. Ghost Antique Shop. You must go with a fortune teller. If you go in alone out of curiosity and get stuck with something, no one can save you. The two friends stand before a shop that looks more like an abandoned warehouse. Is this really the place? Gia says, looking it over. It just looks like an old house. While Gia's friend is nervous, Gia herself is unusually calm. Well, let's just go in and see. Wait, Gia's friend says, setting down a backpack and rummaging through it. If we both go in, they might get suspicious. Let me go in alone. Even though he's scared to death on the inside, he tries his best to act brave. In another scene, Jin, in his puppy form, is telling his own legend. My power was originally formed from 4 dragons, the red dragon, the blue dragon, the white dragon, and the black dragon. His gaze becomes distant, but now they have all disappeared. Only the black dragon remains. He looks at Kwon Yong-jin's left arm. That arm of yours is the very last piece of my power that's left. It was formed from the strength of the black dragon. Kwon Yong-jin's jaw drops as he listens. He was the strongest, but also the most arrogant of the 4 dragons, Jin adds. Kwon Yong-jin is frozen solid. The black dragon. He holds up his arm. What if you took this arm back? Jin looks at him like he's an idiot. Then you'd lose an arm. My arm would be gone? Gone forever? Kwon Yong-jin asks, completely devastated. To be precise, it's already been crushed to pieces. Everything I'm telling you is the truth. Kwon Yong-jin feels like he could just cry, but Jin just looks curious. But hey, why do you hate it so much? For a pathetic mortal body like yours, this power isn't exactly a disadvantage, is it? This is wrecking my school life, Yong-jin complains, but his ancestor isn't listening. Hey kid, Jin suddenly cuts him off. Let me tell you something. Aren't you gonna listen to me? Yong-jin protests, but Jin's already moved on. I have a question, Jin says, pointing to the history book. What is it? Is there any record of the land god? Or the Mayo family? What? Eon-jin is completely baffled by these strange names. This book has nothing after the Dangun era. Eon-jin flips through the pages, muttering, this is all from the 3 Kingdoms period. Jin shakes his head. What about anything besides this? Eon-jin turns to another page. Are you looking for this? This is everything. There's nothing else. Strange. Jin's sharp eyes narrow in thought. What now? Eon-jin asks, totally fed up. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Eon-jin curiously turns around. Eon-jin! A loud voice shouts from outside, making him jump. In a dusty, gloomy room, Ji-hoon sets up a mini camera on a shelf surrounded by old antiques, from dusty pipes to ancient paintings. Is anyone here? He calls out. Here to buy something? A hoarse voice replies, startling Ji-hoon. An old woman steps out from behind a curtain, reeking of a foul odor. She looks terrifying, and Ji-hoon stammers. He waits until the camera is running before he dares to speak. Hello? Outside, Ga-in stares intently at a ghost detector, her face tense. She remembers Ji-hoon's warning. If nobody's there but you see these blue lights, call me immediately. Now watch this inside. Ji-hoon gets straight to the point. The cursed item. It's from this shop, isn't it? The old woman glances at the box. So it was this thing. Ji-hoon grits his teeth. Please, just tell me how to break the curse. The responsibility is on the one who cast it. I just sell things, she answers slowly. So, was the person who bought this a student from Sampo High, wearing a uniform like mine? I don't disclose customer information, so he won't get any info easily. The old woman eyes him suspiciously. Why are you here talking nonsense? If you're not buying, then leave. Well that's a relief, Ji-hoon says with a sigh. I was just testing you. I'll buy this item. He gestures to the box. My friend bought one here and sent me. But this is an item used to curse people. It would be a problem if you couldn't keep a secret, right? The old woman shows no sign of suspicion. A moment later, she produces a wooden box and a silk pouch. This curse item works just by looking at it. You must not open it, understand? Ji-hoon stares intently as the old woman pulls a yellow talisman out of the silk pouch. This is a talisman for the caster, her raspy voice explains. And remember, if you just want to play a little prank, tear this talisman within 49 hours. Tear it and the curse is lifted? Ji-hoon asks. That's right, the old woman says with a mysterious smile. 49 hours? Ji-hoon thinks to himself, then casually asks, and what if more than 49 hours pass? The smile never leaves her face. Who knows? The dark room and her sinister laugh make Ji-hoon's blood run cold. He can only manage a weak nod. The hair on his arms has been standing up this whole time. He knows how to break the curse. Time to get out of here. He puts on his most obedient face. Okay, and I know what you're thinking, this kid has a plan. Oh, I'll be careful then, he says. How much is it? Can I pay with a card? Oh, wait. You probably only take cash, right? Shoot, I didn't bring any. No need, the old woman says, opening a small red bag. Put your fingernails and hair in here, then write your name on this paper. That's all. Ji-hoon freezes. Fingernails, hair, and his name? He laughs nervously. Isn't that like getting it for free? You don't get anything. What are you talking about? She cackles. These things are very precious. Ji-hoon quickly makes an excuse. But I have hereditary baldness. I'm getting treatment so I can't pull out any hair. As for my nails, can I just write my name today? He holds up his cleanly cut nails. I'll come back when they've grown out, okay? He gives her an innocent smile. I just write my name here, right? Just as Ji-hoon reaches for the paper, she suddenly grabs his hand. Her hoarse voice whispers in his ear, yes, a blood seal, then write your name. In that instant, a sharp blade slides out of her bamboo cane, making him yelp. Ma'am, I have hereditary hemophilia. Can I do it after I take my medicine? I'm sorry, but where's the bathroom? I really have to pee. Ji-hoon rushes into a dark corner, fumbling in his pocket to pull out a red ink pen. A few seconds later, he puts on a show. My blood coagulates the second it hits the air. He holds up his finger, now covered in red ink. The old woman is exasperated. How can one kid have so many illnesses? Ji-hoon quickly presses his fingerprint onto the paper. Now I can write my name here, right? The old woman mutters. This child is so sickly. I must help him get well soon. Hurry up and write, she urges. Ji-hoon slowly moves the pen, drawing a horizontal line, then a vertical one, then another horizontal one. After a moment, he's created a ridiculously long name. Suddenly, he yanks the whole stack of paper and shoves it right in front of the hidden camera. What the hell are you doing? She screams, violently snatching the paper back. Oh, I'm not allowed to look? Ji-won feigns innocence. Stick with me, we're about to see just how far this little lie goes. Suddenly, whispers hiss in his ear, twisting into a piercing scream, repeating, liar, liar, liar. A chill runs down Ji-won's spine as a call alert from his smartwatch makes him jump. Well, I guess I'll be leaving now. Just then, the shop's shutter slams shut. Strange black horns erupt from nowhere, warping the space around him as the entire store vanishes, trapping Ji-won in an endless inky void. Ma'am? He screams helplessly. Shopkeeper, where are you? Realizing things have gone south, he yells into his watch, Jia, can you hear me? Jia. Right then, a crack of light appears. It's the powerhouse Jia, lifting the shutter with her bare hands. She yells, Ji-won, get out here. Ji-won is floored. Hurry up. Jia strains with every ounce of her strength. Ji-won immediately scrambles to safety. But then, and you're gonna want to watch this, the shutter in Jia's hand screeches. It sprouts sharp fangs, transforming into a monstrous jaw, ready to devour them both. The monster's teeth slam into the ground as the door shuts completely, Jia's final scream echoing from inside. Jia, Ji-won yells, frozen in shock. In that instant, a figure dashes forward, swinging a greatsword in a powerful arc against the door. The slash rips a black hole-like tear in space, forcing the monster mouth to spit Jia out. Haisu catches her just as the door reverts to its old, rusty form. Ji-won stares in disbelief at the person who just appeared. It's Yong-jin. Yong-jin sheathes his greatsword. Seeing his arrogant stance, Ji-won can't help but think, damn, that's cool. Without warning, a demonic hand shoots out from the rift, trying to tear it open. It's coming, Ji-won screams. Yong-jin instinctively swings his sword, his hand gripping the hilt tight. Ji-won is hyped. This is just like something out of a comic book. But oh crap, Ji-won's excitement vanishes. Yong-jin can't even lift the sword. A second later, the hand delivers a devastating punch, sending him flying. Yong-jin and Haisu rush to help, leaving Ji-won completely stunned. He watches Haisu expertly conjure flames, thinking, "That's a sorcerer's daughter for you." But her cool moment lasts 3 seconds before she trips on a rock and faceplants. You and I both know this rescue team is a total mess, right? The situation is critical. Ji-won glances back, his eyes landing on a few iron bars. Across the way, Yong-jin is still being crushed by black tentacles, his breathing growing weaker by the second. The sound of footsteps echoes from the distance. It's Ji-won, wielding an iron pipe. Looks like everything is up to me. One swing shatters the first arm. Who would have guessed? This kid has a wild profile. A second Dan in kendo. Haisu is shocked. The arms wrapped around Yong-jin begin to retreat. Now's the time. Ji-won grabs Yong-jin's shoulder. Run! The group seizes the chance and bolts. On a rooftop, beneath a blazing red sky, someone watches them in silence as a faded dagger is dropped to the ground. Yong-jin collapses, panting, feeling half dead. To make things worse, he hears an infuriating question. "Hey, you guys okay?" Yong-jin turns, ready to let him have it, but finds Ji-won in a full headstand bow. "I am so sorry. I never thought it would be this dangerous. I'm so sorry for dragging everyone into this." The words are sincere, even if the pose lacks a certain elegance. "I did message Lee Haisu to ask for help," Ji-won explains, recalling the text he sent. "Haisu, this shop seems linked to Do-gyong's possession. I'm going to investigate myself with a friend, so don't worry. Worst case, we both get possessed and come back. It'll be fine." After reading that, Yong-jin can only stare at this absolute menace. Ji-won's face is now flush with regret. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone. But I still think sending that message was the right call. It was really dangerous," Haisu says gently. "Next time, tell us first so we can go together." Ji-won is stunned, then overjoyed. "Really? You'll come with me next time?" "No, I am not going anywhere." Yong-jin immediately shoots him down. "Come on," Ji-won holds out his hand. "Let's be good friends from now on." Yong-jin slaps his hand firmly. A high five, awesome. Ji-won knows he's agreed. "Thanks for coming to help. You could have just ignored it. You really are kind and righteous, just like Haisu said." "This feels weird," Yong-jin finally admits. "If you do anything wrong, this will be our last conversation. Why so shy?" Ji-won teases. Yong-jin sighs, completely defeated. "Why am I surrounded by abnormal people?" "So, you investigate by yourself?" Ji-won asks hesitantly, his eyes sparkling as he looks at the sword. "Where did you get this? It looks like a great sword from a comic. Can I touch it? We're friends now, after all." "You're already touching it," Yong-jin deadpans. Suddenly, the blade glows, as if rejecting the touch. "Whoa, guess not." Yong-jin pulls back awkwardly. "Oh, right, it must be a barrier. Only the chosen one can wield this sword. That is so cool." Yong-jin is confused. It's a ceremonial sword. A hoarse voice rings out. Yong-jin jumps. Why is the dog talking? Yong-jin, in his dog form, is panting heavily. It can only cut evil things. After saying that, the dog collapses. "Grandpa!" Haisu panics and rushes to him. "Are you okay?" "Here, drink some water." "I need to catch that dragon, and fast," Yong-jin thinks, feeling like he's aged a decade. Is that your dog?" Ji-won asks, amazed. "How did it run all the way here?" "Yeah," Yong-jin replies flatly. "They wouldn't let him in the taxi." Ji-won is speechless. "That's insane." "Oh, I used the money you gave me for the taxi," Yong-jin adds, as if just remembering. "You guys took a taxi?" Ji-won thought he ran the entire way. "I transferred the money to Lee Haisu myself." "Grandpa, are you feeling better?" Haisu asks Yong-jin. "What? There's a grandpa here too?" Yong-jin mutters weakly. "So the taxi was the grandpa? But is the dog really named Grandpa?" Ji-won still can't wrap his head around it. "Yeah, he's a special dog for investigations." "Okay, got it. Sounds like something straight out of a comic book." Just then, Jia begins to stir. "What? Where am I?" She looks up at the huddle of people, her face a big question mark. "What's going on? What just happened to me?" she asks, looking around. "Hey, I saw something weird, like the store grew giant teeth and wanted to eat us." "That's wild," Haisu remarks. "All right," Ji-won says, firing up his iPad. "Now that Kang Jia is awake, let's get to it." He turns the screen to them. "You guys have to see this. The end of the clip is corrupted, so it's not clear." The screen shows footage from inside the shop. He fast-forwards to a shot of a piece of paper. But I managed to save the most important part. A starry night sky. A person opens the door and walks in. "Hey, old woman," he calls out. It's Du-gyong, possessed. He looks at the other person and asks, "How much longer?" "All right, you and I are jumping right back into the chaos, and our boy is already missing an arm." The woman eyes Du-gyong's stump with a curious smile. She covers her mouth, trying not to laugh. "What happened? Some kids dressed just like you stopped by a little while ago." At those words, his face goes stiff. "They seem to want to save this body's original owner," she continues, "but someone unusual interfered." "Unusual?" Du-gyong asks, clenching his one good hand. "Ah, don't tell me it was Kwon Yong-jin." The old woman repeats the name with intrigue. "There was this weirdo who beat me in a gambling game." Du-gyong nods, snapping his fingers in the air. "Yeah, he snapped his fingers once, and I went flying. He's definitely not normal. Where do you think you're going without permission?" The woman cuts in. "It takes 49 hours for the soul to separate, you know." "What are you talking about?" Du-gyong's face darkens. "I was afraid they'd burn the talisman, so I had to act. I told you, they'll just feel bad for him. That's it. You should never have taught them how to make that thing in the first place," Du-gyong roars. Seeing him rage like a wild beast, the old woman just seems amused. Humans look calm, but their hearts are overflowing with fear. You have to give them a little insurance policy to get them to sign the contract. You were the exact same way. Her voice is soft, but he can't argue back. Besides, she reassures him, they won't burn the talisman. People these days look down on this kind of dark magic. They just want to watch other people fail. How can you be so sure? Du-gyong growls as red threads pour from the woman, one wrapping around him. "Just look at your little friends. Isn't this all the proof you need? Even if they do burn the talisman, you're not going to disappear. You'll just come right back to me." She leans on her cane, getting uncomfortably close. "Do you really hate being with me that much?" Just then, a masked figure appears at the door and walks right in. "Excuse me." Elsewhere, a panicked voice shrieks, "What? 49 hours?" "A whole day has already passed," Jia says grimly. "We've probably got about 15 hours left," Yong-jin adds. "By the way, does anyone know who Kim Seonu is?" Ji-hoon asks. The whole group shakes their heads. "There are a ton of names on that paper. Why are you so sure it's him?" Jia wonders. Ji-hoon pulls out a small wooden box. "I found this at school. Look." He points to the character carved on the box, then to the name on the list. A perfect match. The group leans in. "Whoa, you're right. And the ink looks fresh. Must have been recent," Ji-hoon analyzes. Just then, Hui lets out a few sharp barks. "What'd he say?" Hui translates, explaining the character is read as do. "Do," Ji-hoon mutters. And then it clicks. "The gambling demon. Encyclopedia Ji-hoon is on the case. According to my monster dictionary, pay attention, because this is the moment we learn exactly what kind of nightmare they're up against. A Dubak-gui is a demon from the Joseon era that tests human luck with gambling games. No one has ever beaten it." "Ah, gambling," Yong-jin murmurs. "So that explains the games of chance. First things first, we need to tell the female shaman about this now," Yong-jin commands. Hisu nods frantically. Right. I'll ask my mom." Seeing them nodding along with a poodle, Jia just stares. Are you guys actually talking to that dog right now?" "Yeah, but you can't hear him. You need the sight," Hisu explains. "Damn it, when am I gonna get the sight?" Yong-jin whines. Just then, his phone rings. The caller ID reads, "Mom, burn that talisman immediately." Hisu's mother screams through the phone, her voice raspy. "That thing is dangerous. Are you kids okay?" Just looking at it through the screen is giving me a splitting headache. "Mom, are you all right?" Hisu asks, worried. "The person you met is a vodugi, a soulless ghost. It's a spirit that uses other souls as its puppets. In other words, the old woman at the antique shop is not human." "Not human?" Ji-hoon stammers in terror. He pictures the room of trapped souls, the red ink signatures in her book, all soul-stealing contracts. That talisman. Both the cursed child and the person using it will be. Everyone freezes in horror at her words. And yeah, let that sink in for a second. If 49 hours pass, Jia says tensely, the demon will completely possess the body. The child's soul would be trapped inside that talisman forever. At that point, Hisu's mother adds, there would be no way to save them. But, she stresses, if you destroy the talisman in time, the child will return to normal, and the parasite inside Du-gyong will be destroyed. What about the one who cursed him? They'll die. Their soul will be taken by the demon. Serves them right, Jia says with a smirk. Good riddance. Well, he was going to die soon anyway, so I guess it's fine. Hisu's mom replies. But you must bring that child to me, and you absolutely have to burn that talisman before the time is up. The next day, the group heads to school and splits up, going class by class. Jia checks the 4th grade, Ji-hoon takes the 5th. Hisu searches another floor, all asking the same question, is Kim Seonu here? In class 2-2, a student hears the name and calls out, Hey, Kim Seonu. A shy-looking kid flinches in his seat. Who's asking, you're Kim Seonu? Yeah, what about it? The one who found him is none other than Yong-jin. Why is it always me? He groans internally, then gets straight to the point. Do you have a talisman? Hearing this, Seonu freezes, completely silent. Then, in a flash, he shoves Yong-jin and bolts. Hey, stop! Yong-jin shouts, taking off after him. Why is he so fast? And just like that, an epic chase scene begins. Get back here! Yong-jin yells, but he's already out of breath. Wait, hold on. His legs are shaking like an old man's. Why is this so hard? My limbs feel totally paralyzed. So, did you find him? Jia asks, popping her head out a door. Gasping for air, Yong-jin just points at the chubby kid waddling down the hall. That's him. In an instant, Jia takes off like an Olympic sprinter. You little brat, are you gonna stop or not? But seeing the pure murder in her eyes, Seonu just runs faster. Hey! Ji-hoon yells from down the hall. You gave them your hair and fingernails for that thing, didn't you? You're a dead man. That one sentence stops Seonu dead in his tracks. That was a contract to sell your soul to a demon. Jia finally catches him. Gotcha, she screams. Hand over the talisman if you want to live. What? Seonu's face goes pale with disbelief. You're lying. It's true, Hisu says, arriving on the scene. This is the shaman, Ji-hoon adds, pointing to Hisu. I'm not a shaman, she blurts out. Jia looks the kid dead in the eye. If we burn the talisman, everything goes back to normal. Then, Seonu finally stammers, will Do-kyung go back to normal too? Yeah, Jia confirms. There's still time to fix all of this, so hand it over. No, he snarls, gritting his teeth. You've got to be kidding me, Ji-hoon sighs. And trust me, you and I are about to see this get a whole lot messier. What's the point now? Seongu's face twists in agony. I'd rather die. In another realm, the name Kim Seongu is stamped, marked for collection. On the cursed talisman, red brushstrokes connect, forming a seal over Seongu's name as a scratching sound echoes ominously. This life is a wash anyway. Seongu bows his head. Now that it's come to this, my life is over too. He forces a bitter smile. You guys hate me anyway. You'll just go tell everyone at school. Yoonjin is speechless. If you keep acting like this, you really are pathetic, Ji-hwan says. To be honest, I didn't think it would get this serious, Seongu mutters. We get it. Just give us the talisman and it's over. The two girls try to soothe him. Apologize to Do-kyung later. He'll understand. Understand what? Seongu snaps, a nerve clearly struck. What do you know about Do-kyung? That bastard only pretends to be nice, but deep down, he looks down on everyone. The two girls fall silent. If Do-kyung comes back, Seongu bites his lip. He'll pretend to forgive me in front of you, but behind my back, he'll crush me. Because that bastard, he looks up and screams, is a total fake. And right here, let's look at the memory that started it all. In a noisy classroom, Seongu is doing his work. Ugh, so loud, he thinks. Why do I have to be in the same class as these idiots? I thought they sorted us by academic performance. So, shall we let Seongu continue as the class president? The teacher's voice rings out. The class buzzes. Sir! A male student puts his arm around his friend. I nominate Do-kyung for class president. The whole class erupts, but Seongu freezes in place. I also nominate Do-kyung. Seongu's face darkens instantly. In the end, Do-kyung and Seongu stand together on the platform. I think it makes more sense for Seongu to continue as president, Do-kyung stammers. Come on, don't be shy. Their friends cheer from below. The results? A landslide victory for Do-kyung. Kim Seongu, 2 votes. Cheon Do-kyung, 21 votes. Congrats, new class president. Friends swarm around Do-kyung. Seongu trembles with rage. He only got elected because he's popular. They should have chosen someone competent. What the hell does that smooth talker even know how to do? Who were the other 2 votes from? Whispers rise from the crowd. He probably voted for himself. A few kids snicker behind him. The comment hits a nerve. Seongu's face flushes. A bunch of morons, daring to make a joke out of me. You stole my opportunity, you know that? On the board, the teacher writes a list of subjects. Literature, math, English, Korean history. Seon-gu holds his exam results when suddenly a classmate yells out, "Hey, Cheon Do-kyung is first in our class." Seon-gu's entire body goes stiff. The girls start swooning. Wow, as expected of the class president. Handsome, smart, rich, he's the total package. He's perfect, not a single flaw. I heard he doesn't even have a girlfriend yet. Seon-gu's face turns pale, remembering Do-kyung's smile and feeling a wave of nausea. No way. How can someone be so perfect? It has to be a lie. He crushes the results in his hand. That fake son of a bitch is probably laughing at me on the inside. That cunning bastard always acting so nice in front of everyone. Seon-gu vents. "So this is because you're bitter about not being elected president?" Jia asks, her voice dripping with exhaustion. "That's called a victim complex," Ji-hwan adds. "So, have we gotten to the fake part yet?" "There's more!" Seon-gu shouts. This part is important. This time, it was the freshman entrance ceremony. A hand claps Seon-gu's shoulder. He's stunned. "Do-kyung? How did he know I was in this class?" "Hello." Do-kyung smiles politely. "You're in this class too? Could you call Ji-hwan for me?" Seon-gu just stares, blank-faced. "Okay, raise your hand if you think not remembering a name is being fake." Seon-gu asks Yoonjin and Jia. Not a single hand goes up. "This is ridiculous," he yells. "How could that bastard not remember me? He was obviously pretending because he looks down on me. Just admit you hate Cheon Do-kyung," Jia glares. "Who the hell are you that he has to remember you? Besides," Ji-won calmly analyzes, "you transferred right after that. Who would remember someone who left at the start of the semester? Do you remember my name? I was in the same class too." "The truth is, you just want Cheon Do-kyung to be a fake," Ji-hwan concludes. "Everything you've said is just an excuse." Every word, gentle but sharp, silences Seon-gu. He grits his teeth as a single tear suddenly streaks down his cheek. Whether he's fake or not, that bastard has to disappear. "This world is so unfair," Seon-gu sobs. "I tried so hard and got nothing, while he was born at the finish line." "You think he got everything easily?" Jia says coldly. "Of course he did." Seon-gu scoffs. "Being born rich, isn't that the finish line? Bastards like him need to be eliminated. What do you know?" Jia can't take it anymore, her eyes welling up with tears. She knows how hard Do-kyung had to work in secret. He always had to try twice as hard because people like you were jealous of him, so he was terrified of being hated. "Serves him right," Seon-gu retorts. "I heard he's studying to be an actor. Probably wants to play the nice guy role to get ahead." Now hold on, the one person who's been silent is about to speak, and trust me, this changes everything. Just then, Eunjin, who had been quiet the entire time, suddenly speaks. "That's right, it's so unfair." Jia and Ji-hwan are stunned. "Eunjin, what are you saying?" "Because I used to think the same way," Yoonjin says, then looks directly at Seon-gu. "So what if Do-kyung disappears? Will your life suddenly get better?" His eyes are cold, emotionless. Memories of jealous stares, of feeling helpless and watching from afar, flash through his mind. "Will the world become a fairer place?" Yoonjin asks. "Nothing will change. You'll always find someone like Do-kyung, and you'll just find another useless way to lash out like this." He sees Jia's anguished tears. "If the time limit passes and Do-kyung can't return, then you've killed someone." Yoonjin's every word is like a hammer blow to Seon-gu's conscience. Because even if his body remains, Do-kyung's soul will be lost from this world. And you will just go on living as you did before. That is the true definition of a fake. Hearing this, Seon-gu's tears fall again. No, that's not right. He desperately lies to himself. A flashback to that day. Jia walks away angrily. Seon-gu, hiding behind a wall, watches everything. The hand holding the talisman trembles. Did it really work? He follows Do-kyung's retreating figure, a twisted smile on his lips. "That's right. This is what you call fair. This is your true face, Cheon Do-kyung." He thinks gleefully. Tomorrow, the rumor will spread through school, and he'll be expelled for sure. Jia will definitely cut ties with him too. But when he gets home, fear starts to creep over Seon-gu. He trembles. After 49 hours. Will Do-kyung really disappear? His hand clutches the talisman. And you and I are left wondering, does that make me a murderer? Do-kyung's fake smile haunts him again. His mind is screaming at him to just rip the talisman apart. No, this is enough. This is more than enough to completely ruin his reputation. But then he stops. He remembers what Do-kyung said when he saw him. "You look so familiar. What's your name?" A war wages in his head. He saw my face. What if he remembers and comes back for revenge? Bam! Xiang Yu's fist slams into the bed. Who knew this thing would actually work? He seethes, punching it again and again. A flood of humiliating memories washes over him. And stick with me, because this is where his mind truly starts to break, blaming everything on Doki Young. Xiang Yu shrinks into a corner. It's because he's so fake. That's why this is all happening. He brought this on himself. That brilliant smile flashes in his mind on a loop. Xiang Yu clutches his head, screaming in agony. It's gone too far. What am I supposed to do now? Just give me the talisman. Hurry. Yongjin's calm voice cuts in. Jiguan finally understands. Could this be the legendary tough love lesson? He watches the battle god work his magic first, showing empathy, then dropping serious wisdom. Hisu watches silently from behind, completely shocked that it's actually working. Jiguan is just in awe, seeing Xiang Yu totally convinced. Sobbing, Xiang Yu finally pulls the talisman from his pocket. But in that exact instant, a soulless voice whispers right in his ear. Die. Xiang Yu's knees buckle, pulling Jia down with him. Hey! What is wrong with you? She yells out. Give me the talisman! With vacant eyes, Xiang Yu just mutters, I have to go home to Mom. He rips his hand away from Jia, sending her stumbling back. That bastard! Hisu and Jiguan's jaws drop as he steps onto the windowsill. And what happens next? Absolutely insane. A single slipper flies off. Xiang Yu is left dangling in the air, with no idea what just happened. But when he looks down, pure panic takes over. Save me! He screams. I don't want to die. Don't move. Yong-jin yells, desperately gripping his leg while Ji Huan holds onto him from behind. I know. I told you not to move. From behind, the rest of the group pulls with all their might. Jia is straining so hard veins are popping on her arms. At this rate, we're all going down, Yong-jin thinks, his hand turning red from the strain. Suddenly, the whole group loses their balance, nearly plunging to their doom. In that critical moment, Yong-jin's latent power awakens. With a massive surge, he hauls Xiang Yu up, saving everyone from the brink of death. Are you insane? Why did you jump? Yong-jin grits his teeth. It wasn't me. Xiang Yu trembles, trying to explain. Suddenly, someone was staring at me and told me to die. After that, I don't remember anything, but he's the one who said he'd rather die, Ji Huan points out. Hey, we have to burn the talisman, now, Hisu yells, spotting a mark on Xiang Yu's neck. On his neck. Isn't that the symbol from the antique shop? All of a sudden, the symbol heats up. Ah, it burns. Xiang Yu cries out in agony. See? It's the talisman. Get it out, now, Ji Huan demands. Xiang Yu pulls out the folded paper. That's it. Jia snatches it. Get a lighter. Burn it now. What are you waiting for? Finally, a flame sparks to life, but then Doki Yong appears and an ice-cold breath extinguishes it instantly. Happy birthday, he says in a low, chilling voice. Everyone freezes in terror. A very happy birthday to my lovely self. Jia, hurry, Jiguan screams, tackling Doki Yong while Xiang Yu also rushes in. You bastards? Doki Yong smashes his elbow into Jiguan's head. Yong-jin shields Jia with his body. Burn the talisman, now. Tears stream down her face, but she manages to steady her hand and light the paper. Just as the talisman turns to ash, Doki Yong collapses. Did it work? They ask. Doki Yong? He slowly flutters his eyes open, struggling to sit up. The group cheers in relief. Doki Yong! But a completely different voice answers them. Sorry, he says with a smirk. Doki Yong logged out yesterday. He starts laughing like a maniac, and everyone is just frozen solid. Look at the expressions on your faces. Wait, why? Ji Huan stammers, utterly bewildered. It hasn't even been 49 hours. Doki Yong just explodes with laughter. Ha ha ha, what the hell was all that for? Was that the right talisman? Ji Huan asks, turning to the others. It was. Oh, it wasn't the talisman's fault, Doki Yong says, a wicked grin spreading across his face. It was the right one, but now it's just garbage paper. It has nothing to do with me anymore. What? How is that possible? Yongjin and Hisu ask in disbelief. Then, the real Doki Yong, Jia says, crumbling in despair. He's gone, the spirit states casually. All that hard work for nothing, you bunch of idiots. But why? I thought it was supposed to be 49 hours. Jiguan grabs his phone, desperately scrolling for an answer. Doki Yong stalks over and grabs him by the collar. Oh, Ji-Huan. He crushes the tracker on his chest and sneers. You should have realized something was up when this toy stopped beeping. Before this body's owner faded away, he was looking for you. Tears of pure regret streamed down Ji-Huan's face. Don't cry, Doki Yong coos, his smile turning predatory. He raises a clawed hand. You'll be reunited with your friend very soon. We cut to another dimension, where the real Doki Yong faces a mysterious evil spirit. Do you want to make a deal? The immortality ghost asks. I can give you anything you desire. Who are you? What are you talking about? Doki Yong growls. The ghost simply snaps its fingers, and an invisible force sends Doki Yong flying into a cabinet. The old woman ghost rushes to save a white porcelain vase, then glares at the intruder. Damn you! How dare you! She roars. Black smoke surges towards him, but just as it's about to make contact, it all recoils in fear. Who are you? She asks, terrified. Taking 49 hours to claim a single soul, the immortality ghost scoffs, picking up the vase. What a pathetic piece of dark magic. What the hell do you want from us? That 49-hour contract. I'll get rid of it for you, he replies calmly. In exchange, he glances over at Doki Yong, that unusual child who came here once before. Bring him to me, alive. Back in the present, Yong-jin stands between the spirit and Ji-gwan. Stop. Oh, so you'll finally play with me? Doki Yong sneers, lifting Ji-gwan clean off the ground. How about a little bet? Our match still doesn't have a winner, right? And just when you and I think it can't get worse, he makes an offer. Here's the deal. If you win, I leave this body and give you your friend back. But if you lose, your life is mine. Yong-jin, don't. What'll it be? If you refuse, I'll just kill them all right now, Doki Yong threatens, his grip on Ji-gwan's neck tightening. Hyung, bet with my life instead. Ji-gwan chokes out the words. Shut up. The life I want is Yong-jin's. After a tense silence, Yong-jin makes his choice. Fine. Really? Doki Yong is visibly excited. In return, you wait until after school. Until then, you leave everyone alone. Okay. Doki Yong agrees, dropping Ji-hwan. He leans in close to Yong-jin and whispers, after school, meet me at the antique shop. And remember, come alone. Then he gives Yong-jin's shirt a sharp tug. All right, let's dive right into this mess. The warning was clear. Don't come in the store if you want to live. Ji-hwan knows this playbook. It's a classic ambush, a setup for a group beatdown. What on earth is going on? Jia worries aloud. The bound leaf was burned. The mark on Kyung's neck is gone. So why hasn't he come back? A thought just popped into my head, Jiyoung blurts out, but Kang Jia immediately snaps at him, annoyed. What if? Kyung has already become a demon's servant. The second the words leave his mouth, Jiai's fist flies at his face. I told you not to say that. Luckily, Jiyoung dodges just in time. Just then, Hisu speaks up. My mom said if burning the leaf doesn't bring him back, his soul might be trapped somewhere. Kang Jia immediately asks, trapped where? In the antique shop. Obviously, Ji-hwan interjects. That's where the card demon told Yong-jin to go. Plus, the shaman said it's a hideout where brokers use human souls to create servants. Ji-hwan picks up his notebook. The card demon told him not to enter the store. What if that was reverse psychology? Because Kyung is already inside. He looks up, reading from his notes. According to my great encyclopedia of monsters, no one's ever beaten the card demon, but it might keep its promise. Even so, I'm worried it's a trap. There's no guarantee of victory, Kang Jia cuts in. If he loses, Yong-jin will be in danger too. No, Ji-hwan argues. Yong-jin can win. You have a plan? The demon said the match wasn't decided, Ji-hwan says, crossing his arms. So the odds are 50-50. Kang Jia is speechless. That's not helpful at all. Yong-jin has been silent this whole time. He remembers Gokyoung's words echoing in his mind. What I want is your life, Yong-jin. He stares at his own hand, deep in thought. He's not after my body. It's all because of this left arm. Then, a realization hits him. The arm, made from the black dragon, isn't a liability, it's his source of power. Hey, Lee Hisu, Yong-jin calls out. You said I fought before, right? Huh? Oh yeah, you did. But didn't the great deity handle that demon? Well, yeah, he destroyed it, Hisu explains. But you did most of the work before he showed up. When was that? After your mother was stabbed with a knife. His mom was stabbed? Kang Jia gasps. But Yong-jin just sinks deeper into his thoughts. That's right. I can't remember anything after that point. Now, pay attention, because this is where our hero puts the pieces together. He looks at his left arm. Back then, did I only use my left hand? Hisu looks stunned. Huh? Are you left-handed? Wait, am I not? Yong-jin asks, confused. Hisu suddenly turns, mimicking the way he held a knife back then, and the memory flashes in her mind. It's true. You only used your left hand. What is it? She asks, curious. Yong-jin says cautiously, I think. I've found a way. A way to do what? Everyone asks, surprised. First, we do what the card demon says, he announces with resolve. I'll go there alone. What? Why? That's like walking straight into a trap, Ji-hwan protests. What trap? Yong-jin cuts him off. You can't go alone. It's too dangerous. Hisu tries to stop him. If we all go, we'll just get wiped out before we can do anything. Yong-jin argues, his mind made up. He's got a point, Ji-hwan surprisingly agrees. Besides, Yong-jin adds, I'm not going alone. My ancestor is coming with me. Right. But what can your ancestor even do? Ji-hwan still seems worried as the sun begins to set. Jin, perched on Yong-jin's head, finally speaks. Well, pigs are flying. I never thought I'd see the day you'd volunteer to go demon hunting. It's better than sitting here waiting to die, Yong-jin replies coldly. That's my grandson, Jin says, patting his head proudly. They cross an alley and arrive at an abandoned store. So this is the place, Yong-jin murmurs. Sure enough, it's radiating dark energy. You have to be extremely careful, Jin warns him. Are you sure you can find him? I can hear him. Try calling out and see if he answers. The moment they step inside, a foul stench hits Yong-jin. Ugh, what is that horrible smell? He calls out loudly, Cho Do-kyung, if you're in here, answer me. The silence is unnerving. Suddenly, Jin senses something creeping up behind them. Yong-jin, my boy, Jin warns urgently. Get out of here, now. But it's too late. As Yong-jin turns to leave, his foot steps on something soft. The world around him suddenly shifts, leaving him completely stunned. He instinctively reaches back, but his left hand refuses to obey. It just hangs there, motionless. In this critical moment, Jin sees that his grandson isn't reacting at all. Yong-jin trembles, and before he can even lift his sword, slimy tentacles shoot out, wrapping tightly around his arm. Yeah, I think we all saw this ambush coming. Helpless, he can only shut his eyes and brace for the worst. Slash. Just then, a blade flashes, slicing the tentacles in two. It's Do-kyung. He saved him just in the nick of time. You moron, he sneers, glaring at Yong-jin. I told you not to come in here, didn't I? With that, Do-kyung grabs Yong-jin by the collar and starts dragging him away. The sudden movement throws Jin into the air, and he's immediately swarmed by other tentacles. Grandpa Jin! Yong-jin screams in terror. Inside the shop, something massive begins to rise. An old woman's voice echoes, How dare you betray me? On Do-kyung's neck, a strange seal glows brighter and brighter as he just smirks triumphantly. From now on, he says, an ecstatic look on his face as he runs, dragging Yong-jin. I'm finally free. On a rooftop, a now demon-possessed Do-kyung laughs maniacally, yanking Yong-jin along behind him. Yong-jin, did you see it? He asks, baring a set of sharp teeth. The look on that old hag's face. As Yong-jin struggles, Do-kyung spins on him, yelling, Hey, stop squirming, I just saved your life. You want me to get rough? He lets Yong-jin go, sending a pile of building materials crashing down. Do-kyung leaps down, landing near him as Yong-jin collapses into a cloud of dust, coughing violently. Do-kyung stands there coldly, hands in his pockets, watching him. A single die falls to the ground. He covers it with a cup, and in an instant, countless identical cups materialize, surrounding Yong-jin. What is this? What else? Do-kyung laughs menacingly. We made a deal to bet our lives, remember? The die begins to shuffle from cup to cup at a blinding speed, making Yong-jin's head spin. Now, Do-kyung orders with a grin. Guess? How the hell am I supposed to guess? But then, Yong-jin decisively places his hand on one of the cups. He slowly lifts it. Miraculously, the smoking die sits right there. All the other cups instantly vanish. Do-kyung is stunned. How? How did he guess it on the first try? The odds were 1 in 100. I won, Yong-jin says, looking up at him with a sigh of relief. Best 2 out of 3, Do-kyung suddenly declares, changing the game. Just when you think you're safe, they always pull something like this. Why are you changing the rules all of a sudden? Because I feel like it, he snaps back, pulling out another die. This time, whoever rolls the higher number wins. And I'm going first. Why do you always have to do things your way? Yong-jin complains. The die stops spinning. A 6. 6, Yong-jin reads. He snaps in frustration. Who said you could change the rules like that? I already won the last round. I'm not playing. But his left hand unconsciously closes over the die. What are you doing? Do-kyung asks, confused. Yong-jin frantically uses his right hand to restrain his left. I said no. Stop it. His left hand doesn't listen. It throws the die to the ground. Wait, that wasn't me. Yong-jin explains in a panic. You threw it, Do-kyung smirks. Besides, your die only ever rolls a 1. My victory is assured. But then, the situation takes a shocking turn. Crack! Yong-jin's left hand smashes the die to pieces. Both of them stare in shock at the fragments. The number on the largest piece? 7. Are you kidding me? You cheated. Do-kyung roars. You lose. How do I lose? Yong-jin coolly provokes. It could still have been a 6. You broke it. There's no rule that says I can't. Yong-jin presses his advantage. You should have said so before. It's an unspoken rule. By your logic, there's no rule forcing a best of 3 either. I should have won last round. You and I both know this is about to get messy. Do-kyung smirks, then lets out a huge laugh. I guess I'll just have to beat you to a pulp. A dark, ominous power begins to radiate from the palm of his hand. That's right, he thinks. The demon never said I had to bring him back in one piece, just as long as he's still breathing. With that thought, Do-kyung vanishes from where he stood. He shoots towards Yong-jin like a bolt of lightning, throwing a punch with a demonic grin plastered on his face. Yong-jin is startled, but he quickly regains his composure. He reaches behind his neck, pulling out the dagger his ancestor lent him. Without hesitation, he swings it in a clean arc right at Do-kyung. The dagger digs into the ground. Do-kyung, with the inhuman speed of the possessed, easily steps back to dodge the attack. He's genuinely surprised that Yong-jin could react that fast. Yong-jin grips the dagger tightly, but he can't seem to control its power. Yong-jin stares at his sword, confused. Why is his own hand hurting this much? The demon, Do-kyung, roars at him, furious. You're not a normal human, are you? Why didn't you say so sooner? Then, Yong-jin unconsciously moves, aiming the blade right at him as a completely different voice escapes his lips. I will sever your head. You bastard! Do-kyung rages. Whoa, that wasn't me talking. Yong-jin quickly explains, trying to buy some time. Wait, don't believe me? Let's play another round. The demon shoots back. The fun's over, kid. What? Yong-jin panics, trying to set a condition. In that case, I won the first round, fair and square. So let the real Do-kyung go. But the demon just growls. That little punk again? Didn't I tell you? He's been dead for a long time now. At those words, Yong-jin's world starts to spin. But you promised you'd return him if I won. The demon just laughs, having found his enemy's weak spot. Fine, he sneers. If you want his corpse for a funeral, I'll give it to you. But first, you have to beat me. And with that, he unleashes his true monstrous power. Do-kyung charges forward aggressively, but suddenly, a net gun fires straight at him, launching a rainbow-colored net that ensnares the demon and slams him flat on the ground. What the hell is this? The net crackles with energy, making the demon scream in agony. Yong-jin looks up, stunned, as Ji-hoon appears, gun still in hand. He would have cheated and flipped the game anyway. Beside him, Hisu calls out worriedly, Yong-jin, how did you guys know I was here? Yong-jin asks, completely bewildered. Turn your little cauldron over and have a look, Ji-hoon says with a smile. Yong-jin does, and finds a small device stuck to it. What's this? A location tracker, Ji-hoon explains. Sorry if this makes you uncomfortable, but I was worried. You told us not to come, but this was way too dangerous. We couldn't just let you fight all alone. More importantly, Ji-hoon adds, holding out a sword, my swordsmanship is way better than yours. Hisu awkwardly urges him on. Yong-jin, do it. Unleash it. Like you did before. Unleash what? But suddenly, 2 massive dice cups fall from the sky. They crash down with a deafening boom, trapping both Ji-hoon and Hisu inside. Yong-jin looks up in absolute horror. And this is where the real nightmare begins. Do-kyung is floating in midair. He slowly descends, his face a mask of pure rage. You little rat. He lifts his head, revealing glowing demonic eyes. I told you to come alone. Yong-jin is officially panicking, but it's fine, the demon grins, extending his claws. This just makes things more interesting. He summons a third cup, and with a wave of his hand, all 3 begin to shuffle at a blinding speed, way faster than before lining up perfectly in a row. What are you doing? Yong-jin asks, his voice trembling. Only one of these is empty, the demon says coldly, gesturing to the cups. It's useless. Once they're trapped, they're completely cut off from the outside world. Inside, Hisu cries out in fear, Yong-jin, what's happening? We're trapped again. Ji-hoon yells. Now then. Do-kyung commands, standing before the 2 remaining cups. Choose one of them. Seeing Yongjin's confusion, he tempts him. You have to at least save one, right? Don't worry, just pick. I'll deal with the other one so fast, they won't even realize they've logged out, he says with a sadistic smirk, mocking Yongjin's powerlessness. How pathetic. They came all the way here just to save you. Yongjin is frozen solid, staring at the two giant dice cups, his mind racing. And now, one of them has to die by your hand, the gambling demon jeers. Let them go, Yongjin growls. You said you only wanted my life. I don't feel like it. He snaps back instantly, his hideous face breaking into a wide grin. Why should I listen to you? I could have killed you from the start. I just enjoy the game. He pressures him again. Come on, who do you want to save? Choose quickly, before they suffocate in there. Hearing the word suffocate sends a jolt of pure terror through Yongjin. Are you surprised? Did you really think a sealed box like that would have air, you idiot? Inside, both Ji-hoon and Hisu are gasping, struggling to breathe. The longer you stall, your friends will. The demon grabs his own throat, pretending to choke, just to torture Yongjin's mind. Choose. Yongjin's face darkens as he stands there, paralyzed. Look at his face, the demon thinks gleefully. You should have known your place from the start, you bastard. He then touches the cup on the right. Ah, let me give you a hint. The girl is in this one. Then he erupts into a fit of insane laughter. Okay, I know what you're thinking, and yeah, it's about to get even crazier. A voice suddenly echoes in Yongjin's head. Kill him! His eyes flash a deep crimson, but he fights the command, his mind fixed on the safety of the real Du-kyung. No, I can't. If I do that, Du-kyung will. His attention snaps to the cups. Maybe I can slash them open? But what if he accidentally hits his friends inside? A pair of glowing red dragon eyes flashes in his mind's eye. His hand grips the sword tighter as his legs move on their own, lunging forward while the blade swings back, gathering power. Seeing this sudden, decisive movement, the gambling demon actually looks stunned, almost afraid. Yongjin brings the blade down in a world-shattering strike, blasting both cups with the dragon's power. The container shatters, but stick with me here, Ji-hoon and Hisu are miraculously unharmed. Instead, the one who took the hit was the silver screen demon, a deep gash now carved into it, glowing with an ominous red light. Yongjin finally gets it. This blade is made specifically to destroy evil things. Ah, this is it. I'm really dead. Ji-hoon cries out in terror, slumping to the ground and clutching his stomach. He frantically checks his body, but strangely, there isn't a single wound. Then he looks behind him and can't believe his eyes. The demon's true form is lying sprawled on the ground. He quickly pulls out his camera to check the frequency, confirming an extremely powerful magnetic field. Hey, what are you doing? Yongjin shouts. Get Du-kyung out of here now! The demon looks up at him, stunned. How is this possible? It freezes when it sees the reflection in Yongjin's eyes, a massive dragon carrying Do-kyung on its shoulder, with Hisu and Ji-hoon following close behind. Yongjin, hurry up. You guys go on ahead, he yells back. I'll handle this and catch up. It's more dangerous if you stay with me. Let's go. Hisu and Ji-hoon agree. We're just getting in his way. Look at its condition. Yongjin definitely has the upper hand now. The demon pushes itself up, gritting its teeth in rage. Swish! A slash comes flying down from above. Yongjin relentlessly swings his blade, and the demon can only grunt and endure the beating. Seeing the blade right at its face, the demon's eyes snap open. Impossible! It suddenly remembers the silhouette of the faceless demon. The seal on its forehead flares to life, pulsing with a bizarre purple energy. Now pay attention, because this is where everything goes sideways. Even the demon itself has no idea what's happening as veins bulge on its arms and its body begins a grotesque transformation. Its eyes glow a sinister purple as its head snaps back, slamming hard against the ground. It all happens so fast that Yongjin can only stand and watch, totally confused. The creature lets out pained, cracking sounds. Bring it back to me alive. It's an order from the faceless demon, who's staring intently at a jar connected to a strange tube. Why don't you go get it yourself? An old woman asks angrily. He places the jar back in its spot and says slowly, If I could catch it myself, I wouldn't have bothered coming to this stinking place. Hearing this, the old woman breaks into a cold sweat. You insolent brat! You had this all planned out, didn't you? The faceless demon doesn't care. He summons 2 demonic cards into his hands. Everything necessary has already been prepared. He swings his arm, sending the 2 cards flying. They create a sinister arc of magical energy. One card slams right into the old woman's forehead, the other embeds itself in Du-kyung's neck. The demonic card instantly merges with his body, glowing purple as it spreads like roots around his neck. Arg! Du-gyung screams in pain, hands flying to his throat. What? What the hell are you doing? A black energy gathers around his hand, transforming his arm into something horrific, with razor-sharp claws. What is this? Du-gyung stammers in shock. In just a moment, his entire body is affected. The whites of his eyes are now a creepy, solid purple. He suddenly feels a wave of power he's never known before. A bright light nearby catches his eye. The old woman's severed arm has grown back completely. She's trembling, trying to control her new power. Her strength is enveloped in an orange light, far more powerful than his. The faceless demon ignores them, turning to leave. He offers one last sentence. Your deadline is tomorrow. That night, amidst the city lights, Du-gyung runs like the wind down an alley, searching for someone. Where did he go? He grits his teeth in frustration. Like a ghost, the faceless demon appears right behind him. Looking for me? Du-gyung whips his head around, staring straight into the mask. Who in the world are you? He shows no fear. You're the one who changed the old woman's spell, aren't you? What is this power? Asking such a rude question 3 times, the faceless demon replies, his red eyes filled with contempt. Why should I answer a worthless piece of trash like you? A gust of wind blows past, and he's already behind Du-gyung again, walking deeper into the alley. Hey, wait! Du-gyung shouts desperately. That deal, the service deal. He looks at the demon's back and blurts out, make a separate one with me. No, the demon replies instantly. The faceless demon turns back, covering his mouth to mock him with a laugh. I mean, talk about a low blow. He says, I don't trust hobgoblins like you. You're even weaker than your master. She is not my master. Du-gyung roars back. I was only forced into that contract for my own reasons. What does that have to do with me? The faceless demon says coldly. The terms of the deal are to bring Yong-jin back alive. I don't care who does it, as long as he's alive. Du-gyung places a hand on his chest, guaranteeing, I can move freely, so I'll be much faster. Her main body is her old self. She can't leave that place. The only one who can act is me. So, give me the power you gave her as well. I will definitely capture that bastard and bring him to you. His determination seems to have swayed the faceless demon. If you wish, I can give you more power. I just fear you won't be able to handle it. I can take it, Du-gyung yells. Instantly, a black demonic card shoots straight into his forehead, quickly merging into his flesh. An unbearable wave of pain hits him, as evil energy pours into his mind, forcing him to his knees, screaming. Tisk told you so, the faceless demon says dismissively. A filthy jez goblin with a trembling body, yet you dare desire high-level power. He notices the seal on the forehead has perfectly merged with the body. A strange voice comes from his mouth. You said you'd grant any request. The card on his neck also activates. I just have to bring him back alive, right? Du-gyung's face turns chillingly cold, completely possessed by the evil power as he makes an ambitious declaration. What I want is freedom. Back in the present, the demon now has complete control over Du-gyung's body. It turns the tables spectacularly. It lunges forward and grabs Yong-jin by the throat with incredible speed. The force is so strong it pushes him onto the defensive. Yong-jin swings his greatsword, aiming straight for its head. The demon quickly lets go, swiping its claws through the air to dodge the slash. On the other side, Yong-jin clutches his bleeding neck, coughing violently. It looks up at him with a horrifying expression. You bunch of idiots, how long does it take? It mutters, calculating. 3 minutes? 4 minutes? It grins menacingly. The time it takes to die from suffocation. At the same time, in another location. Are you okay? Ji-hoon asks Hisu worriedly, reaching out to help her. Hisu just calls out Du-gyung's name, her voice trembling. Staring at his pale, cold arm, she says, Du-gyung, he stopped breathing. Her words send Ji-hoon into a panic, and he immediately starts chest compressions. And that's when the demon drops a bombshell that you and I both knew was coming. What soul? The thing you carried out of here was just an empty shell. It bursts into a fit of maniacal laughter, mocking the desperate efforts of Ji-hoon and Hisu. Are you trying to hold a funeral for him? The soul. A thought flashes through Yong-jin's mind. He spins on his heel, grits his teeth, and sprints with all his might back towards the antique shop. But the demon is faster. It appears before him like a gust of wind, its purple eyes glowing, and launches a devastating kick straight into his stomach. Where do you think you're going? Yong-jin is sent flying, slamming so hard into a wall that it cracks. This power is hard to control, the demon says as it lands, baring its sharp teeth. But you're not allowed to die. My mission is to capture you alive. Yong-jin sits in the wreckage, gritting his teeth through the pain, his hand tight around his sword. Kill him for me. The dust settles, revealing Yong-jin's blazing red eyes. He launches forward in a blur, but the demon leaps back, dodging with a look of angry surprise. Yong-jin crouches, then shoots upward with blinding speed, landing a clean slash right across the demon's chest. It roars as dark, ominous power gathers in its fist. Then it dives down like a meteor, aiming a devastating punch straight for Yong-jin. He pours every last ounce of strength into his defense, his face drenched in sweat as he raises his sword to block. But the force is too much. He's blasted back, crashing into the ground so hard his sword shatters the pavement. The demon lands gently, absolutely furious. A strange purple light seeps from its wounds as the sigil on its forehead begins to glow. I've had an itchy feeling for a while now. It growls, its eyes fixed on the bizarre energy flowing from Yong-jin's left arm. What the hell is that? You don't need to know. Yong-jin pants, his voice cold as ice. The demon stares at him. I always wondered why that masked guy was looking for you. Now I see there was a reason. Elsewhere, Ji-hoon is still desperately performing chest compressions. Do-kyung. Ji-hoon, could it be? Hisu panics. Do-kyung's soul is still. Stop! A voice cuts through their panic. They look up, shocked, as a man in a collared shirt with an earring approaches them. Are you trying to break his ribs? You're pushing way too hard. Back at the fight, Yong-jin lunges again. The demon dodges, but a sharp pain in Yong-jin's arm makes him falter. He loses his balance, but even as he falls, he twists his body, managing one last desperate swing at the demon's head. The blade scrapes right against its throat. The demon flinches, pure fear flashing in its eyes. But at that exact moment, Yong-jin's strength gives out. The sword falls from his grasp, and as he collapses, body shaking, you and I can both see the fire in his eyes. This is far from over. Model. The demon lifts its foot, slamming it down hard where Yong-jin had just been lying. Luckily, he managed to roll away. He kneels on the ground, trembling, using the last of his strength to plant his blade in the dirt to stay upright. Yong-jin staggers back, glancing at his own blade. He forces himself to his feet, the determination in his eyes refusing to die. At this rate, I'm going to die before I can destroy it. The demon tilts its head, watching Yong-jin's trembling body. And that's where we leave it, with the monster's chilling thought. This bastard. It's like he's possessed by someone. Yong-jin's left arm moves on its own, thrusting the sword forward and pulling his whole body along with it. The demon charges too, but its eyes hold a flicker of a different idea. Suddenly, it relaxes its clawed hand, the power surrounding it vanishing. Yong-jin is stunned. The demon then uses its free hand to slam a fist into his chest as an ancient symbol on its forehead glows. Just as it thought, the demon smirks, its theory confirmed. Yong-jin is sent flying backward, the ground cracking from the impact. His right side has no power at all, the demon muses, a look of pure contempt on its face. Hey, it calls out to Yong-jin's motionless body. I don't know what the hell is going on with your left side, but your weak body can't handle it. Yong-jin's eyes snap open, and he grits his teeth, forcing himself to sit up. Wait, he yells out, but in a flash, the demon is right next to him, gripping his right arm. Look at this. It sneers with disgust. Your right side is as flimsy as a wet noodle. Yong-jin stares in horror. Ah! He screams in agony as the demon easily snaps his right arm backward. His left hand goes limp, dropping the blade as the demon stomps on his chest, pinning his left arm down. You get what you deserve for trying to fight back. It says, grinding its foot. Its eyes glow as it bares sharp teeth. And now, it's this damn left arm's turn. Its foot comes down. Ah! Yong-jin's face twists in pain as he screams. A surge of red energy erupts from his shattered left arm, flowing straight into his right. In a magical instant, his right arm is completely healed. Before the demon can even process what just happened, the blade zips past its head and lands perfectly in Yong-jin's right hand. They both stare at the newly healed arm in absolute shock. Yong-jin raises the blade, his eyes now filled with pure killing intent. But before he can attack, an object flies through the air, embedding itself straight into the demon's neck. It goes limp, its body sent flying into a stone pillar of a nearby building. A glowing white arrow pins the demon's corpse to the wall. Yong-jin can't believe his eyes. He whips his head around, searching for whoever just fired that shot. High above, on the edge of another skyscraper, he spots the silhouette of an archer holding a bow. Her hair is white mixed with red, and she's staring right at him. The masked figure, Total, seethes. Damn it. This just got more complicated. Elsewhere, a handsome, golden-eyed young man with an earring coolly orders Ji-hoon. Get out of the way. Who are you? Ji-hoon asks, startled. The young man doesn't answer, completely focused on assessing Do-kyung's condition. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Ji-hoon yells when he sees the stranger about to touch his friend. Up above, Total forms a hand sign, creating a dazzling blue flame. Pardon me, he says and vanishes. At the same time down below, the man with the earring suddenly frowns, pausing his movements. From Do-kyung's pale face, a single tear unexpectedly rolls down. Look, the man exclaims. Do-kyung! Hee-soo and Ji-hoon shout in worry. Do-kyung's body convulses with a gasp, his eyes fly open, and he turns to violently throw up. Is that really you, Do-kyung? Ji-hoon asks, patting his back suspiciously. That's really him, the man with the earring suddenly confirms. Hey, Yu Ji-hoon turns to say something, but the man is already walking away. It's late now, go on home, he says with a wave. Wait, Hee-soo calls out. Please take care of Do-kyung. Huh? Oh, just leave it to me. I will. She suddenly freezes, remembering Yong-jin's warning. Run, it's way more dangerous for you guys to be here. Back at an abandoned building, the red-haired archer with the sharp eyes is revealed to be an earthly god, the dragon. Yong-jin swallows hard, his eyes locked on her. A stream of light suddenly condenses, forming an arrow on her bow. The overseer leans back, drawing the bowstring taut as a brilliant light erupts from its tip. Clairvoyant eye! The arrow shoots forward like a beam of light. Instantly, Yong-jin's feet erupt in flames as he launches himself high into the air, dodging the shot by a hair's breadth. But before he can even reorient himself, another arrow sinks deep into his shoulder. The powerful impact sends him flying backward, slamming him hard against a wall. The overseer lands gracefully before him, frowning at the arrow. Yong-jin lets his sword clatter to the ground. Then, he suddenly grips the arrow in his shoulder and rips it out. Red flames from his hand immediately burn it to ash. That same fire then coils around the sword on the ground. Like a striking snake, Yong-jin snatches the blade and unleashes a powerful slash straight at the overseer. She is forced to lean back, barely dodging the blow. But instead of fear, a smile of pure excitement spreads across her face. After a few more clashes, they pause in the swirling dust. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Yong-jin now looks like a demon himself. His eyes pitch black with a terrifying grin stretching across his face. The overseer raises an eyebrow, looking at him like he's fascinating prey. It's definitely the left arm. In another location, Jin is chained to a wall, watched by Total, whose eyes are streaming with tears of pure hatred. How dare you do this to me? Suddenly, a figure holding a cigarette appears in the doorway. Who's there? Total asks in a low voice. The man just calmly flicks his cigarette ash. It's the guy with the earring, a smirk playing on his lips. Are you with that kid? Total gets to his feet, his voice sounding like it's crawling up from hell. Think whatever you want, the young man shrugs. Then I'll have to take you hostage. Go ahead. If you've got the guts, then bring it on. The moment the words are out, Total transforms into a hideous shape. Tentacles erupt from his body, wrapping tightly around the young man. If you dare to move, I'll kill you, he threatens, squeezing his arm. The young man takes a calm drag from his cigarette. Is that all you've got? Enraged by the disrespect, Total's eyes turn crimson. You bastard, he roars. I'll tear you to shreds. He charges straight at the young man. Dust and smoke explode outwards, then quickly settle, leaving Total standing there, absolutely stunned. The man stands there, casually putting out his cigarette, surrounded by the severed, mangled remains of the tentacles. Are you done yet? He asks in a raspy voice. You. Who are you? How? Total stammers, unable to believe his eyes. The young man smirks. Me? He rips off his earring, and it instantly transforms into a massive staff that's engulfed in furious flames. Yep, you're not seeing things. It's the Sun Wukong himself, Sun Wukong. Wukong grips the staff, shifting it into a razor-sharp spear before unleashing a devastating slash toward Total. A heaven-shaking explosion rips through the night. Whoa, are those fireworks? Nearby citizens wonder. Sun Wukong just pulls out his phone. Snap, he smirks, pleased as he captures the image of the sky he just blew up. High above, the glowing embers look like a beautiful fireworks show. But down on the ground, the scene is one of complete and total destruction. Alright, let's dive right into this chaotic scene. A city in ruins, smoke everywhere, and in the middle of the wreckage, a brown-haired boy with a spear bends down to pick up a bag. The faint sound of sobbing grabs his attention. The boy turns his head. Still alive? He mutters, spotting a bloodied arm desperately clutching something. In front of him is a monster, covered in wounds, its clothes torn to shreds. It's holding something tight, crying its heart out. My children. Oh no. It sobs, voice trembling, tears streaming down its face. I couldn't protect you. I'm so sorry. Suddenly, a spear slams straight through its head. The boy looks down coldly, his voice dripping with disgust. Thinking you're human? You're just a pile of filth. He then glances up and sees the strangest thing, Jin, pinned by a giant rock, with only his two little legs sticking out. The boy stares in shock, then rushes over to lift the boulder, revealing Jin lying completely still. But then the scene shifts. Yong-jin's eyes are burning with rage as he grips his spear and charges the overseer. He brings his weapon down with a massive strike that cracks the very earth, but she just leaps into the air to dodge it. It's just as the third archdemon predicted he's in his out-of-control state. She looks down at the enraged Yong-jin, but then, snap, he suddenly comes to his senses, the darkness in his eyes starting to fade. But it's too late. The overseer already has her bow drawn, aimed right at him. A single arrow flies through the air, piercing straight into Yong-jin's arm. Before he can even process what happened, iron chains erupt from the arrowhead. Ah! Yong-jin screams in agony as the chains bind his arm, pinning him to a nearby pillar and staking him to the ground. Now pay attention, because here's where it gets intense. The overseer holds two long iron rods, clashing them together with a piercing shriek. They glow bright red, and one of them transforms into a razor-sharp sword. You're right-handed, aren't you? She asks softly, placing the blade on Yong-jin's shoulder. He stops panting, frozen. That's a relief. I'll cut and cauterize it at the same time. This will only sting a little. Wait, he yells, his eyes wide in panic. But just then, a familiar voice rings out, making her pause. The overseer. That commanding tone. It's Jin. She slowly turns her head, gritting her teeth. There before her stands Jin, but he's in the form of a small owl. Yong-jin, drop the spear, the owl commands. Instantly, Yong-jin's hand trembles, and his weapon clatters to the ground. The overseer can't hide her astonishment. Are you in a lot of pain? Jin asks gently. We cut back to the present. He's no longer in the form we're used to. The overseer thinks to herself. You're still not done? The brown-haired boy suddenly steps forward with a smirk. Why are you attacking an innocent civilian? Civilian? The overseer replies, shocked. His arm is about to fall off. She realizes the third and fifth archdemons aren't around. She quickly backs off, making the chains vanish. Yong-jin! Jin cries out his name. The brown-haired boy raises an eyebrow at Jin before noticing another creature trying to sneak away. Hey, isn't that one dealt with yet? The overseer spins around in alarm, quickly drawing her bow and aiming at the bizarre-looking creature. Spare me. It shrieks in terror, tears welling in its eyes. It was all that old woman's fault. The words barely leave its mouth before an arrow flies and lodges itself right in its forehead. That damn hag, it screams with pure hatred before dissolving into fragments and vanishing into the air. A paper talisman flutters to the ground, but the characters written on it fade away into nothing. A breeze blows through, sweeping away the dust, leaving only two arrows behind. Strange. The overseer mutters, how can a ghoul still move after being hit by a divine weapon? The brown-haired boy just scoffs. Maybe it's because you didn't hit it hard enough. She ignores his jab and gets straight to the point. Don't you find this weird? Ghouls are supposed to live in hiding. Why would they suddenly show up here? Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, it's about to get even weirder. Hearing her, the brown-haired boy pauses his smoke to think, glancing over at Yong-jin and Jin. I think they're the reason. And just then, Jin, back in human form, smacks Yong-jin right across the face. The timing is a little too convenient, don't you think? The brown-haired boy remarks. The archdemon turns to look as well. He crouches down, gently touching Jin now in the form of a dog. Hey, old man, stop fighting. It's been a while, you shouldn't be ignoring each other. Jin just gives him a slight glare. The boy chuckles. This is just sad, you know. Night falls, and the streetlights flicker on. Inside a small room, the brown-haired boy and the overseer sit attentively in front of Jin. All right, start talking, she orders. She glances at Yong-jin, who's passed out on the bed. Who is he? My grandson, Jin replies. Did turning into a dog make you an idiot? The boy laughs. That's your own body. Jin stays quiet for a beat before finally speaking. That's right, but I don't know the whole story. All I know is that after the seal was broken, I woke up inside this body. My original body now has a new consciousness, it can move, and it can even speak on its own. The overseer's eyes widen. Could it be because the path was already open? Jin continues. And on top of that, ghouls just kept attacking us. The constant fighting weakened my body's new ego. I tried to merge back into it, but it would only accept the rage state, completely rejecting me. Jin, as a small dog, frowns. I've tried several times since then, but it's never worked. That's completely absurd, the brown-haired boy says flatly. So, after being unsealed, the overseer summarizes, you woke up as a dog, while your real body gained a new personality and even took all your power. I guess this wasn't your fault then, Jin says cautiously. What the hell does this have to do with us? The overseer snarls, gritting her teeth. Let's be logical, the brown-haired boy cuts in. Why don't you try thinking about it this way? If that's the case, Jin growls back, his eyes flashing with fury. Then why did you seal me in the first place? How does that fit into your so-called logic? His words shut them both up. Looks like he really doesn't remember a thing, the archdemon thinks. Just as the third archdemon said, he doesn't remember anything at all. She lowers her head, her face completely unreadable. If that's true, then just stay like that, she says, lifting her head to fix her piercing red eyes on Jin. That way, I can kill you whenever I want. So you'd kill me even if I was human? Jin asks. If you're doing all this just because of where I come from, then… The brown-haired boy reaches out to pat Jin's head. His smile is friendly, but his words are a chilling threat. After all this, you should really learn your place. This time it's Jin who falls silent, his mind flashing back to the heavenly god's words. I can tear you to pieces and seal you away again at any moment. And trust me, you and I are about to see if he's bluffing. Are you messing with me? Jin snaps, lunging to bite his hand. Whoa! The boy yanks his hand back. You really have become a dog, haven't you? All right, I won't ask any more questions, Jin says coldly. In return, could you do me a favor? You want help? Just help me find a book with a complete record of history since the Great War. Why a book? The brown-haired guy asks, confused. Just look it up on the internet. Ah, seeing this place, you probably don't have a computer, he says, looking around the room. I doubt you even have Wi-Fi. He shoves an iPad in Jin's face. Use this. Turn on the data and search. Just ask your nephew how to use it, he adds. But I doubt you'll find what you're looking for. How would you know what I want? Jin snaps, getting angry. You're looking for the earthly gods, aren't you? The brown-haired guy says bluntly. They're not there. What? The era we once lived in, he begins, his expression turning grim. The moment you were sealed, and everything that happened after. It has all been completely wiped from history. There are no records of the 12 original gods. Now, pay attention, because the guy drops a bombshell that freezes Jin in his tracks. We were erased from history, he confirms, all because of some dragon. Time passes and night falls. Yao scoffs, enough with the nonsense. The brown-haired guy instantly mimics her earlier words, perfectly copying her expression. Just keep living like that. That way, I can kill you whenever I want. Yao is so embarrassed she wants to disappear. If she'd said that back in the day, she'd have been chained up and beaten. The guy just cackles. And you dared to pat Jin's head? That's a dog. He's got no power left now, so he seems a bit scared himself. But what do we do about that boy now? The black dragon can't be separated from him. Plus, it seems to have spread through his entire body. Her face pales as she screams. So all that's left is his head? What do I do? Yao despairs. Am I going to be controlled by a human now? We could just get rid of Jin, right? The guy offers a solution and quickly turns. I'll take care of him while he's weak. Don't be so cocky, Yao snaps, grabbing him. She grits her teeth, on high alert. What if he remembers everything? Who knows what he would do? Z said if we can't separate them, just keep observing. Fine, the guy replies. There are still plenty of things related to Jin, anyway. You handle it yourself and report back to Z. The brown-haired guy then bends down and gets into his car. Yao only just realizes, hey, give me a ride to Hongdae. Later that night, the clock strikes 3 a.m. Jin remains motionless, staring intently at his nephew. One frowning dog, one person lying perfectly still. Finally, Kwon Yong-jin speaks. Why are you staring so hard? Why are you awake already? But honestly, who could sleep with someone watching them like that? Kwon Yong-jin, Jin calls out with a serious face. I have to ask you, why are you using a sword with your left hand? It will only cause you harm. Don't do it again. But you said that power wouldn't hurt me. That left arm isn't yours. What I mean is, don't become too dependent on it. Just the left arm, Kwon Yong-jin recalls, left leg, right leg, using the power you gave me to take over my own body. That's it, isn't it? My body, it's just a vessel for you. So you heard everything. Jin sighs, but remains calm. That's why I told you it was dangerous. The most dangerous thing here is you. Kwon Yong-jin screams, cutting him off, clenching his fist to keep his cool. Save me? More like you left me to die just so you could take this body. You said demons were after me, but the most dangerous demon is right here beside me. That's not it. It's true I lied to you at first, but only at first. Only at first? Kwon Yong-jin seizes on the keyword. So the story about my left arm wasn't a lie? At the Hisu shrine, at school, you had plenty of chances to tell me. But you only admit the truth when you're caught. Do you think I'm an idiot? I wasn't sure myself, so I needed time to think. Thinking about it now, Kwon Yong-jin cuts in again. We've never had a serious talk about this. What do you really want from me? Do you want this body? Jin frowns, staying silent for a long moment before finally speaking. To be precise, that is not your body. Okay, I know what you're thinking, and yeah, it gets even crazier. The dog stares at Kwon Yong-jin, his eyes glowing intensely. It is my body. Then, Jin speaks, his voice ice cold. You were never supposed to exist. A horrifying memory flashes before his eyes. A man, weeping and blaming him. Your parents died because of you. Behind him, many others cry out in anguish. You should have never been born. Kwon Yong-jin freezes completely, overcome with a wave of anxiety and pure terror. The clock on the wall now reads 3:25 a.m. You said this is your body, right? Kwon Yong-jin asks Jin. If that's true, Kwon Yong-jin continues coldly, then this is my house. Without saying another word, he picks up the dog, throws him outside, and slams the door shut. Get out of my house, now. Jin can only stand there, completely speechless. A light rain begins to fall, while Kwon Yong-jin sleeps soundly in his warm bed. Soon, the rain gets heavier, and the drumming on the roof wakes him up. Why did it have to rain right now? He grumbles, pulling the covers over his head in annoyance. Feeling irritated, Kwon Yong-jin opens the door to go outside. He freezes when he sees Jin still curled up on the porch, silently watching the downpour. He's about to quietly shut the door, but a voice stops him. I have nowhere else to go. Kwon Yong-jin stands behind the cracked door, silent. I'm sorry for what I said earlier, Jin says, his voice full of regret. It is your body now. I don't plan on doing anything to it. You don't have to worry. Kwon Yong-jin's resolve begins to waver. He looks down at the ground, then turns and goes back inside. The next morning, after a long and tiring night, Kwon Yong-jin wakes up and removes the bandages from his body. He stands in front of the mirror, touching his arm before smirking. Even a monster isn't this bizarre. But as he walks out of the bathroom, he's horrified to see a pair of dog paws propped up on the new tablet on his bed. Oh my god, move, he yells, rushing over to shove Jin aside. How rude, the dog barks in protest. But Kwon Yong-jin doesn't care. All his attention is now fixated on the tablet. Where did you get this? Those people from yesterday gave it to me. They said it's a book. They gave this to you? That's right. They said if I open something called YouTube, I can watch the historical records. They told me to just ask you. Seeing Kwon Yong-jin's eyes glued to the tablet, Jin has a realization. So you like this thing, huh? Just show me that YouTube thing and I'll give it to you. Really? Kwon Yong-jin asks, surprised. In return, I have one condition. What is it? Jin leans in, trying to look menacing, then makes a very simple demand. Make me breakfast. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Jin's stomach lets out a loud growl. At school, Kwon Yong-jin overhears his classmates gossiping about Do-kyung. I heard he's going around apologizing to everyone. Apologizing for what? I thought he was just practicing his acting. I heard Do-kyung even taught the Do-kun gang a lesson. The Do-kun gang? Kwon Yong-jin wonders. It seems he remembers everything from when his soul had left his body. In another classroom, Do-kyung is bowing deeply, apologizing to a fellow student. You bet 50,000 and got your jaw rocked, remember? When did I get beaten up? I don't remember any of that. Do-kyung frantically denies. They're all just letting it slide, huh, Yoonjin? Or maybe he's been cast as the character who finds the light and is redeemed, a girl says. And you know, this is the perfect example of why keeping up your image is so important. I told you so, one of his chubby classmates pipes up. The second Yoonjin takes his seat, Ji-gwon starts explaining his theory that an otherworldly villain possessed Do-kyung, but after a chain of events, it was exorcised, and he's finally back to normal. Meanwhile, over by the window, Do-kyung is scrolling through his phone. Class 2, Section 3. Only 2 more people left. Wonder who's next? Ji-gwon asks, peeking over his shoulder. Seonggu! Do-kyung shouts, already running out the door. Huh? Jia watches, surprised. Jiguan leans against the doorframe, arms crossed, cheering him on. Run faster, Du-gyong. Go apologize to everyone. Being too nice is basically a crime. Jia shoots back. Hey, none of this was Du-gyong's fault. She grinds her teeth, fuming. So why does he have to do all this? Just because that jerk of a class president dared to possess someone else? You know, it's about more than just that. Jiguan defends himself. He was just jealous. Right, jealous. Kim Seongu, he. But before Ji-gwon can finish his sentence, Jia is already gone, sprinting after Du-gyong. Hey, Du-gyong, you don't have to apologize to that lowlife. Ji-gwon watches them go, then mutters, you're the one who said he put chocolate in your desk for White Day, and you ate it with Du-gyong. In class 2, Du-gyong steps inside, and every single pair of eyes snaps towards him. It's Du-gyong. Seongu, huddled in a corner, hears the name, and his blood runs cold. It's over. From now on, I'm going to be a total outcast. But Du-gyong's voice cuts straight through his spiraling thoughts. Seongu. Hearing his name, Seongu slowly lowers his hands from his head. Du-gyong is standing right beside his desk. Seongu finally looks up. I'm sorry it took me so long to remember everything, he says gently. At those words, Seongu's eyes instantly fill with tears. I was the one who picked, but I couldn't even remember. Class president, Du-gyong says softly, a warm smile spreading across his face. That sincere call breaks Seongu completely. He collapses onto his desk, sobbing his heart out. I'm sorry, Du-gyong. It's okay, Du-gyong soothes, placing a hand on his shoulder. Jia arrives just in time to see the whole thing unfold from the doorway. To her, Du-gyong looks so kind right now that he seems to be glowing, making her heart skip a beat. She remembers a conversation they had a while back. Hey, what are you doing? Memorizing the names and faces of everyone in our class, he'd answered earnestly. I borrowed the roster from the teacher. Whoa, that's intense, she had replied, brushing it off. Then Du-gyong had suddenly stopped. Oh, he said, looking at Yoonjin's photo and birthday on the list. Yoonjin's birthday is coming up soon. After saying that, he turned to her and smiled. That pure, radiant smile was burned into her memory. Du-gyong, she thinks, are you actually an angel? Back in their classroom, Jia puts a carton of milk on Yoonjin's desk. This is for you. Yoonjin, who was on his phone, looks at the milk, surprised, then back at her. Jia quickly turns away, mumbling. Thanks. Huh? Yoonjin asks, completely lost. She just huffs in annoyance. Suddenly, Ji-gwon grabs Yoonjin's shoulder and leans in to whisper, Haesu told me you saved Du-gyong, and that you saved me, too. Jia glances around nervously, then repeats, embarrassed. Thanks. A boy with glasses behind Yoonjin sees the exchange and his jaw hits the floor. Jia immediately bolts from the classroom. What was that all about? Ji-gwon wonders. Yoonjin. You. The kid with glasses stammers. Another guy picks up the milk. Chestnut flavor? Damn, son. Both of them? The kid with glasses asks in disbelief. Does Haesu even know about this? What are you even talking about? Yoonjin scoffs. Seconds later, a whole mob of guys swarms his desk. How could you do this? Ji-gwon says with a look of disappointment. This dude is a menace. Another groans. The two prettiest girls in school. The kid with glasses muses. And yeah, I think you and I both know what's coming next. How did you manage to score both of them at once? It's not what you guys think. Yoonjin snaps, but the teasing only gets worse. So who are you choosing, Haesu or Jia? The puppy or the kitten? Are you guys crazy? Shut up. Yoonjin finally explodes. Ji-gwon stops joking, pushes up his glasses, and gets serious. But about Haesu, Yoonjin just ignores him, burying his face in his phone again. That's weird, Ji-gwon notes. Haesu didn't come over to greet Yoonjin today. Another guy chimes in, they probably got into a fight. Even though Yoonjin is pretending not to care, their words are definitely getting to him. He remembers Haesu's bright face every morning. Yoonjin, good morning. Thinking about it now. He glances at his phone. It's 8:19 already and she's still nowhere to be seen. Why is it so quiet? I wonder if she even made it to school yet. Walking past class 1-5, Yoonjin peeks inside, searching for her. Suddenly, a voice makes him jump. Yoonjin. He turns around, his heart pounding. It's Du-gyong, holding out a can of Coke. Yoonjin takes it. Are you okay? He asks. The horrifying memories of being possessed by the demon come flooding back. Inside his head, Du-gyong is screaming, Stop it! Don't do that! He scratches his head and answers awkwardly, Not really. I've already made an appointment with a psychiatrist. Just keep it between us, okay? I'll forget all about it, Yunjin says. But why did you call me out here? I have something I need to tell you. What is it? Suddenly, Du-gyung just bursts into tears streaming down his face. I really. He stammers through his sobs. Thank you. The sudden display leaves Yunjin completely frozen. He has no idea what's going on, watching as Du-gyung bows his head and cries into his hands. Under the clear blue sky, Yunjin asks, stunned, "You saw everything? Even all the bluffing and tricks?" "I did," Du-gyung answers, wiping his tears. "You were seriously amazing." "Not really," Yunjin says humbly, taking a sip of his coke before it hits him. "Wait a second. If your soul was around that whole time, why didn't you just go back into your body?" "About that." Du-gyung clutches the can, looking uneasy. "I was captured back then." An image flashes in his mind of his soul being trapped by a demonic hand, held by someone wearing a mask. "A mask?" Unjin blurts out. As he walks back to class, he's still trying to process it. "But I definitely remember an old woman. How could it be a mask? That makes no sense." Lost in his thoughts, he stops dead in his tracks. Standing right in front of him is Hesu. His jaw drops. They just stand there, facing each other in total silence. After a long moment, she finally speaks, her face full of worry. "Yunjin, hello." And then she slowly walks right past him, her long hair flowing in the air. Yunjin is left completely speechless by her actions. He turns like he wants to say something, but two other girls run up and start chatting excitedly with Hisu, leaving him standing there awkwardly just scratching his head. All right, let's dive into a story where modern school life is about to get crashed by ancient history. Inside a small room, a lecture from a tablet drones on about the IMU, uprising as Kwon Yong-jin walks in and drops his bag. He's home. His grandpa quickly greets him, telling the tablet, "Excuse me a moment, my grandson is back." Kwon Yong-jin just blinks. "Who in the world are you talking to?" "This YouTube thing is amazing," his grandpa replies with a huge grin. "This person in here tells me stories all day." Next up, we're learning about the death of King Gojong and the Russo-Japanese War. "See you next time," the old man says with a bright smile, waving at the screen. Kwon Yong-jin figures that with this, his grandpa won't get bored being home alone for 2 days. "Where are you going?" "Take me with you," his grandpa asks, seeing him pack. "It's a school training trip. How could I take you along?" "Training? You mean like gathering to practice together?" "It's more for mental training," Kwon Yong-jin replies. "Excellent, that's outstanding," his grandpa praises, his eyes lighting up. "So the kids of this generation haven't lost their warrior spirit after all." Kwon Yong-jin doesn't pay him much mind, instead setting out a large bowl of food. "I prepared some food for you. There's sausage and beef jerky. You can eat this while I'm gone." Just then, the man on the tablet screen continues his lecture. Hearing it, his grandpa's eyes go wide with annoyance as he mutters, "Doesn't that guy ever get tired?" "Hey, let's save it for another time," he says to the screen. But when the lecture continues about asking the Qing dynasty for help during the IMO uprising, Kwon Yong-jin's face darkens. How is he going to explain this one? Late into the night, the voice from the tablet keeps echoing, driving Kwon Yong-jin absolutely crazy. They say Goho-san was also founded by Dangun, but there's still a lot of debate. And now watch this, because he finally snaps. He bolts upright in bed and yells, "Turn it off! Is no one supposed to get any sleep around here? There's a new person here now, and he won't listen to me." "Let me explain, Grandpa," Kwon Yong-jin says. "This is just a recorded video." "A recorded video? What in the world is that?" At this, Kwon Yong-jin is completely speechless. The next morning, under a bright, clear sky, he's finally putting on his jacket. "Up so early? Why not sleep a little more?" his grandpa asks from the comfort of his bed. "I have to go on the training trip," he replies, barely turning his head. "Then why didn't you go to bed earlier?" "How could I, when I had to explain what YouTube is?" "That's very commendable of you." As Kwon Yong-jin puts on his shoes, he adds, "I'm leaving now, please look after the house. Remember to take your sword," his grandpa quickly reminds him. "Are you crazy? Why would I bring this? Won't you need it for your training?" "I'm not bringing it." And with that, he leaves the door wide open and vanishes. In front of a tour bus, a large group of students is waiting. "Hey, Kwon Yong-jin, seen Lee Hee-soo yet?" Two of his male friends tease, making him mad. "Oh, I'm sure he has. They probably already met up in private." "I told you, she's not my girlfriend." Ji-hoon strokes his chin thoughtfully. "Last time I saw her, her clothes looked a lot like your style, Kwon Yong-jin." "What kind of style are you even talking about? It was like she borrowed your shirt or something." "What's the big deal? All shirts look the same." Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. "Kwon Yong-jin." It's Hisu, holding a cat-shaped bag. "You can have this to eat." The gesture leaves everyone staring with their jaws on the floor. Ji-hoon boldly opens the bag and smirks. What's this? Is there a love letter in here too? Inside, there are honey cakes. If there weren't feelings before, this is the real deal now, Ji-hoon quickly declares. Yeah, that must be it. Then, another voice calls out, Kwon Yong-jin, it's Do-gyung. He tilts his head, scratching his hair. Later on the bus, can I sit next to you? Why? Ji-hoon seizes another opportunity to cause chaos. I know what you're thinking, Kang Jia versus Lee, Hee-soo versus Do-gyung. Let's go. Let's go, my foot. Roll call. Is everyone here? Let's all take our seats. Both Kwon Yong-jin and Do-gyung fall silent. A moment later, they exchange a quick glance. Sorry about that, Do-gyung says. You probably wanted to sit with your friends. It's fine, Kwon Yong-jin replies casually. I was going to sit alone anyway. What do you want? I just want to get to know you better, Do-gyung says with a smile, his eyes half closed. This statement makes Kwon Yong-jin deeply suspicious. On the bus, one student is dozing off while another is just staring out the window. From the dark bushes outside, a flash of white hair flutters by. What was that? The words barely escape his lips before it vanishes, making him curse. He frantically nudges his friend sitting next to him. Hey, something big and white just appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared. Probably just fog. Something big and white in the mountains? Maybe it's the Jongsan biome. I heard it's a ghost that only appears on Jongsan Mountain. What's that got to do with us? The Jongsan biome might be fast, but it can't be faster than a bus, right? Ji-hoon, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly chimes in. They say its speed is so insane it can leap from one mountain to another in a single minute. While most people don't care, the boy sits motionless, slowly pushing up his glasses. The Jongsan biome. Instantly, Ji-hoon whips out his tablet as if he's just had a revelation. According to my Encyclopedia of Monsters, it's an urban legend. It was first sighted on Jangsan Mountain, which is how it got the name Jangsan biome. According to witnesses, it can mimic human appearances and voices. On the bus, Do-gyung is still laughing and enjoying his snacks, while Kwon Yong-jin maintains his usual cold expression. Hee-soo sits in a different seat, quietly reading a book. Only Ji-hoon's eyes are lit up, practically buzzing with excitement about its speed. A long, white-haired figure flickers behind a tree. Above it, a golden orb begins to glow. And trust me, you and I both know what happens next. The eyes inside snap open, staring forward with pure, deadly intent. From now on, you all have 5 minutes to change into your gym uniforms, then assemble in the hallway. What's the big rush? Don't we get a break? A few moments later, all the students are lined up, their backs flat against the wall. The teacher in the red jacket slowly paces back and forth. Kwon Yong-jin stands in the middle of the line, silent. When it's time to form groups, he just sits by himself in a corner. At lunchtime, a food tray is set down across from Kwon Yong-jin. There you are, Eon-jin. Ji-hoon says happily. Couldn't you sleep? You have dark circles like a panda. When Kwon Yong-jin ignores him and turns to leave, his friend quickly pulls him back. Hey, don't go! It was so hard for me to find you. Do you know what the next event is? Ji-hoon starts rambling excitedly again. A test of courage. A perfect choice for a school as famous for its creepy stories as ours. It's a treasure hunt in the forest. You heard that story about the Jongsan biome on the way here, right? Jongsan biome? Kwon Yong-jin repeats, his spoon still in his hand. That's right, today we get the chance to meet it, Ji-hoon says with excitement. So what, come with me. No, why not? I thought you said you'd go anywhere with me. Ji-hoon protests. That was Lee Hee-soo who said that, not me. Speaking of which, Ji-hoon asks, where is Hee-soo anyway? An image of him and Hee-soo talking awkwardly flashes through Kwon Yong-jin's mind. He quickly shoves a spoonful of rice into his mouth. She's probably busy with something else. She seems a lot more gloomy since the gambling demon incident, Ji-hoon continues, and I think I have a good idea why. What reason? During the fight with the gambling demon, didn't you tell us we'd just get in the way and chased us off? When did I say that? Yong-jin asks, flustered. I wasn't kicking you out. I just told you to run first because it was dangerous. Ji-hoon explains he just thought he'd be a hindrance. To be honest, when it comes to sword skills, I'm way better than you. You have no idea how to use that cool sword. What a waste. I'll teach you when I have time. A moment later, Yong-jin shoves his hands in his pockets and slowly walks outside. Suddenly, a figure flashes past, catching his eye. He quickly looks up, it's Hee-soo. She immediately turns her head, her lips trembling slightly. Yong-jin freezes, his face pale and teeth clenched, but she seems completely calm. What's wrong, Yong-jin? Countless thoughts race through his mind. I only told you to run because it was dangerous. If that upset you, I'm sorry. But on the outside, Yong-jin can't get a single word out. Just as he's about to speak, a loud voice cuts him off. Hisu. A girl suddenly runs up and grabs Hisu's arm. Come to the convenience store with me. Hisu just hums in response. And so, Yong-jin can only turn and walk away in silence. Elsewhere, Ji-hoon walks with his head down while Yong-jin stands tall. Thanks for coming with me. Just so you know, I didn't bring my sword, Yong-jin warns coldly. I brought a 5-colored net gun. They walk on, a flashlight illuminating the path ahead. If we get caught by a teacher, you're on your own. No one cares about you anyway. Hearing that, Yong-jin just wants to explode. Do you even know what Sanbiom looks like? Well, Biom means tiger in Chinese characters. Maybe it looks like a tiger? I don't think it has a specific form, Ji-hoon says, trying to recall what he knows. They say it has long, white fur, but everyone tells a different story. It can also shapeshift. After reading its target's memories, it perfectly recreates their appearance and voice. If that's the case, maybe you're Sanbiom in disguise right now? Yong-jin scoffs. Ji-hoon pulls out a signal detector. Then this thing would be going crazy. Even exorcists swear by its accuracy. Suddenly, the device screams, and right after, a shout makes them both jump. What are you two doing out here? Get back to the dorms, now! It's the manager's voice. Oh no, we're busted, Ji-hoon panics. But as Yong-jin turns around, sweat dripping down his cheek, his eyes fill with terror, he sees a pair of glowing golden eyes staring straight at him from the darkness. At the same time, a sudden tremor shakes the ground. Yong-jin! Someone's call snaps him out of it. He stares into the pitch-black bushes as Ji-hoon suddenly appears. What's wrong? Nothing. Did I just imagine that? It's 10 p.m. Yong-jin walks with his hands in his pockets, exhausted, so sleepy. Maybe I should just head back to the dorm first? Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him again. Yong-jin! Yong-jin! It's Ji-hoon, bent over and gasping for air. Ji-hoon is sweating buckets. When we were running on the mountain earlier, I think I dropped the detector. Can you help me find it? It's a little creepy going alone. Seriously? Yong-jin is annoyed, but still turns on his flashlight. Hey, how far are you planning to go? Yong-jin asks coldly after they've walked for a while. We didn't even come this way before. Did you leave it in the dorms or something? Yong-jin's expression suddenly changes as his eyes land on a warning sign. Danger. Beware of landslides. Hey! He quickly grabs the sleeve of the person in front of him. Didn't you see the warning sign? But the reply is completely unrelated. I found it. With that, the person yanks Yong-jin's shirt, pulling him right to the edge of a cliff. Yong-jin's hand trembles as he bites his lip, his eyes wide with shock. What? What are you doing? He looks at the Ji-hoon before him, whose eyes are now glowing gold as a voice echoes from the depths of hell. Back in the dorm, 3 girls are gathered around playing cards. Hey Hisu, are you crushing on anyone right now? One of them asks. No, she replies instantly. Really? What about that guy from class 3, Ian something? Aren't you two flirting? No way, not at all. But we saw you two talking earlier. You should try a tarot reading, see if it's accurate. Ooh, good idea. If I were Hisu, I'd be doing readings about him all day. The person Hisu likes. What kind of person are they? The girl in black flips over a card. At that moment, Hisu's eyes turn pitch black, her face a mask of horror. All 3 girls freeze, as if they've seen something terrifying. On the table lies the death card. Oh no! Maybe she really doesn't like anyone. Back with Yong-jin, a familiar voice rings out, making him go pale. Jang Sanbayam. Yong-jin is silent, his face ashen. The creature wearing Ji-hoon's face continues. It can also shapeshift. Ji-hoon's white-shoed foot gently pushes Yong-jin off the cliff. He falls helplessly, hearing its voice echo after him. It will perfectly recreate the appearance and even the voice of someone from memory. Capture it alive. It commands in its own raspy voice, then snarls in another's. Don't let it get hurt. Yong-jin plummets through layers of branches, a desperate scream tearing from his throat. He reaches out, managing to grab a branch, but it snaps instantly. His body continues its descent, pulled down by gravity, finally slamming hard onto the ground. He forces himself to sit up, his entire body shaking. When his vision clears, he looks up. The monster is gone without a trace. Seeing this, he scrambles to his feet and runs. If that was Jang Sanbiom, then where is the real Yong-jin Kwon? Right then at home, Yong-jin Kwon's phone is ringing off the hook. It's Yong-jin calling, but its owner is sound asleep, completely oblivious. Back on the mountain, hearing the number you have dialed is unavailable message. Yongjin's anxiety skyrockets. Did something happen to him? It's getting late, the phone signal is spotty. I have to find a way back. Just as he's panicking, a loud voice calls out. Yongjin. It's Hisu. She runs toward him frantically, asking with concern, Are you okay? You? Yongjin is immediately suspicious. I did a tarot reading, she explains quickly. The cards said you were in danger. I'm so glad you're okay. But how did you know I was here? Yongjin remains on guard. Where could you go that I wouldn't know? Hisu smiles, dodging the question. Did you put a tracker on me or something? Let's go, she says, ignoring him and grabbing his hand, pulling him forward. Yongjin freezes. He asks coldly, What are you doing? Huh? What's wrong? Why are you holding my hand? What's the big deal? She asks innocently. There's no one else here. Are you embarrassed? That's not it, what I mean is. Yongjin. Hisu's gentle, familiar voice suddenly comes from his phone, making them both stop dead. Are you all right? The fake in front of him is now staring with a grotesque expression as cold sweat beads on Yongjin's forehead. Yeah, it's okay, he answers carefully. What's going on? From the other end of the line, Hisu sounds a little flustered. When I saw the shirt, I had a feeling, Yongjin says out of nowhere, his eyes still locked on the imposter. What shirt? What are you talking about? Hisu asks, totally confused. Ah, it's nothing, he replies casually. But inside, his mind is screaming Lee. Hisu's intuition is scarily good. Is something really wrong? The real Hisu asks again. The imposter's expression shifts slightly, but it stays dead silent. Yongjin is also quiet, phone glued to his ear, trying to stay calm. Sensing the weirdness, Hisu asks, You can't talk right now, can you? If so, no, everything's fine. Yongjin quickly cuts him off and hangs up the phone. He stares straight ahead, running the calculations. It knows that he knows now. Best to play along for now and look for a chance to escape. He walks past the creature, forcing a natural tone. Lee Hisu, let's go. But the thing just stands there. Yongjin suddenly freezes. Around his ankle, a long strand of hair has wrapped itself tight, pulling him back. He whips his head around in shock, cold sweat running down his cheek. The imposter's hair has grown to an unnatural length. How pathetic, the creature growls, its neck twisting a full 180 degrees. And you and I both know those signature golden eyes. It's Jang Sanbium. Weren't you just talking to that little girl? It hisses. In an instant, all of Yongjin's plans are dust. The hair shoots out, yanking Yongjin high into the air as he dangles upside down, his eyes wide with horror, face to face with the demon. That girl has awful timing, Jang Sanbium fumes. Why did she have to call right then? Knowing there's no escape, Yongjin just smirks. Your impression sucks. Impossible. It tilts its head. In his memory, this is exactly what Tama looks like. If you're going to imitate someone, at least get it right. Yongjin taunts, gesturing with his foot to the familiar shirt the demon is wearing. That's my shirt. Pushed over the edge, Jang Sanbium flies into a rage as its black hair shoots forward, tightening around Yongjin's throat. Shut your mouth! Yongjin chokes, desperately trying to loosen the grip. He remembers Gina's advice. Make sure you bring the peachwood sword. A wave of regret washes over him. Suddenly, a surge of brilliant red power ignites in Yongjin's palm. Can't I get a single moment of peace out here? He holds out his hand as powerful energy flows into him. Yongjin is stunned. His pupils are now tinged with red. In a cloud of dust, the peachwood sword materializes, glowing with a deep crimson aura. The sword appears out of nowhere, its energy coiling around his leg. A mysterious force yanks Yongjin forward, launching him straight towards Jang Sanbium. Wait, he grunts, trying to fight his own body. But the peachwood sword seems to have its own agenda, swinging on its own to slash the demon. At blinding speed, it leaps from tree to tree, heading deeper into the forest. Yongjin's face grows pale as his strength plummets. His body is moving on its own again. Before he can even react, a massive tree appears right in his path. The sword zips right past it, but Yongjin slams face first into the trunk. Ouch, he groans, sliding down and rubbing his now bright red nose. Good thing I have Haryung's power, or I'd be logged out for good. Looking at the sword, he makes a quick plan. For now, I'll just use my left hand. Yongjin spots the demon hiding in the distance, resolute on destroying it. But then, a soft, gentle voice suddenly rings out. Yongjin. In the middle of this cursed forest, the sound sends shivers down his spine. From behind a tree, a woman in a white dress slowly steps out. Yongjin trembles, unable to believe his eyes. Mom? But his mind snaps back to reality. No, it's a fake. He grips his sword and charges forward, forcing himself to ignore the familiar woman with the gentle smile. It's just reading my memories and copying them. Don't look. Memories from his childhood flood his mind, his gentle mother, always smiling. Back then, he would have run into her arms without a second thought. Memory and reality twist together, and Yong-jin can no longer tell what's real. Tears stream down the woman's face as she whispers, "I'm so sorry, my son, for everything." Hearing those words, he freezes, tears welling in his own eyes. But the aura around him only surges stronger. The sword in his hand, moving against his will, rises high. Young-jin's face darkens as he sobs, "Wait, stop!" He tries to plant his feet, but the sword drags him forward. He strains his wrist, fighting desperately to stop his own out-of-control body. The sword lunges forward, aimed right at the woman who looks exactly like his mother. "No, please, stop!" he begs, completely powerless. The nightmare rushes back from his subconscious. "It was you! You're the one who killed your parents!" A shrill voice screams in his head, haunting him as the world turns blood red. "You're a monster!" Tears stream down his face. Not again, not by his own hands. A heart-shattering cry tears from his throat. He collapses in agony, the brutal reality playing out before him. Jiang Sanbyom's golden eyes snap open, its white hair surging like a tidal wave to swallow Young-jin whole. And just in the nick of time, a fierce gust of wind blows the demonic hair away, shielding him. A man holding a fan with a bagua trigram appears its grand tutor Tai. The illusion instantly shatters. The facade crumbles away, revealing Jiang Sanbyom's grotesque true form. It stares in utter shock, its performance ruined. Meanwhile, Tai is distracted by Yong-jin's broken sobs. Seeing him trembling, Tai can't help but yell, "Get a grip!" Across from them, the demon has quietly begun to change its shape again. Tai silently opens his fan, ready to fight. A freezing wind, carrying the stench of hell, swirls around them. But he isn't the target. As the wind whips past, a perfect copy of Yong-jin suddenly appears, radiating killing intent and raising the peachwood sword. Tai is stunned. He leaps into the air, fan at the ready. Sword and fan collide in a shower of sparks as Tai uses his small fan to block the massive blade. Jiang Sanbyom grows more bloodthirsty, absolutely certain of its victory. But on the other side, Tai's expression remains as cold as ice. Suddenly, the demon's eyes widen. The sword in its hands, a cheap fake, begins to crack against Tai's divine weapon. With a flick of his wrist, Tai shatters the blade to pieces. The demon stumbles back, muttering, "That thing." The weapon in its hand transforms amidst a cloud of smoke. It is perfectly morphed into Tai, laughing as it holds an identical fan. Now this looks promising. Jiang Sanbyom goes wild, unleashing a wave of dark energy. The demonic wind, sharp as steel, tears apart everything in its path. Tai grabs Young-jin's collar, fighting to keep them from being blown away. Once he regains his footing, he stares at his perfect double, utterly stunned. This monster can copy divine artifacts too? And there they are, Tai, and a perfect copy of himself. He stares it down, his expression hardening into something absolutely lethal. Let's just say, you and I are about to see one hell of a fight. And just like that, Jiang Sanbyom lunges forward to attack. But T? He's perfectly calm, snapping his fan open for a counter that shatters right through the beast's outer shell. T then snaps his fan shut, his voice dripping with contempt. "You fool. Did you really think that pathetic copycat trick would work?" His face darkens, and the very air grows cold. "On me?" T opens his fan again, revealing a glowing bronze emblem, then snaps it shut, turning it into a deadly club. He slams the fan hard into the ground, making the earth sink and crack open as a brilliant golden light spreads through the fissures. Black markings appear on his face, his pupils glowing like a tiger's. Instantly, sharp rock pillars erupt from the ground, racing towards Jiang Sanbyom and blocking its path. Just as the spikes burst from beneath it, Jiang Sanbyom leaps to safety, narrowly escaping. The move startles T, a look of pure disbelief on his face. In that split second, another figure appears from nowhere, stomping on Jiang Sanbyom's back. He uses the beast as a launch pad, his own face hidden behind a mask. The masked man's movements are swift and decisive. He instantly draws a dark dagger and hurls it straight towards T. Its speed is incredible, cutting right through the air. But just before the dagger can hit its mark, T uses his fan to bat it away. The dagger flies into the air, but the masked man uses that brief opening to dash right past him, heading in the opposite direction. That's when T realizes the true target, his face filled with alarm. Okay, now watch this. The masked man appears right in front of a terrified Yong-jin, reaching out to grab him, but he misses. At the last second, Yong-jin is pulled back, enveloped by a thick aura. T made it to Yong-jin's side just in time, saving his life. He immediately uses a technique to get them both out of there, leaving the masked man stunned. The man simply holds out the knife's sheath and waits. The dagger spins through the air, slows down, and falls perfectly back into place. Jung Sanbyom stands silently behind him as the masked man's icy voice rings out. Still standing there? The sheer authority in his tone terrifies Jung Sanbyom. A look of pure horror crosses its face. An instant later, it flies off to follow orders. Now the masked man is alone, seemingly lost in thought. In the blink of an eye, it's midnight. A bright moon illuminates the ground. Yong-jin and T have escaped to a distant place, both looking completely exhausted. T struggles to move, gritting his teeth as he tells Yong-jin, "If you're conscious now, find your own way out of here." Yong-jin can only stare in shock. "What? But how did he know I was here?" Just then, T coughs up a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Seeing this, Yong-jin immediately rushes over, worried sick. But T seems to ignore his own condition, calmly pulling up his sleeve to check his watch. "We have to run further," he says with certainty. "It will follow us." He glances at Yong-jin. "We have to hold out until 11. Hearing this, Yong-jin is completely bewildered, wanting to ask what could possibly happen at 11 o'clock. But T doesn't answer. He just raises a hand in front of Yong-jin. It's here. A roar echoes from deep in the woods as something barrels towards them at high speed. And that something is none other than Jang Sanbyom. It's caught up to them, its face now looking even more terrifying than before. Its eyes bulge as it screams, unleashing waves of dark energy. T just twirls his fan, mocking it. "I told you, those cheap imitations don't work on me." This time, an emblem of two mice appears on the fan. He swings it, creating shards of sharp ice that surge toward Jang Sanbyom. They seem to grow larger, spreading with incredible speed. The icy spikes slam into the monster before it can react, freezing it solid. For a moment, it looks like it's over. But then, two daggers fly out from inside the ice. T recognizes them instantly, his face twisting in disbelief as he jumps back, shielding Yong-jin. The daggers, however, are a step ahead of him. They sink deep into his shoulder and his knee. Yong-jin is unharmed behind him, but his face has lost all color. He panics, shouting, "Hey kid!" T is nearly immobilized, weakly telling Yong-jin, "Run." Refusing to leave him, Yong-jin prepares to use his own hidden power. But T yells at him to stop. "Don't rely on the black dragon." He grits his teeth. "I told you to run." And yeah, I know what you're thinking, it gets worse. The masked man rushes in, slashes T with a sword, and then kicks him aside, sending him flying into a cloud of dust. Now, Yong-jin is face to face with the masked man, completely frozen, unable to move a muscle. With no other choice, Yong-jin is forced to tap into the Black Dragon's power. His pupils glow a fiery red. The watch on his wrist reads 10:59, and a few seconds later, it hits 11 p.m. sharp. In that exact moment, the masked man suddenly flinches. Yong-jin hasn't even fully transformed yet, and he's stunned by his enemy's reaction. Jang Sanbyom, still trapped in the ice, lets out one final, fierce scream, and then an eerie silence falls, broken only by the rustling of dry leaves on the ground. A single, clear footstep echoes. The masked man senses it instantly. From the bushes, T has returned, slowly opening his fan. Bathed in the moonlight, the divine power inside him has been unleashed to its absolute maximum. The fan in his hand creates a massive aura that spreads out, putting the masked man on high alert. Even Jang Sanbyom stirs within the ice, its eyes wide with fear. T flicks his fan, and a powerful gale rushes towards the masked man and the frozen beast. The man manages to dodge to the side, avoiding a direct hit, but a deep gash has still appeared on the back of his thigh. He looks down in disbelief, while Jang Sanbyom takes the full, devastating force of the wind. The attack slices it into pieces, which slowly disintegrate into nothing. "Trust me, you and I just witnessed something legendary." As the wind subsides, T's cold voice rings out. "From now on, 11 p.m. is my hour." He's awakened the heavenly will, the moment his power peaks. My full power. At this moment, T has transformed into a tall teenager, no longer a small boy. Yong-jin collapses to the ground, staring wide-eyed. Wait a minute, what is happening? He doesn't recognize the person in front of him at all. Who is that? Where did the kid go? Suddenly, a gurgling sound comes from beside him. When he turns to look, Yong-jin recoils in shock. On the ground is the last remaining eyeball of Jiang Sanbeom. After a few sickening noises, it too vanishes into thin air. The masked man now takes a ready stance, firmly gripping two swords. He hasn't said a single word this entire time, his expression completely hidden from view. An instant later, the masked man charges at T. His speed is terrifying, but T remains perfectly calm, his expression completely unchanged. The masked attacker doesn't go for a direct hit, instead leaping up for a downward strike. But stick with me, because T just casually raises his fan behind him, blocking the attack with ease. Meanwhile, the masked man is only using one hand, keeping the other hidden. He suddenly swings that other hand for a vicious slash, but only manages to hit an afterimage. A burst of white energy explodes around the attacker. In a flash, T has already slammed him headfirst into the ground, the surprise attack so fast he couldn't even react. But T isn't finished. He presses down hard on the man's face, squatting down to tell him coldly, "To go this far, you must have a reason." His eyes are absolutely merciless. "Who sent you?" T's hand applies more pressure, causing the mask to crack as he demands to know who's pulling the strings. The masked man says nothing. Instead, he spreads his fingers, revealing iron beads held between them. He creates a black gust of wind, using the distraction to escape T's grasp. Dust flies everywhere, forcing T to cover his face as the masked man's figure flickers in and out of sight. But T shows no panic, calmly using his fan to counter the assault. Heavenly aura. Another gust of wind rises, but T suddenly freezes his hand midair. The masked man has vanished, and in his place now stands a completely bewildered deer. T is stunned to see it, and the deer stares right back at him. Then, it looks away and moves on, leaving T to turn his own head, lost in thought. He then turns his intense gaze toward Yong-jin, who immediately gets a confused look on his face. A second later, T raises his fan. Recirculate. A stream of energy surrounds Yong-jin, slowly lifting him into the air. "What is this?" he asks, just before T lightly taps his forehead. Yong-jin instantly passes out, held floating in the air by the energy. T calls out coldly, his eyes locked on the unconscious boy. "Hakryong, Hakryong." He doesn't move, but it's clear this isn't Yong-jin anymore. "Okay, watch this." T's patience runs out. "Do you want to leave that body yourself, or should I log you out permanently?" The corner of Yong-jin's mouth twitches upward. A moment later, he breaks into a grin that stretches from ear to ear. He is now transformed into Hakryong, his crimson pupils staring straight at T. His voice drips with contempt and mockery. "You dare? A mere half-god like you." Hakryong's next words make T's expression grow darker and darker. "That pathetic seal of yours is already falling apart. You think I didn't notice your little show of force?" He even challenges him directly. "Even if you could do anything to me, this kid is finished." T's eyes widen in absolute shock. Seeing this, Hakryong presses his advantage. "He's already died once, you know. I'm the only reason he's still breathing." He boasts with total confidence. "The owner of this body needs me. He summoned me several times." He keeps provoking him, trying to push T over the edge. "Let's see what you can do." His eyes glow with smug superiority. "Oh, divine child of Earth." At this point, T has reached his limit. "Do you dare kill a human?" The words are barely out of Hakryong's mouth before he's hit by a hard slap. His head snaps to the side, a stinging pain spreading across his face. "What?" A few seconds later, his face is a mask of pure confusion. The energy around him dissolves, and he thumps onto the ground. Dazed, Yong-jin looks up at T. "What was that?" T lowers his head, thinking for a moment, then turns to leave. "Follow me, I'll take you back to the dorm." Yong-jin just sits on the ground, watching him go. Question marks are practically floating over his head. He hesitates, then calls out. "Hey," Yong-jin asks awkwardly, You're that person from back then, aren't you?" Without turning around, T asks coldly, "What's your name?" Yong-jin looks up, surprised. "Me?" Though confused, he answers honestly, "Kwon Yong-jin." T still keeps his back to him as he speaks calmly. "To be honest, I don't really understand what happened either, Kwon Yong-jin." His voice gets lower, more serious, that power in your left arm. Now pay close attention, because what T says next changes everything. Don't trust it too much. His tone remains completely flat. Your ancestor used that power to slaughter his entire clan. T continues, "Because of that, your family has endured countless moments of despair and chaos." His next words freeze Yong-jin in place. "The problem is, you were born in his body." T thinks back on everything Yong-jin has been through. "Even so, you went against all logic to find your true self and continue to live." A voice echoes in Yong-jin's mind. You shouldn't have been allowed to. He clenches his jaw, speechless. Suddenly, T praises him. You're very commendable. Those words leave Yong-jin stunned. He slowly lifts his head forward, his mind flashing with images of his own clan members hating him. You never should have been born. T's voice is low and steady. You've lived well. He hesitates, but it's clear he's encouraging Yong-jin. I don't know what hardships await. You may face even more desperate situations. Hearing this, Yong-jin's hand clenches into a fist. This is what it means to go against logic. T suddenly turns his head, a slight smile on his lips. But still, at this moment, tears are welling up in Yong-jin's eyes. It seems he's completely overwhelmed after trying so hard for so incredibly long. T looks straight at him, calmly stating his decision. To help you live a full life in this world? Trust me, his next words are an absolute game changer. With unwavering eyes, he declares, I will bet everything to protect you. Yong-jin opens his mouth to speak, but stops himself. So, from now on, tears are now streaming down his cheeks. He doesn't have to struggle alone anymore. The moonlight shines down, making the moment feel magical as Yong-jin follows the path ahead. His eyes are now completely empty, lifeless. Yong-jin just raises his hand and stares at it. Suddenly, a weapon appears in the air, making him hesitate. This sword, T materializes and reaches out to take the blade. It's not convenient for you to carry this, is it? Just give it to me. Yong-jin looks at him, hesitant. I have a question. His words leave T stunned, unsure how to respond. Why do you want to help me so much? T uses the whisk in his hand to create a glowing path. Follow this road and you'll reach the dorm. He continues, this weekend, at high noon, the acolytes will come for you. Follow them to me. Yong-jin asks blankly, what's high noon? T explains with a hint of annoyance, 12 p.m. on Sunday. With that said, he vanishes again. In the unfamiliar forest, Yong-jin follows the path T created. He looks up in awe at the scene before him, a collection of tall buildings, a picture of pure luxury and splendor. Just then, a voice calls out, Yong-jin! He looks over nervously towards the sound. He sees a figure running his way, and his heart starts pounding in his chest. Lee Hee-soo. Is it really you? Hee-soo runs up and grabs Yong-jin's face, her voice filled with worry. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Model. Kwon Yong-jin stares blankly for a long moment before his body finally gives out, his legs losing all their strength. Hee-soo immediately rushes over to catch him. Hey. Kwon Yong-jin tries to reassure her, his voice weak. I'm fine, just a little tired. But Hee-soo senses something is seriously wrong and presses him for answers. When I called you earlier, what happened? Aren't you going to tell me? He still refuses, shaking his head. What's the point? It'll just worry you, and you can't help anyway. Hearing that, Hee-soo can't help but blame herself, whispering, I'm sorry, I'm no help to you at all. Kwon Yong-jin suddenly remembers what Do-gun once told him, saying that is just like saying you resent her for waiting. She could take it that way. He winces, thinking to himself, that's not what I meant. Hee-soo, still lost in her self-blame, continues. Even if you told me, I wouldn't be able to do anything to help, but before she can finish, Kwon Yong-jin cuts her off. That's not true. She looks up, surprised. You helped me a lot, Kwon Yong-jin says slowly. If you hadn't called me back then, I probably wouldn't even be here right now. He scratches his head, too embarrassed to look her in the eye. Thanks, he mumbles. And about what I said, I only said you couldn't help because I was lost and had no idea how to explain where I was. Even the GPS wasn't working. I just said it because I didn't want you to worry, okay? Don't get the wrong idea. You really did help me a lot. Hee-soo is deeply touched by his words. Thank you, she says, a bright smile spreading across her face. He really is a kind person, Yong-jin quickly adds. I'm not just saying that to make you feel better, it's the truth. Just then, another voice calls out desperately, Yong-jin, hey Yong-jin, it's Do Ki-young, running up to them. Are you okay? Yong-jin is stunned to see them. Why are you guys here? Do-gwon chimes in, you're the one who called me first, remember? What happened? Do Ki-young, trying to catch his breath, explains, you were gone during roll call. I asked Hee-soo, and she said she called you at 10. Then they see the state he's in, and their faces fill with worry. You're hurt. Something definitely happened. Not knowing what to say, he just makes something up. Ah, it's nothing. I just tripped. But in his mind, he hears T's words again. From now on, you don't have to bear your burdens all alone. Now pay attention, because here comes the moment he finally reveals the terrifying truth. After a long silence, Kwon Yong-jin confesses to his friends. I ran into Jangsan Beom, and I almost got logged out for good. Kyung is absolutely stunned. Jangsan Bium? They all erupt with questions as Kwon Yong-jin explains. Yeah, Jangsan Bium disguised himself as Gongji and lured me away. That bastard Jangsan Bium? Hey, can you tell us everything, detail by detail? Elsewhere, a portal begins to materialize, its edges shimmering as it prepares to open. The spirit soldiers notice the phenomenon immediately, and when they see T step through, they break out in cheers. Huyen! But he doesn't answer, simply slumping down at a table. They all rush over in concern. Huyen, are you okay? T just groans, Bok-sun. Get your brother some water. His expression is grim, terrifyingly dark. Yes, sir. T seethes internally, so soon. They're already starting to get along. Miles away, H-Long cracks a sinister, knowing smile. T's eyes are bloodshot, looking incredibly dangerous. Sweat drips down his face as he thinks, there's not much time left. Before Thin remembers everything, I have to deal with H. Long. He remembers H-Long's chilling words. Child of the Earth God. Do you have the guts to kill a human? T grits his teeth in pure rage. Back with the others, everyone has finally returned. It's good to be home, but Yong-jin is just sitting sullenly in a corner. He stares off into the distance, his mind clearly a million miles away, wrestling with a heavy thought. And you and I need to hear this carefully. A voice is echoing in Yong-jin's mind. My left arm. It is the last of my power that remains, and it was created from H-Long. The power in your left arm. Do not trust it too much. Yong-jin clearly remembers Jin telling him, I am your ancestor. But T told him something very different. Your ancestor used that very power to murder your family and your predecessors. Now, back at his house, Yong-jin just stands at the front door, hesitating. He has no idea what he's supposed to do now. After a moment, he finally reaches out and punches in the code. The lock clicks open, and the moment the door cracks, he hears music pouring out from inside. He freezes, listening to the lyrics sung by a familiar voice, a man with messy hair who only brings pain. The sound is coming from a laptop, leaving me all alone, without a shred of pity, turning his back to walk away. The traitor. Yong-jin steps inside to see Jin sitting there, completely lost in the music, singing along, turning his back to walk away. That traitor. You're a traitor in love. Yong-jin finally speaks up. What are you doing? Jin yelps, startled, jumping to his feet while still muttering the lyrics and hastily slamming the laptop shut. Then Jin strikes a cool pose, crossing his legs. Oh, you're back? At the same time, over at Than's place, he notices something bizarre on his computer. What is this? Angry thumb chaos. Than's eyes go wide in disbelief. What happened to my keyboard? That T guy? He's completely obsessed with chot music, and he had the nerve to ask me to find historical documents. Just then, Than's phone rings. He glances at the screen and the caller ID reads, You bastard. Later that night, a knock sounds on a door. A voice from inside calls out, not opening it. State the password. Dao obediently responds, Cluck, cluck. The voice quickly confirms, You may pass. But then, the voice urges then forward. The person behind you, state the password. Then scoffs, annoyed. We don't have much time. Just open the door. A warning immediately buzzes. Incorrect password. The voice from inside taunts him. I'll give you one more chance. Dao, standing next to him, pleads urgently. Come on, just do it. How hard can it be? Powerless, then grinds his teeth and makes the hand gesture that goes with the password. Once the ritual is complete, Bok-sun greets them with a huge smile. Please, come in. Welcome to our family. At T's house, Bok-sun and the others are playing happily in the yard. Try and catch me. Here comes the cricket. Inside, a brush moves across paper, each stroke filled with immense power. A strange symbol begins to take shape as Dao and Than watch T's every move with rapt attention. And trust me, this is where you're going to want to pay close attention. After finishing the drawing, he holds it up to them and asks, Have you ever seen this symbol before? Then is still lost, but Dao's eyes light up. I've seen it before. She excitedly uses her hands to describe it. On the demon's forehead, Than, standing beside her, is doubtful. On its forehead, he racks his brain, trying to recall. I think I might have seen it too. T then corrects them. This is not demonic power. Than's curiosity is piqued, and he leans in closer. Then where do they get that power from? Suddenly, Than gets an idea, his face lighting up. No wonder the Gombo combo didn't work. And that's when it dawns on Dao, who yells out, No way! You mean you couldn't take it down in one hit either? T.I. is the only one taking this seriously. realizing a hidden power is directing demons to target Thin's body. Meanwhile, Aeong-jin is completely oblivious, just casually washing dishes at home. What now? Jin, suddenly woken up, is a bit grumpy. I just closed my eyes for a second and my napping spot is gone. Why don't you go back and get it? Aeong-jin stays quiet for a long moment before finally revealing the truth. The sword has appeared in Chao's hands. This news leaves Jin absolutely speechless. He presses on, asking, "Did something happen?" But Aeong-jin just freezes, refusing to answer. The words of T echo in his head. "Thin, your ancestor used that very power to murder countless people and your own ancestors." A bead of sweat drips from his forehead as Jin waits for an answer. In the end, Aeong-jin decides to hide everything. It's nothing. But Jin isn't so easily fooled. Nothing? Don't tell me you used the Black Dragon's power. I warned you not to use that power carelessly. Called out, he turns away, unable to meet Jin's gaze. How I use it has nothing to do with you. As Aeong-jin slams the door, Jin can only sigh. This kid. Jin lowers his head, deep in thought about something. We cut back to T's group, where he continues his questioning. Do any of you have information on the man in the mask? Both of them answer at the same time. A mask? Then is still totally lost. What are you talking about? Dao's reaction is no different. I don't get what you're saying. Now here's where things get really serious. Pay attention. I saw a demon with a seal and a masked man fighting together. He looked experienced, but not strong enough to be granting power to demons. A power of that magnitude would have to be nearly godlike. Hearing this, Dao breaks out in a cold sweat. Huh? Right as they're deep in their intense discussion, a shadowy figure quietly slips in. Dao is the first to spot it. The masked man. The intruder shows absolutely no fear. His fist flies forward, but then dodges in time, and just like that, a battle erupts, then smirks slyly, but the man doesn't even flinch, remaining perfectly calm. The mask is finally torn apart, revealing a young man with blonde hair. He flashes a wicked grin. That doesn't belong to you. Earthly God, Grand Overseer, Ngo. Dao can't believe his own eyes. Grand Overseer Ngo? At the same time, the spirits are mournfully picking up pieces of the mask. This is an intangible cultural heritage piece, made by a master artisan. Did you like this thing, Huyen? Just like that, Than and Ngo start blaming each other. Than's the one who split it in two. It's Ngo's fault. T has no time for this nonsense. He spots the sword Ngo is holding and wonders aloud, isn't that Grand Overseer Thin's sword? They immediately get sidetracked. How did you get that? I thought the acolytes were always playing with it. Where did the hilt go? Why is this at Grand Overseer T.I.'s house? Can these things even be copied? How do you hold it? T.I. is getting visibly angry but still has to answer their questions. It's Thin's sword. His nephew asked me to keep it safe for him. At this, Ngo just laughs teasingly. I heard a rumor, and again, they're lost in conversation. So, it can really talk? Have you guys met it yet? T, losing his patience, tries to get their attention. Hey, but it's like he's not even there. We met, but thanks to someone, it fainted on the spot. That person must have talked to it then, huh? Be quiet. T.I. is trying with all his might to control his rising anger. He's clearly human, but he was trying to use it so aggressively. Rao, are you crazy? I already told you that it's the Black Dragon. You and I know he can't take it anymore. He slams his fan on the table. Tai signals for them to be quiet. After a moment, they finally settle down. To summarize, the demons aren't targeting Thin's body, which the Black Dragon has possessed. The one who needs that body is Thin. Or, why are you being so cryptic? Ngo, completely unfocused, chugs his drink and says, it's him. Who else could it be? Dao immediately gets curious. Who? Ngo answers without hesitation. The one who uses a power that's almost omnipotent. It has to be him, right? Dao gets mad at the vague answer. Who is that? In the dead of night, the entire area is cloaked in an eerie silence. Suddenly, a rustling sound comes from the woods. The man in black speaks. Did you get him? The masked man answers bluntly. Not Thin. Grand Overseer T was there too. The man in black then notices he's not just empty-handed, but also badly injured, with red energy seeping from a wound. The masked man quickly covers his hand. It's just a light scratch. But the man in black is totally dismissive. I didn't expect much anyway. He then challenges him. Didn't you say you destroyed Grand Overseer T.I.'s power? The other man flares up with anger and frustration. Are you saying it's my fault? It's your fault for being too weak. Humiliated, the masked man clenches his fist in pure rage. He lunges, swinging his sword at the man, but it seems the masked man completely underestimated his opponent. The other man stands there, unmoved. To think he would send such a useless person after all this. So lazy and arrogant, that leader of yours. Give him a message for me. Thanks to him, things just got a lot more complicated. The masked man, though furious, can't do a single thing. He just stands there in silence as the scene shifts to a desolate and ruined landscape. A young man appears abnormally from nowhere. He walks among the sprawling wreckage while Yong-jin stands there, lost in thought. Who is that? The figure's face lifts slightly, completely devoid of emotion. In a flash, Yong-jin's eyes widen in absolute terror. The figure lunges forward, reaching out with its hands, its face twisted into a grotesque expression. Its hands grip Yong-jin's face tightly, pinning him down with incredible force. His eyes are wide with horror, unable to make a sound. In his mind, only one question remains. Who are you? The strength from those hands is squeezing the very breath from his lungs. Yong-jin feels himself starting to black out. It's getting hard to breathe. We snap back to reality. On the big bed, Jin, in his animal form, is sleeping right on Yong-jin's face. The assassination attempt. He immediately bolts upright, sending Jin flying. You and I just went through that nightmare with him, only for this to be the cause. Yong-jin's face is a mix of shock and bewilderment. A dream? The scene cuts to a large apartment building. In a kitchen piled high with messy dishes, a voice pipes up. Didn't you say today was a day off? Jin asks, watching Yong-jin get dressed. Where are you going? Without turning, he answers, a part-time job in Dangun. Jin becomes wary upon hearing that location. Dangun? The Dangun from thousands of years ago has. Yong-jin cuts off his next words. Not that Dangun. A notification for a job pops up on his phone. Looking for a cockroach catcher. Need someone to come catch a cockroach right now. It's a supergiant type. The fee is Bamika Guan. Hurry, hurry, he explains calmly. It's a part-time job app. Thanks to someone, our food budget has doubled. Yong-jin turns and heads for the door. I'm off. I'll probably be back late, so you're on your own for lunch. Before leaving, he glances back at Ik-jin, who's just chilling on the bed with his laptop and casually replies, I can take care of myself. Just hurry up and come back. The door clicks shut with a familiar sound. Yong-jin suddenly lowers his head and lets out a long sigh, then quickly heads out. Soon after, Yong-jin is at someone's house, looking at a job post. Worm exterminator wanted. Need someone to catch worms right now. The supergiant kind. 30,000 gold fee. Hurry. In the blink of an eye, he's at another job, surprising the homeowner. Dishwasher wanted. Large quantity. 50,000 gold fee. Let's be real. You can't help but admire this kid's hustle. Time flies, and now Yong-jin is hauling boxes at a warehouse for another gig. Mover's assistant wanted. Just need to move boxes to the truck. 30,000 gold fee. Finally, after a long day, his back gets a rest. He looks at the time on his phone and is a little surprised. It's already Sunday afternoon. He remembers T's instructions. The disciples will come. Follow them to me. With that in mind, he starts looking around, his fingers tapping away at his phone. That day, T had told him that he'd gone against the natural order, that he'd found his true self and continued to live. His phone screen shows a search result for natural order. A noun, the right way or moral principle. A natural phenomenon like flowing water. Innate and irreversible. He falls silent, staring intently at the screen. Just then, a bright light flashes beside him, and a loud voice makes him jump. Hey, mister! He turns to see that Bok-soon and the other two kids have arrived, greeting him cheerfully. We got here so fast. They move to a rather comfortable-looking room. On the table are colorful pastries. Yong-jin sits on the sofa, staring at the plate but not touching a thing. T sits across from him, sipping hot tea, and asks, What's with the long face? He doesn't answer right away, just lifts his eyes to look at him. Suddenly, the face from his dream flashes in his mind. Now, pay very close attention, because this question is about to change everything. This natural order you mentioned. What exactly does it mean? T answers without hesitation, his face a mask of indifference. All things are lost and then reborn. That is the flow of nature. The natural order is what is right. To follow that natural flow. Yong-jin, still hiding his expression, hesitates. You mean? Facing T's unchanging gaze, he blurts out, the fact that you guys borrow human bodies to live in, that's the natural order? The silence doesn't last long, as Yong-jin breaks it with another question. So I'm not allowed to exist? Is that the natural order? T puts his teacup down and corrects him. To be precise, we don't borrow human bodies. He continues, his eyes widening slightly. The bodies of spirits are more like sculptures. A single sentence echoes in the room. Your body is the same. Those words shock Yeon-jin. What do you mean? He asks, uncertain. A sculpture? You mean it was created? I don't understand what you're talking about. Just then, T poses a question of his own. Do you know of Dangun? Yeon-jin answers with a question of his own. Lord Dangun, the founder of our nation? T lowers his eyes and nods. That's right. He then begins to explain with a story. Dangun created a land suitable for humans to live on. Dangun appeared a very long time ago. We are the zodiac spirits, sent to Earth under his command to help humanity. From their hands, they created fire and water. We used our powers to usher in a new era in that barren land. And of course, there were always witnesses, those who saw the power of the gods. Wanting to preserve that power forever, they built altars and prayed. 64 seasons passed. Time flowed on, and at the altar where the energy of all things gathered, a body resembling a human was formed. Times and all things changed with the flow of history. Finally, after ages of refinement, it appeared the very first spirit body. Everyone revered that person. The zodiac spirits, who loved humanity dearly, entered the bodies they created with their hopes, allowing them to remain on Earth and help. That body, like a human's, had a lifespan. When it fulfilled its duty, the altar would create a new one. But on a cursed day, during the 5th gap cycle, the spirit altars were destroyed. From then on, the spirits could no longer intervene in human history, and no more spirit bodies were ever created. We were waiting for our physical forms to perish so we could return to the heavens, but when we opened our eyes, we were still on Earth. His eyes darkened slightly. The spirit bodies began to be born from humans themselves. Our bodies were formed from humans again and again, trapping us here. In the end, we had no choice but to accept the natural order, and the humans, the spirit bodies they gave birth to, they called them the children who don't cry. Let that sink in for a moment. Yeon-jin feels a chill run down his spine. His current body is one of them. His eyes are hollow, empty, as he hears that name both familiar and alien, Kwon Yong-jin. T looks at Yeon-jin and speaks slowly, stating the plain, simple truth. According to the natural order, the one living in that body should be the dragon spirit. The dragon's face appears, completely void of emotion. Yeon-jin can only sit in stunned silence, buried under the weight of T's words. If you accept your fate and obey this natural order, I will personally send your soul to the heavens. He then delivers a cold, hard threat. If you refuse to obey, each word falls heavily on Yeon-jin. You will have to fight to the very end to protect yourself. The room is eerily quiet as T asks, I'm asking you. He poses the question, but its implications run much deeper. Do you want to follow the natural order, or do you want to go against it? Yeon-jin doesn't answer right away, his face unreadable. After a moment of silence, he finally speaks. Is there really any other choice between living and dying? T shows no emotion, simply watching the boy before him. Yeon-jin lets out a faint, arrogant smirk. Of course, I choose to live. His hands clench into fists under the table as T's voice rings out. I told you before that you would face harsher trials and adversities. Can you truly overcome them? Yeon-jin, though anxious, answers firmly. If it were the old me, I probably would have given up. Visions of his past flash through his mind, lonely, difficult, and bleak days. Times when he was humiliated and pushed too far. Yeon-jin feels like he's been through enough terrible things. His life was already miserable enough. His lonely figure was living proof, forced to endure everything all by himself. Yeon-jin's voice suddenly changes, but warm memories begin to surface in his mind. The moment he met Guigon, seeing him smile, the times they played together after school. Yeon-jin speaks as if he's awakened, but not anymore. He remembers looking directly into Hisu's eyes. Her bright smile is etched into his heart. He looks up, his voice firm. I want to live even more. And then, Yeon-jin reminds T of his own words. You said you would protect me. That should be possible, right? His words seem to startle T for a second. Then Yeon-jin's voice rings out again. Aren't you supposed to exist forever? At least until I die of old age. And just like that, a laugh cuts through the suffocating tension, coming from T of all people. It quickly turns into a full-blown laugh, startling Yeon-jin. T shoots him an appreciative look. Not bad. An excellent answer, Yeon-jin. Stunned, Yeon-jin just sits there as T continues, an indomitable spirit. His eyes narrow, a hint of danger in his voice as he adds, a weak will breaks easily. T's simple warning makes Yeon-jin nervous as he's told, never forget this resolve, Suddenly, a loud voice calls out, "Big brother!" The Boksoon kids pop up out of nowhere with cheerful faces. The little girl holds out a box. "A gift for you." The lid comes off. Inside is a brand new outfit. The kids explain it's from them, looking at him with pleading eyes. "Please, try it on." Another boy beside her urges him on with sparkling eyes. "Yeah, try it." There was no way he could refuse. A few minutes later, Yeon-jin emerges in a magnificent new black and red outfit. The kids shower him with praise. "It suits you perfectly. You look so cool." T, who'd been sitting this whole time, finally stands up to offer some advice. "Stop using the black dragon. From now on, use your own strength to wield that sword." Yeon-jin hesitates, trying to explain. "But that sword is too heavy. Without that power, I can't even lift it." T's gaze remains calm. "The black dragon is draining your body. After you use its power, how do you feel?" The question instantly brings back flashes of his own struggling form. Sometimes his arm would tremble uncontrollably. Even his legs would give out, making every step a struggle. His whole body would feel completely drained, like he was on the verge of collapsing. And this is where T drops a bombshell on him. "It doesn't make it easier for you to lift the sword. It just recklessly burns through your own stamina." He doesn't seem to care much, explaining it simply, "You have no muscle. How could you possibly lift something that heavy?" The words hit Yeon-jin's pride directly, forcing him to retort, "What do you mean by that?" He points a finger at the kids from paradise. "Then what about them? Are you saying they're all a bunch of bodybuilders?" T calmly replies, stabbing another dagger into Yeon-jin's heart. "As long as one has divine power, lifting that sword is easy. You only have a physical body, no divine power, that's why." Every single word he spoke was a critical hit on Yeon-jin, leaving him speechless. "Even though you have that body, your stamina is worse than a normal person's. Do you even exercise?" After a moment, T lets out a helpless sigh. He changes tactics, offering guidance instead. "Focus your energy into your right hand." Yeon-jin is still confused, but T skips the explanation and demonstrates, sending a jolt of energy through his hand that leaves Yeon-jin stunned. He then instructs, "Close your eyes, concentrate, maximize the senses of your right hand." He looks directly at Yeon-jin like a true master, and then, "Think of the sword." Yeon-jin immediately closes his eyes and follows his instructions. T's words echo in his ears. "It certainly won't be easy for you, but just keep practicing." Just as he finishes speaking, a sudden surge of power erupts, making T's eyes fly open in shock. By some miracle, the great sword was now in Yeon-jin's hand, controlled with absolute ease. It takes a moment for him to return to reality, staring in disbelief at what he was holding, as the kids from paradise cheer excitedly. A stammering voice cuts through, "How in the world?" T, now composed, analyzes the situation. "That ceremonial uniform. It has the ability to transform the energy of all things into divine power." Yeon-jin understands and hesitantly manages two words, "If so," but T cuts him off. "The divine power you can use is only temporary." He glances at him, his gaze sharp. "This is proof that you have a physical vessel capable of it. A normal human body could never do that." But Yeon-jin isn't listening, too busy cheering excitedly. "It's so light." He swings the blade around like a toy, leaving T speechless. "With this, I don't even need my left hand." And right then, he seems to realize something, his eyes widening in surprise. "Okay, hold up, this next part is where the real mystery kicks in." His gaze falls on his own hand, on the sword's hilt. T speaks up to explain, "When you received it, it was in its original state. The one your predecessor used it in." An immediate silence falls over the space. T's eyes haven't left Yeon-jin this entire time. T suddenly asks a cryptic question. "Have you ever seen what's inside the cloth wrapping?" Yeon-jin, slightly dazed, mumbles back, "Inside the cloth?" T presses on, "I mean the sword's hilt." Yeon-jin answers under T's intense gaze, "No. Why?" But T remains silent in the face of his questions. "Is there something in there?" In the end, T doesn't elaborate on the topic he just brought up. "No, it's nothing." The scene shifts. A delicious-looking meal is spread across the table. "Eat up." As Yeon-jin sits down, marveling at the spread, T says calmly, "After you finish, I'll take you back to your doorstep." His words make Yeon-jin both a little worried and wary. Noticing his look, T asks, "What's wrong? Don't you like the food?" Yeon-jin jumps, startled, and quickly replies, "No, I love it." But then he hesitates again before speaking. "It's just, Jin looks at the food on the table and says with a melancholic tone, "It's been a long time since someone prepared such a lavish meal for me." After saying this, he falls into a contemplative silence, his eyes filled with a distant, nostalgic look. How his mother used to smile so gently while looking at him. Back then, Jin was just an innocent child. After being lost in his memories, he finally finds his voice again. The memories flow back into his mind, memories of turbulent and painful days. A woman with tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with absolute hatred. Just then, T breaks the suffocating atmosphere. "If you have something to ask, just ask." Jin snaps out of it, but asks a completely unrelated question. "Your name? What's your name?" At this meaningless question, T shoots him a look as if he's an idiot. Jin quickly tries to justify it. "Even a god must have a name." He retracts his gaze and calmly replies, "That's not important." "Of course it's important." Jin, a bit exasperated, speaks his mind. "I can't just keep calling you kid forever." T, not wanting to say, immediately retorts, "Just call me the Great Guardian." This leaves him stunned. "What?" T looks at the young man before him and drops a series of time bombs. "I may look like this, but in human years, I'm much older than you. I've lived in this body for 28 years now. Technically, I should be 1,000 years old." These words hit Jin like a truck. He blurts out in shock, 28? But you look like an elementary school kid." This time, T patiently answers the question. "I became like this because your ancestor took half of my divine power." Jin's astonishment grew with every word. Though born from a human body, its condition is like that of an altar's vessel. He lowers his eyes as if telling a story. After 64 seasons passed, he finally concludes, bringing the atmosphere back to silence. That is 16 years. The familiar blue fan suddenly appears in his hand, his voice steady. "If I had used divine power before it was complete." And that's where we get the final, mind-blowing piece of the puzzle. He tests the fan's power while stating the obvious. The body would have been destroyed. He snaps the small fan shut, explaining, "My ability to use divine power is limited by this small body." T stares at Kwon Yong-jin and lays it out, plain and simple, this body is already fully developed. The conversation circles back to Kwon Yong-jin's question, so he can't grow any bigger? T.I. calmly replies, "That's right." Then, out of nowhere, Kwon Yong-jin mutters, "I wonder what the old man is even doing." Kwon Yong-jin is completely lost, relying on his own theories. Could it be related to the Samoon massacre? He wonders. T, fed up, cuts him off and makes an offer. "After I remove the black dragon from you, I'll tell you. For now, just eat." And just like that, Kwon Yong-jin's attention snaps to something else. "Remove it?" he stammers, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. "But the black dragon is my left arm." T.I. looks at him with disdain. "Losing a left arm made from a black dragon? You could easily lose your life in the process." Those words send a jolt of panic through Kwon Yong-jin. "What?" Seeing his expression, T adds, "It's not like there isn't a way." With Kwon Yong-jin hanging on his every word, T continues, "This is something you absolutely have to do." Later that afternoon, at Kwon Yong-jin's small house, he's finally back after an exhausting day. The moment he opens his door, Kwon Yong-jin freezes, staring at his bed. Jin is lying there, completely passed out. He remembers T's words from lunch. "Propose that Jin go with you to find the dragon." After a moment of dead silence, Jin suddenly speaks. "Grandson Kwon Yong-jin." Startled, Kwon Yong-jin asks, "Have you eaten yet?" The room feels even darker with Jin's reply. "Where have you been?" Kwon Yong-jin avoids his gaze, trying to brush it off. "I told you, I went to earn some money." But Jin cuts right through his flimsy excuse. "Weren't you meeting with the great T?" His words make Kwon Yong-jin's heart sink into a pit of darkness. Jin's voice drops low. "I can." Pay attention here, because this is where everything gets intense. His eyes are as sharp as a real assassin's, his words ice cold. "I can smell the rat on you." T's emotionless gaze locks onto him, his words replaying in Kwon Yong-jin's mind. "This is something you have to do. Propose that Jin go find the dragon with you." Hearing that, Kwon Yong-jin was left stunned. The dragon? He still looks hesitant. "But if the old man gets his power back, what if he tries to do something to me?" Suddenly, a smirk flashes across T's face as he says, "The dragon that is found." Then, T gets serious, correcting him, "Will not belong to Jin, grandson Kwon Yong-jin." At this, Kwon Yong-jin is more shocked than ever. "It will belong to you." And now, we're back to the present. He's standing face to face with Jin, who's glaring at him with a cold, warning gaze. Meanwhile, Kwon Yong-jin is flustered and stammering, "A rat smell?" But he quickly regains his composure and retorts, "Of course I smell like one. I just came back from catching rats." He even adds, "You've got the nose of a dog," which makes Jin flinch. "You? Went to catch rats?" Seeing his reaction, Kwon Yong-jin pulls out his phone to prove it. "Should I read you the job listings? Rat catcher needed. Rat corpse cleaner." Then he adds the final detail, "Pays 50,000 won." Jin is shocked again. People pay for that these days? The tense air makes Kwon Yong-jin wonder if now is the right time to ask the old man to find the dragon. His eyes follow Jin's movements as he thinks to himself, no matter what, he'll be suspicious. Meanwhile, Jin is fired up, declaring, "I can do that kind of work too." He hops right off the bed and makes a proposal. "From now on, let me come with you." Kwon Yong-jin hears this and asks suspiciously, "What for?" Jin's answer is immediate, "I need to earn my keep." But Kwon Yong-jin shuts him down flat. "Forget it. You'd just follow me around shedding dog hair, probably making more work for me." After that conversation, the sky quickly turns a rosy red with the setting sun. Okay, I know what you're thinking. He needs a perfect excuse, right? Inside his house, Kwon Yong-jin lies there, anxiously staring at Jin. How do I say this? A cold sweat drips down his face. I need a legitimate reason. Suddenly, an unexpected memory floods back, making him freeze. What happened? With that thought, Kwon Yong-jin takes the initiative. "Old man." He puts on a casual face. "You asked before what happened, right?" As for Jin, he replies with curiosity. Seizing the opportunity, Kwon Yong-jin intentionally blurts out, "I almost met my ancestors." He even adds a little flair that surprises Jin. "That's why I had to use the Black Dragon's power." Curiosity piqued, Jin immediately presses him. "Why?" Kwon Yong-jin keeps up his nonchalant act. "Well, I'm still alive. The kid who helped me with the exorcism last time came and saved me." Hearing this, Jin's grandson-obsessed face scrunches up slightly. On the other hand, Kwon Yong-jin lays the guilt on thick. What kind of old man doesn't even know when something's happening to his own grandson? You let someone else's ancestor save me. He even lets out a bitter, frustrated laugh. "What am I to you? This body belongs to you, after all." At this, Jin finally starts to get flustered. "Kid, stop going on and on about that." Then, in a serious tone, he reminds him, "No matter how much you deny it, you are still my grandson." Faced with those sharp words, Kwon Yong-jin falls silent. It's the truth. In that moment, he remembers T's words again. The physical body can only be formed in the descendants of that family. After a pause, Kwon Yong-jin just nods and goes back to his phone. "Fine, let's just say that's true." Jin, who's right beside him, complains, "You've been pushing my buttons a lot, you know." But a second later, Kwon Yong-jin speaks again. "There's something I want to ask." This time he slowly brings up the issue. "You said you were sealed, right?" In his mind, he's thinking of the Simoon massacre, but out loud he asks, "So you've forgotten everything that happened before? Why were you sealed?" Faced with the question, Jin's mouth twitches as he answers bit by bit. "I don't know." His face darkens, but he adds, "But one thing is certain." Ah. Kwon Yong-jin gets pulled into the mood, staring tensely at Jin. But then, an unexpected answer comes out. "I was the strongest among the earthly branch gods who descended to this world." He even strokes his own face confidently. "They were probably jealous, so they sealed me." This just fuels Kwon Yong-jin's suspicion. This goofy guy massacred the entire Simoon clan? He lets out a sigh. "Seriously? Anyone can say that. Every time something happens, you just stand there like a useless screen." Then he laughs, full of frustration. "You're just waiting to take this body back, aren't you?" Jin immediately shoots back. "I already transferred all my power to you. Besides, what can I even do in this form?" Seeing his chance, Kwon Yong-jin provokes him further. "That just proves how weak you are now." In that instant, Jin lowers his voice, revealing a secret. "I just need to find one piece of the power I once had." And that single piece of information is what startles Kwon Yong-jin, and the whole situation will change completely. Without another thought, Kwon Yong-jin sits up straight. Hook, line, and sinker. Where is this power? As for Jin, he calmly continues the conversation. "All right." He even nods, satisfied. "We need to go find the dragon right away." "It seems you want to cooperate too." Hearing this, Kwon Yong-jin is dumbfounded. "Cooperate?" Just like that, Jin's serious gaze locks onto Kwon Yong-jin. "This is not something I can do alone." A second later, Jin suddenly transforms back to his old state, declaring, "It's something you must do." The sight makes Kwon Yong-jin jump back in sheer terror. After the transformation, the shock leaves him staring blankly at Jin for a moment longer. As for Jin, he just smirks and says, "Are you scared?" But Kwon Yong-jin, still in a daze, just asks back, "Why should I be?" To answer that, Jin slowly sits down on the floor. Looks like he'll have to get serious to fix the kid's attitude. He pulls a jade orb from his waist and holds it up, right in front of Jin's face. Then, Jin gives a simple command. Touch it with your left hand. It's an order, not a request. Faced with this weird demand, Jin reaches for the huge orb. The second he makes contact, a blinding light explodes from it, shimmering everywhere. But it doesn't stop there. The light forms a pathway stretching out into the empty air, and we're all thinking, what is this? Jin follows the path of light with his eyes and whispers that it's closer than he thought. He mumbles that if they ride, they can get there before dawn. But that only confuses Jin. Still staring at the light, Jin answers, "About 500 Li, I'd say." Meanwhile, Jin has already looked it up on his phone. That's about 200 kilometers. Not exactly next door. Suddenly, a look of pure shock flashes across his face as he remembers something. A conversation between him and Tai flashes back. One of the Zodiacs is apparently staying at Mount Sokri. At first, the name doesn't ring a bell for Jin. Mount Sokri? But Tai immediately clarifies it's the place he went for his training camp. Still skeptical, Jin asks, "It's really there?" But the other boy just answers coldly, "I can't be sure." Tai then gives him more info about a god in the form of an animal, a spirit beast, just like the one he saw. He also adds a careful warning. Usually, these beings only appear in sacred and safe lands. Finally, Tai confirms his theory. There's definitely a guardian tiger god there. Just like that, the flashback ends, leaving Jin stunned. Could it really be Mount Sokri? Jin overhears him and asks in surprise, "Mount Sokri?" Seeing his curiosity, Jin hesitantly explains it was his training site and asks, "You saw it there?" But Jin quickly denies it and looks back at his phone. "No, not exactly, but given this direction and distance." He pulls up a map on his screen. "Looks like it's the right place. Let's go check it out." He then adds one more detail. "We don't need to travel all night. It's only a 3-hour bus ride." With the plan set, he suddenly flops onto his bed. "But it's too late now. Let's go tomorrow." Jin quickly agrees. "Okay, we'll set off after lunch." Hearing that, Jin stammers. "What lunch?" "I have school tomorrow." Jin's voice turns cold. "You can't neglect your studies." "What time do you finish?" He gets a quick reply. "Around this time." Now Jin starts trying to persuade him. "Can't you just skip out in the middle?" The question makes Jin blush. "Didn't you just say I can't neglect my studies?" In a flash, night turns to early morning. The time on his phone reads 12:44 p.m. Jin is curled up in his backpack, looking calm but serious. Thanks to getting out of school early, Jin is on his way home. But school and homework are nothing compared to staying alive. To be safe, Jin reminds Jin, "You better stay put in the bag, you hear me?" Jin casually replies, "Don't worry." Then he whines, "Hey, there's beef jerky in here. Can I eat it?" Jin snaps back, annoyed. "Are you a dragon or a pig?" But you know how it is in these stories. A peaceful walk home never lasts long. Lost in their bickering, Jin doesn't notice the figure descending from above. No time to even react. Only when the attack is inches away does Jin's eyes shoot open. All he sees is a pair of powerful legs, looking like they belong to a student. But thankfully, he reacts just in time, blocking the devastating kick. Dust flies everywhere, revealing the attacker as she lands, and a look of horror on Jin's face. Her eyes are as cold and sharp as a wild beast's, fixed right on him. The force of her attack completely shatters the pavement they're standing on. That overwhelming power sends Jin stumbling back, collapsing to the ground in fear. In contrast, she stands firm in the swirling dust, a zodiac god, the Grand General Twut. She glares at him, radiating power. Her eyes blaze as she confronts Jin. "You damn dragon! Are you insane?" In his panic and confusion, all he can do is stare. Then, raising her spear, she screams, "Go to hell!" and unleashes a furious strike. But just then, Jin appears in the middle of the fight, shouting, "General Twut!" He tries his best to calm her down as she spins her spear. "Stop!" The next second, the sharp blade slams into the ground, just centimeters from Jin. Realizing how bad this is, he scrambles to his feet and runs for his life. What the hell is happening? In the chaos, all he can do is bolt forward as Jin spots Twut's shadow looming again. He quickly screams a warning. "Jin, above you!" At that exact moment, a familiar energy bursts from his arm. Before Jin can even process it, one of his eyes flashes a brilliant, burning red. The black dragon's blade instantly materializes, just in time to block Tuat's slash. But this only confirms her suspicions, as she now faces what she believes to be the mad Zodiac, Thin. She doesn't stop, making a chilling declaration that sends panic through him. This time, I'm taking your head for good. Meanwhile, Jin keeps trying to reason with her. Grand General Tuat, stop! He's a human. But in her eyes, all she sees is Jin, and all she hears is a voice coming from him, saying, I am Thin. And just like that, the misunderstanding spirals. You are Thin. Who else could you be? A second later, her spear is a blur of motion, forcing Jin to defend against a relentless assault. Wait a minute, I'm not Thin. But no matter how much he denies it, Jin just keeps yelling, I am Thin. Finally, Jin can't take it anymore and snaps, Are you just gonna sit in there and shout? After yelling at Jin, Jin resumes his life or death chase with Tuat. Stand still. Suddenly, she crosses her two blades and chants an enhancement spell. Power explodes from her, cracking the very earth and sending chunks of it flying. For Jin, it feels like a bolt of lightning just struck right behind him. Tuat pours all her energy into this final attack, her eyes glowing fiercely. But just as the ultimate technique is about to land, get ready for it, someone else's sword intercepts the blow. Both Jin and Tuat seem to freeze for a split second at the sound. A flowing robe flutters in the air as the mysterious guest descends. Using the formless self technique, the graceful silhouette of Horse gradually appears from above. As he lands, he lightly touches his sword. Then, Horse calmly uses his own technique, Secret Scroll, Dispel, to neutralize the attack. But he's not done. He unexpectedly creates countless phantom archers who obey his command, drawing their bows taut. One by one, arrows fly straight at Tuat, forcing her to retreat. The distance between them grows, leaving Tuat to grit her teeth in frustration. At the same time, Horse raises his sword and shouts, Protect me, heavenly horses! Advance! His soldiers turn back, each one firmly gripping a long, sharp spear. In an instant, a protective wall of two spears forms in front of Jin and Jin. By the time they realize it, they're completely surrounded by a tight defense. Unlike Jin, Tuat is all alone, facing everything by herself. A moment later, Monkey recalls his horse and hands a phone back. Here, I got the shot. Horse cheerfully takes it. Thanks, he then proudly declares, Your superhero has arrived. And with that line, you and I are both left completely speechless, as his words just seem to make her even more furious. What did you say? Her anger finally explodes as Tuat screams, What do you want, you damn horseface? Getting insulted throws him off, and he complains about being called a female horseface, but Shin just agrees. Well, it fits. Tuat immediately accuses them. You're all on Sungha's side. No quickly tries to calm things down. But she's still radiating, killing intent, taunting him. Come on, bring it. This time, though, he cuts her off, saying, Calm down. Ngo quickly explains to her. He's a human. You almost killed a person. Hearing this, Tuat furrows her brow in disbelief. A human? Meanwhile, Yonjin is just thinking to himself, I just want to go home. Forget this whole dragon hunting thing. But Tuat remains firm, insisting, That can't be right. He smells like a dragon. Shin just tells her coolly, Use your nose, genius. She immediately leans in to sniff Yonjin, and her expression instantly freezes in shock. What? Utterly bewildered, she stammers and points a shaky finger at him. I swear, I smell a dragon. Coming from him, I can still smell it right now. That's when Shin casually points out the bulldog. Of course you do, because this old man is sitting right behind him. Tuat just stares, completely lost. She blinks, asking, What's going on now? Shin lays it all out. The old man here? He's the one you heard roaring earlier. To add to the chaos, Jin reluctantly speaks up, I am Jin. The second he says it, Ngo bursts out laughing so hard he falls over, while Tuat is still completely confused. The echoing laughter just makes Jin even more furious, but Ngo uses the chance to tease him more. Not even a purebred Korean dog, but a French bulldog. And now, it finally clicks for Tuat. This dog is Jin Yu. A smile begins to creep across her face, confirming Jin's worst fears. She can't hold it in and just erupts into laughter. This is perfect. Then Tuat pokes Jin on the head. You look down on dogs so much, huh? How's it feel to be one? His reply comes out in a tiny squeak. When did I ever do that? But she just cuts him off. Look at you. As they keep joking around, Yonjin just sighs, thinking to himself, this has to be fate's idea of a joke. Suddenly, he speaks up, reminding Tuat, shouldn't you apologize first? You almost killed a man. Her laughter immediately stops as he presses on. Well, no apology? Tuat gets all flustered, retorting, why should I apologize? You're the one who misled me in the first place. Yonjin, completely exasperated, replies, I already told you. But she stubbornly argues back, you should have told me properly. He shuts her down flat. I did tell you. Now totally cornered, Tuat can hear Jin's smug little snickers, and she quickly changes the subject. It's because you look just like Sung Ha. She trails off, too embarrassed to continue. On the other hand, Yonjin is getting annoyed. Do you gods ever learn how to admit when you're wrong? Finally, unable to take it anymore, Tuat vanishes in a flash. After she's gone, Nogo approaches Yonjin. I'll apologize on her behalf. She has a complicated past. He then extends a friendly hand for a proper introduction. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the zodiac god Ngo, a great supervisor of the heavenly court. He even adds his earthly name. You can call me Juno. Yonjin instinctively replies, I'm Go Yonjin. Hearing that, Ngo chuckles. Yonjin? Sounds like Yong Yong, the dragon. Yonjin just bows his head to say goodbye. Thank you for the help, but we're busy, so we have to go. Ngo looks a little disappointed. Too busy for even a handshake? Just then, Jin, with a grim look on his face, speaks up. We're on our way to find a dragon. His next words are dripping with menace, and once I get my power back, I'm gonna crush all of your noses. That threat makes Ngo instinctively cover his own nose with a yelp. As for Jin, he just flashes a wicked, satisfied grin. I'm in a great mood today. Yonjin quickly tries to hurry him along. Ancestor, let's go. But then he remembers, we have to go home and put this peach tree away first. But Jin casually says, the more the merrier. Just bring it with us. Yonjin stares back, confused. What do you mean? How are we supposed to get on a bus with this? Suddenly, another voice cuts them off. Hey, it's Shin, and he's completely serious as he tells Yonjin, give that to me. When Yonjin hands it over, Shin slowly touches both ends of the fence post. A second later, two blinding flashes of light appear and seep into the wood. In an instant, the object shrinks until it's invisible. He's still holding it in his hand, with a faint remnant of divine power glowing around it. Then, just as calmly, Shin restores the post to its original size. After checking it, he tosses it back to its owner. Be careful with it. Yonjin takes it, baffled, asking, how do I open this? Ngo, standing nearby, starts teasing him. You can't do it without divine power. Too bad for you. Without a great supervisor like me, your arms are gonna get tired. Meanwhile, Shin introduces himself. I am Shin. Ngo immediately adds a clarification. Not Shin like your leg, but Shin the monkey from the Zodiac. Then he leans in close to Yonjin's face. I'm sure someone already told you how to use your power. His hand rests gently on Yonjin's shoulder, and his voice turns dead serious. Unless it's an absolute emergency, do not use the power in your left side. With that warning delivered, he turns to leave. Ngo quickly decides, the master seems to be having fun, so I think I'll tag along. You coming? And just like that, their conversation continues as Yonjin stares at the peach tree post, still completely lost. Over here, Ngo watches Yonjin get on the bus, impressed. He's tough, huh? But suddenly a sharp voice calls out, hey, you. When he turns, he sees Jin glaring at him. Why are you following us? What's your scheme? To that accusation, Ngo just shrugs. Scheme? A great supervisor taking the bus? The fan in his hand snaps open as he gives a command. A second later, his heavenly horse appears behind them. With me, we can get anywhere in 5 minutes, guaranteed. Then Ngo grins mischievously. Want to ride on my heavenly horse taxi? At the same time, in a place filled with nothing but dense forests and greenery, we get a quick glimpse of a massive creature, its warm breath fogging the air, its body hidden behind the trees. The sky is a brilliant blue, a perfect match for the lush forest below. We see Ngo, Yonjin, and Jin soaring through the air on the horse. Make a left! Finally, the three of them land with a shockwave that shakes the entire area. Ngo calmly announces their arrival while the other two are passed out. We're here, but Jin speaks up. Great supervisor, no. We have to go to the peak of the mountain. Not here. His response is completely calm. I know, we'll walk from here. With a snap of his fingers, he dismisses his mount. The heavenly horse vanishes, leaving Yonjin stunned. No calls it an adventure, but Yonjin is just exhausted. I thought you gods were supposed to be busy. Let's find this thing quickly. But Ngo just laughs cheerfully. Who me? I've got all the time in the world. And so, their journey begins on Mount Yongjin. As they're walking, Enjo suddenly tries to start a conversation. Hey, Yongyong. He then asks curiously, do you play any games? Yongjin quietly replies, no. So he tries again. What about League? But still, he hits them with the same firm answer, I don't play. This time, Horse is floored. Why? He's straight up about it. My family doesn't own a computer. The guy suggests a PC cafe, but Jin shuts that down instantly, a total waste of money. They find this hard to believe and press him for more. Not even mobile games? They ask. His answer is just as sharp. That's right, and that's when the other guy completely changes the subject. Then what's the point of living? Jin's reply is deadpan. I just live. You and I both know that's a wild thing to say, so the guy makes an offer. Hey, why don't you come live with us? We've even got a gaming room. Horse quickly clarifies. Well, it's not our house. It's that monkey's from earlier. We can just crash in one of the rooms. He then puffs out his chest proudly. Besides, our mission is to protect humans. He's sure the kid will agree, but all he gets back is hesitation. No, thank you. That reaction makes the guy wonder, man, do you really hate me that much? But in the end, Jin's response is ice cold. It's neutral. Horse, ever the simpleton, asks, neutral hate? What's that supposed to mean? Can you explain? And now, Jin is starting to look annoyed. Just drop it. I'm about to collapse from exhaustion. Right then, Jin speaks up, his voice all mysterious. Hey kid, his worn-out form becomes more obvious. Give me your left hand. Jin is startled. Are you okay? You look totally drained. He finally does what he's told, while Horse mutters judgmentally on the side. Geez, why is he so weak? As for Jin, he shifts back to his human form and places a mystical pearl on the boy's hand. As expected, it immediately explodes with a brilliant light. Then, a glowing path forms right before them, leaving Horse completely stunned. They follow the beam's direction with their eyes and mutter, looks like we've still got a ways to go. Just as Jin is about to move, Jin calls out again. Hey, Jin. He's now back in his small, tired dog form. Carry me for a bit, he pants. This body is a total wreck, short legs, and built like a potato. Seeing this, Jin just remarks, well, you eat so much, no wonder you're chubby. Even Horse snickers. In return, Jin just snaps at the boy. You brat! You should have been training your stamina. You can't even carry me. And just like that, they start bickering. Yes, I can, but Jin cuts him off. Quiet. A moment later, Jin is tucked safely into a backpack to get some rest. The one carrying him now is actually Horse. If I wasn't here, you guys would have been in deep trouble, he boasts. Jin, trailing behind, just replies, yeah, sorry. Step by step, they conquer the long staircase until a massive boulder stands in their path. Horse pauses, wondering, is this the right way? Don't tell me we have to go through this thing. Suddenly, Jin's nose starts twitching, leading the way. It's over here. He dives headfirst into a bush. We've arrived. Now, you're gonna want to see this. The two of them follow his lead, carefully parting the dense leaves, and when they look closer, they see a creature curled up asleep in a small clearing. At first sight, Jin's eyes go wide. What is that? But Jin knows exactly what it is. That, he declares, is a spirit beast. Sensing their presence, the creature Zorzor stirs and awakens. He immediately bows his head in respect. It is an honor to meet you, great ones. His deep blue eyes slowly meet theirs. I am the guardian deity of this mountain. I am Zorzor. Jin immediately questions him. You're the mountain god? You don't look like you're in very good shape. At the question, a flicker of sadness crosses Zorzor's eyes. Please, do not worry. This is merely the consequence of. He then quickly gets to the point. What business brings you esteemed guests here? Jin doesn't waste time. We are looking for something. Hearing this, Zorzor kindly agrees. If it's something I know, I would be happy to guide you. What is it you seek? At this, Jin finally starts probing for real information. You've been slumbering on this mountain for a very long time. Surely you must have seen the white dragon. The name makes Zorzor raise an eyebrow. Then, he abruptly turns and starts walking away. While I have no certain information on the white dragon, there is something I wish to show you. His voice is calm as he gives the instruction, please follow me. With this hopeful turn, Horse chimes in. See? This trip wasn't a total waste. They follow Zorzor to a spot hidden behind a massive rock formation. The sight of it makes Horse curious. Wait, is that boulder the white dragon? But he quickly whips out his phone to snap a picture first. Check it out, Ion Jin. Then Horse shoots his shot. Hey Long Long, wanna be Insta-friends? But again, Ion Jin just shakes his head. I don't have one. This makes Horse cry out in pure confusion. How do you not have anything? Meanwhile, Zorzor is slowly explaining to Jin, this is a sacred stone. It has existed here since the day I was born. He continues, his eyes fixed on the rock. At night, it often emits a pure white light. Jin observes quietly, thinking, I wonder if this is connected to what we're looking for. After a moment, he calls out to get Ion Jin's attention. Hey kid. Jin shifts back to his human form, holding out the pearl to test the rock. But this time, the pearl's reaction is completely different. It doesn't light up at all. Seeing this, Ion Jin's eyes widen in shock. He holds the pose, but nothing else happens. The light's gone out. After this test, Jin's brow furrows in confusion. So, is this it or not? Before he can even figure it out, the sound of birds frantically taking flight erupts from the forest. And it's not just that the trees themselves begin to shake violently, rocked by some unseen force. Horse's sharp senses immediately start screaming. This is the sign of something big about to appear. Okay, and here's where everything goes completely sideways. Zorzor is the only one who senses the problem, but a chain is one step faster, shooting out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, it wraps itself tightly around Ion Jin, sending him into a panic. The kid's face goes pale as his eyes dart backwards in terror. Following his gaze, they see the chain is held by a mysterious figure. The leaves rustle, and the attacker's face is finally revealed. Seeing the bizarre figure, Ion Jin just breathes out one word in confusion. A mask. The masked man starts reeling in the chain to drag him away. But in that critical moment, Horse leaps forward and sinks his teeth into the chain. His razor-sharp teeth instantly snap the thin metal. Horse then snatches the loose end out of the air with total ease. At the same time, he pulls Ion Jin back, a smug look on his face. Nice try. He shoots a quick glance over at the kid. Long Long, you good? But Ion Jin is far from calm. He's terrified, still tangled in the chains while the other end. Horse looks down in disbelief. He checks his grip and realizes he's holding the masked man himself. Even Zorzor is completely stunned by the turn of events. All Jin can do is scream the kid's name in a panic. Ion Jin! Ion Jin himself is frozen stiff, watching drops of drool fall right in front of him. They're dripping from the sharp fangs of a massive beast. Slowly, the gigantic body of a wolfman looms into view, leaving him absolutely paralyzed. Horse finally yells out in frustration, "It's because you missed the grab, wasn't it?" In the middle of all this chaos, the wolfman turns, preparing to make its escape, but Horse spots the move instantly. Stop right there. Before he can even react, though, the masked man breaks free from his grasp. He lands softly, now flanked by two more masked figures. And trust me, this is where the real fight begins. Horse immediately draws his swords, channeling his power into them. Ha! Then he slams both blades into the ground, ready for action. With a single, decisive command, the orders are given. And stick with me, because in a flash, a whole squad of heavenly horses materializes with him. The cavalry moves out, tasks assigned in an instant rearguard, protect the survivors. More troops pour in to bolster their numbers as he himself draws his sword to join the battle, shouting, "Vanguard, on me!" On the masked enemy's side, their leader roars. Don't let a single one escape. Too late. Horse's heavenly cavalry charges right through them. Because of this, they scramble to change course and pursue, but their path is cut off by two heavenly spears, Horse left behind, trapping them. Elsewhere, Yonjin's vision is blurring at an incredible speed. The dog creature still has him clutched in its arm, leaping effortlessly through the dense forest. Yonjin grits his teeth in frustration, thinking, I can't move. In his mind, Yonjin focuses on the sword, on retrieving it from inside Beluja. Then, a different solution hits him using the power in his left arm. The mere thought of it causes a dark power to creep into his eye. Just then, Tai's voice cuts through his thoughts. If you keep using the Black Dragon's power, you'll slowly lose yourself. That warning makes Yonjin snap his eyes shut. At that exact moment, Horse's voice echoes through the chaos. Yonjin! His horse's hooves tear through dirt and smoke clouds as he races to catch up. Horse pulls hard on the reins, pushing his mount even faster. He wears a calm, confident smile, thinking, just stay put. Soon the distance between them closes until every move is clear. Seizing the moment, he channels all his power into his sword, then slices clean through the creature's upper arm. A jolt of pure agony makes the dog creature's eyes go completely white, and its grip on Yonjin finally loosens. The second he's free, Johan and Jin dive in to catch him, and they all land safely on the ground. But even now, its eyes burn with pure rage, despite the power bleeding from its body. Finally, the creature's arm and body collapse to the earth, motionless. Horse and his soldiers immediately surround it, ready to inspect the body. Seeing it's over, he clicks his tongue, annoyed, and I didn't even get any information. But just a second later, the dog creature grabs its own severed arm. It forces itself to stand, right in front of Horse. The sounds of chewing and crunching bones turn Horse's face pale. In stark contrast, the creature just calmly devours its own limb, its killing intent burning hotter than ever. And here's the part you need to watch carefully. The missing arm just grows back, brand new. The sight sends another wave of pure horror through Horse. Unbelievable. His opponent is now fully recovered, and somehow, even more insane than before. For Horse, this unexpected twist just makes him more fired up. This bastard is actually pretty interesting. Back with Yonjin, they're running as fast as they can to get away from the wolf creature. Yokon carries both him and Jin on his back, moving like the wind. But still, the masked pursuers keep up, hiding behind tree trunks. One of them reaches out, waiting for the perfect moment to snatch Yonjin. This time, however, Yoshan reacts fast enough, and they miss. The sheer creepiness of these guys leaves Yonjin speechless. What the? Meanwhile, the masked man just chuckles. It's not over. They all gather together, threatening him. Sorry to break it to you, one of them says smoothly, but no one knows this mountain better than us. Another one coaxes, no matter where you run, you're in the palm of our hands, so just give up. Suddenly, the heavenly cavalry horse summoned swarms in, surrounding Yonjin. The moment the masked man sees them, he scowls. They're back again? The situation immediately shifts back to the dog creature. Burning with rage, it has pulled out a massive flail and is charging its target Horse. As the creature closes in, countless arrows slam into its body but fail to even slow it down. The giant spiked flail comes swinging down with devastating force. To dodge the attack, Horse has his horse leap high into the air, but it's not that simple. The chain on the flail extends. In an instant, that weapon becomes an unpredictable whip with incredible range. Horse is completely caught off guard, his mouth hanging open in shock. And bam, he takes a direct hit that rattles his entire body. His heavenly horse vanishes, sending Horse plummeting to the ground. After that exchange, the creature's spiked flail is now stained with blood. Horse scrambles to put pressure on the deep wound in his arm, laughing bitterly to himself. So it's a long-range weapon too, but the fight isn't over. The dog creature is already swinging its weapon again. Its massive hand grips the flail tightly, preparing another brutal strike. The next second, a killing blow is unleashed with terrifying intent. The ground beneath them literally shakes from the impact. Back with Yonjin, the masked men notice the sudden change. Jin and Joshan watch in horror as the phantom army suddenly dissolves. And you and I both know what that means. The last few sparks of light fade away, leaving one of the men to sneer. Guess your leader lost. Jin argues back, completely in denial. Horse defeated? That's impossible, the masked man just continues, to a brat and two dogs. Just like that, the masked man points at them calmly. Now, be good and surrender. But his laughter dies in his throat when he sees what's in front of him. Yonjin's cloak is now fluttering wildly in the wind. Jin, his back turned, has no idea what's about to happen. Because in Yonjin's hand is his shrunken sword. Power flows into it, activating its enlargement mechanism. Finally, a soft whisper of wind and a surge of power makes Jin turn around. When he looks back, he sees the sword has been fully summoned and is ready for battle. Yonjin grips it tightly, pointing the sharp end right at the masked men. Jin and Yokon are stunned. The masked men, on the other hand, are just annoyed. What kind of trick is this? One of them guesses, looks like he wants a fight. Another one just groans, so annoying. Then, their leader speaks up. Do you not understand what's happening? I could beat you with one of my toes. You're not even a fraction as strong as that horse riding captain. He even scoffs openly. I'd have more fun staring at a wall than fighting you. Another guy next to him cuts in. No, I think fighting him would be more interesting. Then he threatens Yonjin directly. Stop playing hero. At your level, you don't stand a chance against us. Despite their words, Yonjin grits his teeth to stay calm. If you know what's good for you, surrender. It's the best way to protect the others. It's the only thing you can do now. Once they're done talking, Yonjin asks, why do you want to capture me? But the man just shrugs. Who knows? We're just following orders. Yonjin immediately presses him. Who is your leader? As expected, the man just scowls in annoyance. You don't need to know. The others start yelling, you idiot, why did you say that? Then the first masked man tries a sweeter tone. If you want to know, just come with us quietly. If not, I'll have to kill your cute little friends, one by one. Yokon glares at them, on high alert. Jin stays silent as they mock him. So cute, for a monster. Right after that, the masked man launches an attack. Just drop the sword, and we can talk. As the attack flies toward him, Yonjin reacts on pure instinct, slashing it away. Seeing him fight back only makes the man more irritated. This kid is stubborn, isn't he? But among them, one man remains silent, thinking. A specific warning echoes in his mind. If you push him into a corner, be careful, or the black dragon will appear. Back in the present, the masked man eyes Kwon Yong-jin with pure curiosity, wondering if he'll finally get to see that black dragon. The scene then snaps back to Horse and the dog fiend, whose massive mace is still buried deep in the earth from that devastating slam. Its target, however, has already dodged, creating a safe distance between them. But Horse spots it immediately. The dog fiend's wounds are already healing. He curses internally, glancing at his own injured arm. He knows he has to end this, and he has to do it fast. And so, Horse calmly steps forward. "Hey," he says, "I've got a little confession to make." He's still smirking, completely confident. "I've been holding back to keep my soldiers' morale high." He adjusts his stance, his sword drawn with sharp finality. You know what that means, right? This time, Horse aims his blade straight ahead. "Now I'll show you my real power." A divine energy surges from the ground, crackling and swirling all around him. His expression turns dead serious, pouring all his focus into the blade. In a split second, his body blurs into motion, unleashing a devastating forward lunge. The clean sword strike slices right through the dog fiend's upper half. If you regenerate by eating yourself, you're out of a head now. And if you regenerate naturally, as he sheathes his sword, he unleashes his final technique, Azure Flame. "I'll just have to burn you to nothing." With that, Horse was about to press for info on the stone, but with the dragon in danger, he suddenly sees it. The dog fiend's own hand is on its neck, and it rips its entire burning torso clean off. Even Horse is stunned speechless by the move. What the hell? As the burning part falls away, the creature's cells surge with terrifying new life. And here's where things get insane. A new head sprouts from the stump with unbelievable speed. Horse just laughs grimly. "So, you're not just some common monster. He's facing a beast that just won't stay dead. I was hoping to play for a bit, then leave. Can I even finish this?" The scene then cuts back to the clash between saber and sword. Kwon Yong-jin is shaking like a leaf, while his opponent is perfectly calm. Finally, the masked man speaks. "You are the weakest." He then casually shoves him back. "You're no match for me." That single push sends Kwon Yong-jin stumbling to the ground. The masked man sneers impatiently. "Bring out the black dragon, before I cut off all your limbs. Fighting a weakling like you is just torture." Kwon Yong-jin faces him, his expression a picture of pure helplessness. The other goons are just enjoying the show. He doesn't even realize we're going easy on him. "Yeah, just bring out the black dragon so we can kill it. Any longer and the knights will be here." Meanwhile, Jin is tied up and panicking. "Damn it, what can I do?" His eyes are locked on Kwon Yong-jin when a thought hits him. "I wonder if this dog's body can even handle it." Just like that, Jin immediately calls out Yokon's name, grabbing his attention. "You said your name is Yokon, right?" Nearby, another guard is using divine power, ordering, "While I use my strength, get the boy out of here." But Yokon suddenly cuts in. "Sir, please, don't do that." Jochin quietly warns him. "That power, it might not be compatible with you, sir. Using it could be dangerous. Let me try something first. Please don't overexert yourself." The man is completely shocked. "How do you know about that?" At that question, Yokon's gaze becomes distant. Watching Kwon Yong-jin get absolutely pummeled, he says slowly, "Isn't that supposed to be the Grand Eunuch's rightful position?" Looking closer, he can see the pure misery on Kwon Yong-jin's face. "I've been wondering this whole time." His thoughts pour out. To be born and exist in a role you were never meant to have. And now, he looks defeated, but he's still clutching that saber. What is that thing to him? But Kwon Yong-jin himself refuses to give up, his fingers tightening on the hilt, even as the masked man continues his taunts. "Your outer shell may be superior to a human's," he sneers, his cruel words stabbing at the boy's mind. "But inside, you're just a weak human." His face is a terrifying mask. "Your power is useless." The humiliation is so great that Kwon Yong-jin's world goes dark. He knew it from the start. Fighting a monster like this without the Black Dragon's power was simply impossible. Now pay attention, because this is the moment everything flips. In a fleeting instant, he lets pure rage take over, his hand clenching tight. The black dragon's eyes snap open, and as wild demonic power surges, Kwon Yong-jin's own eyes flash a familiar, terrifying red. But just then, Yokon sees a brilliant flash of golden light. That thing, you better watch your mouth. It's radiating from Jin's body. No, that power is over here. A cunning smile spreads across his face. But then Kwon Yong-jin suddenly smashes his own head into the ground, an act that leaves the masked man both shocked and confused. As for Jin, that smile only grows wider, now filled with pride. That is my nephew. At the same time, Jin's body begins to fade as a transformation spell takes hold. Jokon can only watch in awe as Jin makes an ironclad vow, I will protect my nephew. At that exact moment, the stone Kwon Yong-jin carries reacts, glowing brightly. He recalls his uncle's mischievous smile as a single thought runs through his head. My uncle's indomitable spirit. That sheer willpower. I have to remember it. Kwon Yong-jin clenches his sword tight and finally admits it. That's right. I can't win. Then he points his sword forward, his voice filled with mockery. Of course I can't win. The masked man sees his expression and mutters, this kid's insane. As Kwon Yong-jin calmly exposes his true objective, your goal is to capture me alive. And me? From this moment on, I will do anything to escape, even if it means I have to die. Hearing that, the man roars in absolute fury. Is that so? In that case, he immediately lunges, targeting Kwon Yong-jin's legs. I'll just chop your legs off then. Kwon Yong-jin's eyes widen as he braces for the attack. The masked man closes in, his blade raised, then it shatters against an invisible barrier that appears right in front of him. He freezes in stunned disbelief. Kwon Yong-jin is just as shocked to see a wall now protecting him. A nervous sweat drips down his face as he tries to understand what's happening. Then, a foot steps out from the swirling dust. Jin's hair and his signature earring slowly come into view. The masked man who charged is already unconscious, slammed hard into a wall. His comrades are no better, already collapsed on the ground as Jin's silhouette stands tall, his hand resting on his sword. And trust me, you and I both know what's coming. The remaining masked man tightens his grip on his dagger. There's no escape. He knows his fate is sealed. I'm about to meet my ancestors. A chain suddenly flies in from afar, wrapping around his fallen comrade. He and another masked man begin to pull the body away, their eyes frozen on Jin the entire time. The man's eyes reflect Jin's calm, imposing silhouette, still surrounded by the powerful aura that Kwon Yong-jin unleashed. Jin shoots a razor-sharp glare toward the escaping men. Meanwhile, Horse slams his sword into the ground, bending over and panting heavily. So damn tired, he groans, looking up at the massive dog fiend in front of him. I am so sick of this game. The creature simply closes its eyes, a cheerful, twisted smile still on its face. All right, let's watch our guy figure this out. The dogman's laughter is getting on his nerves, and it seems the more he slashes, the more thrilled this freak becomes. He raises his sword, scanning the beast's body with a determined thought. There absolutely has to be a fatal weakness somewhere on him. Ngo's face darkens as he puts it together. If the dogman's regeneration was unconditional, why would he bother blocking attacks with his own limbs? He lifts his blade arcade ready to put his theory to the test. Let's find out. He lunges forward, his fiery sword aimed straight at the creature's arm, the sharp blade digging into its flesh. A smirk spreads across Ngo's face when he sees he was right. Just as predicted, the enraged dogman swings its other fist right where he used to be. Ngo easily dodges back and lands on the ground, then thrusts his sword forward, charging at the beast while yelling out, "Is that your belly button?" He attacks again and again, and the creature seems thrilled by it. "Let's see if I can pierce you." Suddenly, Mikyu appears on his shoulder, her enchanting voice ordering, "Stop." Annoyed, No swings his blade at her without a second thought. Mikyu lands on the ground, as light as a feather. "Sweetheart," she coos, wrapping her arms around the dogman. She scolds it. I said to capture him, not get into a brawl with him. Ngo is completely baffled by her behavior. "Let's go. It's late," she says, then whispers, "Handsome." She blows him a kiss from the dogman's arms and says, "See you later." He stares, stunned, at the spot where she vanished, leaving only a trail of red energy. Meanwhile, Tran Vinzier's Twitch's body has clearly changed. Ion Jin looks pretty surprised, so you can shrink down. As the sun sets, he prompts the creature, "Try talking." And here's where the story takes a weird turn. Ion Jin is baffled. "Why did you follow us here?" The creature frankly admits, "Because I've started to take an interest in you." And yeah, our guy is speechless. "Huh?" Kwon Yong-jin kneels down to its level. Don't you need to protect the mountain anymore? Cho replies that the mountain now has the white wolf to protect it, so he isn't needed there. Jin raises a skeptical eyebrow. Weren't you born and raised there? The little god explains it was a long-considered decision, saying it's a principle that one must eventually leave the nest. I think now is the right time, Cho says, hesitating before adding. Besides, he glances between the two of them. I'm curious about the relationship between you and this boy. Kwon Yong-jin tries to turn him down. Sorry, but as you can see, our house already has one furry monster. The little god simply replies, don't worry. Just then, his stomach rumbles loudly. I won't be any trouble. I'll just stay on the mountain behind your house. So he gives in and starts looking for something to eat. What do wolves even eat? Probably the same as dogs? Cho shyly accepts his kindness. Sorry, I haven't eaten since yesterday. Kwon Yong-jin opens the cupboard and finds some canned food, but Jin immediately complains. Aren't we poor enough without feeding it? He orders the creature, hey, mountain god, fend for yourself. Cho simply bows his head. I understand. Kwon Yong-jin whirls around and scolds him. Why are you so stingy? He helped us out and you're just gonna kick him to the curb? With that, Kwon Yong-jin goes back to searching. Just wait. Can you eat jerky? Jin rushes to stop him, suddenly becoming incredibly picky. Not that one. And definitely not that one either. The creature is completely speechless. He looks at Ion Jin with a strange expression. What's your name? He replies, Kwon Ion Jin. Cho doesn't want to cause any trouble. Kwon Ion Jin, I'll just eat whatever you're eating. But Kwon Yong-jin explains, animals can't eat human food. And you're not going to believe what happens next. He leaps, flipping in a swirl of blue energy, and transforms into a human boy. He just looks up and asks, how about now? After some thought, Kwon Yong-jin makes a choice. How about some instant noodles? Jin is shocked. Ramen? Isn't that too luxurious? Kwon Yong-jin just sighs. How is ramen a luxury? A little while later, a steaming bowl of egg ramen is on the table. Jin sits nearby, practically drooling with envy. That broth looks top tier. It must taste incredible. Cho takes a single sip and his eyes light up. He happily digs in. This is delicious. Kwon Yong-jin is relieved. I'm glad you like it. But just as he's about to take his first bite, a flash of light appears beside him. Jin transforms into a human too, arrogantly demanding, make one for me too. Ion Jin grumbles about the house being too crowded. While they bicker, Cho quietly eats his noodles. Eating in that form still affects your dog body, you know. Remember what happened last time? Are you going to take responsibility for that? The other Jin is completely unfazed. You mean the toilet? Late that night, Jin tries to kick him out. Mountain God, you can go now. He starts to leave. Okay, I'm going. But Kwon Yong-jin tosses him a blanket. It's late. Sleep here tonight. Jin is furious at the new competition. The house is already cramped and you're inviting him to stay? Kwon Yong-jin ignores him and asks Cho, which of your forms is your real one? Cho answers openly. They are both my true form. Kwon Yong-jin smiles gently. In that case, I assume you know how to bathe yourself? The boy confirms. Of course. Kwon Yong-jin's face turns cold again. Then go take a shower. You smell like a dog. The boy bluntly replies, That's because I was rolling in dog poop. He apologizes, as Jin frantically sniffs himself. The sound of the shower fills the room. Kwon Yong-jin and Jin are resting in opposite corners. Suddenly, he starts to worry. When I think about it, he truly doesn't know what to do. How am I supposed to get the dragon into my body? It's already inside my ancestor. An old memory surfaces. Will I be able to obtain it? What are you trying to say? He can't believe his ears. You want me to hold two different dragons inside my body? His ancestor's voice explains the plan. Use the dragon you acquired to create a left arm, then eliminate the black dragon. He is absolutely certain. Any dragon is safer than the terrifying power of the black dragon. Kwon Yong-jin thinks it over. The white dragon is definitely safer. He immediately calls out, Ancestor, please swap the dragons for me. Jin has no clue what's happening. Kwon Yong-jin sits bolt upright, pleading earnestly. White dragon, you can hear me, right? Please, become my left arm. It responds bluntly, I refuse. He's just stunned. Huh? The dragon arrogantly states, I am the power of the gods, and wow, you and I both felt that rejection. A divine dragon cannot coexist with a human of inferior power and will. The other Jin is speechless. Well, I guess this is for the best. Then the dragon adds a cruel observation, trapping the black dragon in a weak human body. Now that's an interesting idea. Kwon Yong-jin's face pales. What? He's panicking, lost. But I'm asking for your help. The white dragon states coldly, there is nothing I can do for you. It then adds a small offer. But hey, if the black dragon gets out of line, I can smack him for you. So, make sure he doesn't cause a scene. Kwon Yong-jin freezes, his brain totally short-circuiting until Jin's voice snaps him out of it. Did Director T tell you to do that? Seeing Kwon Yong-jin is still out of it, he continues. To trade the black dragon for the white dragon? Kwon Yong-jin admits it honestly. Director T said the black dragon is too reckless, while the white dragon is easier to negotiate with. Jin's face darkens instantly. You think I'm an idiot? Then he switches gears. Where did you get that dagger hilt? Kwon Yong-jin furrows his brow, nervously replying, I bought it on a second-hand app. Jin takes this in with a hum. You bought it, huh? If that's the case, Jin uses his spirit energy to pull out a robe, his eyes filled with suspicion and pressure. Did you buy this there too? Kwon Yong-jin breaks out in a cold sweat. Well, this is. Jin recognizes it. This. His gaze turns serious, signaling this is no simple matter. Director T used to wear this. A trembling hand reaches up as a patient lies on the bed, receiving treatment. My hands are still shaking. The man winces in discomfort. Is it because this isn't a body created by the altar? His companion immediately shuts that down. It's because your training is lacking. T calmly analyzes from the side, explaining that it threw off his body's balance, making his vital energy unstable. Horse, still stuck in bed, asks, so how in the world did you manage to balance that body? A faint aura still radiates from him as he gives a simple answer, habit. The other guy can't help but exclaim, oh my God, Father, how could you possibly live like that? And now we get to the excuses. Horse starts looking for a way out. This might sound like a weak excuse, but it was all Director T's fault. I had to use all my strength just to hold her back. Horse is cut off mid-sentence by a swift kick. That's why my vital energy was so drained. It put me at a disadvantage against that guy, you know? Monkey looks down on the group with pure arrogance. Hey, you useless brat, just look at you, beaten to a pulp. Horse struggles to sit up. I already told you, my level is different from you guys. The man walks past him. For now, just lay low, what a rookie. Monkey strikes up a conversation with T. So, I heard Director Thien absorbed a dragon? Does that mean maintaining his physical form will be easier now? The other guy's face turns grim. Then we're really screwed. Monkey reassures him, he only absorbed one dragon, it's still manageable. But T doesn't think so. Yi Yin on Jin represents the power of protection and restraint. It can't regenerate, so Thin's body won't be free. He states with certainty, and even if it returns to Thin, it doesn't mean everything is ruined. T calmly closes the thick book. This was always part of my plan to resolve things peacefully. A cheerful voice calls out, Big brother! The young messenger runs in. You're awake! With his hands behind his back, he leads the way. Let's go talk to everyone. Horse swings his arms and legs around, feeling great. This Dongja hospital is no joke. The doctors here are top tier. Monkey tries to act uninterested, not even bothering to turn around. By the way, that guy from your world, did you kill him? While putting on his coat, the other recounts. Not yet. Right before I landed the finishing blow, Viet Minh arrived, so the guy got away. Wait for it, because the shade is real. Monkey scoffs. You're just good at making excuses. Horse intentionally steers the conversation. Do you know who came to rescue him? The man doesn't care. Who? Horse drops a name he knows will get a reaction. It was Mir. As expected, his eyes snap towards Horse. T walks gently through the door, a spiritual aura spreading out around him. His expression turns serious as he speaks. Everyone. T politely greets them all. Long time no see. They're all familiar faces. Earthly branch god, Director Thien. Nearby is another earthly branch god, Mao, perched in a corner, and another, Mui. The ever-gentle Hurry steps forward to speak. Please come in, Director T. Mao cheerfully welcomes him. Long time no see. He looks at the object before him, confused. What is this? Hurry enthusiastically explains his idea. I was thinking, after the meeting ends, since everyone is gathered here, we could all play a game of Ute Nori together. Mao is immediately on board. I'd love that. Monkey looks around, noticing someone's missing. Hey, where's Sarah? Rooster's eyes widen slightly. Sarah? You mean Director Tier? She checks her phone. Meetings like this require a week's notice. I'm busy. She even added another message. Just summarize the main points and send them to me. Horse quickly finds a seat. Is that woman still working as a fortune teller? T decides, it's fine. I'll report to her later. He notices another person is missing. I don't see Director Dunn either. Mao asks Twut, who's nearby? Director Twut, isn't Director Dunn with you? She scowls, flatly refusing. No. Why would you say my name when you're looking for that guy? Yoseo grumbles. Why are you suddenly so moody? Mui impatiently urges them on. Let's just get to the point. I took time out of my precious schedule to come all the way here. Hearing this, Horse mocks him. You can use a portal to get here in a second. And you're acting like it was some huge effort. Monkey helpfully adds another jab. He's the laziest one in the group. T cuts through the noise. First of all, he pulls something out. The guy knits his brows. What is that? Mao tilts his head, just as confused. Herp speaks up, seeming to have a clue. This. He steps closer for a better look. I've seen it before. Herp explains what he knows. A demon with that mark on its body once harmed a human. Or more accurately, it indirectly pushed that person to their death. Horse is stunned. That kind of thing happens on Jeju Island? The man looks regretful. If only I had found out about it a little sooner, that tragedy wouldn't have happened. That's why I remember it so clearly. T asks for more details. When exactly did it happen? Herp strokes his chin, thinking hard. It was not long after this body of mine awakened. I think it's been about 10 years. T processes the information. So it's existed for 10 years already. T moves on to another question. Well, have you ever seen a mask? The guy is a bit lost. A mask? T gives a specific example, like a Goxie mask, that kind of thing. Herp thinks for a moment, then confirms. No, I haven't. But what does that have to do with this? Okay, you and I need to watch this part carefully. T reveals. The demons with this mark and the people wearing masks are acting as if they're on the same side. T makes a firm conclusion. And there is a mastermind behind them, giving them orders. Mao is incredibly worried. But what is their goal? T continues his speculation. Based on what's happened, their target is the true body. And trust me, what T says next is about to change the game. As you all probably know, inside the true body, it currently contains the soul of a human, the scent of doubt, a human. He can't help but explode with laughter. Hold on, is that really a human? I'll bet anything that little brat is a demon. Mui keeps spewing his malicious theories about demon hordes, but T cuts him off sharply. You need to watch your mouth. Grandmaster Mui, that is definitely a human. But he just keeps attacking the person who isn't even here. How can a brat carrying H-Long be a human? He suddenly declares, I will remove it from that human child's body. T.I. is dead serious. I'm talking about H-Long. He looks straight into Mui's eyes. To do that, I need your power. Mui just grins, a look of pure murder on his face. Then just do it yourself. It'll be over as soon as you copy me. T falls silent, but his eyes say it all. He seems to be pleading for a truce. Hopi speaks up intentionally. Hey, instead of fighting, why don't we play some Yudnori? Mui's face darkens as he mutters, so annoying. He clenches his fist, trying to hold back his rage. Besides, that's not even the human child's body. Mui just can't understand it. That body, it originally belonged to Grandmaster Thin. Shouldn't we just follow the natural order of things? He gets pretty extreme about this stuff. Besides, I heard Grandmaster Thin lost his memories, so he's the same Thin we used to know, isn't he? Mui keeps rambling on. From the start, the only one who did anything wrong was H-Long. It wasn't Thin. Then suddenly jumps in, mocking him. Hey doggy, have you secretly been in love with Grandmaster Thin all this time? He clearly can't stand it anymore. If not, then stop spouting all this pointless nonsense. Ngo cheers him on enthusiastically. That makes perfect sense. Dao bursts out laughing while Mao frowns, refusing to accept it. So, you're saying we should forgive Thin? The one who pulled the trigger and killed thousands of humans? He grits his teeth, trying to argue back. H-Long killed them. Hoi also speaks up. And what about H-Long? Okay, here's where the logic gets twisted. Pay close attention. Hoi calmly analyzes the problem. It was originally a part of Thin's power. How can you be so sure that H-Long's actions weren't influenced by Thin's own will? Hoi's words are sharp, because Thin himself wanted to get rid of humans. He doesn't seem to care about Mui's feelings at all, so H-Long just acted accordingly, then suddenly comes up with a crazy idea. Hey, while he's still in that dog's body, why don't we just get rid of him for good? If we do that, H-Long will automatically be destroyed too. Someone points out a flaw. You think it'd be that easy? He'd definitely go berserk. She calmly asks. By the way, that little boy. Mao voices his own doubts. I'm very curious about the boy born in Thin's body. I mean, despite containing the immense power of H-Long, that kid is still perfectly fine, right? He speaks with venom in his voice. That's right. No matter how you look at it, it's completely absurd. If he were just a normal human, H. Long would have devoured him long ago. How could he possibly be unharmed? Mui is just too stubborn to listen. He's a demon, I tell you. Fine, let me help you guys out and reform him myself. That brat is definitely the mastermind behind everything. Dai can't stay silent any longer. Grandmaster Mui. His face darkens with fury as he warns him. If you're not going to cooperate, then please leave. Ngo is annoyed too. Get over yourself, you psycho. And with that, he slams the table and stands up. Mui points a friendly finger at the group, arrogantly declaring, fine. Whether it's exterminating H, Long, or finding the mastermind, you all can do it yourselves, because I'm out. Show me the door. His eyes widen in surprise. Wow, he actually left. Then just scrolls on his phone and scoffs. Staying any longer would be too humiliating. So of course he had to leave. Sue gently sets down her glass. She calmly assesses the situation. Whether that child is human or demon is no longer important. Let's take a second here, because Sue is about to lay down the cold, hard facts. She summarizes all the opinions. Grandmaster T has vouched that the child is human, so there's no reason for us to doubt his judgment. Everyone listens silently as she analyzes. What we need to focus on now is this. Who broke Thin's seal? Since Thin couldn't have broken it himself, someone from the outside must have intervened. No one objects. That person is definitely in existence with power equal to our own. That's how he could break the seal. It's highly likely he's connected to the mastermind. We also can't rule out the possibility that he's been in contact with Thin. Sue reaches a simple conclusion, because the one who craves Thin's body the most is none other than Thin himself, right? Therefore, she suddenly makes a brutal suggestion with a gentle smile. How about we just capture Grandmaster Thin and torture him with the jury punishment until he talks? What do you all think? We can just use Grandmaster Mao's power if needed. Dao, sitting next to her, can't help but sigh. So, you were just looking for an excuse to use the jury punishment on Thin this whole time, huh? Then eagerly joins in, a scheming grin on his face. Hey, that sounds fun and all, but why do we need to do that? Then suddenly drops a bombshell. Because the mastermind pulling the strings is Thien Can. You receive a text from T, Ion Jin. Be in front of your house tomorrow at 6 p.m. Ion Jin's eyes widen, staring at the message. He can't look away from the screen. Be in front of your house tomorrow at 6 p.m. Let's have dinner together. Ion Jin happily types out a reply, quickly accepting the invitation. Yes, Grandmaster. Then confidently declares, the mastermind is Thien Can. T's face darkens, his expression unreadable. Mao is completely lost. Huh? Tuat also can't process it. What? He quickly points his thumb at himself. The guys I fought were minions of the Heavenly Court. They're hit with another shockwave. What? The Heavenly Court? He confirms it. It was my first time seeing that guy, so I've been suspicious this whole time. No recounts the battle. It seems like a fox spirit stuffed something in his mouth. So even if his head gets chopped off, he won't die. I can confirm he's one of those who uses the Heavenly Court's fox orbs. He adds more information. The masked guys we were talking about are the same. Ngo almost forgot to mention a key player. Oh, and Muiku showed up too. Dao's eyes go wide with surprise. Muiku? It's been a while since I've heard that name. T speaks up to ask, Grandmaster Injo. He looks clearly displeased. When I asked you before, you said you had no useful information. He just explains it away shamelessly. I just felt like saving it. Can't I wait until now to talk? Dai sighs in frustration. Hoi speaks up again. Come on, let's play Udinary to cool off. That night, at a mansion deep in the forest, warm water and rose petals make for a relaxing bath. Thien Jin is enjoying the warm water when he suddenly stops, sensing someone's approach. Trust me, you and I are about to see a major player make their move. The other person speaks first. Just leave it to my kids. That should be enough. He quietly probes Thien Jin. Do you really think that's enough? Are you going to step in yourself now? Oh, not even bothered by such trivial matters? To think you dare come here in the middle of the night just to say a few words. Or did you come to get an eyeful while I bathe? He clicks his tongue, amused. I've been facing the wall this whole time, you know. Thien Din demands, if you have something to say, spit it out. Mask chooses his words carefully, trying to negotiate. Could you please stop sending your worthless soldiers on missions? But she bluntly points out his failures. Forget failing to lure out the dragon. You couldn't even stop Yong-jin. Why is your work outside so inefficient? She sinks back, enjoying the warm water. You came all this way to fuss over nothing. Mask can't believe it. Nothing? Thien Din's voice drips with sarcasm. My, you certainly are calm, aren't you? She casually flaps her pink wings. Are you mocking me right now? Her voice drops and the air chills instantly. You dare? But Mask doesn't even flinch. Yes, unfortunately, I do dare. A nine-tailed fox isn't anything special after all. He even fakes an innocent act. Oh dear, was that out of line? My apologies. He then gently blows on one of the pink petals in the water. Mask immediately collapses as if all his strength was drained. Din rises from the bath, slowly closing the distance between them as the room fills with steam and her spiritual energy. She gently reaches out, pulling him towards her. She forces Mask to look her in the eye. Nothing special, you say? Her smile turns terrifyingly crazed. Shall I demonstrate for you? Din moves to remove his mask, but he suddenly breaks her hold, grabbing her hand tightly. Mask's grip closes around her small wrist. She winces in pain, her arm trembling. Ah! And just like that, he stands tall, defiantly demanding, yes, please. Since you offered, I'll gladly accept. In a flash, Mask vanishes. A searing burn mark remains on Din's hand. She rubs the fresh wound, thinking, that little worm, was he a eunuch or something? She begins plotting her revenge. The next morning, the weather is beautiful, a peaceful day at Sambo High School. Ji-gwon excitedly grips his sword. Starting now, Yong-jin just shoves his hands in his pockets, not paying attention. So, what now? Ji-gwon enthusiastically recounts. What do you mean, what now? Didn't we promise to practice swordsmanship together? You're not backing out, are you? No, it's just that. But Ji-gwon doesn't give him a chance to speak. No more dawdling. He adjusts his glasses and his stance. First, I'll show you a demonstration. Ji-gwon focuses, gripping the sword with both hands, then unleashes a powerful, arcing slash. Yong-jin flinches, his face pale with fear. Ji-gwon coolly sheathes his sword. What do you think? Yong-jin is almost speechless. That looked pretty intense. But his heart is heavy. Yong-jin is still stuck in the past, filled with regret. He's asked himself countless times, if he had been the one to fight those masked figures instead of me, would things have turned out differently? Ji-gwon's voice cuts through his thoughts. Come on, show me your usual fighting stance. Yong-jin snaps out of his daze, completely flustered. Huh? What? Ji-gwon explains. I need to check your basic skills first to figure out a training plan for you. He's incredibly enthusiastic. Or, you can just try copying what I just did. Yong-jin instinctively takes a step back. But he knows he can't refuse Ji-gwon. He watches Yong-jin awkwardly take the sword, thinking to himself, I knew a day like this might come. The truth is, Ji-gwon's no master. Instead of proper training, he just copies cool moves he sees on TV. He gulps, trying to hide his nervousness. I just hope Yong-jin doesn't see through my bluff. Seeing Yong-jin get into position, Ji-gwon smirks internally. He totally bought it. He savors his little prank, then puts on a serious, thoughtful expression. He looks around dramatically. Come to think of it, I don't think I've asked you the most important question yet. Yong-jin is baffled by his bizarre way of speaking as Ji-gwon ceremoniously sits down in the middle of the path. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yes, it gets even weirder from here. Now, tell me, he says, which of the following powers do you wish to wield? Fire, water, earth, or wood? Yong-jin can't keep up anymore. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Ji-gwon loudly declares. Nonsense! This is the most important part. You have to channel the key of nature and make it your own power. Coincidentally, this perfectly aligns with the system's guidance, the ability to transform the power of all things into one's own divine energy. Ji-gwon is still rushing him. Hurry up and answer. My watch is about to break. Yong-jin decides to just play along. Fire, I guess? Because it's strong. Ji-gwon nods in agreement. I knew you'd choose the element of fire. Yong-jin is confused. How? Ji-gwon just nods again. Okay, I get it. He steps closer to adjust his friend's posture. All right, hold your sword properly. If you want to learn swordsmanship, just then, a couple of friends approach them. Hey, what are you two doing? Yong-jin immediately throws the sword aside. Ji-gwon watches in agony as it clatters to the ground. The girl asks, so what were you guys really doing? Ji-gwon pushes up his glasses mysteriously. Ah. Yong-jin said he wanted to get stronger, so I was teaching him a few moves. Yong-jin retorts, annoyed. When did I say that? Ji-gwon confidently replies. I heard the desperate cry from deep within your heart. Of course. He excitedly suggests, want to head to the sports field for more practice after school? Yong-jin refuses. Not today. I have plans. The girl turns to her friend in surprise. Hisu, do you have plans with him today? Hisu shakes her head, confused. No. The two girls stare intently at Yong-jin. Yong-jin doesn't get it. Is it really that surprising that I have plans with someone? Later that day, as students are heading home, everyone stops to stare at the school entrance. What's that? What's going on? Who is that? Is a film crew shooting something around here? Thien Din is standing there, waiting. What's all the noise? Is she a celebrity? A couple of thugs walking by can't take their eyes off her. Wow, she's seriously gorgeous. So pretty. The beautiful woman laughs until her eyes meet theirs. Hey, it's fine to call her sister, right? The next second, every single one of them quietly backs away. Oh crap, we're dead. We're so dead. Thien Din quickly spots her target. Ji-guan is still confused. You have plans at 6? We still have about an hour until then. Yong-jin nervously checks the time. No, you never know when the gate will open. Ji-guan is completely lost. A gate? Where are you meeting this person? Yong-jin decides, let's just do it tomorrow. Suddenly, a melodic voice calls out. Yong-jin. Thien Din rushes toward him affectionately. Before the horrified eyes of everyone present, she coos lovingly, I missed you so much, sweetie. Ji-guan can't believe it, covering his mouth in shock. Yong-jin, don't tell me the plans you mentioned were with? Hisu's face is distorted with shock. She quickly decides to retreat. We'll get going first, Yong-jin. He tries to explain. It's not what it looks like. He yells desperately, but no one turns back. It's really not. And just like that, he's trapped. You and I both know this is where the real trouble begins, as Yong-jin, oblivious, continues yelling, Who even are you? The next moment, everything goes blank. He's powerless as his body is left to her mercy. My body, I can't feel a thing. He gently reaches for Kwon Yong-jin. Hey, you still okay? In this crisis, their faces are way too close, and Hisu feels a sudden gust of wind. It blows her long, dark hair back. That's it, Hisu whips around. She runs, shouting, Kwon Yong-jin! Then her jaw drops at the scene unfolding before her. From her angle, it looks like Kwon Yong-jin is getting intimate with Thon-jin, whose eyes are full of schemes, a gaze that could devour a person whole. Thon-jin clicks her tongue in annoyance as a single card flies in to block her. A figure casually walks up, speaking with mock innocence. Oh my, she acts completely clueless. Sorry, did I ruin your fun? The card gracefully flies back to its owner. That was me, she says. The great supervisor of the snake branch, T.I. Looks like my hand slipped. Ji-hoon, who just caught up to Hisu, is just as confused. What? What's going on? Kwon Yong-jin slumps to the ground, powerless as the two powerhouses face off. Thon-jin flashes a cruel, calculating smile. We've got quite an audience, you know. Planning to fight me? A direct challenge. That would put you in a tough spot, wouldn't it? T's temper flares instantly. What did you say? She sets the card in her hand ablaze. It's been so peaceful lately, I've been bored out of my mind. From the searing flames, a weapon materializes. Back in the day, this stuff happened all the time. The students around them gasp in shock. What was that? From her hand? Thon-jin muses. Wow, you're pretty cool, big sis. T.I. is not having it. Who's your sister? She's not here to be polite, you crazy bitch. Thon-jin doesn't reply, just remembers his careful warning. His words echo in her mind. To avoid disrupting the plan, act in secret from now on. Don't let the humans find out. Thon-jin's face darkens as she makes a decision. All right then, let your big sister take care of you for a bit. Her 9 tails release a mesmerizing aura, the scent of dreams. As it spreads, people start collapsing. No normal human can resist it. Kwon Yong-jin's face pales when he sees his friends are also affected. Lee Hee-soo, Gong Ji-hoon? Hearing his voice, Thon-jin's eyes widen in shock. She truly didn't expect this. What's this? How are you still awake? Seizing the opportunity, T charges forward. She slams her spear down, punching a hole through the pavement. Thon-jin is a little bored by this. You're so predictable. But her expression shows no signs of disappointment. I have no intention of fighting, you know. I want to admire beautiful things for just a little longer. T spins her weapon in a deadly arc. Now, here's the part you and I need to watch carefully. Then let me give you one final look. She gathers her power, unleashing her technique. Ha! T throws out fiery red shards, the serpent scale flame. They strike Thon-jin's body with perfect accuracy. Then, they erupt, trying to incinerate her. But a violet-pink aura quickly smothers the flames. She doesn't even flinch. Thon-jin stands there completely unfazed and completely naked. My clothes are all burnt up. Kwon Yong-jin flinches, his face turning bright red, as she loudly questions, T, you dare attack me with fire? Are you insane? Answer me? Ti just fires back with another question. Why did you suddenly come down to the human world? Jing shrugs. That bastard told me not to say anything for now. T is a little surprised. Bastard? She gives a sly, condescending shrug. Even if I told you, there's nothing you could do about it. T loses her patience. Talk, before I tear your chest open. Jin just laughs a wicked, charming laugh. So crude. She's completely unbothered by the threat. Am I cruder than you? Seeing her little games aren't working, she falls silent again. It's time to leave. T engulfs her hand in flames, revealing scaly skin underneath. Huh! She swings her arm, scattering the embers. T uses the same move again, hoping to trap her opponent's serpent scale flame. But it's too late. The target is gone. She retracts her weapon. Kwon Yong-jin is still on the ground as T reaches a hand out to him. She lifts his face to get a better look. So it's you. The kid that Ja, the rat supervisor, was talking about. T.I. seems intrigued. No divine power, yet you resisted my illusion technique. That's pretty surprising, isn't it? A weak voice calls out. Kwon Yong-jin. Hisu struggles to sit up. Are you okay? T immediately jumps to a conclusion. Your girlfriend? What's this? You're living a better life than I thought. Kwon Yong-jin quickly denies it. No, that's not it. The other students slowly begin to wake up. What? Where is this? It's the school. Ji-hoon dazedly adjusts his glasses. Why can't I remember anything? T decides they've lost their privacy. Let's move somewhere else. She teleports the whole group to her apartment. While making coffee, T.I. introduces herself. I am the 6th god of the 12 earthly branches, T. My title in the heavens is Great Supervisor. The 3 of them sit obediently on the couch. My name in the human world is Sarah. Ji-hoon's jaw drops. A god of the 12 earthly branches. She creates a relaxed vibe. You can call me Supervisor, Big Sis, or Darling Sis, whichever you prefer. They just stare, stunned. Supervisor. Hisu starts connecting the dots. Then the person from before was also. She arrives at a shocking conclusion. Was she a god too, just like you, Supervisor? T.I. confirms it. Yes, a god. And okay, I know what you're thinking. This is where the world gets a whole lot bigger. But she's not one of the earthly branches. T.I. brings up a new concept, the heavenly stems. Nobody has a clue what she's talking about. Heavenly stems? She calmly clarifies. They are the senior supervisors of the celestial realm. Ji-hoon guesses. Senior supervisors? So they have a higher rank than the great supervisors? Kwon Yong-jin furrows his brow, confused. The senior supervisors, huh? T sits down and takes a sip of coffee. Gap, Yul, Byung, Jung, Mu, Ji, Gyung, Sin, Im, Gi. In the human realm, they are more commonly known as the 10 heavenly stems. There are 10 of them. The god you just met is one of them. She says a name they might recognize. Jong, master of the 9-tailed fox. His eyes widen in pure shock. The fox master? The leader of the 9-tailed foxes? Hisu is completely lost. But why are people like that targeting Kwon Yong-jin? T puts her cup down a little too hard. She crosses her arms and gets more comfortable, ready to talk business. That's what we're trying to figure out. As for why the senior supervisors of the heavens have descended to the mortal realm, all 3 of them immediately look in one direction. The reason seems to be you, Kwon Yong-jin. T thoughtfully asks him first. Is it okay if I explain this in front of your friends? Ji-hoon speaks up for him. No problem. He's determined to get to the bottom of this. We already know about all the usual stuff. Isn't he always being targeted by monsters anyway? Hisu isn't a stranger to this either, because Kwon Yong-jin is a divine object. She's already putting it all together. In that case. T.I. gets straight to the point. I'm sure you all know that Kwon Yong-jin is a soul that shouldn't exist, right? And that the real owner of that body is the dog that's always trailing behind him. His 2 friends freeze, completely stunned by the revelation. This time, it's finally Kwon Yong-jin's turn to speak. No, he says. They didn't know about that. We cut to Thon-jin's mansion, where her masked servants are always on standby. She returns, her entire body radiating with spiritual energy. A butler rushes to open the door. Lady Jung, her face is flushed with excitement. My lady, how can you appear in such a beautiful form? Jung, the fox master, is now fixated on Kwon Yong-jin. What is with that kid? She recalls the earlier confrontation. And you and I are left with the same question she has. Why was he completely unaffected? Even if that's Sung's body, the soul inside is still human. If even a god lets their guard down, I can snatch their soul right out. Tai flashes a crazed smile, her anger boiling over. How dare a mere human? Hisu stammers, trying to ask, "Miss, that thing." She still has no idea what's going on. What do you mean by that? What about Yeon-jin? Yeon-jin himself just stares, completely bewildered. What is happening? Tai bluntly points a finger at Hisu. Shouldn't you know everything already? Her razor-sharp gaze sees right through the girl. You're a shaman queen, you should know. Now pay close attention, this is where the whole story gets turned on its head. Tai lays it all out. The fact that his body and soul don't match up, you must have felt it, that his body is just an empty shell. Tai casually explains the reason. That's why all those demons are after his body. The real owner isn't inside, after all. Hisu is struggling to grasp this. So, she asks, finding it all unbelievable? You're saying the original owner of that body is his ancestor? This time, it's Tai's turn to be surprised. Ancestor? Is that what that jerk told you? She clutches her face, bursting into hysterical laughter. She reaches for her coffee cup again. Man, the supervisor sure has a twisted sense of humor. Tai admits there's some truth to that idea. But in a way, it's correct. The humans who created that altar were the ancestors of the current families. Hisu chews on the new words. Altar? She analyzes the situation. Yeon-jin is a descendant of Sung's clan, but if he isn't, in a flash, a massive gust of wind blasts past, making them freeze. With her coffee cup still in one hand, Tai grabs Yeon-jin's collar with the other. What are you really? Her sharp eyes probe him. Are you a demon? She continues, her grip tightening. Considering you approached the black dragon and are coexisting with it, Tai has been watching him for a while now. You're suspicious in more than just one or two ways. Startled, he jumps up. The black dragon? Tai reveals her informant's identity. Because Supervisor Tai vouched for your soul, I'm letting it slide for now. But I haven't completely dismissed my suspicions about you. A cruel glint shines in her blue eyes. So what should I do? Her grip tightens just a little. If I just exorcise you right now, I'll know your true identity instantly. Trust me, things are about to get real intense. Tai whispers a tempting offer. You're curious too, aren't you? Whether you're truly human or a demon. Hisu quickly steps in, grabbing Tai's arm. She declares with absolute certainty, Yeon-jin is human. Tai's face twists into a vicious, shocked expression. Oh, really? Hisu repeats it, louder this time. That's right. Ji-hwan pulls out some strange gadgets. If Yeon-jin were a demon, all of my equipment would have reacted already, going haywire on the spot. He states it with conviction. Honestly, I don't understand any of this altar or black dragon stuff. But Ji-hwan makes a promise, his belief unwavering. But if you all plan on hurting my friend Yeon-jin, he decisively draws his sword. Then you'll have to face me first. He's trying to act tough, but his legs are shaking. Tai looks down, sizing him up, slightly surprised. Is that so? She gently floats towards him, causing him to stumble back. Yeon-jin panics. Ji-hwan. He tries to keep his sword steady, trembling with defiance. Bring it on! Tai just explodes with laughter. She relaxes her stance. Hisu had already leaped onto the table, ready to jump in. Just kidding, just kidding. Who said anything about hurting him? Tai smiles, revealing the truth. He's a human we're supposed to protect and take care of. She glances over at Yeon-jin, teasing him. But I guess you feel pretty secure, huh, Yeon-jin? With such formidable friends watching your back, then she notices his clothes. What's with that outfit? His phone buzzes. The name on the screen is Supervisor Tai. Yeon-jin answers. Supervisor. The voice on the other end is urgent. Where are you? It's past 6 o'clock. He checks his phone. It's true. He's late. But Yeon-jin is shocked. It's only been 1 minute. He frantically slings his bag over his shoulder. I'm at Tai's house right now. Behind him, a bright light appears. Tai flashes a seductive, mocking smile, honestly barging into a woman's house whenever you feel like it. Okay, you and I both know something crazy is about to happen. Yeon-jin jolts, looking over, still on the phone. He's stunned to see Tai appear out of thin air. Supervisor! Ji-hwan adjusts his glasses in disbelief. Is that quantum teleportation? Or a black hole? He confronts Tai directly, his tone slightly accusing. Why did you bring him here? She explains. This kid was about to be dragged away by a heavenly star. Get your facts straight before you talk. Supervisor Tai narrows his eyes, observing the scene. What's this? The moment he sees the clothes Yeon-jin is wearing, he understands. Looks like something happened here. He strides forward without hesitation, grabs Yeon-jin's arm, and throws him straight into the portal. Yeon-jin panics. Wait a minute, no one even had time to react. Yeon-jin. He turns to Tai and orders her, come to the meeting. She refuses. No way, I have my own schedule. I'll message Nabi later if anything comes up. Supervisor Tai doesn't argue, leaving just as quickly. Hisu hesitantly calls out, Supervisor Tai. He recognizes her. The female Tai is quite surprised. What? They know each other? Hisu nervously tries to find the right words to say. She decides to just be direct about Yeon-jin's specific situation. I know everything now. Supervisor Tai glares at the culprit, who just looks away innocently. Hisu asks earnestly, her attitude completely sincere, is there anything we can do to help him? Even a little bit would be fine. Ji-hwan also stands tall. We want to help. He tries to prove their worth. We still have a lot of high-tech equipment we haven't used, and we've fought demons before. She feels indebted to Yeon-jin because he's always protected them. Hisu clenches her fists, expressing her resolve. He stands beside her, his silence a form of agreement. So this time, we want to be the ones to protect him. Supervisor Tai just asks a simple cutting question. Protect him how? He bluntly points out the core issue. You are only human. Tai calmly analyzes the details. Bodies made of flesh and blood are beings that carry inherent limits. Her face fills with frustration as he continues. But Supervisor Tai cuts them off, advising them. If you truly want what's best for Yeon-jin, then abandon that thought, because he knows the current Yeon-jin all too well. He states with absolute certainty, he isn't strong enough or free enough to carry the weight of your determination. He looks up at the two of them. Tai doesn't miss Hisu's tightly clenched hands, that desire to protect him. The truth he speaks leaves her utterly stunned, could instead become the very thing that holds him back. Burn that into your memory. The female Tai chimes in, slightly reproachful, Big brother, you're being way too harsh. Supervisor Tai doesn't care. Take the kids home safely. She turns her gaze to the two of them, especially Hisu. Her mood is awful as they head home in the late afternoon, the sun already setting. As they walk, Ji-hwan exclaims, so many incredible things happened today. It felt like I was watching an anime. He geeks out excitedly. I can't believe I got to witness those things with my own eyes. And that portal from before. If I get the chance, I want to try going through one. Hisu is lost in thought, remembering Tai's earlier words. You guys, Yeon-jin said he fights to protect you, right? So what happens if you throw yourselves into a dangerous situation again? And that's where we leave them, with a heavy question hanging in the air. What becomes of his resolve then? After all, Yeon-jin himself once said that having them around only makes things more dangerous. Let's jump right back in. Jin Gwon is completely lost in his own world, scribbling in his diary after all. A camera can't capture everything. Hisu quietly realizes Yeon-jin is far more complex than any of them thought. Yusol comes to a chilling conclusion. The battle he's walking into is even more dangerous than they imagined. She says his eyes were sparkling, but adds, he looked cool though, didn't he? A true rebel. Hisu brings her back to Earth. Jin Gwon, this isn't some comic book, this is real. Jin Gwon stops, muttering, I'm sorry. She bows her head slightly, her voice dropping. Even when things got that serious, he shouldered it all alone without saying a word to us. He stays silent, not disagreeing. Ji-hoon feels the same way. Suddenly, Hisu's eyes well up with tears. What if? What if something happens to Yeon-jin? She quickly shakes her head, trying to banish the bad thoughts. Hisu is overwhelmed with guilt. Ever since that incident with the other Hanma, all I've done is cause Yeon-jin more trouble. She wants to help but feels completely powerless. I want to do everything I can for him. But like the great guardian said, if we get into trouble, it just makes things even harder for Yeon-jin. Hisu stares at her hands. Right now, there's really nothing I can do. But Ji-hoon loudly shuts that down. What are you talking about? He pushes up his glasses, his voice firm. If there's a divine realm, then there has to be a human realm too, right? We can still help Yeon-jin. Now pay attention, because Ji-hoon's perspective here is a game changer. Even if they can't fight like gods, from a human standpoint, they can still provide crucial support for Yeon-jin. His words light a fire in Hisu. Isn't that what the great guardian meant? That we should leave it to the gods and go back to our daily lives? Ji-hoon paints a picture of a peaceful future. After the war ends, so Yeon-jin can return to a normal life, and he reaches a hand out to her, declaring with total confidence, have to be the strength that supports him. Yeah, they have absolute faith that Yeon-jin will win. Under the pink glow of sunset, the quiet neighborhood settles into a peaceful evening. In his room, Yeon-jin sits on his bed, hands raised, lost in deep thought. A moment later, he's staring intently at his own small hand. Yeon-jin suddenly remembers a moment in a cold, gray mist. He was standing there, his white shirt billowing as if caught in a fierce wind. Staring at his hand, his thoughts race. His sharp, golden eyes reveal an unspoken tension. Then, a faint sound. His eyes narrow as if he's sensed something suspicious approaching. It's Do-gyeom stepping up to the glass door and bowing his head. "Great guardian, sir." Inside the simple room, he looks at Yeon-jin with concern. "You don't look well. Is something troubling you?" Do-gyeom waits patiently for an answer. Finally, Yeon-jin speaks a single word. "You." Yeon-jin sits hunched over, his voice laced with helplessness. "How did you know this wasn't my body?" Across from him, the other boy calmly replies, "The bodies of gods. I was told that gods are born in the form of humans." Hearing this, Yeon-jin freezes for a second. "Born?" He looks at the creature, his voice soft but sharp. "You make it sound as if we're actual humans. That's a pretty bad joke." The air grows heavy. Do-gyeom bows his head, speaking softly. "My apologies." Yeon-jin's voice suddenly turns somber. "That's right." The scene shifts to an image of him in a fierce battle. He continues, "Originally, that human's body was supposed to be mine." Yeon-jin's tone holds a hint of loss. "So even if I regain my power, I can't use it to its full potential because this kid's body can't handle it." Do-gyeom looks him in the eye and asks directly, "In that case, why don't you just return to your original body? Wouldn't that be better?" Yeon-jin replies quietly, his voice deep in thought. "I've already tried a few times." The mood in the silent room sinks even lower. Yeon-jin adds, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "But since things turned out this way, maybe it was arranged by Providence." At that, Do-gyeom bows his head respectfully, his voice calm and steady. "If there is anything I can do to assist you, I am more than willing to help. Please do not hesitate to command me. Anything at all." Yeon-jin looks up, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Anything?" The very next moment, a cooking video pops up on screen. A soft voice narrates. "The amount of water is very important. The water in the pot should be about 1 pinky joint high, about 3 centimeters. It's a master ramen chef with 20 years of experience. And just like that, we're cooking with Grandma." Yeon-jin, with a dead serious expression, holds the tablet out in front of the black-haired boy. His voice is flat. "Can you do this?" The video's narration continues. "When the water starts to boil, do." Gyeom hesitates for a second but nods. "I'll give it a try." The scene shifts to the pink and purple sky outside the quiet house, when suddenly a blood-curdling scream rings out. "You idiot." Tae-yi swings a terrifying red broom, rushing forward and demanding answers. "Who told you to trade the dragon with that guy, huh?" Poor Yeon-jin shields his head in a panic. The dining room is pure chaos as he slumps onto the table, while another voice yells, "Baekseon, get some water, quick!" Yeon-jin, still holding his head, sighs and tries to defend himself, but "You said the white dragon was better." Tae-yi grunts in agreement. "That's not wrong." Taking the glass of water, he growls. "But that doesn't mean I told you to trade it. I definitely explained this before." Yeon-jin flashes back. Tae-yi had previously instructed him. "The best method is to make the white dragon your left arm, then extract and eliminate the black dragon." After a pause, Tae-yi asks, his voice a mix of frustration and worry, "Why did you act on your own like that?" His face is calm, but his words make the room tense. "You went to talk to Tae-shin about it without a single word to me beforehand." Hearing this, Yeon-jin quickly tries to explain. "I didn't have your number, so how was I supposed to contact you? Things just ended up this way." Seeing him still cowering, Tae-yi reminds him, "I'm not hitting you. Sit up straight." As soon as Yeon-jin does, Tae-yi's low voice rings out like a warning. "You yourself were terrified that your ancestor would cause trouble if he gained power." Tae-yi explains further, "The black dragon is an incredibly dangerous power. So what do you think will happen if your ancestor gets his hands on it, huh?" Yeon-jin's curiosity gets the better of him. "So, could the black dragon defeat the white dragon?" The question makes Tae-yi absolutely furious. The scene opens to a flower garden, accompanied by a soft, helpless sigh. "Why would you even make them fight?" Tae-yi's face darkens in thought. "Let's put that aside for now. I can't understand the white dragon's actions." He looks straight at Yeon-jin, mulling over a confusing question. Why would it choose to let the black dragon remain inside a human body? Yeon-jin, fresh off a beating, just rubs his head and sighs. About that, well, what's done is done, right? Tae-yi glances at him, thinking to himself, "White dragon. Just what in the world are you planning?" And that's where we leave them, with Yeon-jin looking completely lost and asking himself, so what am I supposed to do now? Go find another dragon? A moment later, Tae-yi speaks up. Let's take it slow. There are other ways. And hearing that makes Yeon-jin's heart feel a little lighter. Then Tae-yi, sitting perfectly straight, gets right to the point. I heard you ran into Cheon-seong. Did you two fight? Yeon-jin flinches, answering softly, as the memory of that shocking kiss flashes through his mind. Yeon-jin's face is a mess of confusion as he tries to explain. No, it wasn't a fight, it's just… Nothing happened, sir. But T just cocks his head. Then why are you wearing my uniform? Hearing that, Jin flinches and stammers. This? I don't know why I grabbed it. Oh, right. Yeon-jin fires back. Why didn't you just say the uniform was yours? Because of this, the Ancestor found me out. But T just calmly replies, so what? He lowers his head slightly, his voice dropping to an icy whisper. Now that you know. T.I. looks up with a chilling smirk, his eyes narrowing. It's not like he can do anything to me. Next time, just tell him you're coming and come here freely. Hearing this, all Yeon-jin can do is whisper back. Yes, sir. The mood settles, and Yeon-jin puts a hand on the table. Right. The Ancestor also told me to come and learn a few things from you. T's brow furrows, his sharp eyes listening to every word. He said, you're the smartest among all the earthly branches. Hearing this, T.I. lets out a dry laugh. How ridiculous. Yeon-jin looks confused. Sir? T.I. continues, ignoring him. Have you ever heard the snake talk about the heavenly guard? Jin pauses at the question. I've heard they're the heavenly braves. So I guess that makes them stronger than you guys, right? But T doesn't answer. He slams his glass on the table, stands up, and coldly says, let's go for a walk, to help digest the food. The scene opens up to a brilliant sunset, the sky painted in orange and gold. On a stone path bathed in the evening light, T walks ahead of Yeon-jin, holding a water flask. As they walk, T's voice suddenly cuts through the silence. Yeon-jin, name the 5 types of energy that make up nature. Jin scratches his head, flustered, before hesitantly recalling water, fire, that, earth, and plants, sir. T's voice rings out, firm and clear. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 are the wuxing, the 5 elements. Every word he speaks makes Yeon-jin flinch slightly. A drop of water falls from a leaf, creating a tranquil scene as T's voice continues, explaining they are the fundamental energies that form all of nature. An image of the yin and yang symbol appears against a dark background, and the thing that divides them into yin and yang, T.I. concludes, is the heavenly stems. Okay, stick with me, because this is where we learn the true scale of power in this universe. Against the golden sky, a mystical symbol appears. Ancient beasts rise from clouds of smoke, the creations of the first heavenly stem god, the very source and beginning of all power. Hearing this, Yeon-jin's eyes widen, and he stops dead in his tracks. T, walking beside him, continues to explain. That's why their mere existence carries an overwhelming presence. Yeon-jin processes this for a moment. So, you mean they're ridiculously strong, sir? T nods, his gaze serious. And that very strength is the problem. The scene shifts to a violent vortex of energy, powerful enough to tear space apart. Because their power was so pure and primordial, they began to conflict with one another. T's face is calm, but his eyes hold a deep meaning. And what was born from that conflict was us, the earthly branches. We are the beings who inherited the power of the heavenly stems to maintain the balance of the 5 elements. An image of 8 heavenly stems appears, separated into groups. The 5 elements, which originally moved independently, were harmoniously connected by the second heavenly stem god. Hearing this, Yeon-jin asks, confused, so was your ranking decided by a running race? T.I. looks at him, slightly surprised. Huh? Yeon-jin quickly explains. You know, the legend where the rat climbs on the ox's head to finish first? A click of the tongue, and T's voice rings out. That's the fabricated story that the ox god hates the most. In that tale, the dragon is portrayed as incredibly kind, he continues, while the rat is made out to be utterly despicable. T.I. turns away, holding a broom. Anyway, the heavenly stems. To put it simply, his next words leave Yeon-jin completely stunned. Just think of them as our seniors. Yeon-jin hesitates. So then, T.I. gives a slight, almost reluctant nod. Don't worry too much. The two continue their walk. On the contrary, T says, Now that we know the heavenly stems are behind this, we don't need to overthink it anymore. His eyes turn sharp. For a god to descend to the mortal world, they must first have a heavenly will. He pauses, then continues slowly. Most likely, it's to return the derailed order back to its original flow. Return it? Yong-jin asks, curious. Let that sink in for a second. T quietly explains. It means eliminating an existence like you, something that shouldn't have been born in the first place. Yong-jin's face darkens at his words. A moment later, Yong-jin asks nervously, "Are you sure we don't need to worry?" Tai replies calmly as he walks. "A moderate amount of worry is fine." A moderate amount? Yong-jin is shocked. Panic rises within him. But there are 10 of them. Will we be okay? T's voice cuts him off. There are currently only 9 heavenly stem gods. Yong-jin's eyes fly open, as if he can't believe what he's hearing. He holds up his hand and starts counting on his fingers. Jia, Yi, Bing, Jing. Seeing Yong-jin's confusion, Ti continues to explain. Among the heavenly stems, an image of a dark figure holding an orb appears. Before we were even created, there was a god who harmonized the conflicting energies of the 5 elements and quelled the chaos that once existed. That orb glows with powerful, multicolored energy. That gem is now on your person, Jin. It belongs to Mu of the heavenly stems. The scene shows noodles being cooked, and he is now one of the earthly branch gods. Jin's face becomes serious, his fists clenched. The heavenly stem dragon god, Mu. The more he hears, the more stunned Yong-jin becomes. His ancestor. His own ancestor. The scene cuts to a figure standing before Tianat, who smiles faintly. Turns out, that ancestor is Tianat, the Qilin god of the heavenly stems. He's gazing out a window, lost in thought, when a voice suddenly calls out, "It's been a while. And trust me, you're going to want to see who it is." Mu appears in a wisp of white smoke, his face sharp and cold as he calls out, "Tianat." Tianat maintains his cool demeanor, though his eyes show a hint of surprise. Mu. A flicker of genuine shock crosses his face. Mu breaks into a wide, cheerful grin. "So you still remember me? I'm so happy." But Tianat's voice is the complete opposite of cheerful as he demands, "Why have you descended to the mortal plane?" Mu seems unbothered by his tone and simply replies, "I came down because I have something to do." Hearing that, Tianat's expression is a mix of contemplation and curiosity. Something to do? Mu dodges the question with a slight smile. "Today, I just came to say hello." A complex look crosses Tianat's face as he says slowly, "I have something I want to ask you." At this, Mu's smile turns mysterious. "If you're asking about my task, I can't tell you just yet," he replies smoothly. But Tianat cuts him off. "It's not that." To everyone's surprise, Tianat's question is about his clothes. "What's with that weird outfit you're wearing?" The question makes Mu freeze. "My outfit?" He touches his collar, thinking, "Weird? If anyone's weird, Mu, it's you." He looks Tianat up and down the long black hair, the traditional black robes. "Well, you have been sealed for a few thousand years, so I guess I can understand. But you really look like a country bumpkin. You used to be the biggest trendsetter in the celestial realm, and now look at you." Hearing himself being called a country bumpkin, Tianat explodes with rage. "My lord," the man says, closing his eyes with pure satisfaction. "Well then, I'm off." Jin instantly draws his sword, but seeing Jin's fury, the man just tilts his head with a sly grin. "Getting called a country bumpkin makes you this mad?" Unimpressed, Jin reminds him, "Just do what you're here for." Jin's eyes turn ice cold as he asks directly, "Does this have something to do with my body?" Cheon-yul's good mood vanishes. "You said you'd only ask one thing." Seeing Jin's dark expression, he backs off. "Fine, whatever. Luckily, you seem to still be in good health." With no more games to play, Cheon-yul gives Jin a gentle smile and says, "See you again soon." And with that, he vanishes in a puff of white smoke right before Jin's eyes. Jin, seemingly used to this kind of behavior, just narrows his eyes. Against the backdrop of the sunset, Kwon Yong-jin looks at Yi, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. "The Tiangan? You're saying the people who attacked me are on the same side as my ancestor?" He recalls the moment Shin declared himself the strongest, falling deep into thought. So, he wasn't lying then. His voice drops. The one who awakened the sealed Shin must have been a Tiangan too. But trust me, what Yi says next is what really shocks Kwon Yong-jin to his core. There's a silver lining to all this chaos. The most fearsome power, the Black Dragon, is with you. And Shin has lost his memories. Yi's eyes carry a deep exhaustion, trapped in a dog's body, unable to freely use his power. Those words catch Kwon Yong-jin off guard. Unable to use it freely? He's skeptical, but he seemed to use his power just fine. No. And right at that moment, it clicks. The 16-year-old rule. My ancestor is a Tiangan, so that's why he wasn't affected. You said that if the power is used before the body is 16 years old, it will disintegrate. Without waiting for a reply, Kwon Yong-jin keeps analyzing. And there's no way a dog can be 16. That remark earns him a sigh and a glare from Yi, who quickly changes the subject. Has Shin ever used his power in front of you? Kwon Yong-jin scratches his head as he answers. Before we found the white dragon, he never used it once. But recently, after using its power to blast away those masked guys, he was perfectly fine. Yi immediately explains, the white dragon holds the power of protection and restraint. Staring at the flowers, his soul seems a little lighter as he continues. That's probably what prevented the body's collapse and reduced the amount of divine force being released. He really is a monster. Hearing this, Kwon Yong-jin asks with a hint of fear, if that was a reduced amount of power, then what's the full thing? Yi doesn't deny it. Exactly. His tone becomes grave. The power of a Tiangan with no restraints. Suddenly, Yi reveals the consequences, making Kwon Yong-jin freeze on the spot, is a catastrophe in and of itself. Looking at the flower bed, Yi explains it all, as if he knows this from bitter experience. If the powers of the remaining dragons also fall into Shin's hands, and he, along with the Tiangan, decides to rewrite the rules of this world, Yi turns to face Kwon Yong-jin directly. What do you think would happen then? The question seems to spark a horrible realization in Kwon Yong-jin. Do you understand what I'm telling you? He squares his shoulders, his voice deadly serious. For you, the dragon's power is no longer a choice. It's a power you must risk your life to claim. And to do that, Yi's eyes are deep with hidden calculations. He doesn't hesitate to give his advice. Don't think of him as the Tiangan Shin. See him as the earthly branch god Shin. Just like me. He pauses. Only then can you use him to your advantage. Hearing this, Kwon Yong-jin's entire expression shifts. And now, it's time for a confrontation. After a long hesitation, Kwon Yong-jin tests the waters. Hey, I heard you're a Tiangan. The words make Jin freeze for a second. With a stubborn look, he sighs. That little rat Yi told you, didn't he? But Kwon Yong-jin immediately fires back. Anyone could have told me. At this point, he can't hold back his frustration. Seriously, how many more secrets are you hiding from me? Facing Kwon Yong-jin's anger, Jin just replies matter-of-factly, well, you never asked. The answer makes Kwon Yong-jin explode. What? Kwon Yong-jin's voice rings out again, mocking him. So am I supposed to go find a Tiangan somewhere and ask, hey, are you a Tiangan? Is that how this works? The question leaves Jin looking completely helpless. An old memory flashes in his mind, and Kwon Yong-jin presses his advantage. Besides, what did you tell me at the very beginning? Something about the 12 divine beast masters and the earthly branch god, Shin, right? But Jin just calmly replies, well, I am an earthly branch god. That shuts Kwon Yong-jin up. Ah, true. Jin gets an annoyed look on his face. But is this really something worth getting so worked up about? And Kwon Yong-jin just snaps back. Yes. Suddenly, Kwon Yong-jin drops a bombshell of a secret. Because the Tiangan are the ones behind it. Jin's face fills with curiosity. What? Not leaving him in suspense, Kwon Yong-jin explains the reason. The ones targeting me. They're Tiangan. I was attacked on my way home from school today. Hearing this, Jin seems a bit surprised. So it was just as I thought. Seeing his ancestor's reaction, Kwon Yong-jin asks, what do you mean? Jin calmly replies, his eyes full of understanding. Those guys. It seems they did all of this for me. Seeing Kwon Yong-jin's worried face, he reassures him, the next time I see them, I'll have a firm talk with them. Don't you worry. Hearing Jin's promise, Kwon Yong-jin is a little stunned, thinking, is it really that easy? He asks again, full of hope. You'll stick up for me? Jin smiles faintly and informs him, Cheon Yul of the Tiangan stopped by just 2 days ago. The moment he hears someone visited, Kwon Yong-jin grabs his phone and frantically dials Yi. He panics into the phone. He's getting ready to team up with the Tiangan to steal my body. Jin just looks annoyed at the scene. Are we seriously back to this again? He keeps his irritated expression and lets out a sigh. I already told you last time. Kwon Yong-jin breaks out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with shock as he hears every word Jin says. I'm not interested in your body anymore. In any case, don't worry so much. With a stern look, Jin promises, with just one word from me, they won't target you again. Kwon Yong-jin shoots back suspiciously. How can you be so sure? Jin's eyes glint sharply, and a confident smirk reveals his teeth. Because among all the Tian-gan, I was once the strongest. And you know what? Kwon Yong-jin just replies, uh-huh. His face screams disbelief. Yeah, I totally believe you. Jin is at his wit's end. Please, just believe me. What more do I have to do for you to trust me? Suddenly, Kwon Yong-jin pipes up. In that case, Kwon Yong-jin immediately lays out his condition. The next time we go looking for the next dragon, let Master Yi come with us. Jin agrees instantly. I get it. Kwon Yong-jin is shocked. Really? Jin, with a serious face, adds his own condition. As long as that guy isn't too on guard around me, there's no problem. A moment later, he starts wondering aloud, but this brat, why does he call Yi master with so much respect and I'm just his plain old ancestor? The more he hears, the more helpless Kwon Yong-jin feels. Is he really as dangerous as the master said? Jin then makes a demand. You have to call me great ancestor. Looking at him, Kwon Yong-jin thinks, he doesn't seem dangerous at all. Maybe he was telling the truth about not wanting my body. All right, let's dive back into Yeonjin's head as he replays that last crazy encounter. When he first got his powers, Lord A protected him, even promising they could find the dragon's power together. But the image of that cold red space filled with a faceless crowd still weighs heavily on his mind. He wonders, if he keeps being suspicious and distant, would A have even sided with him? Honestly, he'd probably do the same thing in A's position. Meanwhile, Dien is looking seriously ticked off. Yeonjin thinks, even if it's just a rumor, if that guy really is the strongest of the celestial stems, getting him on their side would be a massive advantage, right? Seeing him lost in thought, the man suddenly asks, is that all that little brat Tai had to say to you? Yeonjin's mind flashes back to Tai's words. You have to use Shin. He immediately asks back, so what did you talk about with that Shin Kan guy? Remembering how she called him a country bumpkin, Jin's mood sours. He mumbles that he was just asking. A quiet moment passes between them before the man looks up and asks softly, can I ask you something? Which catches Yeonjin off guard. What? Jin asks with genuine innocence. Is the way I dress that old-fashioned? Yeonjin replies without a second of hesitation, you're just figuring that out now? Let me ask you something. He holds up a bowl, sniffing it. What did you put in this? Instant noodles again, wasn't it? He stares at the man's defeated expression and presses on. Seriously, how did you even manage to eat these? Jin confesses sheepishly. Well, Chon was eating them too. Hearing that, Yeonjin gets serious. Wipe the noodle soup off your mouth. He's so done with this, thinking to himself, if Tai saw this pathetic sight, he'd definitely change his mind. A mysterious, starry night sky appears. The next day, the sky is much clearer. Outside the school, a voice rings out. Did you hear? There's a new transfer student in class 3. Inside, the classroom is buzzing with excitement. Someone whispers, they seem strange, sparking curiosity from the person next to them. Strange how? But here's where the juicy gossip drops. Another student cuts in, quiet, you two. The rumor is he got kicked out of his last school for fighting. The hallway isn't any better, filled with excited whispers. Is he in the classroom? I want to get a look too. Meanwhile, Yeonjin walks along, thinking he really should have brought his ancestor with him today. He arrives in front of class 1 to 3, his thoughts racing. If another celestial stem attacks, at least he would have a way to handle it, but Yeonjin reaches for the door, still thinking bringing Cho to school might be a bit much. The second he opens it, Tuat is standing right there, shocking him so much he stumbles and falls to the floor. 2 female students see it happen and immediately start whispering and pointing. It's him. Yeonjin's eyes are wide with panic, sweat dripping down his forehead. Suddenly, a foot stomps down hard right next to him. She sees the look on Yeonjin's face and smirks mockingly. Tuat's expression is menacingly dark as she lets out a sinister smile. Tuat keeps advancing on him, making Yeonjin's face go completely pale. A voice calls out, that's the transfer student from class 3. The entire hallway is buzzing at the sight of Tuat cornering Yeonjin. What is she doing? No idea. Then suddenly, she holds out a hand. Tuat breaks into a cheerful smile and asks, are you okay? His face is frozen in pure confusion. The whispers start up again. What was that? What's going on? The classmates poke their heads out of the room to see. Wait, she's a girl? It's definitely Yeonjin. Being ignored, her face darkens slightly. Inside class 1 to 3, A voice introduces them. Everyone. Do-kyung stands at the podium with Tuat and announces to the class, "Let me introduce you. This is Ah-jun Kang, our new transfer student starting today." Hearing the name, some of the girls start whispering. "You mean her? The one who got expelled for fighting? That's so scary." Do-kyung raises his voice, trying to control the room. "I've heard some unpleasant rumors about our new student. None of it is true, so I hope you all stop spreading them." But of course, the chatter doesn't stop. Well, if Do-kyung said so, it must be a false rumor. But she already picked a fight right after transferring, didn't she? The nasty rumors keep spreading. She was totally about to hit Jin. For real. And I know what you're thinking, this drama hits differently when Do-kyung overhears and asks, Jin, is that true? He just gives a cold humph, which makes her flinch. The other students erupt. See? Tuat gets furious and yells, "Hey!" The loud noise startles everyone. "Geez," she demands. "You're the one who tripped on your own. Do you know him?" he asks. She denies it instantly. "Not at all." Someone in the front mutters, "This feels like the opening scene of a high school drama." And of course, a few girls start teasing her. "Why is she wearing an eye patch? Got pink eye or something?" "Nah, it's to seal her powers." Tuat calmly explains, "This eye is blind." The other girl gets flustered and tries to defend herself. "Hey, you were laughing too. You said the eye patch looked like a cool concept." From the classroom door, Tuat's voice calls out, "Hey you," the one sitting right in front of Jin. Being called out, the student freezes. "Me?" She bluntly makes her demand. "Move." Just as the boy is about to get up, Beiko chimes in. "Stay put." The two go back and forth, leaving the poor kid stuck in the middle. "Move. Stay there. Get out of the way." I said, "Stay there." Finally, the student makes a proposition. "I'll listen to whoever asks me nicely." Immediately, they both shout at the same time, "Jaeho, honey, please stay right there. Jaeho, Ajan wants to sit here." After a bit more arguing, Tuat finally gets the seat. Once she's settled, she glances back at him. Tuat recalls a previous conversation where Tai explained, Shin Kan is targeting Jin's body, and his actions are going to get more aggressive. We need to make a move, too. And so, he gave her the order. "I want you to transfer to Jin's school." The decision made her protest immediately. "Me? Why does it have to be me?" Tai just shot her a look and gave a convincing reason. "You're the only one who can be in the same grade as him." But Tuat wasn't satisfied. "That's your reason?" That's when he added one more piece of information. "I heard you've already met Jin." Seeing she had nothing to say, Tai offered to change plans. "If you don't want to, I'll just ask Lord Engo." Tuat immediately cut him off. "Who said I didn't want to?" Her strong reaction made him pause. "So what do you want?" In the end, Tuat reluctantly agreed. "Fine, whatever, I'll go, okay?" Suddenly, she calls out his name. "Hey, Jin." Tuat opens her mouth to say something. About last time, but he cuts her right off. "Don't tell me you're following me again." Hitting a nerve, she immediately gets flustered. Me? Why would I follow you?" To hide her embarrassment, Tuat leans in close and lowers her voice. "I'm here to monitor you. If you use the Black Dragon's power, I'll kill you." He deadpans. "That's still called following me." She turns away, insisting again. "It's surveillance. Surveillance. It's annoying, and I don't like it either. I had no choice. And trust me, you and I are both left wondering if that's really the whole story." Hearing this, Jianho marvels from the side, "So that's Tissander?" Just then, Lee Hisu walks in the door, and the whole class starts teasing. Jin, your perfect wife is here." But seeing the white dragon getting grabbed by the collar, she just freezes. Well, this is about to get interesting. A moment later, after leaving class, Lee Hisu curiously asks, "Who is that student from before?" He calmly replies, "The Grand Inspector sent to monitor me." Hearing that, she can't hide her shock. "The Grand Inspector?" His reaction makes the white dragon wonder, "I thought you would have recognized her." Lee Hisu pauses, confused. "Huh? Me?" He explains, "Well, you're a mage, aren't you? You can see ancestral spirits, so I thought you could see beings like that too." She immediately realizes he's completely misunderstood her powers. So Lee Hisu clarifies her ability. Yes, she can see the lingering souls of ancestors, but she can't see other divine beings, including the Grand Inspector. Suddenly, a third voice cuts in, finishing her sentence. "That's because that vessel isn't her real body." They look up and see Tuat, who had been sitting on a tree branch the whole time, explaining that's how her spirit can leave it. Lee Hisu's eyes widen in shock as Tuat gives her a stern warning. "Hey, you, stay away from him." Then, she leaps down from the tree. Jin, she immediately starts scolding him. "You're supposed to stay within my sight. Having a good time, huh? On a date? He snaps back. What nonsense are you talking about? Tuat points a finger, retorting, don't you use that word with me. Just then, Lee Hee-soo hesitantly speaks up. Grand Inspector, I'm sorry, but why are you doing this to Yeon-jin? Tuat just mocks her. Why, you ask? And here's where she drops the bombshell. Tuat's tone turns sharp as she reveals, don't you know he has the black dragon inside him? He's dangerous, so you need to get away from him. She points right at Yeon-jin and declares, right now, he's a ticking time bomb. No one knows when the black dragon will emerge, because he can't even control it himself. Got it? Lee Hee-soo immediately circles around the white dragon, defending him. Yeon-jin isn't dangerous at all. I don't know what you think you saw, but you're wrong. Tuat just shouts back, I'm not kidding. Her face darkens. That power. It could kill every single person in this school. Finally, Yeon-jin speaks up to clear his name. The black dragon only appeared because you were trying to kill me. It was self-defense. This sudden plot twist leaves Lee Hee-soo stunned. What? Grand Inspector, is that true? The white dragon confirms it. It's true. She attacked me first. Lee Hee-soo is completely bewildered. But why? Tuat gets furious and yells, you're making people misunderstand. But his expression is perfectly calm. Misunderstand what? She challenges him. You want me to tell her everything that happened? So right there, in front of Tuat, he calmly recounts the entire incident for Lee Hee-soo. She never apologized and she even blamed me for it. After hearing his story, Lee Hee-soo puts a hand out, shielding the white dragon. She turns the tables. From what I can see, it seems the Grand Inspector is the one who's dangerous here. Her beautiful eyebrows furrow as she presses Tuat. You're the one who hurt Yeon-jin, so why haven't you apologized? For a moment, Tuat is completely speechless. The entire scene is being watched by their classmates. Are those two girls really fighting over Yeon-jin? Looks like it, totally. They whisper among themselves, green with envy. Did he save the world in his past life or something? I wish I could live one day as Yeon-jin. I could make them both happy. Down below, it takes Tuat a moment to react. What? He's not hurt, he just fell. But Lee Hee-soo's stance is firm. You're the one who pushed him down, so you still have to apologize. Tuat refuses. It was just a fall. What is there to apologize for? She points at him, trying to defend herself. Look, he's perfectly fine. Besides, the black dragon can heal a small wound like that, and in her agitation, she makes a massive slip-up. She blurts out, he's not even human anyway. The second the words leave her mouth, Tuat realizes her huge mistake. Lee Hee-soo looks completely bewildered. What the Grand Inspector just said, but Yeon-jin cuts her off. She's right. I'm not really human. Lee Hee-soo quickly calls out to him, Yeon-jin. Before chasing after him, she pauses and gives Tuat a dead serious look. Grand Inspector, I hope you will sincerely apologize to Yeon-jin for what you just said. With that, Lee Hee-soo turns and leaves Tuat standing there all alone. The scene shifts to a park, where a man is sitting with sparrows perched on him. Shin is reading a book when his phone buzzes. It's hoarse, and he's freaking out. What? You let Grand Inspector Tuat transfer to Yeon-jin's school? Are you an idiot? I'm the one who's close to Yeon-jin. He holds his head in his hands, completely exasperated. I should have been the one to go. Last time, she almost killed him. What if she causes trouble again? Horse makes up his mind. I'm transferring schools too. Hearing this, Shin immediately shuts him down. Do you think school is your playground? You're not transferring anywhere. He bluntly splashes cold water on his plan. Maybe in your next life. Horse wails dramatically. By my next life, Yeon-jin will be dead. Shin just scoffs. You're so morbid. He's practically in tears. I want to transfer too. Meanwhile, Yeon-jin is walking quickly down a path, Tuat's words echoing in his ears. He's not even human. He looks completely alone as he crushes an empty can in his hand. A phrase he heard once before pops into his head that the bodies of gods are very similar. His face is tinged with sadness, like an unfinished sculpture. Elsewhere, Tuat sits by herself, quietly thinking about the look on his face earlier. I didn't say anything wrong. Tuat tries to convince herself she was right, but the image of his sad, thoughtful face keeps interrupting her. She puts a lollipop in her mouth and wonders, why did he make that face? Her phone screen lights up with a message from Grand Inspector Horse. He quickly messages again when he sees she's read it. Horse's text asks, Yang Yang, are you busy today? I know you're free. Let's hang out. I'll even bring the heavenly horse for you. Seeing the sticker his friend sent back, he just sighs in exasperation. Suddenly, the white dragon looks up. In that exact moment, his eyes lock with Tuat, who was just looking down. To break the awkward silence, she blurts out the weirdest thing. Who do you take after to be so ugly? The teacher instantly catches them, and they become the center of attention. Save the romance for after class. That's not it. Wait, Yeon-jin. Sometime later, the final bell rings. Without a moment's hesitation, Yeon-jin slings his bag over his shoulder and turns to leave. Tuat immediately calls out, "Wait, let's go together." She hurries to catch up with him, shouting his name. "Yeon-jin, are you ignoring me?" Unexpectedly, Yeon-jin speaks. From now on, without turning back, he rattles off a list of demands. "Don't pretend you know me, and don't follow me." She immediately protests. "No way, I can't do that." She stresses her orders again. "I came here not just to monitor you, but to protect you. The Jade Emperor himself ordered me to." This time, Yeon-jin calmly pulls out his phone. "Fine, then I'll just tell the Jade Emperor for you." She's completely stunned. "What?" He explains with a cool indifference. "You don't want to be here. You were forced to come, weren't you?" Seeing his expression, Tuat finally starts to panic. "No, that's not it. I heard the Heavenly Emperor already found you, right? It's dangerous." Yeon-jin just cuts her off. "So what? And you and I both know from the cold look on his face, this is far from over. Like he said, this body isn't exactly human, so even if he gets hit, he'll just recover quickly." A statement she was absolutely not prepared to hear. She tries to call out, "Hey, that thing." But Kwon Yong-jin is already running off. His warning shot echoes back. "Follow me and I'll report you for school violence." She's frozen in place, totally bewildered, as groups of students walk home around her. Kwon Yong-jin just looks up aimlessly at the clear blue sky, watching a few small clouds drift by. He thinks to himself, no matter what, it can't be, right? No, there's no way. Thinking of them, Kwon Yong-jin mutters, "He wouldn't actually ride that thing all the way here, would he?" Suddenly, a roaring engine rips through the street, and he whips his head toward the sound. In the next instant, a motorcycle is speeding right for him. The bike screeches to a halt. A boot hits the pavement for balance. One hand on the grip, the other yanks off a helmet. He just flips up the visor and cheerfully introduces his ride. "This is Pegasus number 2. Seeing Kwon Yong-jin's jaw-dropped expression, he grins. "So cool, you can't even close your mouth, huh?" Then he tosses Kwon Yong-jin a helmet. "Get on." Kwon Yong-jin, still confused, asks, "Where are we going?" He gets a simple answer. "Because some friends really want to see you." Ngo grins, his eyes narrowing. "So we're going." But before they take off, he snaps a quick picture and sends a text message with a single caption. "Got him." And you can bet on the other end of that line, a hand is shaking. Panic erupts. "He's here! Mao, what's with that look? He's on his way. What do we do?" Seeing her freaking out, Mao tries to calm her down. "You were sad. You never got a chance to apologize, right? So this is a good thing." But she's still worried. "What if he's hostile the second he gets here? What am I supposed to do?" She replies bluntly, "Then you just get on your knees and beg for forgiveness." What else? A plate of cake is placed on the table, and Sue smiles sweetly, wondering, "Do you think he likes sweets?" Dao lifts the cake plate, practically crying, "I'll buy everything in your shop. Bring it all out. Let's feed it all to Kwon Yong-jin." Sue pulls out a calculator and deadpans. "That will be 368,001, please." Mao just grabs a piece of cake. "Thanks, Dao," and starts digging in. The scene shifts to a house in a forest as the sky darkens. Two figures in black robes stand outside, muttering, "It's been days. All we've done is stare at a wall. We've tried our best." The other replies, "To be honest, we haven't really gone all out yet." One of them just falls silent at that. Then, quiet footsteps echo on the floorboards. A white-haired person holds a glass of wine, listening to a respectful call. "Lord Tianjin." A masked subordinate reports, "I'll have the others withdraw." Tianjin just waves a hand. "Fine, go." Before leaving, the masked man apologizes profusely. "From now on, I won't let this happen again." Tianjin dismisses it casually. "It's fine." In fact, she seems amused. "Things have to be like this so that bastard behind you gets pissed off enough to come visit me every single time." Just as she finishes speaking, another masked figure appears right behind her, face to face. The subordinate gets the hint and quickly excuses himself. Then, "I shall take my leave." The newcomer wears a mask with a bizarre smile. "My lord, you've been out playing quite the spectacular game, haven't you?" Tianjin brings a hand to her lips, her voice rising. "What? You're the one who told me to act on my own. And just as you said, he really is an interesting kid." But then boom. The man lunges forward, grabbing her by the throat. And I'll tell you what, you can see Tianjin struggling just to swallow as her breath is cut off. His voice drops, low and threatening. What are you planning? You could have easily just brought him here. He slams her back into the chair. From you, the leader, down to your low-level grunts, you're all a bunch of misfits. Or are you playing some kind of spy game? Behind the mask, his eyes glow a horrifying red. Because of the mess you caused, the entire grand plan has been ruined. Suddenly, Tianjin cracks a smug smile. Should I cause a little more chaos then? Her expression is just begging for a punch. Or maybe next time I show up, I'll talk about the mandate of heaven. I don't really have a hobby of stepping on ants, you know. Her slender hand slowly moves toward his chest. I'm giving you a warning. Should I fight or should I run? In the next instant, he grabs that hand and slams it hard against the armrest of the chair. The pressure on her neck increases, leaving a red mark. Don't underestimate me, he warns her. After your failures, the new generation of gods like us have been improved into a better form. Hearing this, Tianjin doesn't flinch. In fact, she laughs. Even so, your nature is still the same. Tianjin raises an eyebrow, looking down on him. Without our power, you're all just a bunch of cheap imitations. A dark, ominous pressure radiates from the man as her face flushes from the wine. His threat hangs in the air. One day, that arrogance will destroy you, Tianjin. Right then, she unleashes her fluffy white tails. They sprout out behind her, some whipping around his back, while others playfully curl in front of his face. She uses her bewitching form to provoke him. Go on, try and destroy me right now. He lets out a frustrated sigh. You really are. Then, the hand on her throat slowly loosens its grip. And just like that, he vanishes. Having gotten what she wanted, Tianjin lets out a faint smile. What a disgusting guy. The scene shifts to a small cafe, where a motorcycle's wheels stop right in front of a door with a closed sign. Inside, Dao is bowing her head to the ground in defeat. Witnessing this strange sight, Kwon Yong-jin and Nego are completely stunned. Nego raises an eyebrow. What are you doing? Mao, standing off to the side, explains for her. She's begging for forgiveness. A fork stabs into a cream cake on the table. No opens his mouth to take a bite, but a hand suddenly yanks him back. You can't eat that. It was Dao. With sparkling eyes, she holds the piece of cake out to Kwon Yong-jin. Kwon Yong-jin, this. I bought this for you to eat. He hesitates, then says, well, everyone, please eat. Dao is moved to tears. You're truly a living saint. Ngo is just exasperated. You're unbelievable. Kwon Yong-jin looks toward the girl eating cake and asks timidly, are you also a great deity? Is that right? She gives him a bright smile. Sorry, my introduction is a bit late. I'm the Earth God. My name is Dao, but in the human world it's Yu Jiang. Just call me whatever you're comfortable with. Also, Dao shoots to her feet, thumping her chest with confidence. For Kwon Yong-jin's requests, I'll grant anything. Just say the word. He's startled. I don't need anything. She shouts, please give me a chance to atone. Please. He's flustered. Then, Miss Yu Jiang. Hearing that, Dao feels a pang of disappointment. He called me Miss Yu Jiang. Kwon Yong-jin's voice continues evenly. Please buy me a new school uniform. She promises, I'll buy you 10. She's confused. But why a uniform? Kwon Yong-jin answers honestly, you ripped my old one. Now this is the only one I have left. Ngo can't believe it. What were you thinking, tearing the kid's clothes? At that, Dao immediately bows her head and slams it on the table. I'm so sorry. It must have hurt a lot, didn't it? I heard H. Long was coming and I just lost my mind. No yells. Are you trying to crack your own skull open or what? Mao just watches with a forced smile as Kwon Yong-jin calmly says, it's fine, really. His face is grim. After all, this body isn't human, and you and I both know a good night's sleep heals just about anything. Seeing his unstable state, she places her hand on Kwon Yong-jin's, calling his name. Mao calmly explains that his body is different from a normal person's because of the black dragon, so he must never take his injuries lightly. He flinches, a look of confusion on his face as Nugo's voice rings out, yes, if we remove the black dragon from your body, you'll just be an ordinary human. He teases with a smile. You can't get too tough about being hurt, you know? Kwon Yong-jin just stares back at Ngo, completely speechless. He slowly speaks up. But now that I think about it, all the times I've been injured until now, the great lords had a hand in that. Mao offers a comforting smile. In any case, the Kwon Yong-jin right now is probably just a little more special than a normal person. She says with a caring expression, You're clearly still human. We will help you return to a normal human life. Kwon Yong-jin is taken aback. You are? Mao replies, I am the fourth earthly branch god, Mao. My name here is Ui. She cheerfully takes his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. But then, a finger pokes Kwon Yong-jin, followed by a hand gently touching his forehead. It's she. For real, she exclaims. This really is Thin's body. She then scoots even closer to Kwon Yong-jin. They look strangely alike, she notes. Though his voice is a bit rough, their personalities are total opposites, which makes it interesting. Kwon Yong-jin, just so you know, the rough person I was just talking about wasn't you, she introduces herself with a bright smile. I'm the earthly branch god, She. My name here is Jiwoo. As She tilts her head with a smile, the sky outside the cafe begins to darken, the moon rising to illuminate the night. The cafe has closed its doors after a long day's work. Inside the kitchen, she's focused on washing the dishes. Mao sits with her chin in her hands, lost in thought, while Kwon Yong-jin has fallen asleep at the table. In his mind, a voice asks, May I ask a question? Kwon Yong-jin's lips move. My parents passed away when I was very young. Back in reality, Mao inches closer to him. Her gaze softens, her long white eyelashes trembling slightly. Is it because of me? As he sleeps, he murmurs. Was it my fault? Her hand touches his forehead as he continues. Is it because I'm someone who was never meant to exist? Mao's body begins to glow, becoming translucent as she thinks, no, whatever happened, it was not your fault. Her hand, still on his forehead, starts to glow. No matter what happened in that accident, it's not a sin that you have to carry, Kwon Yong-jin. Kwon Yong-jin's memories flash by his parents, smiling happily in their car, followed by the horrifying moment the vehicle flips over. And then, the faces of his relatives, screaming in anger, blaming him. Now, pay close attention to what Mao uncovers here. She realizes he's been trapped in this memory, living with this guilt until now, surrounded by shattered fragments of the past. She closes her eyes, her body glowing once more. Please excuse my intrusion. And with that, Mao's eyes snap open. The scene before her is shocking. Mao is now sitting inside the car from his memory. She glances at the seat beside her, where a young, innocent Kwon Yong-jin is laughing brightly. Mao looks at him with deep affection, realizing this was his happiest memory. But then, her expression freezes in absolute horror. A monster has appeared directly in front of their car. It's a terrifying sight, its three glowing eyes staring straight into the vehicle. Mao is stunned. That seal. The monster roars, its claws repeatedly smashing into the car. Terrified, her face drains of color, eyes wide with fear. This is just a memory. I can't interfere. The car flips, spinning violently. Mao is forced to witness everything. Frozen like a statue, her heart shatters with a pain so deep she can't even cry. The two monsters are still searching for their prey, and then they drag the young boy from the car. Kwon Yong-jin, she screams in desperation. Suddenly, a blinding light vaporizes the creatures, and just when you think it can't get any wilder, Hoi appears, catching the boy in his arms. Mao is left standing in stunned silence. She stares intently at him. Lord Hoi. In the background, voices of bystanders murmur, Oh my God, I think there was an accident up ahead. That car is completely flipped over. Mao looks dazedly towards them as they shout, Hey, you two, it's dangerous, get out of there! The crowd gasps. Oh my God, is the child okay? Are there still people inside? What's going on? The car is now engulfed in flames. Thank goodness they saved the kid. But Kwon Yong-jin just screams in despair, Mom, Mom. Mao watches the entire scene unfold, completely motionless, her hands clenched into tight fists. The scene shifts to two picture frames holding his parents' portraits, placed neatly side by side. His grieving relatives relentlessly blame little Kwon Yong-jin. Mao looks at his tiny form. So that's how it was. She slowly walks over and pulls him into a comforting embrace. She gently strokes his head. This memory. I'll seal it away once more for you, Kwon Yong-jin. But just then, thick, black energy begins to boil up around them. Mao's eyes snap open, her sharp gaze scanning her surroundings. It's the black dragon, laughing demonically. I saw everything. Mao. That little brat has a very interesting memory. A long, sharp sword appears in her hand. Don't you dare try anything, black dragon. A dense aura explodes around her as she raises her blade. The black dragon remains unfazed as Mao declares, I will definitely throw you out. Her eyes burn with determination. Out of this child's body. Without a hint of fear, she lunges toward the black dragon. He looks down, taunting, If you fight me in here, only Kwon Yong-jin's spirit will be harmed. No, she growls back, her gaze unwavering. You're the only one who's going to get hurt. Her sword flashes with light, but suddenly, a hand reaches out, making her freeze in shock. It's none other than Kwon Yong-jin. Kwon Yong-jin? His hand slowly rises, and then lowers. Instantly, colorful threads wrap around the black dragon, binding him. Mao stares in disbelief as he looks down and clicks his tongue. Kwon Yong-jin's hand gently touches his own forehead. A smirk plays on his lips, and a blinding light erupts. Back in reality, Mao is jolted awake, her hand falling limp. Her face is a mask of confusion. He pushed me out? Mao recalls the scene. And that other thing? What was that? It makes no sense. She's lost in thought. If he were just an ordinary human, the black dragon would have eaten him alive long ago. Meanwhile, Kwon Yong-jin is still sleeping soundly, his head now resting on Mao's lap. Kwon Yong-jin's eyes slowly flutter open. In his sleepy haze, he sees the silhouette of his mother. Mom, he murmurs unconsciously. Mao gives him a gentle smile. Did you sleep well? His eyes go wide with shock, leaving him utterly speechless. He then jolts upright in a panic. You must have been exhausted, huh? I even carried you on my back, and you didn't notice a thing. Kwon Yong-jin looks through the window. Lord No and Lord Ro have already gone ahead. He asks blankly, where are we? Jeju Island, Mao replies casually. Ah, Jeju Island. The words sink in, and Kwon Yong-jin screams, Jeju Island? His face pales as he asks, why am I? Suddenly a voice cuts in, making Kwon Yong-jin freeze. As I thought, you really are that child. It's Hoi. He smiles and says, it's been a while. Kwon Yong-jin is still completely lost. Lord Kwon Yong-jin, Hoi gazes down, saying, seeing you living so well, I'm truly grateful. A bewildered Kwon Yong-jin looks up, his head spinning. Who are you? The man smiles brightly. Your friendly, long-legged uncle. As night falls and stars glitter, Mao murmurs, it was just like this back then, too. She speaks towards Hoi, but her eyes are glued to Kwon Yong-jin. Their goal wasn't to cause chaos on Earth. They had another purpose, didn't they? And here's where we need to pay close attention. Her expression darkens. A long time ago, it seems the celestial stems started targeting Kwon Yong-jin. Both of them stare at the boy, who's just eating his meal, completely unaware of the chilling truth. Hoi asks with suspicion, Guardian Mao, didn't you feel something was off? After that incident, nothing similar happened again until he turned 16. She freezes, realizing he's right. If their only goal was to correct the order, then they should have made more moves to eliminate him. Mao nods. It's strange. I don't get why they stopped targeting Kwon Yong-jin, especially since he was left all alone after the accident. Hoi's eyes scan the area. If the celestial stems intervened 10 years ago, then Thrin's seal could have been broken at any time. He continues. But coincidentally, the seal broke right as he was about to turn 16. What I'm about to say is just a theory, though. Okay, I know what you're thinking, but get ready for a major twist. Hoi's face turns grim. I fear the true target of the celestial stems was never Kwon Yong-jin. It was the body of heaven, a vessel capable of using divine power. Mao is speechless, her eyes wide. What? Hoi remains calm. I think the celestial stems figured it out. The rule of 64 seasons, which is exactly 16 years. The implications hit Mao hard. You mean, the condition to use that body? She slams the table, standing up. We should share this with the other guardians. Hoi just shrugs. You still don't get it, do you? Mao's face goes pale. Guardian Mao, Hoi continues. The only ones who know about that rule. And his next words land like a ton of bricks. Are the zodiac gods themselves. Mao's voice trembles. What are you saying? His face darkens. It means, once I made that hypothesis, I could no longer share it with the other guardians. Mao is furious. Guardian Hoi, even if it's all just speculation, a cold aura radiates from him. Any hint of suspicion is reason enough to be cautious. But she counters, the Lu demon killed a human. Hoi looks puzzled. What do you mean, Guardian Mao? She calms down slightly. Because the Lu demon left a mark from directly killing a person, you think a zodiac god couldn't be behind it? Hoi replies, even without getting their hands dirty, there could be an inside agent feeding the other side even minimal information. Mao's hands clench into fists as a heavy silence falls between them. Hoi finally breaks it. Well, based on this assumption, I'll investigate further and report back to Guardian T. Mao hesitates. If it's Guardian T, A small smile plays on Hoi's lips. He probably won't doubt me. A relieved smile finally spreads across Mao's face as well. Then Mao asks a question that stops Hoi in his tracks. But I know everything now. Are you still okay with that? He gives a charming smile. Of course. Because you're a very transparent person, Guardian Mao, but if rumors start to spread, it'll be your fault. Mao stares into her teacup. Guardian Hoi. She looks up, her expression sharp. I also have something I want to share. I'm not certain, but she lifts the cup. There's something inside Kwon Yong-jin's subconscious. Hoi is startled. You mean the black dragon? No, she says. It's something. I can't explain. I don't know if it belongs to his subconscious or if it's something else entirely. I can't draw any conclusions yet, she continues, remembering the scene, but it didn't give me a negative feeling. She lowers her head. And it pushed me out of Kwon Yong-jin's subconscious. Hoi is in utter disbelief. It pushed you out? Mao avoids his gaze and nods nervously. Yes, night falls. The wind rustles through the leaves as Kwon Yong-jin bows deeply. Well then, goodbye. He steps towards a shimmering portal. Before he fully enters, he turns back, confused. Wait, isn't this Guardian Tai's house? Hoi gives a strained laugh. It'd be better if I connected it straight to your house, but my spatial abilities are limited. Mao smiles reassuringly. I already spoke with Guardian T. She's probably opened a gate directly to your home. As Kwon Yong-jin calmly steps through, a voice calls out, Kwon Yong-jin. He jumps, turning to see Hoi smiling. Don't worry. Everything will be all right. Hoi continues. Considering we've only confirmed Celestial Jing's appearance, it's unlikely all the Celestial Stems are making their move. He laughs. Besides, in terms of rank, I'm way above Celestial Jing. Mao chimes in with praise. That's right. Guardian Hoi is incredibly strong, so you can rest easy. Kwon Yong-jin is just confused. That's not it. The scene cuts to T, standing pensively before a door, her gaze lowered. The two guardians. And here's where everything explodes. A body smashes through the glass window. Kwon Yong-jin's premonition was right. He's just stumbled upon another celestial stem. Back with Mao and Hoi, their faces twist in pure shock. Ti is pinned to the ground, a powerful arm crushing her throat. A massive figure looms over her, flashing a set of sharp, pearly white teeth. It's Celestial Gang, the god of invincible slaughter. With a savage face filled with excitement, he slams Tai down onto the floor. She grits her teeth, trying to resist as his voice booms from above. Long time no see, sis. He flashes a twisted smile. Heard you had some fun with Celestial Jing last time. One hand pins her neck as he sneers. This time, why don't you play with me? Facing a complete madman, she actually cracks a smile. Business hours are over for today, esteemed customer. He looks confused. You think I'm your customer? Suddenly, a voice rings out from behind. She isn't talking about a person. A figure stands against the light, radiating an immense presence. She's talking about me. In the next instant, the staff in his hand comes swinging down. He flashes a mischievous grin at his opponent. Been a while, huh? Celestial Gang doesn't even turn, catching the weapon with his bare hand. Then he calls out his name, Shen. The two immediately launch into a fierce clash. Celestial Gang spins for a sweeping attack, but Shen is already a step ahead, closing the distance in a flash. In an instant, Shen lands a devastating punch right across Celestial Gang's face. A half-smoked cigarette falls to the floor as Shen presses his broken blade against the man's neck. A smirk plays on Shen's lips. Think you can handle this? Celestial Gang's expression instantly freezes as he sees the blade. T pushes herself up, watching the scene unfold. A massive explosion erupts as Shen's blade follows through with a decisive slash. T screams his name, Hey! Shen just tilts his head back, confused. What? Tyr furiously confronts him. This is my shop. But he just casually brushes her off. So what? I can just fix it for you. But as they argue, a third voice cuts in. Stick with me, because this guy changes everything. Well, what a surprise. Cheonmu is completely unharmed. Seeing this only makes Monkey more interested. A thrilled smile spreading across his face. He touches his own shoulder. Pow! In a flash, Monkey's clothes transform into the red and gold armor of the war god. He immediately launches another dagger. Seeing the sharp weapon speeding towards him, Cheonmu isn't worried at all. That won't work. But then Monkey suddenly leaps up and grabs the blade, a move that leaves his opponent in complete shock. Before Cheonmu can react, Monkey unleashes a powerful kick. His enemy manages to raise an arm to block it. Monkey praises him. Still blocked it, huh? His face is pure provocation. digging up old wounds. Remember the old days, back when you were beaten to a pulp? With that, Monkey pulls his leg back, the sword in his hand emitting a soft glow. He leaps behind Cheonmu, his massive blade crackling with golden energy. Heavenly gold! The weapon becomes covered in glowing yellow cracks. The enormous sword comes crashing down on Cheonmu, but his opponent's voice stops him cold. You're the one I've been most eager to meet. With a single hand, Cheonmu catches the blade, a condescending smirk on his face. But this is truly disappointing. And with that, he slams his fist right into Monkey's chest. The sword clatters from Monkey's hand, uselessly to the ground. The tables have turned in an instant, and Tyr screams out in panic. Cheonmu just mutters, "What is this?" He's looking at the arm Monkey used to block the blow. It's bruised red, the bone likely shattered. You've really become human, haven't you? Monkey ignores the injury, his face dark as he demands, "What are you doing here?" Cheonmu shrugs dismissively. Your little fox goddess stirred up trouble in the heavenly realm first, so I came to stir up some trouble for you. He then points his weapon at his opponent. But you're too weak. I've already lost interest. Cheonmu says a quick goodbye, deciding to leave. I'm off. But as he turns his back, he suddenly stops, as if remembering something important. A cunning smile plays on his lips. Now, you're going to want to pay close attention to this. I heard a rumor that you can only unleash your true power at a specific time here in the human realm. Is that right? Monkey maintains his cold expression. Then we'll meet again. I'm always ready for a fight. Suddenly, flames erupt in the room, catching Cheonmu by surprise. Hot, and the one creating those flames is none other than Tyr. There won't be a next time. Her face is ice cold, her hand commanding the inferno. You are not leaving this place. On Tyr's command, Cheonmu is immediately trapped in a ring of fire. Hua Tyr. Her voice is like steel as she demands an answer from him. Talk. With every word, the ring of fire constricts tighter, making Cheonmu wince. What is your purpose? Monkey steps to her side, ready to back her up. And who told you about this so-called time? Seeing his opponent refuse to speak, Tyr narrows her eyes dangerously. Not answering? The circle of flames tightens again, forcing a pained grunt from Cheonmu. Even at a disadvantage, he still manages to taunt them. You two are even more pathetic than I imagined. Cheonmu's hand clenches, and he throws a punch into the empty air. Cheonmu uses his ultimate technique, Absolute Void Break. Monkey immediately pulls Tyr into his arms, shielding her from the massive blast of power. A moment later, all that's left is a giant smoldering crater, and Cheonmu is gone. He escaped. How annoying. That evening, in a brightly lit villa, a voice says, "That monkey will be back soon." Horse pours a glass of wine with a mischievous smile. Let's finish this and then clean up. Gotta destroy the evidence. Rooster is in a more thoughtful mood. Hey, I just had a thought. Okay, the conversation is about to shift to something you and I need to understand. What if the cycle of the child who doesn't cry has finally ended? Her words make him stop short. What is that chicken brain of yours talking about now? But Rooster cuts him off. Wait, just hear me out. She sits up straight, completely serious. The reason we call it the natural order, isn't it because it's a current that not even our divine powers can stop? Well, let's think simpler. That current has already changed. Horse listens intently. Inside a body born of humans is a human soul. He continues her train of thought. To be precise, it's not a human body. She seems to agree. True, but what was born inside that body is a human soul. So does that mean Rooster continues laying out her theory that a human soul will also enter our next bodies? And after that, humans will just continue to be born? The more she speaks, the more excited she becomes. That means our mission on Earth is over and we can go back to the heavens. But once again, Horse pops her fantasy bubble. Great speech, but someone we know isn't going back. He brings up that one character, the great supervisor. Rooster tilts her head, worried. It wouldn't be the same, right? Forcing us into the body of a dog seems a little extreme. Horse puts down his empty glass. His hair falls over his face, hiding his expression as he speaks. Besides, I feel bad for Kwon Yong-jin, but Horse says it plainly. To say that Kwon Yong-jin is completely human is still a bit of a stretch. She flops onto the sofa with a pillow. You're not wrong. That body was originally a divine vessel. He cuts her off. That's not the problem. His gaze is intense. Let's just say he was wearing the great supervisor's divine robes at the time. He raises a sensitive point, but the way he uses divine power is just too easy. Every word he says stuns Rooster. Honestly, what the supervisor said back then, the supervisor's words echo in his mind. If he were just an ordinary human, the black dragon would have eaten his spine long ago. This isn't something we can just ignore. She immediately sits bolt upright and warns him. If you dare say Kwon Yong-jin is a demon, I will kill you. Of course, Horse has no such intention. Kwon Yong-jin is absolutely not a demon. He glances up at her, his words carrying a heavy truth. But do you really think something like a demon is powerful enough to suppress the black dragon? We return to the private villa that night. Tyr and Monkey are walking into the living room when he suddenly looks up, sensing something is wrong. Two weapons appear from nowhere, aimed and ready to attack. In front of Monkey are Horse and Rooster, squared off to fight each other. What are you two doing? She immediately gets angry and rats him out. This jerk told me to die just to test the flow of the natural order. Why don't you do it yourself? He immediately shoots back. No way! I'm busy with a game that comes out next year. I've been waiting forever to play it. Monkey sighs, getting a headache. Both of you, stop it. Now. Seeing Tyr beside him, Rooster hops down from the railing. Supervisor Tyr? You're here too? She politely greets her. You're here as well? It's then that Rooster notices Monkey's injury. Wait a minute, what happened to your arm? Horse also stands down from his fighting stance, bowing respectfully. Supervisor Monkey. And you can feel it, right? He's about to drop a major bombshell as he calls out everyone. All right, let's dive into this secret meeting, because things are about to get real. Facing Rooster's confused look, Horse gets serious. Please, focus on what I'm about to say. He lays out his point. This body, though physical, isn't their true form anymore. It's not the one created by the altar. Horse explains his concerns, adding that it's been a while since they've used their powers properly. She can't help but ask why he's bringing this up now. He continues, saying they don't need special conditions to unleash their power like the head supervisor T. Horse clenches his fist. We've been living peacefully like normal humans for a while, but from now on, we must train to merge this body with our true power. He looks incredibly determined. No one knows the heavenly stem's true purpose for descending. Was it really just for Yonjin? I doubt it's that simple. The serious mood is shattered by a question from Monkey. Hey, Horseface, are you drunk? Why are you being so serious? Hearing that, Rooster chimes in. I knew it, he's wasted. No wonder he's suddenly spouting nonsense. A little later, after Horse is passed out on the couch, Monkey picks up the empty bottle, sighing. That country bumpkin horse drank the whole bottle. Monkey pours himself another drink. So, about those issues he brought up. It's not that he didn't care. If we lose these bodies now, do we just go back to the heavens? Just then, Snake comes up with an idea. If we want to test this, let's try contacting Supervisor Dunn. He's the one with the fewest attachments to the mortal world, right? Rooster complains, truthfully, none of us have attachments. We've had enough trouble with these damn shackles. Monkey looks up, recalling, the last time I saw Dunn, he was a 70-year-old man. After that, we lost contact for over 50 years. She has another thought. Maybe Supervisor Her or Supervisor Twut knows where he is? We should tell them the situation first. Suddenly, he cuts her off. No. Monkey slams his empty cup on the table. His expression turns dead serious. We have to minimize sharing information with the other earthly branch gods. Someone asks, confused, why? It's Snake who answers the question. The heavenly stem knows too much about us from the time we can use our true power on Earth to details about our altar-given bodies. Now, pay close attention, because this is where the real paranoia kicks in. She sits there, stunned, remembering his words. When he said I was trapped in a human body, it sounded suspicious. From the start, he kept mentioning my true power. Monkey adds, it wasn't like he was stating a fact he knew. It was more like he was trying to confirm something he'd heard. Rooster interrupts. Even so, suspecting everyone based on just that. Snake tries to mediate. It's not certain, just a theory. She recalls, when I asked the heavenly stem his purpose for coming here, he said that person told him he couldn't say yet. He was clearly referring to his informant, and that person definitely knows us Zodiacs very well. Monkey picks up his full glass, raising his voice slightly. Interesting. A sly smile creeps onto his face. A traitor among the earthly branch gods. She retorts sharply. Are you insane? This time, Snake brings up another possibility. Like Supervisor Horse said, maybe their goal isn't just Yonjin. Rooster listens with a bewildered look. But to achieve that goal, they definitely need Yonjin. So, all we can do now is keep a close eye on the people around him. The scene shifts to the next day. The sun is bright. Yonjin sits absently, holding an orange in his hand, while Gongji Guan practices a wooden sword move, the Horizon Slash. He walks over and hands the sword to Yunjin. Come on, you try it again. Yunjin looks reluctant. Hey, he complains, can't we skip this training stuff at school? Gongji firmly insists. Training doesn't have a time or place. Yunjin keeps trying to persuade him. From now on, just let me handle it myself. I've basically got the basic stances down. His grip on the sword tightens. No. Gongji's face is serious as he promises. In a short time, I will make you as strong as possible. Yunjin is confused. Why? Gongji explains. Because no matter how good I am with a sword, I can't surpass human limits, but you can, he says. So, I plan to teach you everything I have, so you can protect yourself. If you can't escape your destiny, then fight with all your might, and most importantly, you must win. Gongji holds the wooden sword out to him, but Yunjin sees right through it. You wrote that all down on your phone, didn't you? Gongji covers his face. Seriously, you have no sense of romance, Yunjin-kun. Yunjin doesn't hold back. You just think this situation is fun, so you're playing along, right? Just then, a voice yells from behind them. Hey, you loafers! A spinning basketball comes flying straight at Gongji Guan. Okay, you and I both know what's about to happen here. Yunjin quickly grabs the wooden sword, runs in front of Gongji, and swings with all his might at the ball. As expected, it tears open, hisses, and drops to the ground. The other guys are frozen. Did the basketball just explode? No way. Yong-si-hoo's mouth twitches. What just happened? He laughs nervously, trying to cover it up. This basketball must be old. No wonder it looks so dirty. But his two friends aren't buying it. It's new, though. It was pumped up this much. Meanwhile, Gongji Guan claps enthusiastically. Yunjin-kun, you saw the horizon slash just once, and you've already mastered it. Yong-si-hoo steps forward, taunting. Yunjin has really grown up, hasn't he? He swings the wooden sword powerfully in his hand. Yunjin's face is dangerous. Stop messing with me. Get lost. But the other guy just scoffs, unimpressed. Wow. How scary. Yong-si-hoo sneers. Ever since you started hanging out with Cheon Jae-gyung's crew, you seem to be feeling pretty good about yourself, acting all tough with a wooden sword. He laughs loudly. Did you even get permission from them to do that? Probably not, right? After saying their piece, they run off. Gongji Guan says, well, a lot of people are watching at school, so let's find another place to train. Yunjin's face is stiff. You're only realizing that now? Gongji calmly replies, I didn't expect those thugs to jump in and steal the spotlight. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. But it's strange, isn't it? How can someone with a faint presence like Yunjin-kun attract the attention of a thug like that? Gongji connects the dots. In situations like this, the usual trope is that they were close friends as kids. Then, due to some misunderstanding, they became enemies. Yunjin denies it flatly. We weren't friends, and there was no misunderstanding. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Yunjin! Twat appears out of nowhere, snatching the wooden sword from his hand. Her face is serious as she interrogates him. What did you just do with your left hand? A drop of sweat rolls down Yunjin's cheek. I didn't use the Black Dragon's power. Hearing this, Twat is skeptical. But you still made a basketball explode? Even a passing dog would laugh at that. Heck, I'm laughing right now. That's because you don't know. Supervisor, inside Yunjin, there is something even stronger than the Black Dragon's power. Stronger than the Black Dragon? What is it? It is the sword of the heart, known as will. I told you not to talk to me when we're at school. I don't like it. You tell me not to talk and I'm supposed to just listen? Why should I? What am I, a kid? Seriously? And this training? You really think doing those 3 things will make me strong overnight? When did you start eavesdropping on us? It's not eavesdropping, it's monitoring. Like there's any difference. Either way, just stay out of it. Just stand back and let yourself be protected. I already told you. I'll protect myself. You all call me dangerous, so I have to do whatever it takes not to use the Black Dragon you're so terrified of. That's complete nonsense. It would be better if your body just stayed weak. What did you say? For someone like you, do you honestly think you can control the Black Dragon? No matter how hard you try, you'll only become a better vessel for it. The fact that your consciousness will be devoured isn't going to change. Even for a great god, you're a real piece of work. You're worse than those stubborn old men in legends who think they're always right. Don't follow me, great god. This is mine. After walking away, Kwon Yong-jin stares at his hand, and trust me, his mind is racing. If he had just blocked the ball, that would have been one thing. Taehee's words echo in his mind. But you still managed to make the basketball explode? Even I didn't see that coming. Kwon Yong-jin clenches his fist, absolutely certain of one thing. That wasn't the power of the Black Dragon. Whenever that power surfaces, The first sensation is his arm going completely numb. Come to think of it, his left arm hasn't been moving on its own lately. A rising sense of unease fills Kwon Yong-jin's heart. Something is different, maybe because his body is a divine vessel or something. Besides, after that last incident, the black dragon has been much quieter. After a moment, he can only let out a sigh and drop it, sinking back into the quiet classroom atmosphere. Time flies, and as evening falls, a strange sound echoes through a house. Two boys stare with pale faces at the disaster in front of them. A sheet of paper has been splattered black after a ball knocked over an inkwell. Boksoon is radiating pure fury. The older boy quickly looks away, saying, "San, you did this, you know. I had nothing to do with it." Seeing the little girl covered head to toe in ink, San can only stammer, "Oh, Boksoon, I'm sorry." Just then, the little girl looks up. "Why were you running around like that? There's a yard and a garden. Why are you playing ball inside the house?" Her intense glare makes San and his friend absolutely terrified. Boksoon stands up and coldly demands, "Compensate me, right now." San is so flustered he's on the verge of tears. "But I don't have any money." Boksoon says nothing, simply holding up 3 fingers. Each second that passes, a finger goes down. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the tension. Tae-hee glares at the kids. "What's going on here? Great God, Tae-hee." Boksoon immediately starts tattling. "It was Brother San. Brother San did everything." San hangs his head in shame. "I'm the one who spilled the ink." Boksoon wails dramatically. "This was my favorite dress." The boy tries to reason with her. "You can just wash it." But that only makes Boksoon cry harder. "These stains will never come out." The other boy cheerfully pipes in, "Hey, technology is super advanced these days." And Boksoon's reaction? You gotta love it. "What did you say?" After hearing the full story, Tae-hee lets out a long sigh. "I'll buy you a new dress, exactly like that one." At that, Boksoon's face lights up and she runs to him. "Really?" Seeing her so excited, he adds, "But it's late today, so let's go tomorrow." Boksoon immediately sees her chance. Then, since it's summer now, you should buy Boksoon a new sundress too, okay?" San and his friend are speechless. So that was her real goal all along. Tae-hee gently pats her head, promising her, "Tomorrow I'll call Chief Lee. You can go with him, okay?" Suddenly being passed off to someone else, Boksoon starts to struggle. "I don't want to go with the chief. I said I want to go with you." "You have to go on a date with Boksoon." Seeing her on the verge of tears again, Tae-hee gives in. All right, I get it." He quickly changes the subject. "Now let's go get dinner. Boksoon, go change your clothes." The little girl happily replies, "Okay," while San and his friend exchange a look of relief, glad the crisis was averted. The 3 kids happily follow Tae-hee, asking, "Is brother Kwon Yong-jin not coming today?" San had heard something about it. He said because of his ancestor, he can't visit as often. Meanwhile, across town, Kwon Yong-jin arrives home and freezes, dropping his school bag. Seeing tangerine peels all over the floor, Kwon Yong-jin's face darkens. "Don't tell me." He rushes over and picks up the gift box, completely shocked. The tangerines. This was the exact box he was given as a gift. "Kwon Yong-jin, I have a little something for you. These are golden fragrance tangerines and some tangerine jam. Sleep. Take them home and try them." The authentic Jeju tangerines he hadn't even tasted were now all gone, leaving Kwon Yong-jin stunned. "My delicious tangerines. Were those really tangerines?" Jin lies back, recalling the taste. It was kind of like eating fruit with seeds in it. But it wasn't bitter at all, in fact. It was incredibly sweet. Kwon Yong-jin turns with pure rage in his eyes. "And I think you and I both know who he's looking at. Did you eat this entire box by yourself?" Jin scrambles up and pushes a giant pot towards the mountain god. "I wonder how much that Do-cheon kid has been starving. I swear, Do-cheon ate more than half of it." Kwon Yong-jin can't believe his ancestor is blaming Do-cheon. At that very moment, a clueless Do-cheon is happily chasing chickens. A helpless Kwon Yong-jin delivers the punishment. "For the time being, you are banned from eating instant noodles." Being banned for eating just a little has Jin completely baffled. "I even packed some tangerines for you when you went to school, didn't I?" "Stingy, so stingy." Kwon Yong-jin holds up the empty box. "I brought those to share with my friends. You're just a glutton who ate them all by yourself." Jin knows he's in the wrong, but he still follows him, whining. "That. For the time being, you mentioned. How long is that exactly?" Kwon Yong-jin is still fuming and just snaps back. "Depends on my mood." "You ate that much and you're still hungry or something?" Jin shouts back angrily. "You're such a tyrant. Even if you are my descendant, you're going to grow up to be a really unlikable person." Kwon Yong-jin doesn't reply. Looking at the empty refrigerator, He thinks to himself, looks like I have to go to the market tomorrow. He pulls out his phone and checks his funds. His living expenses are almost gone. Kwon Yong-jin mutters to himself while doing the math. It might be tough to find a part-time job around now. His words immediately catch Jin's attention. A part-time job? Jin asks with his mouth full of tangerine. Are you planning on going out to catch bugs again or something? Kwon Yong-jin replies flatly. If there's work after the market tomorrow, I'll do it. If not, I won't. Jin tells him seriously, I'll go with you, but he gets shut down immediately. No. Jin is genuinely worried. At school, you have the great god with you, but now you're alone. What if a demon targets you? Or what if you run into Thin Gan? At that moment, Kwon Yong-jin unconsciously remembers what Jin had said before. With just one word from me, they won't target you anymore. Just use me like the other earthly gods. After a moment, Kwon Yong-jin makes his decision. Fine, you can come with me. Time then flashes forward to the next day. Boksoon's tiny legs step out of the car as all three kids squeal with excitement. Chief Lee stands behind them, smiling. It seems they were really looking forward to this. Tae-hee nods. That's right. He pulls up his sleeve to check the time. Those kids usually love to sleep in, but they woke up this early for this. And trust me, you just know a day starting like this is about to get wild. Looks like we're pretty much the first customers of the day. As the group heads inside, San suddenly turns to look at T and manager Lee, flatly telling the manager not to follow them. That's right, we just want to eat and hang out by ourselves. You're always saying you don't have time and rushing us anyway. Manager Lee hesitates, looking at the kids. But, young masters, the chairman said. That's when T cuts in, telling him to just go on ahead. Manager Lee reluctantly nods. All right, please call me when you're done shopping. Inside the mall, all the employees stare at the kids with curiosity, whispering amongst themselves. It's just a group of children all by themselves, surely they aren't lost, right? After a little while, Bok soon brings a pile of dresses to the counter. I'll take all of these. The staff just stares hesitantly at the children, wondering how they're going to pay. But the moment they see what T pulls out, they go silent. A private card. And here's the thing, you and I both know that card is not for just anyone. The cashier next to him takes it nervously, thinking, there's no way these kids just found this, right? She looks at T's group. Little customers, may I ask where your parents are? The kids immediately stare back with wide, confused eyes. Parents? The employee asks again, a little awkwardly. You didn't come with your mom and dad? T just sighs internally, thinking, I knew this wouldn't be easy. The two employees exchange worried glances. What should they do? Should they call the Lost Child Center? T just turns to leave, tossing a single sentence over his shoulder. My parents are in the bathroom. I'll go get them. After he disappears around a corner, a pair of long legs appears through a haze of smoke. A mature voice rings out, startling both the staff and the kids. Sorry, I'm late. San opens his mouth to say brother, but is quickly silenced by the boy next to him. You're supposed to call him Dad. San immediately corrects himself. Dad! T, looking up with an unchanging expression, tells the employee, please, okay, the staff's reaction here? Absolutely priceless. Long after they've left, the employees still can't believe it. Oh my god, he looks so young, but he already has 3 kids? The other employee's eyes go wide as she remembers. No, it's not 3, including the little one with the bowl cut from earlier. That makes 4 kids. The first one jumps in shock. What? That kid looked like he was in elementary school. They start coming up with all sorts of theories. Maybe he's just the type who ages well? A rich Cheeble, a young-looking father with a whole army of children. Wow, he's really done his part for the country. Meanwhile, over at Yong-jin's place, a new item has arrived, a cage, delivered for free. He pats it impatiently. Come on, get in. Since dogs aren't allowed in the supermarket, if he wants to come along, he has to get inside this thing. Jin curses under his breath at the cramped space but gets in anyway. The second Yong-jin lifts it. He grunts. So heavy. As he heads for the door, he mutters, Hey, can't you use some of that divine power to make yourself a little lighter? Of course, Jin has no intention of helping. He just cheerfully replies, Consider this an opportunity to build up your strength. Yong-jin grumbles, How am I supposed to carry something this heavy? Too distracted to notice someone watching him from behind a wall. The person's eyes are locked onto Yong-jin. Just then, a voice rings out, startling the stalker. Who are you? Sot had appeared there, seemingly out of thin air. The stalker realizes they've been spotted and bolts, but in a flash, Sot has them by the collar. The stalker's hood falls down, and Sot smirks at the person's identity. Wouldn't it be faster to escape using your divine power? And trust me, that one sentence reveals Sot already knows exactly who and what they've just caught.